Oh. Down here in Australian Super Trucks land, this is Steve Zammit, and he is the custodian of this Kenworth sitting behind us. Now, firstly, for viewers who are unfamiliar with Australian Super Truck racing, could you just give us a brief technical overview of perhaps starting with the engine, like horsepower figures, torque figures, things like that?
Yep, so they all start out as a normal road-going truck, and then we soup them up. So this has got an old big cam Cummins in it. So standard this engine's probably about 400 odd horsepower. So we get about 1,500 out of this now with 2 turbochargers, about 80 pound PSI boost, lots of fuel, and yeah, we just go racing with it and have a bit of fun.
What about gearbox configuration? Is there much changed from a road-going truck to a racing one?
Yeah, so this is actually like a normal truck on the highway. I'll probably run an 18-speed Road Ranger or something like that, whereas we're running a 5-speed automatic Allison. There are some guys in our field that still run the Road Rangers, but yeah, we just basically play with a little bit of mains pressure, and so it bangs into gear nice and hard, and yeah, it just keeps going. So yes, there's nothing much really standard out on the trucks other than the shape and the look of it. So yeah.
So, Blendline TV viewers at home will be familiar with the tyre squeal of these massive tyres as you're chucking it into the turns. What sort of tyre? Is it a control spec tyre for the series?
Yeah, we do actually have race tyres. So a long time ago they used to make a tyre called a Continental, which they stopped making. They've got another couple of different brands like a Goodyear, but currently we're using a tyre that was developed with our series. Now it's used all over the world, which is a GT tyre. And so far that I've done all the lap records on this track with that tyre on it, and mate, it's fantastic. It doesn't go off. It's got a good hard sidewall on it, mate. And they are a purpose-built race tyre for racing, so you feel pretty safe with them. They last a long time. I'll get nearly a whole season out of back ones, probably 2 race meetings out of a steer. And as long as you don't go a little bit too deep and lock them up, they go all right.
So finally as well, for viewers at home again, and probably myself more interested, what's the spectacle like driving one of these trucks around a racetrack? Because driving a race car around a racetrack is hard enough, let alone something as big as this truck. Could you just describe what that feeling is like?
Okay, so a little bit of my history. I've only ever raced this, so it doesn't feel any different to me. But a lot of guys, I've taken a lot of people for passenger rides in the truck that have raced Porsches and stuff, and they're absolutely blown away at the cornering, the braking, the acceleration. Apart from the sheer fact that our cornering speed might be a little bit slower, because we're handling 5.5 to 6 tonne here. So you can imagine trying to push an elephant around a China store. You know, you don't want to fall off and cause a big mayhem out there, but mate, once you get them handling quite well, the old days in Oran Park, we used to go over around some of the corners just as fast as the V8 supercar of its day and era. So they do actually corner quite quickly. It's like anything, any motorsport. As long as you can do a little bit of tuning with your suspension, mate, you can get them to handle quite well, and they can be a little bit spectacular. And you've got all that horsepower to get it going through the corners and down the straight. So, mate, they're pretty cool to drive.
All right, a big thank you to Steve Zammit for giving us an overview of your truck.
No worries at all. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to round 4 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championship, also the round of the Winton 300, the Grassroots Racing endurance race. That will be the headline act later on this afternoon, as well as the Australian Super Trucks, as we just saw on the screen. Thank you very much to Steve Zammit for having a chat with our Callum Brannigan yesterday, and it's Callum Brannigan who joins me, Dan McCarthy, in the commentary box. We've just had the trucks out for their warm-up session, and there's been a bit of a fluid leak out there on the racetrack. So we're just cleaning that up, and then we'll have the 2-litre sports sedans out there for the first race of the day. They produced some high-quality racing, did the 2-litre sports sedans yesterday on the racetrack, and I expect it to be much the same today. Lots of diversity throughout the field, from Renault Clios to Minis, Nissan Bluebirds, and all sorts of different race cars out there. So very much look forward to seeing what they can produce once again. We've got Hyper Races, the very, very fast open wheel machines. Then we got the super trucks out for their first race of the day. It'll be around about 8:30 local time here in country Victoria. And then we've got XLs, Legends, if you like your exotic sports cars. We've got Porsches and Lamborghinis, and even Nissan's out, they'll be out in Vic Sports Cars. And then, yeah, we do have, of course, the headline act later on this afternoon, 2:30. For the Winton 300, around about 3 hours in duration, 100 laps of this 3 kilometre circuit. Alongside me is Dave Stillwell. You'll be reporting in the lane for us for that one later on this afternoon.
Yes, I will. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, everyone out there who's tuned in, both around the grounds at Winton Motor Raceway, the nation's action track. And of course, a huge shout out to all of our followers who are viewing us on whatever electronic means you find, whether you're down the road in Benalla and Wangaratta, whether you're interstate in one of the major capital cities of Australia like Melbourne or Sydney or Brisbane or Adelaide or even Perth, a little bit early for our friends across the Nullarbor in Perth, or even we know we have such a huge following on Blendline TV internationally. For those of you who are following on the official YouTube stream via the Blendline TV YouTube page, make sure that you subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, but also that you comment. You know, you'll find a huge array of international motorsport aficionados that are, really enjoy the content that we bring. And of course, a huge shout out. Of course, we cannot do the TV production that we do without our crews around the track. But of course, there's no motorsport to cover without, as we see on screen at the moment, our amazing volunteer motorsport officials. If you've ever wanted to get closer to the action, this is the way to do it. We've got clean-up crews, recovery, safety, medical, flag marshals, timing. The list goes on and on of all of those roles which are filled in motorsport by dedicated, passionate, enthusiast volunteers. And, we often find times throughout the day to say thank you to them, but what better way to kick off a beautiful Sunday at Winton Motor Raceway than saying thank you to all the volunteers around the circuit.
Absolutely. Hard at work as they clean up this spillage. You can see the 96 machine of Amoroso being pulled off the circuit. His first round in the trucks this season. Had a reasonable day yesterday, but Sunday certainly not got off to the best of starts in that warm-up session. And of course, being a big truck, a big, massive, multi-ton truck, it certainly spills a fair bit of fluid out there on the track.
So when you go down to your local automotive superstore, be it the Auto Barn, the Repco, the Supercheap, the Bursons, and you go to the oil department and you look and you decide, I'm going to do an oil change on my small hatchback at home, you might pick up a 5-litre bottle of high-tech oil. Yes. When you're doing a service on a truck, with a 6-cylinder or 8-cylinder or a 12-cylinder diesel engine that's basically the size of a couch sitting underneath the cab of the trucks, you do need to pick up more than just one 5-litre bottle of high-tech oil. When something does go awry with the lubricating system in those trucks, unfortunately, it does deposit a fair amount of fossilised dinosaur juice out onto the 3 kilometre circuit, or indeed the 2.2 kilometre circuit as we're dealing with this weekend with the short track for the trucks. And of course, the Winton safety crew are well armed with a large range of resources, but I think they might have to go and pick up a couple of extra bags of soaker, judging by just how much the safety crew is sweeping up with all the brooms down there on the exit of what would normally be turn 2, but is in fact the last corner on this short track layout. So much history here at Winton Motor Raceway. Dick Johnson infamously called running a race around Winton Motor Raceway on the short track as running a marathon around your washing line. There's definitely no chance to have a rest. The straights, even that straight that runs between what would normally be turn 9 past turn 10, isn't actually that long once you've got a bit of speed up and you have to carry that speed through the S's. But it does very much change the character of the circuit. So while what is between normally turns 3 and turn 9 is effectively the same, what effectively becomes the second half of the lap is very different in character. We're used to having stop, sort of 90-degree turn, long straight, 90-degree turn, short straight, 90-degree turn, long straight. Whereas we get this sweeping, bending, something we don't see at a lot of other Victorian circuits. It's almost like a miniature amount of Phillip Island kind of snuck in to country Victoria. So, The circuit was extended in the late 90s to maintain its national configuration, and of course that's what we're most used to. And in fact, this is one of the few meetings where we run both short track and long track on the same weekend. So during the course of the day, you'll have a few moments in the program where you'll notice in the back of shot, you can see the stacks of tyres that are sitting about halfway up your screen on the left-hand side. That's what's currently being moved into the crossover between turn 10 and turn 1, and that's those will be moved in and out of the way as the circuit is reconfigured between the short track and the long track configuration.
You made the point, as you say, 1997 was when the track was extended to the 3 kilometre layout. The straights, although long for regular racetracks, they are still considered quite short straights. Supercars don't even use 6th gear going down into turn number 1. It's the only track on the calendar where they do not use 6th gear. They leave it on the rev limiter because it's not worth them plucking 6th and then going back down an extra gear down into turns 1 and 2, where we're looking at the moment.
A couple of other changes. If your only exposure to Winton has been, before the COVID-19 pandemic, there were a number of circuit changes enacted in the last couple of years that have really improved some of the flow through some of the more traditionally tighter parts of the circuit. A fairly substantial reprofiling of the exit curves between what is normally turns 3 and 4 on the short track, between turns 1 and 2, and also a removal of some of the high-profile curbing on some of the circuit exits, which could have ended up with a situation like this, with someone straddling an engine sump over some of those high-profile curbs, as the Winton safety car Hyundai Kona makes its way around, tries to sweep a little bit of the dust and dirt out of the way. So they'll be checking that the circuit is appropriately configured for our first on the short track sessions today, which of course will be the under 2 litre sports sedans and Australian Pulsar Racing. Pulsar Racing, of course, a major announcement during the last week or two, Dan. They've announced their controlled tyre tender for 2024 and beyond.
Indeed they have, yes, absolutely. So that's really good news for the Pulsar series. Pulsars, in Victoria, XLs have really taken off, and same in Queensland. It's been New South Wales where the Pulsars have been and had ever such strong fields, and it's really good to see a large contingent of Pulsars as well here this weekend in Victoria. So there's 2 categories for this first race: 2 litre sports sedans and then the Nissan Pulsars. And it makes for some great racing, because towards the end, the leading battle in 2 litre sports sedans has to navigate their way through the lap traffic in the Pulsars. It makes for some really, really exciting racing. So really looking forward to seeing what they deliver. Yesterday's races in 2 litre sports sedans were sublime, and you can catch up on that. If you missed the action, you can sign up to Blameline TV Premium and watch all of yesterday's action, because good news, everyone, heading to the racetrack. There is a Pulsar towards the front of the 2 litre sports sedans, but I can assure you that is not in the Pulsar class, that is in the 2 litre sports sedans. That's the Ricketts machine that will be starting from position number 2 on the grid. So I'll talk you through the grid for this one. Starting from pole position, we have Linda Devlin. She won both races in her Mini Cooper yesterday. She had a couple of fierce and ferocious battles with Ricketts alongside her. Second row of the grid, we have Damien Hunter and Steve Howard. Following that, we have McNair and Harris. Number 97, Pinkerton, will come out of 7 alongside Sclater in the number 27 machine. Stipkovich will come out to 9th, and Seymour rounds out the top 10 in car number 63. Following that, we have Gibson in the lovely green Ford Escort, Talbot in the Honda Civic, and rounding out the 13 drivers in the 2 litre sports sedans class is Baldwin, coming out of, let's say, 13th with a 114 machine. Yesterday in Pulsars, it was domination for the pink and black machine of Dan Smith, 313. It's going to be hard to stop. Butters couldn't quite go with him throughout yesterday's racing. in the 23 car. He'll start from position number 2, alongside just ahead of Kirkham and Maynard in positions number 21 and 22. They were locked in a fierce battle in race number 2 yesterday, just ahead of Butterfield. Cars just doing an extra formation laps, so 2 formation laps. So it's Butterfield, Nuttall, and then Devonish to round out the field. So a large portion of 2-litre sports sedans and a good field of Pulsars as well. Bit chilly this morning, but strong UV. We're expecting it to be a pretty warm one. Oh, Dan Smith, that's the first mistake he's made all weekend on pit straight just in front of me. Dan Smith, the Pulsar race winner yesterday, twice over, nearly looping it, trying to get temperature into those tyres, and that's exactly what I was saying. There's just very little track temperature out there at the moment. Probably got some dust that's gone down to clean up the oil spillage from the trucks on those tyres, and then as he's tried to get some temperature into the tyres, he has nearly looped it. So just 2 laps. This warm-up, I think, just to assess the situation on exactly where the oil spillage is, just so they know, and just to get rid of some of that dust as well. So not too far away from a race start. As you can see, they're coming around the back section of the course, what we traditionally say is turn 7, 8, 9. The short layout, it is 5, 6 and 7. So, Linda Devlin and Ricketts, as I say, the front 2 had a fierce fight, particularly in race number 1, banging door handles almost every lap, and it ended in tears on a couple of occasions, but somehow they kept it straight and on the road. But yeah, there were sideways and all sorts during the affairs yesterday. It's the number 21 machine, the lovely presented blue Mini, that will start from pole position alongside the car wash, the young car wash sponsored Pulsar. Look at that Nissan Bluebird. Now I should say, because this is the old start straight at Winton, used prior of course to 1997, sort of staggered grid. They're not directly in line with each other. It makes for this great shot from front on. It looks like they're 4 wide, they're not. The Mini and the Pulsar are ahead of the Clio and the little Datsun little Toyota just behind. We await the Pulsars, which are now pulling into position just over the crest of the hill. This camera shot really shows that crest, doesn't it, Dave? That they have to come over on the old pit straight.
It does, and of course we've got the staggered grid formation, one of the long-time traditions of the Winton short track. Tries to keep everyone together nice and tight with the front row left vacant on this occasion. And of course that allows the Pulsars to be nicely tucked away for a separate start. So there'll be a short delay once the 2-litre sports sedans head off. The 5-second signal is displayed to our field. The lights go on. We actually appear to be having a small issue at the moment. National flag goes up and national flag goes down. Talk about historic racing at Winton as the Clio gets a great jump from the second row.
Brilliant start from, Hunter down in turn 1, immediately up to second. We've seen this Devlin in the Mini just doesn't have that performance off the line. But as the race goes on, she will come into her own and really be able to fight back into contention. As the Pulsars also head away down into turn number 1, it's Butters with the best start. And he has taken the lead from Dan Smith, so Smith in fact fighting for position number 2. He just about holds on and keeps Kirkham behind, but really had to fight for that one. For the first time this weekend, it's Butters that heads the field ahead of Smith. As we look back to the fight into the sports sedans, and look at that Nissan Bluebird all over the tail of the Mini. The Mini, I think, just struggling with tyre pressures early on this first lap. And isn't it great to see Nissan Bluebird in all its glory here at Winton?
Of course, a huge fan of the Nissan Bluebirds were the fans at Winton Motor Raceway. A little bit of dust kicks up from the two cars in front. That's as they come through the clean-up from the truck warm-up earlier. So as we complete lap 1 of 10, Ricketts from Hunter, Devlin, Harris, Howard, Pinkerton and McNair is your top 7.
Really good field of cars. You can see the fight out the back. Oh, the Escorts. The Escorts bonnets come up. I'm not sure the bonnet pins have been put on that machine.
No, you can see...
And the Pulsars on the slippery cement dust have gone around. We've lost 1, 2 machines there, including the number 9, who's a front runner in the class. That's Maynard, who was fighting for a podium yesterday and looped it at the final turn. And same with the number 10 machine of Nuttall as well. So plenty of action there. Look at the Bluebird trying to get a good exit, but 2 sideways, and that's cost him momentum down the straight. That's going to allow Devlin to hold on. But look, both of these two are catching up to the Renault Clio of Hunter just ahead.
So Ricketts with an 11.0 on that opening lap opened up a 0.9 second gap through the first lap and already out to 1 point.
Another one's around. The number 13 machine. They do not like this. That's Howard, former champion in the 2-litre sports sedans. Looping it, it just looks so treacherous, and the Pulsars are about to come through there once again. This is the fight for second position. Smith back on the tail. In fact, there's been a change of position there. Smith has fallen behind the number 71 of Kirkham off camera, and Butters has fallen down to 3rd, so it's all changed. So it's 71 at the head of the field, Kirkham from Smith, and Butters has fallen down to 3rd in class. So a bit of change early on in this Pulsar race, but it's the number 71 of Kirkham on screen that leads the pink and black car of Dan Smith, who has won the first 2 races of the weekend in Pulsars.
So lucky for those competitors to spin on the dust, admittedly at a low enough speed that they did manage to make the speed attenuation barriers at the exit of what would normally be turn 2, but it is the final corner. So much energy in such a small confined space. Declan Kirkham has the number 313 of Smith up the inside. So that's a change for the lead in the Pulsars. They're chasing down Howard in the Lightning Locksmiths entry. Of course, the Lock Dock has helped out a number of members of the Victorian motorsport community when they've been locked out of their premises.
A lot of curb usage there from Kirkham compared to Smith, and he's got a nice run through there. And they're both going to fly past the 2-litre sports sedan, are they? No, just don't have the top end speed of that machine just ahead. And that just shows how fast these 2-litre sports sedans are. Here we go, this is the fight for second in 2-litre sports sedans, and Hunter coming under real pressure. Hunter had a brilliant round here earlier on in the year, but he's coming under pressure.
So this is actually the battle for the lead. So something's happened to Ricketts while we were following another Pulsar battle. The Pulsar that was at the front of the race has dropped back from 1st down to 4th. So it's Clio versus Mini versus Nissan Nissan Bluebird, and then Nissan Pulsar in 4th.
Yeah, you can see Ricketts is catching back up, so yeah, that's happened off camera. Set the fast lap of the race there last time through. He's cut the margin back down, so yeah, not sure exactly where that's occurred, but this is now a 4-car scrap for the lead. Very much what we saw in race 1 yesterday. But this time it's Hunter at the front of the field. Although Devlin has closed the gap, Linda's going to have a look, but Hunter defends down into turn number 5. This is awesome racing, and again defending underneath the gum tree. If Linda can hold it around the outside, she'll have the inside for the next corner. They're cocking up wheels, both of these 2 little hatchbacks. Or up the inside, I think Ricketts is having a little bit of a look there at the Bluebird. In fact, they're both having a look. Here comes Linda up the inside of Hunter, and then further back the Pulsar has got Harris. So Ricketts ahead of Harris and up to 3rd. And Devlin takes the race lead as well. You're hand gesturing next to me. What are you spied through that chicane?
So Linda had to get that move done early on in the chicane because she had to make sure that she could continue to stick to the clean racing line. They couldn't afford to run side by side through the last corner and have someone running over that cement dust where the oil cleanup from the super trucks was. You know, it's that difference between the 1.6 litre turbo, more torque, a little bit harder to get off the line, versus the normally aspirated 2 litre engine aboard the Clio. But both very short wheelbases, front wheel drive, pitch the nose, pitch all the weight onto the nose under heavy braking, turn it in, cocks up the inside wheel. We have memories of watching Group N historic touring car racing with a little bit of trail braking, and the wheel goes up in the air and it stops, and then it sits back down to the ground and gets going again, as we see here. So it's Devlin from Hunter, Ricketts in third, and Harris holding station in the first of the rear-wheel drive cars in fourth.
Indeed. Look at that. The Pulsar looks awesome. This Pulsar being severely modified compared to the rest of the Pulsar. So to put it into comparison, Ricketts has done his fastest lap of 1:06.2. The fastest time in the actual Pulsar class, a 1:09.7. So yeah, a good few seconds faster out there on the racetrack in this Pulsar, and applying the pressure, the blowtorch to the tail of that Clio. Immaculately presented the number 89 machine. So they file into turn number 5. Slightly compromised line there, holding a bit more of an inside line, whereas both Ricketts and Harris further behind, using a bit more of the road entering turn number 5.
So many different choices of lines. You can use the camber of the road to your advantage. Some cars with a lot of entry understeer, having to stab the brakes, load the nose up, get the rear flicked around, and things you can adjust in these front-wheel drive cars. You know, tyre pressures play such an amazing difference in cars that are very closely controlled in terms of allowing the tyres to, you know, if as you start to understeer later in the race, if the rear tyres come up, that means you'll have less rear grip and the car will pitch and rotate more towards the end of the race. As we see, very late entry for Hunter there, whereas Ricketts a much more traditional racing line in the Pulsar, which of course normally runs in under 2 litre improved production racing up in New South Wales, supported by Jordan Cox and the track school team.
See there that Devlin making her way through back marker traffic, and these three will have to do the same. So they've caught the back of the Pulsar field. And here we go, move for position. Harris up the inside of Ricketts, not quite able to make it stick under brakes. And now the Pulsar in sports sedans overtakes, or laps I should say, the number 10 Pulsar in the Pulsar division.
Oh no, I've just spotted out the window of the commentary box. We've had 2 cars make contact on the exit of the final corner, and that is the number 15 of Sharon Stipkovic. That's heavily made contact with another car there, buried out of sight. Those cars got together. I just caught it. Never want to see this happening as the checkered flag gets ready to wave. And Linda Devlin's making her way back in already. Checkered flag waves. What a mess at the end of that. So Ricketts from Hunter and Harris is your top 3 for the under 2 litre sports sedan race.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they're going to... I think Devlin thought the race had finished there. Linda Devlin's entered the lane as a result, I believe. Oh, there's another car involved, hidden down in the corner of the screen.
So our cameraman did manage to catch this on the Blendline TV. So there's Howard. So Sharon's spun all of her own volition and just caught the Datsun there. Unfortunately, the door's so stoved in, I can't catch the number on the car.
And that happened right in front of the leader in Pulsars as well, so Kirkham had to take evasive action. And that's allowed Dan Smith into the lead in the Pulsar class, and he's crossed the line in the lead there. So a fair bit of change at the end of that one. So according to our screens, Ricketts has taken the race victory from Hunter, but I think it's all, there's a bit of conversation to be had, because I think Hunter slowed down to pass the stationary vehicles or the crashed cars, and through came Ricketts and Devlin came into the lane. So I think there's a lot to investigate there post-race. And yeah, I think Dan Smith, though, is the victor in the Pulsars ahead of Butchers and Kirkham. Those three having a race-long battle in that one. But I'm seeing some of the margins of Howard, Talbot, very, very tight, 0.02 of a second. But there's plenty to be cleared up down at turn number 2, or the final corner as it is on this Shorten Winton layout?
It is the nature of short track racing on the little bull rings. We had the leaders of the outright class catching the back of the Pulsars. At the same time, we had the front of the Pulsars catching the back of the 2-litre sports sedans. So these two intersections of different parts of the field happening simultaneously. And unfortunately, you just don't get a chance to take a breath here at Winton, and a very small mistake there for Sharon Stipkovic can have very large consequences, both for her and for other unfortunate integrated bystanders. So the under 2-litre sports stands will peel off back via the return road back to the paddock. Coming up next will be the hyper races, which of course have been an amazing addition to the VMRC and the Victorian motorsport landscape. The budget open wheeler category has really come on leaps and bounds and offers really exciting racing at an affordable cost, doesn't it, Dan?
It certainly does. It's been very popular, and we've seen grids steadily growing over the last couple of years. We've got a good field of 10 here this weekend, and we've had some famous names race in the series already this year. Zach Best actually drove at Winton a couple of rounds ago and did a good job. Of course, now racing this weekend over at Sandown in the Sandown 500 alongside Supercars champion of years gone by, James Courtney. So brilliant to have names like Zach Best race in this category. And yeah, it's a real proving ground for youngsters that want to go places in open wheelers in the future. And yeah, it's also a category you can see some youngsters coming through, but also for gentleman drivers as well.
Yes, of course, Chris Jewell, one of the biggest exponents of that category, has been singing its praises on social media far and wide. Maybe not quite operating at the same level of outright speed as some of the other front runners in the hyper racer category, but definitely something to look forward to. The AM and the Pro. It's almost a little bit like a miniature GT race. We've got some pros, we've got some AMs, we've got some Pro-Ams in there. Really great to see the mix and variety here on the VMRC program. We've got the Winton Motor Raceway safety crew on there. Sharon Stipkovic's car being loaded onto the tilt tray. Once again, a huge shout out to all of our volunteer officials. Just a shame that their clean up at the exit of what will become turn 2 when we go back to the long track is unfortunately going to be extended just that little bit longer as we get set for hyper racer racing. The clean-up crew having to do a double duty at the start of the under 2-litre race and at the end of the under 2-litre race.
So we got another 2 races on this short track before the track change back to the long track that most of you know very well. So hyper races on the short track and super trucks on the short track as well. So plenty of action. Of course, the big one, the Winton 300 at 2:30 local time. We'll be back after this short break. I'm here with Damien Hunter, who's a front runner in the 2-litre sports sedans. It's a great category you're involved in. You've been involved for quite a number of years, I understand.
Yeah, that's correct, Dan. This has been our first run at the championship. I've popped in here and there, during the last few years, and turned up and had a couple of runs. But this is our first full crack at the championship this year. So it's a great category, good cheap racing, and budget compared to some of the other categories out there, that's for sure.
It's been an emotional year for you, of course. You got on the back of your car, did it for Dale, and his name's on the side. For you, the results this year must mean that bit more. Talk us through Dale and what he meant to you.
Yeah, Joshy, just talking about him, mate, it brings a tear to my eye, but I know he'll be looking down on us now and he'll be really supporting us. And Joshy and I were really good mates. We raced hard together, and off the track it was just, he's really missed around here, and and yeah, doing it for daily.
In terms of the category, we were just saying how close and exciting it is. How did you get involved in the first place, and why 2-litre sports sedans?
Yeah, well, that's a great question, Dan. So I started off as a pit crew member for my boss when I was a 14-year-old apprentice motor mechanic. He was racing in sports sedans, and then continued on. Like, I just loved it. I'd turn up to race meetings, polishing wheels, and helping out as much as I could. Then Dad Dad and I, we got involved in a car club and started in little front-wheel drive Ford lasers and did motor carners and sprints and all that sort of stuff, and just progressed. And I think my love for sports sedans has come from those years. They're just so exciting, the modifications and rules are pretty slim compared to many other categories. And I loved it. I bought a under 2-litre sports sedan, Datsun Stanza. Had some issues with that car, and I decided to put a turbo on it as a 19, 20-year-old kid. I'm like, I just want to go fast, and then unreliability. And one of my mates, he left the country and just went on like a gap year program, and he had this little Clio sitting in his backyard, and he goes, mate, if anyone's going to do anything with it, you will. And I was just going to clean it up and sell it for him, and and I did a few laps in it, and here she is, and she's a different beast. Yeah, that's for sure.
Oh, awesome story, and best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Dan. Thanks a lot, Blendline. Great work, and let's go get him in the next one.
That was Damien Hunter there talking with myself yesterday, and he did a great job in that first race. The day led a fair portion of it, coming home just short in the end of the drag race to the line. Of course, cleaning up that incident down at turn number 2, or on the short track, the final turn, with 2 cars being involved there, so we won't be too far away. But up next, Hyper Races. Callum Brannigan is alongside myself for this one. Callum, these machines are quite unique to Australian motorsport.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, everybody around the track and tuning in from home on Blendline TV, coming to you live and free on the YouTube channel and the Facebook page. We hope you're enjoying Grassroots Motorsport at its very best here for round 4 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships here at a picturesque Winton Motor Raceway. It looks absolutely resplendent today. And where would you rather be? You can see a huge amount of enthusiasm from all of the fans, competitors throughout the paddock and around the circuit. And we hope everybody's enjoying the huge variety of motorsport we've got to offer today, including the big one, the Winton 300, the endurance race that we are all here for. But we are treated to all of these wonderful support categories, including the Australian Hyper Racer Championship, which are going to make their way out onto the track in just a few moments. We've just got a delay on screen, as you can see. They're running out of oil soak, I dare say, because there's been a lot of oil thrown onto the track at what will be in the long configuration turns 1 and 2, and a huge amount of work from the marshals to get that cleaned up. But luckily, we've got some of these Hyper Racer X1 cars coming out very shortly with full ground effect, so they will quickly dispatch of the dust and dirt into the air when they're circulating at a rapid rate of knots, because they are very fast cars. They're incredibly quick. A very short lap time of around 55 seconds for the front runners in Australian Hyper Racer Championship. So starting grid on screen. On pole position, we've got Dean Croak in the number 4 entry, starting from pole position. He's alongside Damon Sterling in the number 26 entry. Hamish Leighton in 3rd position alongside Luke Claver, who In the number 58 entry yesterday, Dan had a wonderful return to form after a, let's say, chaotic start to the race where we saw some contact going into turn 1, but it was a good effort by Luke to recover that because, as I understand, it has championship implications for his return drive.
Yes, it is a really, really tight championship, as you say. Had an incident down there at turn number 1. Fell all the way to the back of the field, but made his way, brilliant recovery drive, up to 4th position. And that means he holds the championship lead over Damon Sterling by just 2 points heading into this race. And further 4 points behind is the pole sitter Dean Crook. So, yeah, the top 3 in the championship separated by just 6 points. So, a lot to play out here today, not only for the round win, but also for the championship lead. As we will continue to go through the grid. Following that, we have Brad Bond in the number 77 machine himself, making a recovery drive in race number 1 alongside John Crook. Nico French had dramas in the second race yesterday. He will come out of position number 7 ahead of Bastian Treptel. Then rounding out the 10 driver field, we have Bradley Smith and Hardy Kuhn. So we're not too far away from a race start now. As we can see, the recovery vehicles at turn 2 have moved out of the way. We're just putting a bit more dust down between turns 1 and 2. That's where we had the truck oil leak earlier on today. And there is the ute you can see just behind going over with the brush. It's a really thorough process, this one. They're well trained, the officials, the volunteer officials. They know what they're doing. And we can see exactly that being put into action. There's not 1, but 2 utes. They know what they're doing, as I say, here at Winton Motor Raceway. Really good to see, and we won't be too far away from a restart. These machines, Callum, they're quite, as we say, they're very, very fast. Ground effect machines, motorbike engines. They're quite something to behold. When you, if you haven't seen them on the track before, they're quite something to watch, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely, and they're just over 400 kilos depending on what sort of trim you are. Talking about the driver, that's the spacer between the wheel and the seat, as our good mate Dave Amor would refer to. Hope he's tuning in and enjoying all of the action live and free on Blendline TV from home. But an incredibly light car, so just over 400 kilos with a screaming Suzuki Hayabusa engine behind the driver. They must feel absolutely scintillating as it's screaming through the rev range, and it makes all the right sounds as well. It actually reminds me a little bit of the old V8 engines in the back of Formula 1 cars from the 80s and the early 90s as well. So they make the right noise, and just a scotch over 400 kilos with that amount of power means that these things go from 0 to 100 kilometres an hour in 3 seconds with a top speed, or a quoted top speed, of around 230 to 235 kilometres per hour. Obviously, they're not going to be doing those sorts of speeds around the tight, technical Winton Motor Raceway today, but the fact that, as you alluded to before, Dan, they've got a huge amount of ground effects and downforce in their just standard trim. Obviously, they've dialed that up for the Winton Motor Raceway, and a fat set of slick tyres as well. Big set of brakes, sequential gearbox going through the rev range. I can't imagine what these things are like steering around the Winton Motor Raceway. There must be an absolute bundle of joy, and obviously the drivers have voted with their feet. We've got 10 entries here this weekend. And it's also about affordability as well. So it is an approachable form of motorsport, is the Australian Hyper Racer Championship with these wonderful little X1 cars. It's all about affordability, and it's also about ease and making it nice and easy for the teams, drivers, or if you are just a driver on your own, loading the car onto the trailer, driving up the Hume Freeway, coming to Winton Motor Raceway. You can unload it, work on it entirely on your own, hop into it, have a session, come back out, do a nut and bolt check, and you can basically... It caters for anyone. So you can have a team, an army behind you working tirelessly behind the scenes to get these cars going or trying to optimise their speed, but it's not necessary. It can cater for just a single driver slash mechanic if they want to come out and have some fun. And these things look like a huge amount of fun. And as I believe, there's a few agents internationally as well. So there's a lot of interest internationally in these cars. But domestically, it's good to see that these cars... You got 10, for example, here for round 4 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championship. 8 laps in duration is the race, of course, Dan, and you can see it's looking like they're getting to the end of the clean-up operation, so we can't be too far away from getting these cars out on the track. But I'm looking forward to seeing the plumes of dust being thrown up coming out of the final sequence of turns onto the old main straight.
Certainly made the racing in 2-litre sports sedans and pulsars exciting on these the opening couple of laps. You saw a few spins down here at this turn. If cars ran a little bit wide and on the dust, they were slip sliding away. So yeah, we hope we don't see that with the ground effects. It'll certainly throw the dust in the air behind them, so that'll be interesting. So yeah, these cars full ground effects, similar to, of course, what Formula One is once again these days, and what Formula One was, of course, in the early 80s as well. So the 2-litre sports sedans we just saw, they were mighty fast, but they were lapping around 65 seconds, around there or thereabouts. These cars around 55 seconds, these leaders. So they were fast, the 2-litre sports sedans, no doubt about that. But these are next level fast. And you were talking about the price to enter this, to compete in this category as a affordable motor racing series. I think speed for your buck, I think there's probably no better category in the nation currently.
Oh, absolutely. And highly tunable as well. So, and there's a huge amount of information available online. If you go to the website hyperracer.com, you can find out more information and follow the various links to whatever information you would like to find out about these cars. But there is a terrific amount of literature online available for you if you do want to find out more information. So we encourage you to go to hyperracer.com to find out more information. So as we get closer to the start of this 8-lap race, we're just going to throw to a quick ad break, and we'll be back in a few moments.
We are back for round 4 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championship. Hypercars have gone out onto the track, so race number 3 of their weekend. We taught you through the grid, but just a quick refresher. 2-time race winner this weekend, Crook, will come out of pole position alongside Sterling, and then ahead of Leighton, Claver, Bond, John Crook, French, Treptel, Smith, and Kern. So we're not too far away from a start. I think we're going to have an extra formation lap, as we saw in the 2-litre sports sedans, just so these cars can work out exactly where this cement dust is, of course. It's going to be treacherous, going to be really, really tricky. Look at that. The plumes of dust coming out the back. It's like they're driving through the rain at Spa or something like that. So it's quite remarkable, and it shows the downforce of these machines. So yes, the Hyundai Kona is at the head of the 10 cars, and we are expecting... Oh, we've had a spinner at the last turn, the first turn, I should say. That's the number 38 machine of Kern, so he'll get that back on the track. Or will he? I can see a hand raised. Has he stalled the machine? I think he has.
Like he's indicating he needs a bit of assistance here. So you can see the number 38 machine clean, cameras backed. Hyper Racer X1 is stranded exactly where you don't want it to be. That is plumb on the racing line. And he's having a few issues trying to fire up the car once again, or is he trying to select a gear? So he's just creeping it forward, which is helpful when you're trying to engage a gear in a box of neutrals, unfortunately. And how is he going here? So they're dispatching some Winton safety crew. You can see in the background there in the Nissan Navara, working tirelessly so far this morning. In fact, we've got 2 Nissan Navaras on the scene. Oh no, it's a Ford Ranger as well. So we've got 2 units on the scene to assist. And they'll get this one sorted out nicely. So I wouldn't anticipate this should hold up proceedings too much. If needs be, I dare say race control can send the safety car around for another sighting lap. In fact, they might even try and go for a race start this time around if they can get the car of Kun back up and running, which he can indeed. So wonderful work there from the marshals. Take a bow. Huge congratulations and a huge thanks to the marshals who have been flat out all morning dealing with all sorts of oil soaks, a couple of incidents. And we are being told that the safety car lights are out in anticipation for a race start.
Yes, unfortunately, I don't think Kern will catch up to the back of the field, but the other 9 will get ready for the start of this race. This is going to be awkwardly treacherous. So the guys on the inside there, number 4 and number 19 are on the cement dust at that turn, and these guys are on it for the... So everyone will have dirty tyres heading into turn number 1. We are underway as they roar down to the first turn. Side by side, a little bit further back, that's the number 58 of Claver and Leighton side by side. These are the 2 that made contact at turn 1 yesterday, but this time they get through unscathed, and all 9 of them have as well. That is great news. But the top 2 already pulling away a little bit. That's the Crook and Sterling duo. And across the line comes the 38 machine up the inside. Oh, a bit of contact there. I think we've got away with it unscathed though, but that was a big look up the inside. Claver on Leighton, but couldn't quite make it stick. As we say, championship lead can change here this afternoon. A bit of hand gesture. Somebody's slowing, I think, on the back straight. Is it the number 88 machine? I think it is, of John Crook. And up the inside comes French. So French gets Treptoll. It's all happening in the mid-pack. Look at how dusty and dirty this is. It's basically like wet weather almost, isn't it? They have no grip through that section, of course.
Extremely little grip indeed. Obviously, it's a slow-speed corner, so they can't lean on the full ground effects that they generate in terms of downforce and forcing those tyres into the ground. They're on a set of Hankook's slicks in these cars, and around the outside there, there was a wonderful move there. So that
was Bond on Crook.
On the way through in the number 77 car. That was a very clinical move around the outside. It made it look a little bit too easy there. And meanwhile, it looks like Crook in the number 88. That's John Crook, who is, he's again gesticulating to the right, enabling drivers just to go past nice and easily. He doesn't want to make life too hard for the drivers, realising that there is a bit of a pace difference, or he's nursing perhaps just a tiny issue that he is aware of. These drivers are hyper aware of their surroundings, so when they're plugged into these cars, they're strapped in nice and tightly. They've got a really good feel for the car. You can feel the vibrations from the engine behind going through the gears. You can basically feel everything, especially when you're going over the sawtooth curbing on corner exits. It must be quite an experience, but these drivers know these cars better than anyone else, so they'll realise exactly what they've got underneath them, how hard they can press on, and where to put the pressure on their fellow drivers. But at the head of the field, it's the Director of Engineering for Hyper Racer itself, Dean Crook, with a 58 flat on that opening lap. So there is a bit of a pace deficit in compared to yesterday, but obviously with the amount of oil being thrown down onto the track, the amount of dust, oil soak, all sorts of things being thrown onto the track in an effort to get it back to a safe working condition is detrimental to lap times at the moment. But Crook doing a fantastic job, 1.5 seconds clear of Sterling in second position. Number 27 on screen, this is Treptoll, enjoying a great battle with Smith, I believe it is, in the number 74 car just behind. I'm still trying to catch up with the short track configuration, the club track configuration, Dan. Just over 2 kilometres. I'm not used to seeing the cars go straight on where they would normally turn left at turn 10 and then through the final sequence of corners onto the short main straight. So this is a great little battle unfolding in this morning's 8-lap race.
Certainly is. This is the closest battle on the racetrack at the moment. And Crook has just continued to drop a couple of places. John Crook down to position number 9 now, ahead of Kern in 10th in the 38 machine. So we believe a couple of these names. So Jewel is not leading. He's not here this weekend. That is Dean Crook in that car, the number 4 machine. So he continues to lead and pull away. 1.1 seconds the margin as they come across the line once again. Laps are flying by, and they continue to get faster and faster and faster as the race goes on. And generally the fastest laps of the race are set right at the end. That time through it was Sterling that was faster. He's taken the fastest lap of the race. Got the margin down to a second. It's a lot less than that now as they navigate the lap traffic. He is right on his tail. So they are now nose to tail, line astern as they head under the gum tree and into the 3rd hairpin. Awesome racing early on this morning. Oh, a little bit sideways there from Crook. Not going to leave him too vulnerable. Look at that head-on shot with the sunlight. It almost looks like Formula 1 in the 80s, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And the sound as well with those screaming Suzuki Hayabusa engines just behind the driver. They make all of the right sounds and they look awesome, don't they, with that massive rear diffuser. Full ground effect on these cars, so the harder they tip it into the turns, the more speed, the braver they are, the more willing they are to take more speed without washing off too much under brakes, of which the brakes are extremely capable as well, taking a lot of pace on when they smash the brake pedal into these corners. And you can't believe how late these cars are actually braking. It's about the 50-metre mark basically every single corner, which when you take into account the speeds that they are doing and they're achieving around the Winton Motor Raceway is quite impressive. This battle at the head of the field still rages on. So Dan Crook from Damon Sterling. Crook in the lead at the moment, and he's doing a good job defending from Damon, who's just behind in the number 26 entry. Now, the gap has closed down ever so slightly, so it's just about 0.6 of a second as they're coming up to commence the penultimate lap of this race. It goes by extremely quickly, it must be said, Dan. Just under 8 minutes for an 8-lap racing duration with these cars. So fast is the lap time with these tiny little cars. But you're in for a treat because very shortly we're going from the smallest cars here, or one of the smallest cars, as part of the support categories here this weekend for round 4 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships. We're going to the biggest. We're going to the Australian Super Trucks, which are coming out for their opening competitive outing for the day. So basically you couldn't get 2 more different racing machines at Winton Motor Raceway. You got the fastest going to the biggest and heaviest.
Yes, we often say, you can't find 2 more different categories. You really could not find 2 more different categories if you tried. It's going to be pretty bonkers, the speed difference. This lead margin continues to shrink. It's now just over half a second as we commence the final lap. I've just done some quick points calculations. You'll not believe it. We'll have a tie for the lead of the series, 166 for Claver and Sterling, and Crook will be on 165. 1 point separating the top 3 in the championship. And this is round 4. They've had 2 rounds already at Winton and a round at Calder. We're midway through round 4 and the top 3 in the standings separated by 1 point if it stays the way it is. But that's not a certainty at the moment, as we can see Sterling is right on the tail of Crook in this middle sector on the final lap of the race. He's running out of overtaking opportunities though now as each corner goes by. He's only got 3 more corners, the 90-degree corners that finish the short Winton layout. I don't think it's going to quite be enough on this occasion. I think Crook is going to hold on, but by the skin of his teeth. He makes it through the cement dust, no problem at all, and he will greet the checker flag first. Great victory. That's now 3 out of 3 for the weekend, and he actually set the fastest lap of the race on that final lap at 55.3 and said to Sterling, nah, sorry mate, you didn't quite have it on this occasion. So it is Sterling that comes home in position number 2, just 0.8 behind. And then the gap to Claver, quite large in the end, 14.8 seconds. Claver, unfortunately, about 1.5 seconds slower than the leading 2. Look at those 3, very close across the line in the end. That was Leighton, French and Bond in the battle for 4th position, but it stayed as it was as they commenced that final lap. Quite an entertaining affair, Callum Nelson, but as you say, 8 laps in these cars just goes by like the flick of a light switch.
8.5 minutes has actually just ticked over, so the leaders completed the race in less than 8 minutes, which is just incredible. So good racing this morning for the Australian Hyper Racer Championship. Implications in that last race, given how close it is at the top of the field, but the battle rages on between Dean Crook and Damon Sterling. So Dan Crook takes out the race victory in the number 4 entry ahead of Damon Sterling. Luke Claver making his way up to 3rd position. He'll be happy with that one after a chaotic race 2 yesterday evening. Hamish Layton in 4th position. Nico French up into 5th position as well, so he was in that gaggle of cars across the start-finish stripe. Very close finish there for Nico and doing a great job to charge up to P5. Brad Bond up into 6th position. Treptel in 7th. John Crook in 8th position. Smith in 9th position. And Kuhn rounding out the top 10. That was race 3. Australian Hyper Racer Championship. Coming up next, we have the Australian Super Trucks, but we're going to take a break up here in the commentary box and catch our breath, and we're getting ready for another massive Super Truck race. We've been looking forward to this all morning, Dan. I can't wait.
Going to be great.
Down here in Australian Super Trucks land, this is Steve Zammit, and he is the custodian of this Kenworth sitting behind us. Now, firstly, for viewers who are unfamiliar with Australian Super Truck racing, could you just give us a brief technical overview of perhaps starting with the engine, like horsepower figures, torque figures, things like that?
Yep, so they all start out as a normal road-going truck, and then we soup them up. So this has got an old big cam Cummins in it. So standard, this engine's probably about 400 odd horsepower. So we get about 1,500 out of this now with 2 turbochargers, about 80 pound of PSI boost, lots of fuel, and yeah, we just go racing with it and have a bit of fun.
What about gearbox configuration? Is there much changed from a road-going truck to a racing one?
Yeah, so this is actually like a normal truck on the highway. I'll probably run an 18-speed Road Ranger or something like that, whereas we're running a 5-speed automatic Allison. There are some guys in our field that still run the Road Rangers, but yeah, we just basically play with a little bit of mains pressure, and so it bangs into gear nice and hard, and yeah, it just keeps going. So yes, there's nothing much really standard out on the trucks other than the shape and the look of it. So yeah.
So, Blendline TV viewers at home will be familiar with the tyre squeal of these massive tyres as you're chucking it into the turns. What sort of tyre? Is it a control spec tyre for the series?
Yeah, we do actually have race tyres. So a long time ago they used to make a tyre called a Continental, which they stopped making. They've got another couple of different brands like a Goodyear, but currently we're using a tyre that was developed with our series. Now it's used all over the world, which is a GT tyre. And so far that I've done all the lap records on this track with that tyre on it, and mate, it's fantastic. It doesn't go off. It's got a good hard sidewall on it, mate, and they are a purpose-built race tyre for racing. So you feel pretty safe with them. They last a long time. I'll get nearly a whole season out of back ones, probably 2 race meetings out of a steer. And as long as you don't go a little bit too deep and lock them up, they go all right.
So finally as well, for viewers at home again, and probably myself more interested, what's the spectacle like driving one of these trucks around a racetrack? Because driving a race car around a racetrack is hard enough, let alone something as big as this truck. Could you just describe what that feeling is like?
Okay, so a little bit of my history. I've only ever raced this, so it doesn't feel any different to me. But a lot of guys, I've taken a lot of people for passenger rides in the truck that have raced Porsches and stuff, and they're absolutely blown away at the cornering, the braking, the acceleration. Apart from the sheer factor that our cornering speed might be a little bit slower, because we're handling 5.5 to 6 tonne here, so you can imagine trying to push an elephant around a China store. You know, you don't want to fall off and cause a big mayhem out there, but mate, once you get them handling quite well, the old days in Oran Park, we used to go over around some of the corners just as fast as the V8 supercar of its day and era. So they do actually corner quite quickly. It's like anything, any motorsport. As long as you can do a little bit of tuning with your suspension, mate, you can get them to handle quite well, and they can be a little bit spectacular. And you've got all that horsepower to get it going through the corners and down the straight. So, mate, they're pretty cool to drive.
All right, so a big thank you to Steve Zammit for giving us an overview of your truck.
No worries at all. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Steve Zammit for chatting to Callum Brannigan, and he starts on pole position for this. We just saw hyper races. Now for something completely different. Here we go. Looking forward to this one. They turned on a real show yesterday. Zammit makes a good start as they head down towards turn number 1. Noonan in the 42 truck is having a little bit of a look for second position, but he's not going to have any luck there. Can't see too much now, heading down to turn number 2. That's the way it is in trucks quite often. But look at this, you can see them on the exit. It is Zammit that leads from Smith in second position, and then Noonan up to third position ahead of Prielwitz. So that's change of position for third. And look at the little small lightweight class truck. That's Lachlan Fern on the tail of the 31 machine. So 31 and 32 as they head down into the hairpin. The championship leader is in the red Mack truck. So that bright red machine had a really a difficult qualifying. Didn't make it out for qualifying yesterday. Oh, off the track, that shoots. Going around the outside of one of the big trucks. He's made the move despite having 2 wheels through the grass. He's made it stick. Brilliant piece of driving there from Shoots.
If you don't have space on the track, you make it, and you make do with what you've got. Have a look at the dust as they come charging down towards the final sequence of corners. Side by side, it's extremely tight at this part of the track, but Shoots there ducking back in behind the Fern truck. This is a great battle between 2 different classes of truck, a big heavy one versus a much lightweight truck. Clean start for the Australian Super Trucks for race 2 of the championship. We've had a handful of races yesterday, mostly around the team's championship, but it looks like the number 13 machine being driven by Butwell still having a few mechanical dramas by the looks of it. It just isn't quite on song in terms of charging its way through the field like we have seen so far this weekend, but nonetheless it's great to see it still circulating out there at the moment. On screen right now is Prielwitz closing the gap onto Noonan. It's surprising how deep under brakes these massive trucks can go. They're incredibly quick around the Winton Motor Raceway, and as Steve Zammit alluded to earlier, the mid-corner speed is very impressive when you take into account it's quite a handy technical package on a set of racing tyres, plenty of torque, a lot of noise. It is a spectacular racing spectacle to behold.
Yeah, Shoots was just highlighting that, and again he is at the back of the shot sliding out sideways. But this is a good battle for third position. Noonan's got a bit sideways on the exit, and a good run there for Prielwitz, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to do anything with it in his Mack truck. Yes, he is. He's going to have a big send, not quite able to stick it up there. He certainly showed the nose, but thought better of it in the end. He wasn't quite close enough, but he is now within reach. He is now close enough as Noonan understeers around the final corner. Prielwitz is a little bit further back. He lost a bit of ground through those 90-degree corners, but Noonan again understeering down there into turn number 1. He's certainly been fighting that number 42 truck all weekend long, and you can see him sideways out of turn number 2 as well. Butwell looks like he's regrouped a little bit, and he's on the back of the 96 truck. 96, of course, Amoroso was the one that had the massive oil spillage down at turn number 1 and turn number 2 earlier on this morning. Or turn 1 and 2 on the big layout, the final couple of corners. So I'm amazed that truck is fixed now. Oh, there's a truck off. There's a truck off in the infield, I could see. Can't quite see which one it is from here. But he's got a long trip back onto the racetrack. That is for sure. These trucks have such momentum. They fly off the circuit. And, Zammit is it? Zammit, I'm hearing in my ear, Zammit, the race leader, has thrown it away all by himself. He had a massive lead, 3 seconds, and he's lost it by himself. Noonan's gone off the track as well. He's lost out to the number 32 machine of Lachlan Fern in the lightweight truck as they come onto the pit straight. So the number 32 in the lightweight division, Noonan looking up the inside, and he'll make the move stick. I reckon. No, he's locked the rears. He's hit the lightweight truck of Lachlan Fern, who's taken to the gravel trap. He's going to get back on, but there's 3 trucks now trying to occupy the same piece of real estate. Amoroso's lost it coming onto the pit straight as well. There's trucks flying everywhere midway through this race. It's all happening on the circuit, but it's Smith that leads at the moment. His gap 7 seconds. He's stayed out of all the trouble. Everybody else is tripping over themselves. Amoroso's got his truck back going, but he's got some damage at the front, and he is now at the tail of the field. as we see the fight continue between Noonan, Lachlan Fern, and the other truck behind now, that is Robert Fern in the 23 truck. So this is the fight for third position as we see Smith come into the final sequence of corners. Checkered flag at the ready. Well, they certainly turned it on late in this race, that's for certain. And it's going to be Smith who is going to greet the checkered flag first. He takes victory in race number 2 of the Super Trucks Championship. Pruitt's as well stayed out of trouble to finish in position number 2 ahead of the recovering Noonan. Lachlan Fern took the win in the lightweight class, and number 23 Robert Fern in 5th. Shoots, and then Botwell. I just don't think that red Mack truck is performing the way he'd like this weekend. As we say, a runaway really championship leader this season, but round 3 so far has not been too kind to him. Zammit, we await to see if that truck is still going. It is. I can see it come around the final couple of corners. Oh, that tyre barrier has been quite badly damaged. I think there may be a bit of tyre bundle repair work to do after this race. Zammit crosses the line in 8th position ahead of the 2-3-1 truck. That's Riley Fern. And then the final truck, that's Amoroso, who hit that wall last time through. Look at the crowd applauding the truck who limps across the line. Amoroso, although 62 seconds down on the race leader, was on the lead lap and will record points for 10th position. Well, that was certainly an entertaining affair, a shortened affair because of that damage that we can see. Only 4 laps in the end, but we will get that repaired and we will get back on with all the action at the Nations Action Track. I'll just run you through the results once again before we go to a break. So it was Smith that took the race victory from Prilwitz. Noonan finishing 3rd, rounding out the top 3, rounding out the podium positions. Then we had Lachlan Fern, Robert Fern, Mark Shoots. Then we had Butwell, Zammit, Fern and Amoroso. The timing that you saw on the Blendline TV coverage, that was a lap previous. That's not the 4-lap distance. That was taken at 3 laps. So results are slightly different there. But we could see the trucks entering the paddock. You can see they are just behind where the bus is on the left-hand side. That's where the trucks are located this weekend. There's the updated results. So Shannon Smith, 7.4 seconds ahead of Marcus Pruitt. Mark Noonan rounding out the top 3. Lachlan Fern, Robert Fern, Mark Shoots. Barry Botwell coming home in 7th from Stephen Zammit. Riley Fern and Frank Amoroso. Well, Stephen Zammit will be kicking himself. He had an almost certain victory and threw it off the road all by himself. Costly mistake there. The reigning champion coming home in a lowly 8th position. Well, we've got a bit of barrier work to repair, and we will also be converting back to the usual 3-kilometre layout now. So we'll be back with round 4 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships after this quick break. Up next, after the track change, we have XL Masters, the iconic and legendary legend cars. Then the Vic Sports cars for your supercars, your Lamborghinis, your Porsches and the like. Then we got the XL Trophy, the Winton 300 warm-up and much, much more. The big headline act, the Winton 300, that's on at 2:30 local time. And if you enjoyed your truck action, well, there's a couple more truck races to come. The next one at 11:50. We'll be back after this short break.
Very good morning to you. Welcome to Winton Motor Raceway. We are here for round 4 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships. And as you can see, it is absolutely beautiful weather conditions for today's main event, the Winton 300 endurance race, coming up to you later on this afternoon at 2:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. My name is Callum Brannigan, and I'm joined alongside by Dave Stillwell, who has very happily lent his time this weekend to be the pit lane reporter. Welcome, Dave.
Well, thanks for having me. And of course, a huge shout out to everyone tuned in on Blendline TV, both domestically and all around the globe. Of course, we have a huge following on the Blendline TV YouTube channel. Of course, this event being streamed live and free on behalf of Winton Motor Raceway, the Benalla Auto Club and the AASA here this weekend. Such a storied history, the Winton 300. Started off in the 80s as a production car race and it's continued through to this day. And of course, what an amazing bevy of support category action we've had so far this weekend, including the Winton 300 qualifying session, the qualifying race and the top 10 shootout to close out yesterday's action.
Obviously, with the qualifying race, it threw up a few surprises, but not as many surprises as we saw in the top 10 shootout. Somebody pulled out a massive wooden spoon and stirred the pot in terms of the starting order. And there's a couple of surprises and incredibly close finishes too. Fine margins for the starting for pole position.
Definitely. And of course, we love a storyline in Winton 300 history. We love a storyline in grassroots motorsport. And what an amazing thing to see with, we remember those titanic battles in the 90s and 2000s between, the Japanese powerhouses in World Rally Championship rallying that led to the debut of the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo and, of course, the Subaru Impreza WRX STI. And, of course, it was an Impreza versus Evo front row. The front row decided by just under 0.02 of a second across the line in that top 10 shootout yesterday. So it'll be the McGuinness family aboard their late model Subaru WRX STI. We had a chance to have a look at that car yesterday after pole. So with thanks to our team in the Blendline TV production office, we'll show you that interview now with a very ecstatic Scott McGuinness with his father working away furiously on their Subaru WRX STI. So we're down here in the garage at the Winton Motor Raceway in the pit lane for the Winton 300 with an ecstatic, if slightly camera shy, Scott McGuinness. Scott, now we've grabbed you because you're the least camera shy of the two of you. Your dad's fairly busy under the car prepping it. Talk us through that lap. What sort of skills did you draw on to punch that time out?
Well, actually, it was fairly messy. There was a couple of lock brakes in there too. I flat spotted a tyre, but somehow we managed to pull it together and got the pole.
The lap time gap was only, I think we were debating it in the car, I think it's 1.5 thousandths of a second. That's just in a race that's going to run for 300 kilometres, it's such a tiny margin at the front of the field, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's actually good to see. I think the top three were within a couple of tenths too, so yeah, it's actually good to see. It should be a good race tomorrow, so looking forward to it.
Well, we can take the before shot now, folks. There's nary a scratch on it. Scott did admit there is a couple of witness marks on some of his Michelin slicks. So you've got a plan for tomorrow in terms of where you sit in the divisions. Is it a 1 pit stop, 1.5 pit stop, 2 pit stop race for you guys?
No, we're going for the 1 pit stop. We believe we can make that work for us. So, yeah, the old man will start the race, Trevor, and I'll bring it home. So hopefully hands over a straight car when it comes into my stint. So, yeah.
Fantastic. We'll look forward to seeing Scott bring the car home tomorrow. Look at this beautifully presented WRX STI. Basically, looks very standard from the outside, but all the money's been spent where you'd expect it to be, on the brakes, on the suspension, and a little bit of work on the steering wheel spacer between the seat and the steering wheel. So one of the things the McGuinnesses and the Burgesses in their Evo will be hoping doesn't play out is the deployment of the Winton Motor Raceway safety car, of course, provided by Hyundai. This Kona N, beautifully presented in this in the traditional Hyundai racing blue. Of course, we normally see this out with the High-Tech Oil Super Series. Now, there's another Hyundai in the Winton 300 field, so we'll go for a little bit of a wander down pit lane. Now, Callum, you were mentioning that there's had to be a withdrawal from the Motorsports Training Australia garage in the overnight developments.
Yeah, we saw an unfortunate mechanical issue for that car yesterday during the qualifying race. So we saw it dramatically slow between turns 10 and 11, and it swiftly pulled into pit lane. So they're saying on their social media pages that they've got some issues that they're not able to solve at the track side during a race meeting. You can see it here. It looks absolutely beautiful, doesn't it? Beautifully presented by the Motorsports Training Australia team. And they've got an absolute army of students. They've got about, I reckon, less than just under 20 people turning spanners on this ute, but also the Hyundai Veloster. You can actually see just inside there as well the number 1 car driven by Jackson Rice and Brad Gartner this weekend. Had a bit of a up and down day yesterday, but they are looking pretty good on race pace day. But isn't that a wonderful looking Hyundai Veloster? Pretty close to showroom condition as well. Not too many changes. Obviously, a lot of safety improvements, but with a pair of very handy drivers in Jackson and Brad, they are certainly one to be fancied over the long distance race coming up later on this afternoon.
So we thought we'd grab a chance with some of the team down here at Motorsports Training Australia to talk us through those overnight developments. And now tell us, what's your name and what role do you have with Motorsports Training Australia?
Pardon?
You're Hugh.
Yep.
So Hugh, tell us what's taken the Ford out of the race for today?
Well, the gearbox extension housing is cracked. So this year we've put a new single-piece tail shaft in it, which has just put too much force on the stock gearbox and it's cracked twice. So we've got the original one in the truck, brought one back from TAFE, chucked it in yesterday, and did a leak test, checked for leaks yesterday, found the crack. That's our race over before it even started.
Well, of course, motorsport is an absolute crucible. So while we've obviously taken 50% of the workload off the team, turns out you've deployed those resources to the Hyundai on the other side of the garage. So talk us through what the process has been like getting this car on track and what the goals are for the end of the race today.
For the Hyundai, I'm not really sure because I was just working on the ute. You have to talk to one of the other boys about the Hyundai. But the plan was to have them both running and one pit stop each. I think the Hyundai was going to do 2 because it has a smaller fuel tank and doesn't have a surge tank system. But you'll have to talk to one of the other lads, probably Liam over there.
Oh, you've volunteered Liam into the fray. So Liam, while being volunteered for this interview, talk us through what the process has been like with the Hyundai. What have been some of the learnings that you've had, and what are some of the things that you're hoping to achieve through the course of today?
Well, we're trying to find a car that is perfect for the race. So we've been doing a lot of setup changes throughout the weekend because we've come into this with not much of a base setup. It's after each session, it's constantly been string line it, let's find new toe, new camber, all of that. Our main concern so far is currently our fuel burn though, so we're trying to find out how we can run the car through just the one stop. Apart from that, I think we've found a sort of section where we've found the setup's working well between both the drivers because they've got 2 very different driving styles. So we're trying to find where the balance is. Apart from that, I think we're going well. We've progressively been getting faster. It's a good car. We've been doing well this weekend, I think, and hopefully the race goes well.
Well, the great thing about an event such as this and with cars at this level is as you guys progress, guys and girls progress in your skills in the Motorsports Training Australia training course, you can add more and more added development items to the car. Obviously, all the additional modules that you do as part of your coursework, be it plumbing, welding, fabrication, design, fuel system, electronics. There's so many things that you can learn through the course of the Motorsports Training Australia program that you can apply on the vehicles that you work on every day.
Oh, 100%. Like, we'll come in and we'll specifically do learning on a road car, but it crosses straight over, and it's really good that we can just apply that. Like here, like we recently did wheel alignments, and that has pretty much been our weekend. All wheel alignments all set up, and it's helped the team extremely well. Like we've been on top of it today. Well, this weekend actually, we've been on top of it, getting it all ready. So the course helps an absolute crazy amount. It's been, yeah.
Well, it's great to see. What an amazing story down here in the Motorsports Training Australia garage. You know, a huge array of students working on a wide variety of cars. We've seen them pop up at all levels of the sport before, including at supercars, at the Bathurst 12 Hour, and in all sorts of production car racing around the country. We'll take a short break down here in the pit lane. We'll see what other news we can find for you as we get set for the Winton 300 later this afternoon.
Well, we have the Hyundai XLs on the grid, and they are not too far away from getting underway. The track layout has been changed back to the full 3 kilometre layout. The delay still at the moment is the barrier repairs on the outside at turn number 2, as it is now. So that's because of Amoroso hit the tyre wall on the outside of that corner. You can see our Blendline TV pit crew down there in the lane. Callum Brannigan in the white shirt and Dave Stillwell in the black shirt alongside him. So they're down there continuing to get interviews, but great insight down there. And it's a shame that we've lost that Falcon Ute before the race has even commenced. But that's motor racing, isn't it? These things happen to the very best in the business even. So real shame, but still got a great field of cars for the Winton 300. That's scheduled for 2:30 local time. But before that, they will have one final warm-up session just to wash any last cobwebs off and make sure they are ready for driver changes and the like. Of course, there will be driver changes for a large majority of the field. So the 300 kilometre race, a maximum of 70% of the race can be done by a single driver. So 100 laps, it's pretty easy to work out that is 70 laps, the maximum that one driver can do. A majority of the field will be doing the 1 5-minute stop. And the Tran machine, the 818 machine, that will have a additional 2.5-minute pit stop as it's in a higher class. So we've got that to look forward to later on. Very much looking forward to that. But yeah, in the meantime, we've got plenty more support category action, including the Hyundai XLs. Following this, we have Legend Cars Australia. They put on a show yesterday. Then we go for the longer, the 30-lap Victorian Sports Cars race. Is really tight between Lovett and Hall yesterday. They've been tight all season long, both of them finishing on the podium in every race. But Lovett has taken all but 2 race victories this year. He is on a mighty, mighty run of form, and he will hope that that continues here this morning. Following that, we have XL Trophy. So I should explain, XL Masters and XL Trophy. So Masters are on the grid. They're the more gentleman-like, as we say, gentleman racers. They just do this for fun. So they're out there having a good bash. And then the Trophy are for contenders that want to make it more of a career. They really want to have aspirations and a career in motorsport for the younger competitors, shall we say. So XL Masters will be on next, and then XL Trophy a little bit later on today. Their first race of the day will be at 10:30, so around an hour's time. But we've got plenty more before that. And of course, as I say, the Winton 300 warm-up. And the trucks, if you missed them earlier, make sure you give that a watch later on today, or even over the course of the week. Of course, Blendline TV, you can watch all the action anytime on the Blendline Media YouTube channel. So we're not too far away from getting things back underway. Callum and Dave are down there in the lane. Callum, over to you.
Back down here in the pit lane, we've got a wall delay which is causing, a wall repair which is causing a bit of a delay in the schedule. You can see we've got the XL Masters lined up behind us for their next race, which will be the first on the long circuit for today. But we thought we might chat to some of the XL drivers, which I can actually see one of the category administrators just behind us. It's Neville Blight. I'm just going to hop over the wall here, Neville, a little bit awkwardly. But firstly, how are you, Nev?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, sneaking along. And you couldn't help but be good. Have a look at the weather. Beautiful. Conditions are terrific, apart from maybe the bit of diesel on the track up there, but the guys will deal with that okay.
And how are the XL drivers behaving themselves this weekend? Have you had to have some stern conversations?
No, we had a bit of a conversation at the cold around, and I think they've all listened and they're behaving. We've had maybe 1 or 2 little incidents, but nothing really major to speak of. The more mature guys here, well, they just naturally go out and behave themselves. The younger blokes have got a bit of extra enthusiasm, and occasionally there's a bit of a stink after the race, but we deal with that. It's a pretty good category, really. We're going okay.
So as far as grassroots motorsport goes, this is one of the most approachable for young go-karters wanting to get their start in circuit racing, or even for the older generation as well, who are interested in racing, are sick of watching it from home and want to get behind the wheel. This really is one of the most approachable forms of motorsport, isn't it?
There's absolutely no question about this. This is the gateway to motorsport. If you want to get into motorsport, this is the entrance. This is the way to come in. I mean, you learn racecraft, setting up the cars, it's competitive. It doesn't matter where you are in the field, you're in a race, so you're going to get experience from that. And, and then you can tip in as much as you want and work your way to the front or do whatever. I mean, it is just the best entrance for motorsport in general. No question about that.
Certainly a lot of fun. We say a big thank you to Neville Blight. Let's see if we can jump in and have a quick chat with Adam Bywater, if we can just pop down the net, or if I can just reach around here. Firstly, Adam, thank you very much for letting us in here. What are your feelings sitting on the grid here? There's a lot of waiting and anticipation. What's going through the mind at the moment?
Just basically, obviously they're fixing up turn 1, turn 2 at the moment. So, we'll wait to see what's going on out there, see what condition the track's in, see what the first lap's going to bring on that opening lap, what the grip's going to be like. But otherwise, get the sun's coming out, so it's heating the track up. So we're going to have to try and look after these tyres a bit so they don't go off.
Track evolution at Winton's always a massive thing, especially when it gets a lot warmer. How much time do you lose over, say, for example, a session in the morning where it's nice and cool, there's low UV, versus a mid-afternoon session? How much time do you lose in an XL around Winton in heat?
It's about a second a lap. From early in the morning till midday, once that UV hits the track, the grip just starts disappearing on you.
No worries. Adam Bywater, go well.
Cheers, thank you.
And I think we're going to throw to Dave, who's a bit further down. I think he's found some more victims that we can talk to from the XL paddock.
Well, I found someone who's got a very storied history in the Australian motorsport landscape, but also has turned his hand to a very successful Hyundai XL racing team. We found Adam Macro from Adam Macro AMR. So, Adam, we were just having a discussion before. A lot of testing going on this weekend between the previous Hyundai XL Control tyre, the Federal, with the new Dunlop I think it's a Z3, Z4 Star Spec tyre.
No, we're still sort of mixing, like not mixing and matching, but just some races will use the Dunlop, some races will use the Federal, and just to see the differences. And it's amazing how close they actually are in terms of performance. So it's going to be a good tyre, the new Dunlop, and I think it's on par with, or even it's on par with what we had. So which is a great thing. The Federal's been a fantastic tyre. So just mucking around and just learning the new tyre, see what it likes, if it likes the hot temperature or the cold temperature, and just seem to get the best out of it.
No, definitely. I mean, we know that Hyundai XL Racing is very cost conscious. Is there much difference in terms of the cost between the tyres or the longevity of the tyres based on the research you've done so far?
Well, I think that the Federal tyre we were on a very, very good, very, very lucky deal with them and over the contract period, which made them very, very cheap. Which I think that if they had renewed the contract, it would have probably gone up a fair bit anyway, with inflation and all that sort of stuff. So the new tyre's a little bit dearer, but it seems to be wearing really well. It's getting good longevity out of it. So it is what it is, really.
Definitely, and the great thing is that regardless of where you want to start in Hyundai XL Racing, whether you want to build a car yourself or engage a professional team such as yourself, the opportunities are there, regardless of where you want to end up in the field.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you can build a car for sort of 10 or 15 grand by yourself in the shed, and and run around and have a great time. And it's all little 1%ers that unfortunately cost a little bit extra money and some know-how and some testing. That sort of makes it a little bit more expensive to be right up the front, but for sure you can build a car for 10 or 15 grand and go out and have an absolute blast.
Well, thank you very much, Adam. That whistle you hear in the background is the 1 minute signal to the Hyundai XL Masters class, which is about to head out on track to kick off our long track support category action for the Winton 300.
Welcome back to Winton Motor Raceway. Great to hear from Callum and Dave down there in the lane, talking to a few people in XL land, including Adam Bywater. So the track, we believe, has been repaired, and I can see some XLs rolling out onto the racetrack. That is great news. So we are moments away from a start. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience around the racetrack and watching on the Blendline TV stream. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me for this one is Lisa Tatani. Great to have you on board once again for this one.
Thanks for having me, Dan. And as we see the grid pop up, David Musgrave, 2 from 2 yesterday, starting again on pole, alongside Adam Bywater, who was the championship leader coming into this event. Alongside them is Glenn McKenzie and Tony Vernier in 4th. Carl Nielsen in the Napa Auto Part, starting in 5th alongside Neil Hazier. In 7th position, Donovan Manjevic and Mick Barton. In 9th, we have Craig Christie alongside Michael Jeffs, and Craig Featherstone in the number 31 in position 11. Alongside him is Lee Kennedy in the number 159. In 13th, we have Ed Nankrevitz alongside Emma Clark in the 49. And behind them, Troy Jeffs, and then final position, number 16, Brett Zinnerin in the car number 9.
Good field, 16 XLs out there on the racetrack, and there's 16 in the trophy category as well. You can see them lovely, bathed in sunshine. It really has been a glorious weekend. Hard to believe it's September. It really has been a lovely month, not just in Victoria, but around the nation as well. We're being spoiled at this time of year compared to what weather we normally have. So in case you... if you did watch earlier on, I should say, you'd have seen that we were running the short track. Now we are back onto the long track. We will have a bit of a changeover once again later on when the trucks come back out. But the Winton 300 at the end of the day will be taking place on the long track, which we've just entered onto. So no vehicles have raced around this yet today. But there is the number 34 machine, the one they all want to beat. It's mighty close between David Musgrave and Adam Bywater in the point standings, and it's that tight that the championship can change here in this very race. So hopefully we have a clean affair between our two title contenders, but at this stage Adam Bywater has been unable to match the pace of the number 34 machine out there at the front of the field, and Glenn McKenzie has gone with them throughout the weekend so far as well. It's been those three that have been the leading contenders, and they are the top 3 in the championship as well. So we see the front 2 come to a halt on the grid. Of course, this track steeped in history, dating back to when it was opened in 1961. Of course, the track extension taking place in 1997. We refer to it as the new layout. Certainly not new anymore, 2.5 decades old now. The last couple of cars coming to a stop. I can hear the whistles blowing, and in a moment we will see the shadow of the 5-second board. We are about to get underway for what is their 3rd race of the weekend. It's 2 from 2 for the 34 machine, and it's an even start. I think it's Musgrave with the slightly better secondary launch, and it is, and he will lead them down towards turn number 1. Bywater in 2nd, and it's McKenzie that holds off Vernier down into turn number 1. So top 4 remain in position, and then 5th is Hazler, then it's Nielsen, Barton and Barton in 7th position. Barton qualified towards the rear yesterday, but has steadily made his way forwards race after race, and lap after lap. Now sits 7th in the order, overtaking Manjevic in the opening couple of corners of this race. And there he is in that bright light blue machine, car number 127. Next car on his list is Hazler, just ahead in the 77 Hyundai XL. All pretty calm early in this race, Lisa.
Yeah, it certainly is. As we've seen with the Masters races yesterday. It's been very tidy racing. These are the over 40 competitors, and they've been giving each other enough room, but also making some really spectacular passes when they have the opportunity.
Absolutely. They may be, as you say, over 40, but some of these drivers are very, very fast. Adam Bywater is a real front runner in XLs for many, many years outright in the Victorian State Series. And he's taking it to the number 34 in this race, which is good to see for a spectator point of view and the viewers watching on Blendline TV. He's got a nice run out of that final corner. So 10 laps the distance in the books, and that is lap number 1 complete. Top 2 pulling away a little bit from Mackenzie, still within a second, but 8 tenths back at this point in time. Once again though, as we've seen much this weekend, the top 3 have pulled away. Oh, great run from Bywater, exiting turn number 2. He's up the inside and he will take the position. He takes the race lead, the number 83 XL, but no, 34 looking to fight back at turn number 4, can't quite do it on this occasion. Thought better of it. It's an awkward awkward passing point, turn number 4, because it's got quite a fast minimum corner speed.
That's right, we see Bywater now got a little bit of a gap. He's taking Musgrave, taking Musgrave with him, but Mackenzie is still hot on their tail.
Absolutely, yeah, that fight for the lead in those first couple of corners has really brought Mackenzie back into contention, and now Mackenzie is on the tail of the 34 machine, applying the blowtorch, looking left and right. Can he make his way through? Not on this occasion, but yes, this is good to see the top 3 all fighting amongst each other. Look at the 34 machine. He's lost the lead on this lap, but he wants it back quickly, wants to retaliate and reclaim that top spot. Musgrave all over the back of the title leader coming into the weekend, but as I say, it's so tight between these two in the series points. A little bit of a lock-up from both of them. Bywater missing the apex there. It's opened the door for the number 34 machine. It doesn't quite fill the gap on this occasion. Again, like turn 4, there wasn't quite enough overlap and enough time in the braking zone to really take advantage of that opportunity that was presented to him. But it does mean he's got a good run onto the pit straight, forcing Bywater to go ever so slightly defensive. Bywater can't do... Musgrave can't do anything there at turn number 1. In fact, he's going to come under attack potentially from Mackenzie down to turn number 3. As we look a little bit further back, this is the number 77 car of Hazeler with Nilsson directly behind. So this is the battle for 5th position. And it's well and truly on. So these guys have been in and around that top 5 all weekend long. Really good performance from both of these two as they swing it around the sweeper on lap number 3 of this motor race. Will we see him move? Oh, sideways as he defends there. Hazeler. Nilsson, as a result, can't get through, but I think the sideways moment meant that Hazeler ran a little bit wide there into turn number 7. The 86. Really having a look. He's going to swing it to the inside in the Napa Auto Parts car, and he makes the move. Really nicely executed past that one.
That certainly was. He was teeing it up for quite a few corners previously, and we saw the number 77 took a bit of a wide line there, and that was a chance for Nilsson to just break a bit earlier, get into the corner and make a very clean pass.
Bywater maybe having to go a little bit defensive down into turn number 11 on this occasion. This is where he was vulnerable last time, but he's got that corner hooked up a little bit nicer this time. And around to turn number 12. Carried some great minimum corner speed there. Bywater, he is not going to be threatened down towards turn number 1. This time it's Musgrave that's got the car right behind him. This is an awkward position to be in, isn't it, if you're that middle car? Because you're trying to attack, but if you attack and leave yourself vulnerable, you could be overtaken from the car behind.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's just human nature sometimes that you start looking in the rear view mirror when you've got someone right behind you, and then you start to defend, and as we see Musgrave there getting a little bit sideways there under brakes, able to hold it through turn 3 there as they make their way into turn 4.
As we see them swing it around, they're heading towards the sweeper. The fast, very difficult left-handed double apex, so you apex early, run out wide, apex again. XLs sometimes use the curb there, other times not. It's risky in a front-wheel drive car to really clout the curb at turn number 6. It unsettles the car quite often in a front-wheel drive machine. Hard to get it stopped for turn number 7. 8 and 9, 2 hairpins. They look simple, but they're not, and they can be overtaking opportunities, as we've already seen in this motor race. So top 3 cannot be separated. Bywater going defensive this time down into turn number 10. Musgrave looking for a nice exit, and he's got a good exit, but is it good enough? We spoke about this yesterday at Phillip Island or Sandown. The straight would be long enough, he'd have the slipstream and he'd be ahead, but not at Winton Motor Raceway. The straights are not long enough, and he's not able to make the move on this occasion. This is really high quality racing early in this race.
It is, and we've seen the last couple of laps through turns 11 and 12, the person wanting to make the pass tends to take a bit of a tighter line to try and get a bit more of a run on the straight, but as we see, it's not long enough to get that run. As we saw Mackenzie making a bit of a move side by side in the mirrors of Musgrave, just letting him know that he's there and ready and waiting.
Absolutely. Oh, using all the road and getting a little bit sideways there was Mackenzie, trying to use all the road to get the very best run up the hill, but I think used a bit too much road, got sideways, and as you can see, it's cost him momentum, and momentum is king in Hyundai XL racing.
Absolutely important to keep the momentum going. 1.5 litre motors, very strict rule book as well of what you can and can't change with the cars. Obviously everyone's running on the same Super Shock suspension now, which came into effect last year. As we look further down the field here with a battle group for 12th, 13th. And as we know with the XLs, there's battles regardless where you are in the field. And we see the white car here slowing up.
That's Narkowitz slowing, as you say, so was in position number 12, but he's fallen behind Jeffs, Kennedy and Clark. And the 42 machine of Jeffs trying to defend that move on the 159 of Kennedy. And these two have pulled away from the other two already. Now they're in clear air, now that Narkowitz is pulled over. So clearly a mechanical issue with that white Hyundai. The other white Hyundai in the battle has run wide there, leaving himself vulnerable to Kennedy, but he's on the inside, the defensive line down to this turn. So Kennedy can't do anything with it on this particular occasion, but Kennedy's there. Kennedy is there. Another mistake, and he could quite easily make that move and make his way up into position number 12. Really good racing up and down the field. So they've still got the lead 3 out the front all together. And then we've got a few pairs in the mid-pack, and then we've got this scintillating battle further back down the field as well. So really close racing up and down the field in Hyundai XLs as we see them cross the line in 12th, 13th and 14th position. These guys incredibly 10 seconds behind the next best car, and I think that's because they were being held up quite considerably by Narkowitz, but of course he is now dropped down a few positions, and in fact I can't see him, so maybe entered the lane. Not quite sure. No, it's not showing up on our screens that he's entered the lane either. So we're not sure where that rogue Hyundai has ended up. But it's closed up once again in the fight for the lead. Mackenzie's got a good exit here in the 85 machine, but he's not going to be able to do anything with it. A bit of a lock-up, not sure which one that was, as it says at the bottom of the screen. Facebook viewers, for uninterrupted coverage, head over to blendline.tv/live to make sure you don't miss a second of the action. And there is plenty of it at the Nations Action track. You can see the Hyundais come around the final corner. It's on for the lead. If you're enjoying this, I'm sure you'll enjoy the super trucks there to come later on after this. We've got the legend cars. If you've not seen them before, I highly recommend sticking around because they put on some awesome racing. A bit of understeer there for Bywater and a bit more understeer again at turn number 2. He's not got a great run. This is the closest that Musgrave's been in quite some time. Half a second separating these top 3. This is awesome racing, lap after lap after lap. But Bywater is yet to make a mistake. and as a result, he still leads the motor race. He might not be the fastest of these three, but he's been mistake-free so far in the number 83 machine, a veteran of Hyundai XL Racing. Cool camera angle, this one. Shows that you can take real different lines down into turn number 7. Bywater just made a little bit of a mistake there, run a little bit wide. Number 34 showing the front bumper, but it's on the outside. He wants to show the front bumper on the inside to really take the track position. Oh, look at the Bywater car bumping, jumping around, and that's cost crucial momentum when the power needed to be put down. The car was unsettled, unstable, and he can't get back over to the right-hand side because number 34 car's there. 34 couldn't quite stick it around Musgrave. Mackenzie now with the run. What can Mackenzie do? Can Mackenzie fire it up the inside down into turn number 11? I don't think he can on this particular occasion. This is fantastic racing.
This is amazing. It's very good shots there to see the back of Bywater's car bouncing around. That would either be track surface thing or with the setup, it's not as calm in the back. So they would want to change that to make sure they're getting the momentum and the grip from the rear tyres as much as they can.
Venue, we just saw fly past the screen in 4th position, very much by himself, 3 seconds behind this battle, and 6 seconds ahead of the next best car, Nilsson, who's just crossed the line and set his PB of the race. But these three are in a league of their own. Despite fighting each other, they are half a second a lap faster than anybody else on the racetrack, lap after lap. So look at this. We've only got 3 laps to go, and these three are still nose to tail around the sweeper. This is the closest he's been at this section of the track, Musgrave. I see you pointing. Oh, the number 77 car. That's Hazeler from a really good position in 6th.
Yeah, we didn't quite get that.
Oh, there's contact. There's contact between the top 3. Bywater spinning. And through goes Mackenzie from 3rd to 1st. Can you believe that? Venier comes through as well. Bywater dropping to the tail of the field. It's all happened in the blink of an eye, and somebody else is off down at turn number 4. Or turn number 3, I think, the outside turn number 3. It's a 42 machine. That's Jeff's. Dear, oh dear me, it's all gone off. It's all kicked off late on in this Hyundai XL race. It was so silky smooth, so calm. Not anymore. Mackenzie now leads as the front 2 went down into turn number 7. They didn't help each other. Mackenzie in the vacation of caravans. Hyundai takes up the running. Musgrave still sits in 2nd, but now he has a different Hyundai in front of him. This time it is the number 85 machine. Here's a replay. Oh, all crossed up. Musgrave into the side of Bywater, and then Mackenzie making contact. Well, here's the 34 machine as well. How did you see that?
It looked like Musgrave definitely was tangled up, having maybe a bit too hot under brakes into that corner, and we saw him make contact with the driver's right rear of Bywater.
Bywater didn't lose it, obviously. Track position, lost out a few positions, but in terms of, not too many. Could have been a lot worse. Could have lost a lot more positions if he'd spun 180 degrees. Here we go, this is on between the 30 and the 31. Jeff's coming under fire from Featherstone. These two have been locked in combat throughout this weekend. Just outside or just inside the top 10 are these two in this one. And a bit different lines. You can see Jeff's running a little bit wider than what Featherstone does through the sweeper. And that enables him to have a look down here into turn number 7. Or lock up for Jeffs. He's run wide. He's left the door wide open. And the 31 XL fills that gap, but not enough. Has to go the long way this time. Surely Featherstone will hold on and take the position. No, not done yet. Jeff's late on the brakes, trying to hold it round the outside. They're going to be side by side, door handle to door handle down the back section of the course towards the tight turn number 10. No, Featherstone's not going to be able to do it, so Jeff holds on, but only just.
That was a great display of side-by-side racing. It just shows sometimes you've got to be thinking a few corners ahead. We had a few left-right combinations there, but Jeff was on the right side of the road, getting the run onto the back straight.
I think Bywater's nursing an issue. He's dropped well back on the leading pair, and even to Venia as well. As we see this fight continue, the leaders are on the final lap, and these guys are about to cross the line as well to come into their final 3-kilometre circuit. Number 31, Featherstone, having a little bit of a jinx, a little bit of a look, but knew that that was never really on. Just wanted to show his car in the mirror of Jeff's, forced Jeff into a mistake, and Jeff's can see the car in the mirror, runs a little bit wide, but holds on once again. We've seen him just leave a little bit of room, Featherstone. Featherstone's not been able to really put that car in the gap so far this lap. Of course, he did certainly last lap when they were battling side by side in this section of the track. First lap of the race last time for Musgrave. He's caught back up to Mackenzie, 0.3 of a second. Oh, now he's run wide there though. All that hard work has just gone. So unless a major mistake from Mackenzie at the final couple of corners, it'll be a win for the number 85 machine this time. Mackenzie in the Vacationer Caravans. 85 XL, brilliantly presented XL if I may say so. Brilliant drive, stayed out of trouble while the two leaders made contact, took lead and took the victory as well. Mackenzie takes the win with his personal best lap on the final lap as well. Musgrave coming home in second ahead of Venia, and a very disappointed Adam Bywater in third, 10 seconds off the pace in the end. Ahead of the Napa Auto Parts car, Nilsson in fifth, Barton and Mernjavac coming across the line next. See the battle was continuing while we were looking at the leaders and around the outside, going the long way, but that we gave him the inside line. Featherstone firing through down at turn number 9, and Jeff's just running far too wide on that final occasion, trying to keep the momentum up I think, but just a little bit too wide and had to relinquish the position. So in the end actually at the end Jeff's looked like he got back by. Jeff's in the 30 machine on the timing has got back by Featherstone right at the end, so all that hard work in the end came to no fruition. A really good XL race, a high quality affair early on, and then a little bit of contact late on in the race.
Just the usual things we would expect from Hyundai XL Racing. Clean for the most of it, some great passing. Just shows doesn't matter where you are in the field, that you've always got someone to battle. And as we see the results come up here, a win for Glenn Mackenzie in the number 85 ahead of David Musgrave, and Tony Venia filling the final podium place. Adam Bywater finishing in fourth after that contact earlier, and ahead of Carl Nilsson, Mick Barton in sixth, Donovan Manchevak in seventh, Craig Christie, Michael Jeffs and Craig Featherstone rounding out the top 10.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for joining me for that one. Very interesting Hyundai XL Masters affair. Their final race of the weekend will be just after 11 o'clock, so just over an hour before they'll be out for their next one. It says on the screen up next, sports cars. So we have a chat with Rob. Legend Cars up next, not the Vic Sports Cars, Legends. So these little pocket rockets with a motorbike engine are something to behold. They have had some brilliant racing throughout the weekend, and we've got a little package about the Legends. I'm here with Tony Ward of Legend Cars Australia. He's the category manager. So Tony, tell us a bit about the series.
Oh, mate, awesome series, really fun little car. In case people haven't seen a Legend car before, they're a little motorbike engine in a 3/4 size car. There's two engines here today. We've got the new water-cooled MT09, FZ09 engine, and then we've got the old Yamaha air-cooled engine. Look, it's a fun category. It's on the cheaper side of motorsport. It's very cost effective. I mean, this particular car here has probably run the same tyres, I'd say, for about 5 rounds. We try and keep it cost effective. A great bunch of drivers. Everybody helps each other out. And it's a good, family weekend.
really close. All the cars are close, and the racing's always fantastic. So it's as you say, it's a category really for anyone, and you can have your own battle if you get involved up and down the field.
Yeah, look, we try and keep it fair. You do have to be careful, obviously it's racing, so the boys in this category and girls will probably yield a little bit quicker than most other categories, just so we're not hitting each other and having a bit of fun. If you're fast, you're going to catch them on the next straight, you know.
Tell us a bit about the history, because these cars run over in Europe, over in America, and then how as well they came to be in Australia as well.
Yeah, look, they came to Australia several years ago. Somebody else imported them in. I believe they started at Calder Park on the Thunderdome there. They've grown in Australia into the asphalt was only started on Speedway. The asphalt was not a thing. About 5 or 6 years ago, we started on the asphalt. It's grown dramatically. We're up to over 20 cars now on the asphalt.
There's a few different body shells. Talk me through those. You know, the different configurations.
All based off the old style cars from the 30s and having a bit of fun. There's the main ones are the 34 Fords. You've got Chevy 37 Chevs. They come in sedans and coupes. There was Pontiac front ends and all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff. We in Australia stick to mainly on the asphalt. We're mainly doing the 34 coupe, the 37 Chev, fiberglass body over a roll cage built in the States. The body panels at the moment we're getting made in Australia because they're obviously expensive to ship over. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, mate. Enjoy the day.
Really good to see so many legends out there on the racetrack, and I have to thank Tony Ward for chatting to me yesterday, the category manager of Legend Cars Australia, and it really is a category that's really strong in numbers at the moment, and I don't see why it wouldn't continue to grow. It's an awesome category, really cheap and affordable, as he was saying, in terms of motor racing anyway, really cheap and affordable to get into. You're always going to be battling someone. The racing is so tight. In qualifying, it was only just over 3 seconds separating the entire field. It really is tight, close, exciting racing, and we've seen a few different results already so far this weekend. 3 different winners in 3 different races, and it's going to be Bruce Duckworth that'll come out of pole position for this one. He was the reverse or inverted top 10 grid race winner yesterday, so he'll come out of first place alongside Scott Morgan, who is the current championship leader. But he is now tied in the championship lead with Brendan Hourigan. So very tight at the top. The reigning champion, Pring, will come out of third alongside Brendan Finnegan. And the cars are not too far away, so I'll run through the grid very quickly. Finnegan, then we've got Melville, Hourigan, McKay, Goodridge, another Duckworth, Hourigan, Bond, O'Keefe, the other Bond in number 12, Bolton. Mia Bolton will come out of 14, Spicer, Tate, Bradley and Mitchell. As you see the cars come around the final corner, rolling start for Legend Cars Australia. We can see Morgan's just a little bit behind at the moment. So that's going to give a little bit of advantage to Duckworth as they get to the line. No start this time. No green flag waved. The starters unhappy with that formation. So we will roll around one more time, another 3 kilometres. Look at these cars. They are unique in look and with a motorbike engine as well. Quite unique in sound. We're underway. So they're using the old start to start the race on the short track start. So it's a bit unique, but it's Duckworth that holds the lead. And filing into second position is the Morgan's dropped back. So Morgan's dropped back to 4th position. Oh, somebody's out wide there through the grass. Can't quite see which machine that is. It's a fast off-track excursion down even before the sweeper had even commenced. Oh, the leader Duckworth's around. He's come spinning back on in the middle of the circuit and he's spun around again. He's hit Morgan. I believe that is Morgan, is it? No, yes, it is the number 16 of Morgan. So both the front 2 on the grid are right at the back of the field. What a disaster for those two, first and second in the final race yesterday, and all their hard work has come unstuck just a few corners into the race. So not sure what happened there, just caught the end of it, but Duckworth came back into the camera shot backwards, and we got more lockups down at turn number 10. They just about make their way through. That's Mia Bolton in the 23 machine. Had a chat with her yesterday. She's got to make her way back through after a spin in race 2 yesterday. And then the Weet-Bix machine, 39. That's Stuart Bond, a nice pass there on Mia. Stuart Bond started really well with 2 top 10s, but a difficult race. Number 3 has to do a fair bit of work in this one. I think he's made up a few positions early on in this race, though. That's good news. Mia Bolton is up 3 positions, and Stuart Bond is up 2 positions. So yeah, both those two making up positions early on in this affair. That's the number 26 machine of McKay, who's come in this round and really set the world on fire. So has not done a round so far this year, but second in race number 1 yesterday, but no finish in race number 2. It's been a comeback drive since then, but back inside the top 10, I believe, yet in 6th position. So nice recovery drive from McKay. As you see, the cars continue to weave around this section. These sort of corners really suit Legend cars, in my opinion. You can see them really working at the wheel, trying to control the slide on the exit of the corner. A bit like Aussie racing cars in terms of power to weight ratio. And the racing is equally as good as we have already seen in this race. Here we go, a change for position. Brendan Hourigan up the inside of Finnegan, and makes it look easy in the braking zone at turn number 11. So that's a move for second place. And Hourigan's on a charge. Hourigan's on a march up to second. Came from reasonably far back on the grid in this one. No, not reasonably far back, but certainly not on the first couple of rows, but already up to second. Fastest lap of the race that time through, even with that overtake for second position. And the margin, 1.9 seconds. His head will be looking forwards. He can see the race leader, the reigning champion Pring. He's not had the season that he'd have liked trying to defend his crown. He had to miss around as well. But even without missing around, he'd be not quite up the pointy end as he'd like to be. But it's been a good weekend for the defending champion. Back to form for Pring, taking a third place yesterday and really taking advantage of the top 2, having issues early on in this one. So this is the battle we're looking at on the screen at the moment, is Goodridge, Melville, McKay and Hourigan as well. So lots of battles up and down the field. That Hourigan, as Stephen Hourigan has overtaken McKay, I believe, on this lap. That's the thing with Legends, blink and you miss some action. It's quite remarkable. There's some damage to the back of the number 6 machine. Look at that, the right rear corner is missing the wheel arch entirely, unless my eyes are deceiving me. No, they're not. There is no right rear wheel arch on the 06 machine of Goodridge. On the timing, that comes up as just number 6. That's the one in 4th position. So 06 on the car, number 6 on the timing on the left-hand side. You can see the cars complete yet another lap. This race is flying by. A change for position. That's the number 22 of O'Keefe overtaking Tate. Nice pass. But Tate has to go. Tate going straight back on the offensive. O'Keefe forced to defend straight away. Look at these two different style of Legend cars. You can see the back of the cars look very different. Sort of straight back of the 22. And there's another right wheel arch missing. It is. So we're missing a couple of right rear wheel arches. Oh, Tate looking back to the inside, can't quite make it stick. O'Keefe running slightly wide, and there's a bit more action behind them. That's Duckworth and Mitchell. Mitchell has come from the back of the grid in this one. It's not been a good weekend for him, but he's marching through in this one, carving through the field like a knife through butter. 68 machine of Mitchell. It really is a lovely presented car. That's the blue car just behind these two white ones. There it is, heading into turn number 10, just ahead of the Weet-Bix car. Then we've got Mia Bolton and the recovering pole sitter Bruce Duckworth, race 3 winner yesterday, making positions up the inside of Mia. Mia's locked up herself. She's running wide. She's off the track at turn number 11. Unfortunate one, that one for me. She's rejoined, no damage, but unfortunately a position lost and a lot of ground on those ahead. So that was a costly error. That's demoted her to position number 14. But she's still ahead of several competitors out there. Bradley, Spicer and Bond running out the field. Stephen Hurrigan has come into the lane. He was sitting inside the top 10 earlier on. Morgan in the number 16 machine making progress. Very, very strong progress last time through. So, race leader Pring, personal best on that last lap, 1.8 seconds ahead of Brendan Hourigan. But there is a great battle out there on the racetrack at the moment for positions just outside, just inside the top 10, I should say. So we've got O'Keefe defending hard at the moment. From Tate, these two had a fight a couple of laps ago. They've reset now that Morgan's blasted by them both. They've reset and they're back on, resuming their fight. Here's the number 68 machine of Mitchell trying to go the long way on Marcus Duckworth. How good is this racing? Every second there is action on the racetrack. 68 goes through, and so does Bruce Duckworth. So a couple of positions lost there for the number 10 machine. And he's really making hay now as Bruce Duckworth got a good run out the final corner and will easily make up yet another position. And does that with 3 positions on that lap alone. So Bruce Duckworth back inside the top 10 in the 160 machine, but will not be satisfied with the top 10 after starting from pole position. His fastest lap, a 1:39.7, and that's certainly around top 5 pace. So 1:39.2 first lap, sorry. So yeah, around top 7 pace. We see this battle continue between the 22 and the 1. O'Keefe and Tate. Although Tate is sporting the number 1, that often means the reigning champion. It's actually the 333 at the head of the field that is the reigning champion. Oh, sideways moment for O'Keefe, gets it gathered up. But here is the 160 machine of Bruce Duckworth. Been on camera quite a bit in this race, but unfortunately on lap 1 for all the wrong reasons, but a good recovery drive. So head down into turn number 11 and 12 where we move to these cars and negotiating the final couple of corners and crossing the start-finish line to commence the final lap of the race. Up the inside, that's a late move lock-up. Can you get it stopped? You can just. That's McKay making the move, moving up into the top 5 on Melville, but Melville wants it back, and Melville will dive back up the inside with an equally late braking move, and he does take it back. Great racing between these two. Now Melville's got to defend into turn number 4. Awesome racing for this top 5 position. You can see the 26 car looks a bit more comfortable at this stage of the race. And McKay, is he going to send one up the inside into turn number 7? He's having a look. Melville's wise to that one. Defence takes a nice defensive line. And a bit of a tank slapper on the exit there for McKay. They're both hot on the heels of Goodridge in 4th position. But if they continue to fight between themselves, they will not be able to claim that 4th position. Runaway leader at the moment in the 333 machine. We haven't seen any of him. Nothing at all. The top 2 fell by the wayside on lap number 1. He took up the running, and we have not seen him on camera since. He's about to start final lap of his race. The margin, though, has been cut. The margin just 7/10 of a second. Hourigan taking 6/10 alone on that lap out of the leader's lead. It's on. It's well and truly on. The 28 has cut the margin down lap after lap after lap. Fastest lap of the race on that lap by quite a considerable margin. He's 4/10 faster than anybody else's PB lap. And the 333 car, not as strong late on in this race. Hourigan closing the margin down, closing it down. Oh, a bit of a moment. Hourigan running in a bit deep. I think he was beginning to lose ground anyway. I think Pring has responded early in this lap, and then a mistake there from Hourigan. I think that might be it. Hourigan might just accept second place now, although the body language on the exit of turn number 9 says otherwise. That's too much of a gap now. Just 3 corners remaining for the 333 machine, as I say, the reigning Legend Cars Nationals champion. Of course, this is a national championship. They visit Sydney Motorsport Park, Morgan Park in Queensland, Winton, of course, here this weekend. They really do have a proper national championship, and it's going to be Pring that's going to take the victory. There we see checkered flag waving, and it's the 333 machine that holds on, taking the race victory. He's he's first for the weekend, ahead of Hourigan. Finnegan crossing the line in the 86 machine. There we are in 3rd position, but quite a way behind the top 2. Goodrich closed the margin down late on, but finished in 4th ahead of McKay, who prevailed in that scintillating battle for 5th. So it's McKay from Melville. Morgan, after the slow start, finished in 7th position. His PB on the final lap of the race. That was race leading pace. So I expect Morgan will have a strong final showing, as will Bruce Duckworth. So watch for that 4th row later on today. Morgan and Duckworth from 7th and 8th. They've got a lot more pace than that. O'Keefe and Tate round out the top 10. And the field continues to stream through. So 2 retirements in that one. Bond and Stephen Hourigan. Bond, of course, in the awesome-looking Weet-Bix Legend. But that does conclude race number 4 for their weekend. They have an extra race to everybody else. Most other categories have 4 races. Trucks and Legends have 5. Here are the top 10 for race 4 of Legend Cars Australia. I say Ryan Pring taking the victory in the end by just 1.2 seconds. Billy Finnegan, best of the rest, car number 86 in 3rd ahead of Ben Goodrich. Cody McKay in the battle for 5th, beating home Scott Melville, another Scott in 7th. Scott Morgan. Then we have Bruce Duckworth, Scott O'Keefe, and Shane Tate rounding out the top 10. So, after Legends, we have a quick turnaround, and then we'll be on with the Victorian sports cars. We'll be back after this quick break.
Down here in sports car land, this is Robin Bailey, and we're used to seeing him racing or behind the wheel of an MG, but this weekend he's behind something a little bit different, which is
Nissan 370Z, 2009 Nismo manufacture. Been building it up as a prod sports car for 6 years, and this is effectively its debut meeting. We ran it a month ago at Phillip Island at a Pyark Access one-day job. So we're just figuring out what it likes, what it doesn't like, and I'm having fun.
So what was the catalyst? What was the decision that led to you stepping out of the MG and behind the wheel of this?
The MG's overdeveloped for what it is. I mean, it is manifestly overdeveloped. So
It's lost a bit of reliability, so I'm going to dial it back a little bit. It'll come out for MG historic events, Sandown historic, etc. But this is the new toy.
So in terms of comparing this car versus the MG, what are some of the immediate differences? I'm thinking power might be the most immediate difference between the two.
The MG's got a shed load more power. This is relatively standard, although hatching a plot to correct that a bit, but it won't be anywhere near as developed as the MG is. But as a platform, this is nothing short of brilliant. Wheelbase track ratio, brakes are superb. It's got a sequential gearbox in it, which makes life easier for the driver. But other than that, there's a fair bit of Nissan stuff in this. Played with the induction a bit, but it's just an all-round much easier car to drive.
Robin Bailey, thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
Robin Bailey in a Nissan 370Z. Certainly something a bit different, but really cool to see, and it sounds like he's a real big fan of that new machine. So he had a chat to Callum Brannigan there yesterday, and we can see these machines heading out onto the racetrack. Oh, he's just spun. Robin Bailey has just looped it down at turn number 1 and turn number 2. He's got that refired, restarted. That's good news, but at least the incident, Callum, has happened before the start of the race rather than during the race, I suppose.
Absolutely, Dan. Hello to you. Hello to everybody around the circuit and tuning in from home. Yeah, not an ideal start there for Robin Bailey. Still coming to terms with this car. It is indeed its first competitive outing, stepping out of his familiar MG. So running through the field, we've got Sunil Vora starting at a P5 in the F-Cam Motorsport Porsche, alongside Daniel Reynolds in the Shelter Real Estate Porsche, as well. You can see on screen right there, the number 1 car. He had a bit of an up and down race in yesterday's opening encounter. Bailey Love in the Mercedes AMG GT4. It's red, it's covered in love hearts, you can't miss it. It's a number 17 car starting out of position 7, alongside it's a family affair, Rob Love, also in a Love Racing prepared Mercedes AMG GT4. That's the number 27 car starting out of P8. Stephen Baker in the Squadra Course supported Lamborghini Gallardo. That is the matte black car you can see screaming towards turn 10 in the background there. He's alongside Robin Bailey, but he has spun the car on the warm-up lap, or the sighting lap. So we dare say that's allowed the car of Rowan Little in the Red Rock Wines entry. That is the Porsche car you can see warming up its tyres in the background. And there goes Robin Bailey in that beautifully presented Nissan 370Z. As he mentioned earlier, it was an almost 6-year build for this car, and he brought its competition debut forward after a couple of mechanical gremlins, it should be said, in the MG. Of course, that MG of his is an impressive, it's a well-known Victorian sports car. For those tuning in at home and around the track will be familiar with that menacing black Robin Bailey MG. It's got a huge history competing in the Victorian Sports Cars Championship, as well as the MGs, as well in other domestic grassroots motorsport competition in state level competition in Victoria. It is a very handsome grid. These are exotic sports cars. You've got Porsches, Mercedes, Nissans, and a Lamborghini as well. So a huge plethora of exotic sports cars. We will never be able to sort of, I dare say, unless something spectacular happens or we win Taps Lotto, we will never be behind the wheel of one of these in anger. And they get underway. Beautiful pictures brought to us by Blendline TV, live and free on YouTube channel. And it looks like a bit of an off there for Andrew Hall, just getting a little bit of dust as he launches the number 130 off the grid. So we saw an entertaining battle between himself and Jamie Lovett, who was starting from pole position in the number 16 entry, as they safely make their way through turns 1, 2 and 3. And we've got an inside move there for the Daniel Reynolds Porsche. That's up the inside of Bailey Love, who looks like he made a rather handsome start himself in the number 17 entry. And you can see up the inside there, that looks like Rowan Little, who's taken advantage of the Baker Lamborghini coming through the sweeping left-hander. And we've got Rob Love looming in the background as well in his AMG GT4. These cars look splendid under the sun here at the Winton Motor Raceway. Up the inside, Rowan Little, the number 7 car. doing a brilliant job. He's on a recovery drive after a mishap in yesterday's race forced him out and into the pit lanes. It's great to see him back out and circulating, and he's looking extremely competitive in the early stages of this race. Of course, it takes a little bit of time to get these sports car tyres up to temperature. They're a lot wider, a lot harder compound than other tyres that we might be seeing in other support categories this weekend. So as a lot of these cars initially designed with both sprint and endurance racing in mind, it has to cater for both types of racing. So as the temps come up, which I suspect won't be such a long time given it's hot out there at the moment, Rob Love up the inside of Baker now. So that's a number 27 making up a position there. A nice clean move going into turn 11. But at the head of the field, it looks like Jamie Lovett is starting to check out. He's the fastest man on track at the moment. And on screen right now, you can see Andrew Hall in the 130, defending hard from Sven Burkhart's in the number 90 Porsche. That is two different types of Porsches. So we'll go into detail a little bit more as this race unfolds about the different. We've got similar marks. We've got Porsches. Obviously in different mechanical configurations in how they were developed and for whatever class they were actually intended for. But the fantastic thing about the Evolve Technic Victorian Sports Cars Championship is it caters for all sorts of sports cars, whether it's historic sports cars all the way through to retired GT3 machinery of different varieties, as well as GT4 machinery. And you'll see a lot of names in this field today. You tend to see them in the future as well in other domestic sports car racing as well. So it's a perfect start, perfect platform for these gentlemen drivers who perhaps see these cars on Blendline TV, think, I might have a little bit of a go at that, and reach out to the local club, or in this case, you can reach out to the Victorian Sports Cars cohort. You can see flames shooting at the back of the Burkhart's car. That's a spectacular sight as well with the overrun. The fuel going back through the system, but it just needs to burn off as soon as it gets through the hot exhaust. Oh, and it's Rowan Little in the number 7 entry, moving slowly, and I suspect that is between turns 9 and 10. Rowan Little issues once again, supported by Panther Racing Fuels this weekend, and that is a tribute livery, a nod to the old Martini brand, or the current Martini brand, I should say. We've seen that livery so many times on so many different race cars throughout the decades, and it's a storied history with the Martini brand and motorsport around the world. So Rowan Little there, not too sure what's happened to that car. Hopefully we'll get some updates from Dave Stillwell, who is on the Blendline team here this weekend, doing an absolutely stellar job down in the pit lane, and we look forward to all of his contributions for the Winton 300 coming up later on this afternoon, starting at 2:30, just before 2:30 scheduled Australian Eastern Standard Time. So Dave Stillwell this weekend wearing different hats. He's helping with the sports cars in terms of getting them on the pre-grid, making observations up in the control tower and assisting with the race stewards when they do need to. But of course, he's working tirelessly behind the scenes in many different guises this weekend, but always a huge proponent and supporter of Victorian sports car racing. So that is a move for position. Daniel Reynolds up the inside of Sunil Bora. That is the number 1 up the inside of the number 447 going into turn 10. Carefully negotiating turns 11 and 12. We saw Daniel Reynolds with a moment in yesterday's race, late or about midway through the race. He actually locked the front brakes, locked the rear brakes, and the car rotated ends on him. He was able to get back up and running relatively seamlessly, but it's good to see him back out there at the moment. Now, is that the car of Vora? Is that looking a little bit slow on track at the moment?
I was just about to say, he didn't lose just one place on that lap to Reynolds. He also lost a place to Sluger. So that was a 1 minute 31. So a good 4 seconds or more slower than those cars around him and what he was previously doing. Now this is interesting. Oi, that's interesting as well. Yes, that's the 27 machine.
That's a turn 1.
It is, and that looks like it's not got any drive either.
Yeah, it's hard starting a hot race car. So when they get up to temperature and they are running extremely hot, trying to refire a hot race car is extremely difficult. So you get fuel vaporization when you're trying to turn it over. It's just not firing. It's just not getting that cycle happening. So thankfully he's able to get it fired back up, and he is back on his own steam. But unfortunately, that's going to send him to the back of the field. He's only got Robin Bailey just behind him. So Rob Love there. Bit of a moment. Here is a replay of that. So he's got Bailey Love just ahead of him, and he's dropped it on the right-hand side there. So deep under brakes. just trying to find the track limits a little bit. Now, that is a left-hand drive car, and he dropped it off the right-hand side. So just a slight mistake, minor misjudgment of car placement and where he's placing it on the track, but no harm, no foul. He's able to get back out there, and that beautifully presented Mercedes AMG GT4. It looks and sounds absolutely brilliant. I'm a big fan of these GT4 entrants making cameo appearances in the Victorian Sports Car Championship, supported by Evolve Technic. And here you can see Jamie Lovett starting to come under fire from Andrew Hall. So we can actually see, based on yesterday's race with the track evolution, and as these tyres come up into their temperature windows, these two drivers actually manage their pace differently. And now there's lap traffic with Robin Bailey holding up Jamie Lovett ever so slightly. So the number 16 car is coming under fire from Andrew Hall. That's the 130 with a great run coming out of turn 9. Barreling down towards turn 10, cool, calm and collected. Jamie Lovett yesterday did a brilliant job defending and keeping his composure from Andrew Hall in the face of a stern challenge. Hall having a look up the inside, but he's a little bit too far away there. Just letting him know he's there, imposing his presence, letting him know, hey, I'm here. I'm going to challenge for the lead, Jamie. You're not going to get away without a challenge.
All season long, Lovett's made the jump early, bolted. Hall's caught up, but it's generally been too little too late. Lovett has won 14 of the 16 races in the series this year. Hall has won just the one. So he really wants to change that here this morning. And this is probably, I think, the best chance to break that streak that Lovett has got. He wants that second victory, does Andrew Hall, and he is putting his nose everywhere he can, trying to force Lovett into a mistake. This is the closest he's been so far. Will he swing it up the inside?
Oh, he defends hard. Jamie Lovett shuts that door firmly shut in the face of Andrew Hall. So he's going to have to work a little bit harder. He says, not this time around, buddy. Andrew Hall, you're going to have to find another way around. He's going to try and search around the outside, but it's not the desired line coming through that tight right-hander at turn 9. Now they're building up speed once again. They're doing some pretty handsome lap times as well. It's a 1 minute 23.8 is the fastest lap of the race. And that was set by Andrew Hall a few laps ago. This is a 30-minute timed race, and we have just under 22 minutes remaining in this session. So there's plenty of time for Andrew Hall to just assess how he's going to try and find a way past Lovett. But as we've seen so far, Lovett is not going to make it easy. He'll make that Porsche as wide as possible, as wide as it needs to be to prevent Andrew Hall from sailing on through. So a 991.1 GT3 Cup car. Used to be in the One Mate Cup car series, and it is having a huge amount of fun and a lot of success now in the Victorian Sports Car Championship. And as we alluded to earlier, the Evolve Technic Victorian Sports Car Championship enables these cars that are no longer in those single mate series to make or re-emerge on racing circuits and in competition. And as we've seen so far, the racing is spectacular as well. So I dare say Andrew Hall just taking a little bit of pace out of the car at the moment. Reassess, cool down the tyres, and just look and pick apart every single element of driving from Jamie Lovett. He's got to look at every tiny little braking marker, where he's making his quarter entries, how he's turning the car in, as well as how he's trying to maximise his corner exits and getting the power down. The power down in these Porsches is quite impressive. There's quite a lot of squat in terms of being able to deliver the power through the rear-engined 4-litre flat 6 engine through a rear-wheel drive component. Obviously, they're set up beautifully well to get their traction down, so they absolutely sprint off the line. And in a low gear and a relatively low-speed corner like turns 7, 8 and 9, they're a very versatile and handy car. And a 24.2 from Jamie Lovett that last time around. That is absolutely shifting around the Winton Motor Raceway. That is a serious lap time.
Certainly is a serious lap time, as you say. And here we have the fight for 4th position. Reynolds has caught the tail of Sluga. So the 68 machine of Sluga just ahead of the Porsche. It's the Porsche 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at the moment. Then we've got Love in the first of the Mercedes. Then we've got the V10 Lamborghini. And then the next of the AMG Porsches, Robin Bailey in his Nissan 370Z. And unfortunately, Rowan Little, the first and only casualty, managed to limp it back to the lane. We saw him limping around as here comes Reynolds. Great run out of turn number 2. Up the inside, takes the position. Easy as you like, made that look very simple. down into turn number 3. A good overtaking opportunity. Turn number 3 can set it up down at turn number 1, force the driver to defend, go through the chicane, get a great run and make the move down at turn number 3. Fastest lap of the race. Hall, a 1:23.77, 100th, even less than 100th faster than Jamie Lovett just ahead, who did a 1:23.78. So very, very tight between the two of them. The margin slightly crept out to 6/10, if you can call that a margin, because any mistake from Lovett and he will lose that position. Further back down the field there, our personal best coming in from a large variety of competitors. Since Reynolds has made this move, he's not been able to bolt away through that tight technical section of the circuit, and Sluga, look, even having a look, just showing his Porsche in the rear vision mirror of Reynolds. Reynolds is wise to that one. He doesn't buckle under the pressure easy, and he manages to hold on to 4th position as they cross the line. This is where Reynolds was super strong last lap, made turn 1 and 2 really nicely, got the run up this hill, the slight crest, and then back down into turn number 3. Awesome bit of road. There's a bit of elevation around this section of track, isn't there, Callum? It's a lot more than you think looking at the camera, from the camera, I should say.
Sequence have just gone through there, so that was turn 4. You can really chuck the car into the right-hand side. So since recent track improvements facilitated by the Benalla Auto Racing Club, who are the custodians of the Winton Motor Raceway, they've extended the aprons on the exits of the corners, so there's quite a lot more room. It's a lot more forgiving for drivers to run it out wide and really maximise the straight line speed. So it's a lot more forgiving than it was, and those improvements have gone a long way to help driver confidence, and it enhances these sorts of battles. So it does enable people like Stephen Sluga, who's now in hot pursuit of the Daniel Reynolds Shelter Real Estate number 1 Porsche. It really enables him to press on, and he's got a run on him this time around. Really throwing these cars. This is brilliant racing as well. So this is for position 4. Oh, and there goes Daniel Reynolds to spun it. He's looped it at the same spot as he did in yesterday's race. Shelter Real Estate number 1 Porsche driven by Daniel Reynolds. Off the track once again, unfortunately. He'll be ruining that mistake, and he's got a little bit of a tricky time here trying to get back onto the circuit across the pit entry. He'll be kicking himself for that one. That is unfortunate there. That was a brilliant battle between himself and Stephen Sluga. Question is now, can Reynolds close the gap back onto Sluga? He's got 15 minutes he's got 15 minutes in this race to be able to do so, and this is the battle for the lead. So Hall, fastest man on the circuit at the moment, a 1:23.7. He did that just a few laps ago, and you can see a visual representation between these two cars and how the battle is closing. Reynolds here, what happens here? He locks the front, runs it wide, just too much corner entry with the locked brake, and unfortunately it spears him off to the left-hand side at turn 11. That's just unfortunate.
You go too fast into a corner in a Porsche, you try and turn it in. With the engine behind the driver in a Porsche, the momentum, it just spins so easily. That's one of the things unique with the Porsche, the rear-engined characteristic. It means it's very heavy at the back of the car, and they say once you get a Porsche sliding, it's very, very, very difficult to get it back in line. We saw last lap that they lapped the Robin Bailey Nissan once again. They also lapped the Lamborghini, and that allowed Andrew Hall to close right. The Lamborghini, that allowed Hall to close right back up on Lovett again. Look, Lovett defending down into turn number 7. He knows that's where he's vulnerable. He's blocked that one on a couple of occasions. Oh, Hall running 2 wheels through the grass on the exit of the turn, just trying to get as much speed as he can into turn number 8, now into turn number 9, using a little bit of curb. Going back to your point with the track changes at turns 3 and 4 in particular, it really suits these cars now, because that was a much tighter corner back before they extended the curbs, and it meant that they couldn't use much real estate at all. They had to keep it on the tarmac. Now they can run a bit wider, keep that minimum corner speed up, use the aerodynamics of these sports cars, and yeah, as I say, really suits the characteristics. You can see the wider curve there on the exit of the final corner, as well as they cross the line to complete lap number 11. And that one was a PB for Lovett, but despite that, He still lost 200ths to Hall. They are matching each other lap after lap after lap. At this stage, though, Hall has not been able to force Lovett into a mistake, and he's not been close enough to really make a lunge and have a crack at the number 16 machine ahead. But this is going to continue on lap after lap until the end of this race. Of course, 30 minutes this race. We are 16 minutes in. We've still got 14 minutes still to run. And Lovett taking that different line again down into turn number 7. It means that Hall closes in this section of the course around turns 7, 8 and 9. But it looks like in the faster flowing section of the course, that's where Lovett's that little bit stronger. He's got the power down nicely there. But a really, really tight, high-quality battle between these two.
And it's what we're used to seeing in the Victorian Sports Car Championship, proudly supported by Evolve Technic. Great to have them on board supporting Grassroots Motorsport. So used to seeing this battle between Lovett and Hall, as you were saying before, Dan. So it's something we've seen over the last few seasons, and Lovett usually just has a slight pace advantage in his favour, and that's all he needs to be able to capitalise and keep the car at the head of the field. But we love the entertaining spectacle of Andrew Hall taking the challenge right up to him, and he's waiting. He's in the prime position to be able to pounce wherever he needs to. Like now for resistance, where he gets a little bit of a run coming down the old main straight. But Lovett's just up to the challenge and he's absolutely nailing it. Now, given it's a longer race than we saw yesterday, 30 minutes in duration, it's a much harder task to remain calm and composed. It's pretty hot out there at the moment. They're working furiously hard behind the wheel, and the times keep on tumbling, which we'll talk about in just a few moments. But it's hot work out there at the moment, and believe me, if you're behind the wheel and you're suddenly transformed into the brains of these guys, you're working absolutely flat out. The heart rate's up. There's a huge amount of exertion from the bodies. It's a physical task at hand as well as a mental task as well. So it is draining, it's tiring, it's hot, hard work out there behind the wheel. Yes, it's a tremendous amount of fun racing one of these very svelte-looking Porsche Carrera Cup cars around the Winton Motor Raceway, but it is hard work. So it is full credit to the leading duo in the sense that they're able to do what they do and get quicker and quicker. Times are tumbling. So they're both, Jamie Lovett and Andrew Hall, on a 23.4 apiece. However, Andrew Hall has a 2/100 to a second lap advantage in that last time around. So as much as the gap grows, it shrinks once again, but that buffer is just continuing to be maintained between the two drivers. Now, I'd hazard a guess as well that fuel loads would be a factor in this race as well. So they'll have enough fuel on board to justify, say, 100 kilometres of competitive running, there or thereabouts, depending on how the schedule unfolds. So given we've done just over 13 laps in this race, and we're hearing as well that coming back through, sorry.
There's the flames kicking out the back of Sven Burkhart's Porsche. Looks awesome, doesn't it, down into turn number 3. Burkhart's has been really performing well the last couple of rounds. 3 podiums last round. He's got 2 already this weekend, and he at the moment is sitting in a very lonely 3rd in this one. I'm sure he's enjoying driving his Porsche, but of course he'd like to be in this battle for the lead. But it's been a really positive weekend for Burkhardt. Sat 2nd for a reasonable portion of yesterday's second race. But in this one, can't quite match it with the relentless consistency and the fast laps of these two at the head of the field. They come around the final corner. It looks to me like Hall's not afraid to use curbs. He's using a bit more curbs than Lovett, the race leader. They're just about to catch up to these two, though. The 447 machine of Volro's in 6th position, and Love, who is in 7th. No, that's a change for position, as Love makes the move up the inside and takes the place. Volro in the 447 Porsche. I think that is an ailing car at the moment. It doesn't seem to be quite performing on song. The point I was going to make, though, is these two are in their own private battle, and the leaders are about to catch them up. So we're going to have some lap traffic play a factor here. There's not 1, not 2, but 3 cars to deal with. And this will be mighty important because Hall has closed that gap again last lap. He's right on the tail of Lovett. And this is going to be really interesting. How do they play it? How do they navigate the traffic?
Oh, and the traffic's dicing as well. So they're right in the way there. Robin Bailey unable to get out of the way because he was being passed by the car of Vora as they come through turn 9. Vora very wisely getting out of the way, but it's going to compromise Andrew Hall ever so slightly off the apex. That's cost him just a little bit of time there. Poor timing, unfortunately, for Andrew Hall. Hard against the rev limiter as well. I suspect that's the car of Jamie Lovett, electing to leave it in gear instead of shifting up. He's made a slight mistake as well now, so he's allowed the car of Hall back in with Bailey Love stepping out of the way in that number 17 Mercedes AMG GT4. This is fantastic racing between the dynamic duo at the front. And as Dan alluded to earlier, Andrew Hall is not afraid to use the high curves here at the Winton Motor Raceway. They are massive. If you haven't been up close up the inside, Andrew Hall's having a look. He's just up to the C pillar and he's going to have the door slammed closed. No, he's back inside at turn 4, but the exit's compromised. Jamie Lovett hangs on just.
Absolutely. It was a real big move from Hall. I didn't think he'd be close enough, but he got it stopped, got it down there. Lovett left him some room, but Merrick managed to keep momentum. He's having another go down here at turn number 7. Lovett's run a bit wide. There's contact. Around goes Hall on the exit of the corner. They tried to occupy the same piece of real estate, and you can never do that. Contact was going to be inevitable, and around goes Hall. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. He's got to try and get it refired because Burkhart's isn't too far away. Burkhart's is not too far away at all. That's the Nissan 370 of Robin Bailey, but Burkhart's is right behind that as well now. But that's a real shame because it was such a good battle and such a clean battle as well to that point.
Absolutely, and unfortunately it looks like he just had a look where there was no room going through turn 7. That is a very tight part of the circuit. One line and it was occupied by Jamie Lovett. Here is another look at it. Coming through turn 6, deep under brakes. Lovett has an opportunity, Hall up the inside there. Tagging, you can see some debris flying off the cars. There was just no room for Hall up the inside. He would have had a compromised exit, having to try and go the long way around turn 8. But Lovett had just the car parked in the way. He sent Andrew Hall around the long way and he took the opportunity and it just resulted in contact, unfortunately, as you say. Now, this is Sven Burkhardt's on screen at the moment in the number 90 entry. He made a splendid start in yesterday's race from row 2 to be position 2. And here are the flames. We love the flames shooting at the back of this Carrera Cup S car. This was developed for GT3 competition back in the day. Once again, the overrun. Flames shooting out the back there, keeping the directors down in the van nice and happy, and the commentators even happier. Look at it. It's just continuing to shoot flames out. So Sven Burkhardt's currently in P3, last step of the podium. He's making small ground onto the back of Andrew Hall after that mistake.
Nothing like Aussies and flames. Supercars. Oh, flames out the exhaust. Lovely. We've even seen it now these days in the Super Utes as well. There's something about Aussie motorsport fans and flames. Nothing quite like flames out the exhaust, is there?
The Stuttgart barbecue at the back of the Porsche Carrera Cup S car. So Sven Burkhardt has his car beautifully hooked up around Winton Motor Raceway. Just a scotch over 6 minutes remaining in this race. So he's climbing onto the back of Andrew Hall after Hall's coming together with Jamie Lovett. So we'd be curious to see how the pace between Burkhardt and Hall plays out with just a handful of laps remaining in this session. So obviously it is a timed session and it's ticking down with just over 5.5 minutes. So what can Sven Burkhardt do? That last time around, it was 4.1 seconds the previous lap. It's down to 3.8 seconds. So Sven, he's got his opportunity and he's got his eyes set firmly on the rear bumper bar of Andrew Hall.
He can see Hall now. It's like a carrot dangling in the distance, and he can see him. There he is in the distance. There's nothing like that as a racing car driver. When you can see the person, you can see your target, it really spurs you on even more. Look at those flames. It's quite something to behold, isn't it? It looks really good, particularly around dusk. In particular, but it looks like Hall's reset to a point anyway, 2 seconds slower than Lovett on that last lap, but obviously now not fighting for the victory. He's just going to try and bring it home in position number 2, but he's not going to have things all his own way. It's not going to be quite as plain sailing as he'd like, because he does have Burkhardt catching him at the moment, just nibbling in to that lead. But Hall at this stage with 4.5 minutes to go has it under control with a 4-second lead in the fight for second position. Burkhardt's Porsche, a lot older spec, of course, than what the whole machine is. So, as you said, although there's quite a few Porsches, I don't think there's a single Porsche that is the same make. We've got some GT3 cars, some Cup cars, and all different ages as well. And yeah, as you say, GT4 Mercedes, there's a really good variety. Only 5 cars remain on the lead lap. That's Lovett, Hall, Burkhardt, Sluga, and Daniel Reynolds, despite the spin, still sits on the lead lap. Then we've got Love down a lap, Volra down a lap. This is actually a battle on the racetrack. That move has just been made. They've been racing all race long. The Lambo is back ahead, so Baker is back ahead. Oh, he's run down the escape road, completely outbroken himself. And now he's going to, of course, in a GT car, you can't do a flick spin with the traction control. You can't light it up and spin it around. So it's going to have to be a 3-point turn or a big detour through the grass. You don't want to be scraping your Lamborghini, because it won't end up being scraped, it'll end up being bogged. So it's going to have to be a really lengthy multiple point turn for the number 63 Lambo. This is going to really cost him time. We're going to have to go into reverse again. This is just eating away at his time. Robin Bailey will be catching. Robin Bailey is a lap down to this Lamborghini, but this Lambo must have been turning around for at least 45 seconds or more. This is really ruining his run. He's got it backfired. He's back on the racetrack. But that small mistake, just a slight out brake, has cost him, I reckon, at least 45 seconds.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, and that's what we're talking about before, about driver fatigue. We should cue the Austin Powers U-turn style memes for that moment as well for Baker, but did a brilliant job to get that car back on the track and nice and safely as well. It's not an easy task to engage reverse in a hot race car, especially when you're in the heat of the moment. Got a high blood pressure, a high heart rate, and you're in the heat of the moment. It's extremely hard to try and compose yourself and engage reverse and just do the right thing. But no silly judgments there from Baker, so he's back out there at the moment, luckily with no damage on that beautiful Lamborghini Gallardo. Now the gap has closed between himself and Robin Bailey ever so slightly, but Burkhardt's is still closing onto the back of Andrew Hall, as we can see on screen now. So that's Sunil Vora, who's just going to step out of the way to the driver's left-hand side to allow the fast-charging Burkhardt's carrot dangled in front of him. As Dan said, he's got his sights firmly set on position second, and he would love a front row start for the race. Coming up later on this afternoon, this is, of course, race 3. Now, the last lap board has been shown to Jamie Lovett, so the number 16 machine on screen at the moment. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He's just got a handful of laps remaining around the 3-kilometre Winton Motor Raceway. Sails it through turn 5, that sweeping left-hander. Doing a brilliant job and keeping it nice and tidy in the late stages of this race. It's a brilliant effort from Jamie Lovett. He's been a class act so far this weekend. He'll be ruining that coming together between himself and Andrew Hall. He's getting extremely close between those two. But the racing, as we have seen for so many seasons between these two, and he's missing an end plate on the right-hand side of the rear wing as well. So that will have a minor effect on the aerodynamic performance of this Porsche 991.1 Cup car. But it shouldn't affect him too much. So Dan, here he comes to the final sequence of corners. We'll let you call him across the checkered flag.
Yeah, been a really good performance, held off the charge of Hall. Of course, there was that coming together, but he kept his head, kept his focus, and he is going to take yet another race victory. This is his 15th for the year. Car number 16. Dominant display again in the end. We can see at the back going into turn number 11 the fight between Hall and Burkhardt. I think Burkhardt's is just going to come short, just going to run out of laps. Great camera angle, that one, as we see the cars crossing the line. Cars stream through. There's Hall, and there is Burkhardt's. The margin in the end, 1.8 seconds. Burkhardt's just a few minutes short of catching him. Next up will be Sluga, a further half a minute behind, and then Daniel Reynolds. So Daniel Reynolds resets, and it looks like he has steadily closed the gap to Sluga, but 17 seconds will be the margin at the end. The others are all a lap down, so Lovers come across the line in 6th ahead of Volra. Then the second of the Loves in car number 27. Baker in the Lamborghini is yet to cross the line. There we see the Sluga machine, car number 68. So Porsche 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that one. Pretty much everybody now has crossed the line, apart from the really nicely presented light pink car, and there it is, of Daniel Reynolds. So that's the 10 finishers in the Evolved Technic Victorian Sports Car Championship race number 3. And there's the top 10. Jamie Lovett taking the win in the end by 24.7 seconds. But that margin does not show the true picture, with his fight with the man who finished in second, Andrew Hall, 24.7 seconds in arrears. Then Sven Burkhardt's rounding out the top 3, his 6th podium finish in a row. Then we had Stephen Sluger in 4th, Daniel Reynolds in 5th. Then Bailey Love, first of the GT4 cars. Sunsil Volra, Rob Love in the second of the GT4 Mercedes. Then we had the Lambo of Stephen Baker and the lovely new Nissan 370, a really popular addition to the category. Robin Bailey rounding out the top 10, 4 laps down. Thank you very much, Callum Brannigan, for joining me for that one. We'll be back after a short break with Hyundai Excel's Trophy race number 3. Hyundai Excels on the grid, their 3rd trophy race of the weekend, and there is the race 2 winner. James will start from first on the grid, ahead of Jet Murray. Kadich, we can see Waghorn, really nicely presented car. That one, same with Tompkins and Sala. They just continue to roll on through. So 16 of them exiting the pit lane. Brilliant images supplied by Blendline TV. If you're at the track, you can watch all the action on the YouTube and Facebook live stream on Blendline TV, and of course you can catch up with all the action from today. And on Blendline TV Premium you can catch up on yesterday's action as well. There we have the grid then. Bradley James will come out of position number 1 alongside the youngster Jet Murray. Ashton Kadich, I'll get it out in a second, will come out of 3rd alongside Toby Waghorn in the number 84 machine. Harry Tompkins, the front runner in the series in years gone by, will come out of 5th, and same with William Sala, both really good XL drivers from the 3rd row, ahead of Caleb Heffron and Chris Harris in number 147. Beyond that we have Clinton Purdy and Maya Bongiorno rounding out the top 10. Keenan Jones in 380 will start from 11th alongside Jack Carpenter in the SE Motorsport XL. Matthew Bink will come out of 13th ahead of Jake Harwood, Lachlan Harvey and TBA number 16. We still don't quite know who is behind the wheel of that car, number 30. Good field. This really is a high quality XL field. Really good XL drivers, front runners, not only in the state but around the nation. That's one of the great things about Hyundai XL racing. You can take your XL up to Queensland, compete in the series up there. Oh, great to see Some people camping out the back of the circuit, sitting in the back of their trucks and in their caravans as well. That's really cool to see. It shows how popular this race circuit is to come and visit here at Winton Motor Raceway. So cars lining up on the grid, as I say, and as it was highlighted earlier on today, Hyundai Excels really has become a pathway for youngsters, and even to keep the best in the business fresh. You know, you see the likes of Brock Feeney and Brody Kostecki and the like driving XLs on their off weekends when they're not in supercars, just to keep themselves race sharp. Jay Robotham came through this category. Of course, he's racing for Matt Stone Racing in the Sandown 500 this weekend as a co-driver to Cameron Hill. But there's been so many names: Declan Fraser, the list goes on and on of people that have raced in the series. Revs rise. We are about to get underway. Good start from James. Equally good start from Murray. They will be very much side by side down towards turn number 1. Murray lifts off and lets the 61 lead into turn number 1. Side by side, Kadich muscles out Waghorn and holds on to third, and that has left Waghorn vulnerable to Tompkins behind. Tompkins having a little bit of a look, but not on this occasion. Sala follows through in 6th. Then we have the rest of the field. So it's as it was at the start of this one. And once again, alongside myself, Dan McCarthy, is Lisa Titani. Great to have you back for this Hyundai XL Trophy race number 3.
Thanks, Dan, for having me. And we're looking ahead to a very exciting race. I just wanted to add that there was a 5-second penalty added to the time of Waghorn yesterday for that contact with Kadich. So I'm not sure if that assisted with his grid position, but there was a penalty given for that contact that we saw.
Thank you very much for that. I thought that might have been the case, because yes, Jet Murray promoted up to 2nd position and Kadich up to 3rd. So we see them begin to stream out, but the front group, although there's gaps between them, they are very much sticking with each other. So there's only a couple of car lengths between them. This is probably the closest of that lead bunch. Kadich in 3rd, on the tail of Jet Murray just behind. So Jet Murray, younger brother of very good Porsche Carrera Cup driver Cooper Murray. Of course, Cooper has gone on to do other things overseas, but his brother carrying on the Murray name nationally, and real youngsters coming to XLs this year. Oh, move on Jet Murray. Kadich, though, on the outside now of turn number 2, and on that cement dust, there's no grip. He was so close to the wall. Waghorn's got a great run on them both, and he'll jump from 4th to 2nd, but there is no grip on that cement dust. Kadich now got a run on Murray, and to go back to my point, Murray with the P plate on the back shows how new he is to XL Racing, but straight away on the pace up the front from the moment he stepped into a Hyundai XL. As we see them stream around the sweeper down into turns number 6 and 7. Is there going to be a lunge? Kadich up the inside of Murray. There he is. He's there. They're going to make a little bit of contact on the exit, but Murray has the better line, the preferred line on the inside for the hairpin. Kadich is going to try and stick around the outside, have the inside for the next one. Windscreen wipers going. Everything is happening. I think Kadich in that save, that massive moment on the exit of turn number 2, I think it's not the windscreen wiper stalk. So yeah, clearly still no grip if you get wide on that cement dust.
Absolutely. We've seen out there trying to get those tyres warm as well after only a few laps. Once you're out there, he held it straight though, and a bit of pure luck that he missed that tyre barrier.
You were gesturing your hands in front of your eyes. You couldn't watch as he was trying to wrestle that out the wall. He's gone for a move up the inside, front right, locked up, but he's got it stopped. And that is a change of position. So Kadich up to 3rd, finally made the move stick on Murray. Sala's got a good run on the exit here on Tompkins. So Sala in the pink machine, not the usual car that we're used to seeing. Sorry, it is the usual car we're used to seeing him drive, but he's on the outside of Tompkins down into turn number 1.
You see that Tompkins car still smoking from the rear. We saw it yesterday smoking, but it hasn't seemed to have affected any performance.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's strange that it's continued to do that. It's Kadich who now holds that third position, but look at the gap. Of course, Waghorn only a lap ago took second place off these two, and he's gapped them by over 2 seconds already. That is a remarkable turn of speed from Waghorn, who's recovering from the penalty that he received post-race yesterday. And is Murray going to return the favour on Kadich, who's locked up? Going to run wide down at turn number 7. It's left the door open for Murray to try and swing it around the outside. If you're enjoying the action, make sure you tune in to go to www.blendline.tv to watch all your Grassroots racing as we see the fight continue.
I just wanted to note too, the car there that Kadich is in, don't know the full history of it, but a very well prepared Adam Macro racing car, which has previously been used by Ethan Griggold, who might be a common name to some of our viewers, a sim racer turned professional racer, or amateur racer, I suppose. We're still only a state level category, but a very well prepared car there.
Yeah, Griggold, a real front runner in the state series, that is for certain, but not here this weekend. And the Macros, both Tim and Adam, they're famous, aren't they, for fielding teams, both open wheelers for Tim and Adam in the tin top side of things, but they always produce front-running cars, shall we say.
And they certainly do, and they definitely have a knack of bringing up some young talented drivers as well.
Yes, yeah, completely agree with that statement, that is for certain. As we see them file around turns 3 and turns 4. Jet Murray's dropped 2 wheels through the grass on the outside, just about holds onto it and does not lose a position. Tompkins ranging in. This is a good battle between these 4, Kadich, Murray, Tompkins, and Salas just about keeping on the tail of them as well. Our race leader, fastest lap of the race, last time through for James, ahead of Waghorn in second. This is a fight a bit further down the field. It's between Harewood and Heffron. Harewood's already made the move on this lap, has taken the position, but Heffron wants it back. Harewood's recovering from a difficult race late yesterday afternoon and has made a few positions early on in this one. And looks to continue to charge through the field. Harewood's next target will be Sala further down the road in that pink and white machine. So there's a few seconds gap, 4 seconds to this group of 4. And it seems to me whoever's leading in this group of 4 seems to be the slower driver, but whoever takes the, so person overtakes, they head the field and they seem to hold up the field. It's quite an interesting battle at the front, but it's Kadich at the moment in the 13 car that leads from Murray as they head down towards turn number 1. Murray's rear wheel lifting into the air. Kadich using a bit of curb, pushing him a little bit wide. Murray certainly visibly gained time through that first chicane on this lap. The margin when they crossed the line was 4/10. It's certainly less than that now. It's bumper to bumper as they head around turns 3 and 4. Racing further back down the field, this is the 51 of Bongiorno and Bink, and then we look behind that to Purdy, Harvey and Jones. We round out 12 through to position number 14.
I think it's important to note on my phone it was telling us it was 19 degrees out there. You wouldn't feel it in here with our aircon commentary box, but definitely feels a lot warmer than 19. And if you're not running a cool suit or a drink, then you would definitely be sweltering under your race suit and the layers of fire protection.
Yeah, it's in the sun, isn't it? It feels really warm, a real sting, a real bite to the sunlight. Bit of a lock up there for Kadich, and Tompkins has closed in. It's now a 3-way fight for this final position in the top 3. 13 from 158 from number 33. The Lodge Bros car in the middle, really nicely presented. Looks good, doesn't it? As he swings it around turn number 11, ahead of the battery stop car. See Murray working at the wheel there. You can see his hands really playing away, trying to maximise the exit out of turn number 12. and the vital run down the pit straight. This one's another vital one. If you stuff up turn 1, it stuffs up turn 2, it stuffs up your momentum up the hill to a real overtaking opportunity that is down the hill into turn number 3. Tricky braking point, that one. We've seen it catch out the very best. Turn 4 has as well. I remember Mostert in 2015 coming to a stop, resting on that tyre barrier on the outside of the circuit. There's been some very famous moments around this Winton circuit. Of course, supercars have raced here since 1985, I should say. And even the likes of James Hunt back in the day have raced at this very circuit back in the era of F5000. That was, I believe, James Hunt's last ever race victory before he retired.
Very incredible stats there, Dan.
Probably went off tangent a bit from Hyundai XL Racing, I'll admit, but it's a continual great battle between Kadich, Murray, Tompkins and Sala, and they seem to have spread out slightly this lap.
It has. So James leads now by nearly getting up to 3 seconds, 2.7 to be exact. But this little pack for the minor podium positions has allowed William Sala to attach onto the back. But they're all holding steady in their positions at the moment. There will be a champion crowned at the end of this round, the Victorian Club Championship. And this is the round 6 for them. With their regulations, the club will drop the competitors' worst performing round, so it gives everyone an opportunity to show their best foot.
Certainly does. The championship's so tight with the drop round thing, it's very hard for us to work out in the commentary box who's going to actually take the championship until they've all crossed the line, and then we've got to get our calculators out because it's quite a complicated point system, isn't it, for the XL Club Championship. So make sure you get onto the Victorian Motor Racing Championship Facebooks and Hyundai XL Racing as well, the Victorian Hyundai XL Racing Championship Facebook post racing at the end of today, just to find out who it is that has clinched the championships. Or running wide, that is the number 25 of Harvey. Big moment there, keeping it off any barriers though, which is good news. Just a little bit of a bruised ego potentially with that mistake there. Already on lap number 7, this race is flying by. That is for certain. Purdy, another youngster in XLs with the P plate on the tail of the machine.
This is one of our New South Wales cars with the McDonald's banner. I think there's Purdy and Heffron are 2 of our interstater cars which have joined us this weekend, so it's great to see them make the trip across. There is a well-known enduro coming up here as well in October. It's one of the best XL enduros, the David Lowe Memorial, and I'm sure a lot of these competitors will be using this event as a test and hopefully have their co-driver settled for that event later in the year.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You're an XL race yourself. Will you be taking part in that event, or would you like to take part in that event?
It's definitely on my list to take part in. There's a few enduros coming up in Victoria, South Australia and New South Wales, so make sure you check out all the club pages, and there's always people putting a call out for drivers and cars to lease.
Yeah, it certainly is. As we look at the roadworthy shop machine, that's Sala sitting in 6th position. He's dropped back a bit from that fight for 3rd. He's now 2 seconds in arrears of Tompkins in 5th. No question about the race leader though. He's so tight with Waghorn in terms of lap for lap. One's quicker one lap, the other's quicker the next lap, and that lead margin has stayed about the same, maybe slightly increased, but it sits at just under 3 seconds, 2.86 seconds on the 8th lap of the race. So just 2 more to go at the conclusion of this one. Jet Murray's not given up on his aspirations for 3rd position. He's 1 second behind Kadich though now, but you can see just the way through the car. Oh, Purdy, we were just talking about Purdy from New South Wales, has looped it down there at number 7.
He certainly did, was able to gather it back up, but has lost the position to Jones, who was battling for, and has come out ahead of... Is that Jones there? Or it might be Carpenter, who's had a bit of a bad run with a few mechanical dramas.
It is Carpenter, as you see them head down towards turn number 10. Carpenter's got both windows open, whereas Purdy's only got the driver window open. How much of a draft? Oh, we'll just see a replay first. Oh yeah, just a bit too wide over the curb in the marbles, and around goes Purdy. Good quick recovery though, back onto the racetrack, a few dirty tyres, but no real harm, which is good news. I was going to say, with the windows open, how blustery is it in the car? Is it loud? Talk us through, or do you have your windows closed?
Oh, I like to have my windows open. It's probably not the best thing for the straight line speed, and physics isn't my best subject. But it is good. Personally, I like to have the window slightly ajar just to at least hear the noise of cars coming through. A lot of people run intercom systems as well, so you might want to keep your driver's side window closed for that, just to stop the wind coming through.
Even Tompkins is a front runner, has those windows slightly ajar in the number 5 machine, and that proves what we're saying. It might say it's 19 degrees, but it feels so much more than that at Winton. It's just there's very, very little wind, and there's a real bite, as I say, with the heat, and it's making track conditions, I think, quite treacherous at times. Murray continues to stay with Kadich, but he's steadily losing ground. Margin 1.3 seconds at the end of the last lap, and as they begin the final circulation of the 3-kilometre circuit, the margin is 1.4 seconds now, so I just think it's out of his reach now. As they head through turns 1 and 2, you can see them at the back of the shot. We look at the Waghorn car. Again, every time I seem to look at the screen, the margin is 2.8 seconds. They are so evenly matched, and it's going to be a really interesting race later on this afternoon to see who is going to prevail. Because, of course, Waghorn had to come from a 4th position in this one. Made those 2 places on Kadich and on Murray quite swiftly, but the margin had already been made by then. It was already around 2 seconds, and since that moment, since he moved up to 2nd place, he has matched the race leader. The question is, has James kept something in reserve? Does he have a bit more in the tank, shall we say, heading into that last race? Because with the 2-second margin, he can he doesn't need to push quite as much, so he may have been doing that in the final few laps in particular. As we see the 61 machine swing it through turn number 10. Just a couple of corners to go. It's been a great weekend for James so far, and it's continuing here in country Victoria at Winton Motor Raceway. Rounds the final corner, and it'll be a victory in race number 3 for Bradley James. A really, really good drive from him. He takes the win ahead of Waghorn. Margin 2.79 seconds, basically 2.8 once again. Kadich finishing in 3rd. He does hold on ahead of Jet Murray. Tompkins and Sala coming along next. They were heavily involved in that battle as well at one stage. The field continued to come through. Harewood next should be Hefferin, but 6 seconds further beyond that. There's still a little bit of fighting. If we have a look to the back of the shot, there's 2 cars, nose to tail, Harvey and Jones, I believe that is, in the 380 machine. They're going to have a little bit of a drag race to the line. See a couple more close cars there as well, and yes, Harvey just about holds on. Margin just 0.2 as they cross the line in the fight for 12th position. And will Purdy hold on from Carpenter? No, Carpenter makes the move on the final lap to take P14. Purdy rounds out the 15 finishers in what was a pretty exciting Hyundai XL race. Some really good quality racing out there, Lisa.
There certainly was. The front runners were staying where they were, but as usual, there was battles up and down the pack. And as we have the results brought up, Bradley James winning over Toby Waghorn by 2.7 seconds, ahead of Ashton Katich, Jet Murray in 4th, Harry Tompkins in 5th in the battery stop car, ahead of William Sala in 6th, Jack Harwood in 7th, bouncing back after some mechanical dramas yesterday, Caleb Heffron in 8th, Chris Harris and Matthew Bink rounding out the top 10.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much for that, Lisa. That was a really good Hyundai race. Up next, we have the warm-up session, the final session before the big one, the Winton 300 this afternoon. After that, we'll have yet another Hyundai Excel race. But in the meantime, as I say, the warm-up for the big one this afternoon, the Winton 300. We'll be back after this short break.
We're continuing to shake trees down here in the Winton 300 paddock, and look what's fallen out. We've got two drivers here. We've got Josh Haynes and Michael Ricketts in the Nissan Pulsar. We'll start with you, Josh. Firstly, this weekend, pairing up with Michael, what's the dynamic like between you two?
Oh, we've been best of mates for a long time now, and we're the dynamic duo. We've now won 2 Sydney 300s, so we're here this weekend going for a third. But good weather, pumped to have a crack. Coxie's mechanicking for us, so it's going to be a good weekend.
So who actually gets to lead the way in terms of taking the reins in qualifying, racing? Who's going to start the race? Do you know that yet?
So we qualified it earlier. I qualified it, and then I'm going to start this race this afternoon. But come tomorrow, we're not sure as of now. But yeah, we'll go out there and do some laps and see how we go.
We'll just head over to Michael Ricketts as we dash behind yourself. So do you have a bit of an idea of what fuel strategy is going to look like tomorrow? Like, are you still trying to do the calculations? Are you the brainy one of the two?
Yes, no, Jordan Cox is the brains behind the team. We just do what we're told. So you'd have to check it out with Coxie to find out what we're going to do. We can't give too many secrets away because our opposition's just through the garage wall.
We won't be giving away any secrets this weekend, but we'll actually head over to the man Jordan Cox, who's standing over here, looking like rather casual and rather cool. A bit of an online celebrity, of course, but what are you doing here this weekend?
Just keeping the wheels turning and keep the cars on the black stuff, and yeah, making sure we're at the pointy end. Yeah.
What is it about these front-wheel drive cars that you have such an understanding of? How does that suit your driving style so well?
Mate, my first race car when I was 16 was a front-wheel drive, so it's all I've really known in terms of working on them and setting them up. So yeah, it's mate, yeah, Mick gives me plenty of work with his cars, so yeah, get to fine-tune the skills more. So yeah, know a fair bit about them.
And of the two, who takes better directions?
I don't know, actually. We'll have to flip a coin on that one. I'll tell you at the end of the weekend.
No worries, nice and political. Thank you, Jordan Cox.
Great to see the likes of Jordan Cox down there in the lane. Of course, a front runner in the TCR Australia Series, knows a fair bit about front-wheel drive machinery. And here are the cars that are entered for the Winton 300 this afternoon. They're just out there now, just making sure everything is running perfectly, making sure there's no teething issues. I'm sure they'll be practicing pit stops and things as well. Of course, driver change for a large majority of this field. All of the cars are out there on the racetrack, which is good news, and a real variety of cars. I'm sure you've already seen on the screen flash through anything from a Honda Integra to a Mazda, and even a Proton, which is mine and yours, Callum, one of our favourite vehicles in the race this year, that Proton.
Remember the old Proton Satura GTIs very well. If you watched Wheel of Fortune in the late 90s, early 2000s, you'll be familiar as that as the prize car back in the day, out of Malaysia. Wonderful little vehicle, and I think I had a lot of design hues and mechanics from left over from some old Mitsubishi Lancers back in the day. So they are quite a technically quite a good little car. But as you said, this is the last chance for the Winton 300 field to assess their cars, see exactly where they are at. So we've had competitive running so far this weekend, with qualifying yesterday morning followed by a qualifying race, and then the field was decided by the top 10. With qualifying completed as well, it's actually decided and locked in the classes that the individual cars will be competing in. Now that has ramifications in terms of how much time they need to spend in the pit stop during their compulsory pit stop, if they have to make one or if they have to make two. So with qualifying run and one, on screen right now, I've got the 333 McGuinness entry, which is the pole sitter. Took pole position by less than 2 1/1000ths of a second in what was a thrilling session in the evening of yesterday's running. And with that McGuinness car, it's actually in Class C, which means it only has to make, compulsorily, 1 5-minute stop. That's in comparison to something like the Jimmy Tran entry, which he shares with Andrew Asher in the 818 entry. That car is in Class B. What does that mean? It means they have to stop for an extra 2.5 minutes on top of the rest of the field. So that means 7.5 minutes of compulsory pit stop time. And it is obviously a 2.5 minute deficit that they would have to try and make up or overcome during the course of the 300 coming up later on this afternoon, just before 2:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time.
What that means is that the 818 machine, the Shah and the winning combination of last year, Shah and Tran, that they'll have to, as you say, sit in the lane for 2.5 minutes extra, and they'll try and serve that, I'd have thought, during a caution period or a safety car period. That's what they'll be hoping for, and they'll also be hoping that the field is still bunched together late on in the race and that they're still in contention, because, of course, 2.5 minutes in the lane, that'll put you a lap down.
Oh, absolutely. So it's these permutations and variations that we'll be keeping a keen eye on during the 300-kilometre race, 100 laps of the Winton Motor Raceway. So I believe we've got... So, of course, we do have Dave Stillwell down in the pit lane for this weekend. He's a very welcome addition to bring us all his contributions, shaking trees and seeing what comes out, bringing us all the news and updates, and it's a unique insight into what is a fantastic grassroots endurance race. So with just over 10 minutes remaining in this session, we're going to cut over to Dave Stillwell, the man himself, down in the pit lane.
Thank you, guys. Well, of course, warm up. This is the last chance the Winton 300 competitors have got to shake all the niggles out of the cars and be ready for 100 laps of the 3-kilometre Winton Motor Raceway National Circuit. I'm down here with what could be described as the best presented team in the pit lane, the Fifth Gear Motoring team. They've got a wonderful Toyota 86 that ran very successfully at Sydney. Daniel, tell us, what's the plan for the day so far?
Mate, just trying to get Chris some more laps this morning. It's his first time here this weekend, so we're just betting in some brakes, and he's trying to find a bit more speed, get a bit more comfortable on the track. But so far so good, it's all going well. Car's in really good shape for the race, and we've been through our normal checks overnight and this morning, and so now it's just making sure, last minute systems checks, as you said, and make sure everything's ready for the race.
So tyres are becoming something of a talking point amongst some of the front runners in the race. Will you be making it through the event, you reckon, on one set, or you have to change maybe a left-hand front tyre to make it through the 300Ks?
Yeah, it is a big concern at the moment. The heat obviously has caught everyone out a little bit. The track temp's going up. We've made some changes to the car to try and help with tyre temp, especially in the front. We're hoping to avoid that tyre stop, but there could be the possibility, you're right, that late in the race, if we get any blistering or anything, could be a left run on the car.
Well, thanks for that. We noticed that at Sydney you switched from, you did all your practice running on semi-slicks, but then you switched to running slicks throughout the night race. What did you learn on that tyre change there? Did it give you the extra speed that you needed to be competitive in division?
Yeah, it did actually. Yeah, so we were lingering a little bit with the times in Sydney. We're about just over a second a lap away from the peak speed in our class. But this weekend I think we've got that sorted out. All going well, it's just now managing the tyres. Not a massive field this weekend, so that takes a bit of the pressure off, but we'll find a pace that the car's comfortable, the tyre's comfortable, and hopefully it'll be enough to get us through in first place in Division D.
Fantastic. Remember, Division D, only one 5-minute compulsory pit stop for that team. Very critical to strategy. And, of course, we wish you well for the afternoon.
Yeah, thanks very much. And consistency's the key. Our car's able to do that. So it's just the drivers now, mate. As long as we can hang in there, I think the car will be fine.
Yeah, always a question mark over the steering wheel space between the seat and the steering wheel is there in the Winton 300.
Thank you very much down there, Dave Stillwell. Yeah, there is the car that they were just talking about, the number 86, Toyota 86 in Class D. As they say, they competed in the Sydney 300 just a few weeks ago and finished 19th outright, but that was in a field of well over 40 cars, and second in Class D. Third in Class D. So a nice podium finish there for them. And they were talking about the tyre stop, the potential tyre stop. They're hoping to do it without. But that's one of the major talking points of this race. Can you do the race without a tyre stop, or will you need to make an additional stop late on in the race? and maybe take on a tyre. That's the thing you got to decide at that halfway point when you make your driver change. Do you try and go to the end on those set of tyres, or do you try and do the pit stop then? Because of course you don't want to come into the stop late, come in for another stop late in the race that you don't need to, and make that tyre change. That's going to be a key factor in this race, isn't it, Callum?
So down here in the Winton 300 pit lane, we've got the number 41 Ricketts and Haynes Pulsar. Very nice open face helmet there for the driver. So this is actually one of the APRA Challenge cars. But interestingly for this race, they've made the change off the MRF rubber that would normally be on these cars. Of course, they'll be making a change to Yokohama 8009s next year season. They're running on the AO50 tyre like you'd normally see in improved production racing here at Winton Motor Raceway. So a good choice of tyre to get through the 300Ks. But again, we're always wondering whether that left-hand front tyre, which cops the most abuse here at Winton Motor Raceway, whether it'll make it through the full 300Ks. Of course, the car not quite running outright lap speed, so probably won't have to do the full 100 laps. But when it gets up to the sort of 60, 70, 80 lap mark, really start to feel that wear and tear in the left-hand front tyre.
Thank you, Dave Stillwell, down in the pit lane, getting his squats in, getting his exercise nice down and low, and
look a little bit further around the car. Of course, what are we checking out today?
Guard clearance. We've got some wider tyres on for the event, and better tyres than what we normally run in the APRA series on this car. So yeah, we might have to just move the guard a tiny bit.
A little bit of massaging to the bodywork, we might say, minor re-clearancing.
Well, actually, this one here looks like it might have got a bit of a touch when having a look, and that's probably why it is rubbing. It didn't have any marks on it beforehand, but yeah, must have had, so we'll have to have a look at that when we come back in, but all good.
Well, you've got the wise and sage wisdom of Jordan Cox in the garage looking after you this weekend. Of course, if anyone knows a thing or two about hot, fast front-wheel drive cars, it's Jordan.
Absolutely, mate. It's sensational. He's been doing our work for us for a couple of years now, and it's faultless. Absolutely faultless. Does an excellent job.
He might know a thing or two, you know, on top of being an internet YouTube sensation.
Yeah, unlike the person he's coaching.
Well, that's all right. You're going out to literally hundreds and thousands of followers as the number 41 Pulsar heads out of the lane. I take it you'll be running in a division that means you'll only have to run one compulsory pit stop today?
Yeah, we'll be in class E, this car. It's the 42 breakout actually just suits this car. So yeah, that'll just be ideal.
And do you reckon you'll be able to make it through on one set of tyres? You might have to throw a left front at it to make it to the end.
No, it'll go the full distance on that. Yep, absolutely. No, I won't need a left front.
Fantastic. Will you be starting, or you'll be bringing it home?
I'm going to bring it home. So we'll get as long into the fuel window as we can with Josh in the car. Just that we think that probably highly unlikely for many safety cars because of there's been a few people drop out already. And with a small field like this, it's, obviously reduces the chance of safety cars. So we're not banking on a safety car to come in and refueling. We're actually working to a particular pit window, go as long into the race we can with the better driver, and then I'll limp it home.
Well, just remember, if it turns up and it's a smoking wreck, you can always blame it on the driver that was in first.
Correct.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Have a great run in the Winton 300. That means we're just a couple more minutes left in the Winton 300 warm-up. Still plenty of action to play out through the course of this round of the Victorian Motor Racing Championship.
Thank you, Dave Stillwell, with Mick Ricketts down there in the pit lane. Great insight into how the team is thinking and approaching this endurance race. So, crucially, they were touching on tyres. That's a big talking point for all cars up and down the field, but as well as the pit fuel window as well, and just how far they can maximise the car and the distance and try and get as long as they possibly can and get over that crucial 50 lap marker. That's going to be a good tell for not only us in the commentary box, but everybody tuning in on Blendline TV from home, just what the fuel window looks like. So if they don't quite make the 50 laps, then they might be committing themselves to 2 fuel stops to make the full distance of the 300 there. So you can see Shah getting ready with the fire extinguisher. They are allowed a number of staff to refuel the cars, and I just suspect Dave Stillwell is somewhere near the vicinity here to observe the refueling process for the 818 entry. So you can see they've got a hand pump with a conventional fuel nozzle into the back of the Honda Integra. Lots of safety considerations as well around this. So there is a procedure. They are testing it, and they're making sure that they're nailing every single little step that they need to keep calm and collected during a fuel pit stop. So nice and calm. Everyone knows exactly what their role is and what they're doing. The car is also earthed, and they've also got a little bit of protection over the left rear tyre, because obviously the brakes, the wheels are quite hot. It's not good. It doesn't mix well with petrol. In fact, no, it mixes a little bit too well, and it's a little bit dangerous. So all of these safety considerations are written into the supplementary regulations, which teams and drivers are all very familiar with and reading up on. And obviously you can see a perfectly executed pit stop here. So filling up the car, and they've got about usually a 5-minute compulsory stop at least to complete this. So there's no rush, there's no hurry. They just need to make sure they're doing it as safely as possible. And you can see he's gesticulating there that he's happy with the amount of fuel that's gone in, keeping it nice and clean without a single dribble of fuel onto the tarmac surface there. And that was a beautifully executed test pit stop there between the Jimmy Tran and Andrew Shah entry. 818 BYP Performance Racing Developments Honda Integra. It's the only car in Class B this weekend, or for this race, after that was decided during the qualifying sessions. And you can see all of the safety equipment the drivers and teams are wearing in the name of safety, because refueling, it's not dangerous, but it isn't without its inherent safety considerations. And of course the organisers behind the Winton 300 ensuring that all of the teams and drivers are following that nicely. This is the number one car of Brad Gardner, sharing with Jackson Rice here this weekend. On screen now, supported by the Motorsports Training Australia team. They've got several students down there. It's about 15 people clawing all over the car, making sure that it's in tip-top shape after the unfortunate withdrawal of the V8 Falcon Ute. Now on screen here, this is the Burgess Evo. The number 33 entry is due to start on the front row after an outstanding top 10 shootout during yesterday's qualifying session. And we should point out that the session has fallen under checkered flag, and there is no more opportunities for the teams and drivers to make any changes or verify those changes on track. So that was a very clinical 15 minutes of warm-up action for the Winton 300. As we've said earlier, the main race, the big ones, coming up later on at 2:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. If you love grassroots motorsport and you love endurance racing, we highly encourage you to tell your friends and family to tune into Blendline TV on the YouTube channel or the Facebook page, or head to blendline.tv to find out more information. But that was warm-up. That was a great warm-up session, wasn't it, Dan?
It certainly was, and it shows how close things are going to be later on this afternoon. Can't read too much into the lap times in this session, but strategy is going to play a major factor in the race this afternoon. I think it's going to be interesting that the Pulsars, I think they all seem quite certain that they're not going to need to make a tyre change, whereas the Class D and Class C cars, it's a bit borderline for them. So we could see the Pulsars potentially late on spring a surprise, because they are extremely confident they can make it to the end with just that one 5-minute stop and no tyre change. It's all going to play out over the 300-kilometre distance. What we're not taking into account is, of course, safety cars and incidents and lap traffic and everything else as well. So round goes the 333 machine into the lane. That's the pole sitter. The 333 Lancer is there in the lane. That will start alongside it. 1,000th of a second separating the Subaru and the Evo. And then we can see the Veloster, the number one machine, and the 818 car. I believe Dave Stillwell is in the lane with yet another competitor.
So that concludes warm-up, the last session for our Winton 300 competitors to iron out all the niggles, all the overnight developments, trying to make sure their cars are tested and tuned and primed for the 100 laps of the national circuit here at Winton Motor Raceway. They don't call it the nation's action track for nothing. If we pan our camera all along the pit lane, we've got an amazing bevy of support category action here for round of the Victorian Motor Racing Championship. That siren in the background indicates it's 1 minute to go for our XLs to head out on their next support category race. We'll take a breakdown here in the lane, but we'll be back with an amazing level of coverage for round 4 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships on Blendline TV on YouTube.
Hyundai. A title to be decided in this, the 4th and final race of Hyundai XL Masters. They are heading out onto the track. 16 competitors. They put on a show for us earlier on this morning. Musgrave, Mackenzie, Bywater and Venier as well. So looking forward to seeing what those 4 can produce in this one. So they head under the gum tree, the leaders. Really looking forward to seeing how this one is going to play out. As we say, title to be decided in this one, Lisa.
Yes, that's correct there, Dan, and we're just seeing the cars on their warm-up lap here as they head to the grid, and we'll see if Glenn Mackenzie can hold out for victory against this one. It'll be interesting to see him up against David Musgrave on the front row, and of whether Adam Baywater, who did get that tap from Musgrave in that earlier race, can bounce back on the podium.
Absolutely. Clearly no penalty handed for Musgrave. They saw that as a racing incident, because Musgrave will start where he finished earlier on in that second position. Mackenzie sat 3rd behind them, and as the 2 made contact, scooted around the outside, took the lead, and never looked back, went on to take the victory. Musgrave closed the margin down towards the end, but it wasn't enough. It was Mackenzie that held on to the race victory. So we will talk you through the grid as the cars come around the final couple of corners. As you say, it'll be Glenn Mackenzie from pole position ahead of David Musgrave. Venier will come out of 3rd, and 4th position for Adam Bywater.
And filling the 3rd row of the grid, Carl Nielsen up alongside Barton, and behind them Mankovac up against Christie. In 9th and 10th, we have Jeffs and Featherstone. Hazier, Kennedy in 11th and 12th. Emma Clark in 13th. Jeffs in 14th. Nankovitz and Zirin rounding out the 16 as the final few rows grid up, and we wait for the lights to go from red to green.
Indeed, absolutely we do. Green flag at the back, 5-second board displayed. Great to see exactly how this works. There's the red lights on, and they are off. We are underway for the final race of Victorian XL Masters as they roar down towards turn number 1. Mackenzie with the inside will hold the lead. Bywater, great start, already got past Venier up to 3rd position, and already on the tail of the man he made contact with in the last one, Musgrave. These 3 been fighting it out all weekend long, some battling further back. Merjavac up the inside of Barton. They managed to make it through turn 3 unscathed. He's going to have a look again into turn 4, is he? Not quite able to do that on this occasion. As they head down the back of the course into the tight, twisty middle sector that really gives Winton its character.
You see there that Mackenzie has a little bit of a lead over Musgrave. The battling, and then we see Venier was looking down the inside there as they headed around turn 7 and 8.
We're We're looking on screen at Mernjavec just behind Barton, and he's been handed a 5-second penalty from the stewards already. So clearly creeping or rolling at the start, or maybe over the or out of grid box, but a 5-second penalty for a start infringement for the man just behind this battle, around about 7th position. Bit of a lock up there. But at the moment, Mackenzie is breaking away early on in this Hyundai XL race and move up the inside. That's Featherstone on Hazler. So they head out of turn number 10. If you don't make the move stick at turn number 10, you're holding that inside line, you don't carry the momentum out the corner on the approach and the run to turn number 11. This one again a bit tighter than 90 degrees. And turn number 12. Looks like a simple corner, turn number 12, but just like that, mistakes can happen and he hits the wall. She hits the wall, sorry. That is Emma Clark in the 49 Hyundai XL. That couldn't have been timed any better for the point I was making. It's a lot more tricky than it looks, turn number 12.
It certainly is, and that was a great camera angle there. She was just a bit wide, and as we see, the 159 getting a bit wild there, managed to escape the tyre barrier and continue. We'll look to see if Emma Clark was able to drive off. No safety car has been released to the track.
Yeah, that's to recover the ritual biohacking machine of Emma Clark. What a shame. But yeah, something's happened there. Can't pluck reverse, can't get out of the situation she is in. So yeah, safety car, the obvious and safe decision to be made, because that couldn't be any more on the racing line. You can see the exit curb right where she is parked, so that couldn't be any more on the racing line. And here's a replay from the Blend Line crew. So look to the back of the screen. She just ran just a little bit wide, and then a passenger from there. It's not really grass out there. It's more gravel, isn't it? And it's hard to get back on the racetrack once you're out wide.
It is very loose gravel, and it just seemed that even though she would have had wheels pointing the right direction, it just would have caught her and fed her right into the tyre barrier. But it is good to see now that she's been able to pluck that car out of the dirt there and drive off and hopefully into the lane.
Certainly a bit of panel damage there on the side of the machine. The course car's turned its lights off so she can go by. Lights are immediately back on, so she's not even going to lose a lap. She probably won't catch up to the tail of the field come the safety car restart, but she won't be a lap down. There is certainly some bodywork damage, but that looks about it. I think mechanically, I think she's got away with that one.
I think so. They're very tough. Very tough little cars, and we'll head down to Dave Stillwell in the lane.
Might be a little while to ask them after we go green.
So we're down here in the starters box at Winton Motor Raceway. We've got Anthony, our starter, who's busier than a one-armed paper hanger at the moment. He's got the safety car board out. He's got the yellow flag waving. We've just had that car recovered from the turn 12 runoff area. So now that car's been recovered, it's in front of the safety car. The field's behind the safety car. So all the race control operations are back in place with all of our volunteer officials. So once the field comes round towards the end of the lap, the safety car will go lights off. And then once the safety car's in the lane, the signal from race control will indicate to our starter that he's clear to display the green flag to the field. And if we pan our camera over to the right, we've got our control line just a few metres away from us, which is that black and white broken line with the Victoria symbols in front of it. You're not permitted to overtake or overlap before that line. So that's one of the other things they watch really closely here, is that the restart procedures are taken care of appropriately. So we're actually in a really unique position here to watch a restart unfold with one of our fabulous volunteer motorsport officials with Anthony here in the starters box. So this field now approaching turn 6 behind the Hyundai Kona safety car. Still got the yellow flag out because the car that's been recovered from turn 12 is trying desperately to catch up to the train. It's still under safety car conditions despite the fact that there's no other cars around it. If we have a look around the starters box, there's all sorts of tools of the trade here. We've got a selection of flags, the black flag, mechanical black flag, the bad sportsmanship flag. We've even got a selection of numbers. and some warnings to put out on the magnetic boards to some of the drivers. We've got all of our starting signals, all the time boards and everything. So the safety car board's going away. So Anthony's rolling up the yellow flag. He's going to get the green flag ready. He's going to wait for that signal from race control to indicate that it's okay to display that to the field. And then like a hawk, he's going to be watching that control line to make sure that everyone behaves themselves in a single file restart as we get set. So the field now maintains the speed of the safety car. No more than 5 car lengths. Look how close they are on the run down to turn 11. So we'll see if we can pan around to show you the control line as they get set. So the field is under control of the leader. And there goes the green flag. So the safety car is in the lane. It's up to the leader to decide when they want to accelerate as they gas it up out of the final corner. The field comes to the line. And they are nose to tail.
Awesome stuff. Thanks very much, Dave. Still a lot in
fact,
the lane.
some of them might have been even less than nose to tail. I think someone's front bumper was inside someone else's rear bumper on that one.
That may be a penalty then as we look towards the rear of the screen. The 31 up the inside. That's Featherstone. The inside. Oh, a bit of a lock-up. Missed the apex, but just about got away with that one. I thought he was going to make contact there with Hazler, but no, got away with it. And we are back racing. Emma Clark, unfortunately, didn't quite catch up to the tail of the field. She's negotiating turns number 1 and 2. But if there's another caution, she'll be right back in contention. So don't rule her out just yet. As we see the cars head down into a bit of a lock-up there from Christie. So tight field of XLs, and they've been pretty well behaved this weekend. We've seen very few safety cars in Hyundai XLs this weekend.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's been some really good battles throughout the field, and now Glenn Mackenzie's job is to build up that lead that he had prior to the safety car being caught. We've got a battle here between the 30 and the 92. The 92 trying to make its way around the outside, but Jeff's holding on. As we see them come around the final 2 corners. We've seen quite a few different lines, a tighter line if you're wanting to try get a run on someone, and a wider line if you're trying to defend. So we're keen to watch that one as the race unfolds.
Absolutely. Bywater, I thought, to be on the attack with the front 2, but instead he's looking behind to Venia and Nilsson. So it's not been the restart lap that Adam Bywater would have wanted. He's lost a good second to those ahead. In fact, 1.5 seconds. Mackenzie, fastest lap of the race, 1:43.2, a tenth faster than Musgrave. They're separated by just 3/10. They've bolted, and then a 1.5 seconds back to Bywater, Venia, and Nilsson, as we see on the screen. Bywater flicking the tail out as he turns into turn number 3. Maybe not got the tyre temperatures or kept the tyre temperatures up during that safety car period as much as he'd have liked, as they hurtle in to the very fast sweeper. Mackenzie, nice line through there, but has to go defensive. Defensive line on Musgrave, and that shows that Mackenzie is aware of how close the number 34, the light grey and dark grey XL behind, is. And look at Bywater, still under pressure from Venia. I did not expect this on the restart. I expected him to go with the front 2, but not doing so on this occasion. We still have 8 laps left. Not too many laps under safety car, so 4 down. We've still got 7 at the end of this one to go. Here they are, the 2 race leaders, 85 from 34. Mackenzie from Musgrave, 0.3 of a second the margin. You spoke about the championship. It's all to be decided in this one. It can swing many ways, but it's really between Musgrave and Bywater unless they really have an incident. But with the drop round, it's hard for us to work out until after the event. We'll have to get our calculators at the ready, or make sure you check out the Hyundai XL Facebook or social media channels to find out who it is that has wrapped up the title out of Musgrave or Bywater. Mackenzie is still just about in contention if both of these title rivals have issues, and he's got one of them right up his trumpet at the moment as they go around turn number 4. And here's Bywater, as I say, a veteran of Hyundai Excel Racing, been racing in the series for many, many years these days, now competing in the Masters class, but can take it to the very best in the nation. And we've seen why this weekend, but just not got the performance in this particular race. But compared to Mackenzie and Musgrave there, a good 3/10 faster each lap so far in this race. The margin between he and Musgrave 1.7 seconds, and you can see it on the screen. This margin is basically nothing. This is the closest he's been all race long. Is he going to be close enough for a dive, though, at turn number 11? That's the question.
It certainly is. As we see Mackenzie head here, heading into the braking zone of turn 11. He goes a bit of a tighter line, and Musgrave having a little bit of a look. He closes in on Mackenzie, right on the back bumper of the number 85. As we've stated before, this run on the front straight is just not long enough, and you have to be really bold to want to make a pass into the turn 1-2 chicane.
Absolutely. It is a good place, though, to set up a move for turn number 3. And is Musgrave going to try that on this occasion? Nice run, nice exit out of turn number 2. And I think Mackenzie might be forced to go defensive. Here comes the 34 machine, having a real look, but can't quite do it. That was the best opportunity so far, but felt not quite close enough. Featherstone still in the thick of the action with Jeffs. This is a little bit further down at the back end of the top 10, the fight for 10th position. And then we follow the 77. Oh, running a bit wide, 2 wheels through the gravel. That's Featherstone. Yeah, can't quite get Jeffs. I said it earlier in the race, earlier on today in the earlier race, that these two have been together throughout the weekend, and that continues in this one. If you saw that smoke, that's the trucks there up next, but up the inside comes the 31 of Featherstone. Not quite going to make that one stick because he's on the wrong side for the next one.
We see Jeff's car just underneath the exhaust tailpipe is hanging a bit loose. That would have been a bracket, rubber bracket that would have broken off, but it doesn't seem to be dragging, so won't be an issue for the moment.
Now, of course, as you say, if it's dragging too much or really hanging down, and it could be a danger to other competitors, we'll be showing the mechanical black flag, as David showed us exactly how that happens in the starters rostrum, or a mistake from Featherstone. But yeah, no mechanical black flag needed for that one. As we see the 159 of Kennedy around the outside of Featherstone. No, thinks better of that one. Very, very hard to make an overtaking move on the outside there, unless you simply outbrake the person and have a car length ahead before you get there. Exits the turn, heads down towards turn number 1. Laps continuing to fly by. Felt like it was just a moment ago I was saying we were only 4 laps in. Now we are on lap number 8. Go shading turns 1, 2, up over the crest, down into turn number 3. Here we have a fight a little bit further. This is Christie and Hazler. We've seen this car a fair bit, been in the thick of the action, has Hazler this weekend. The number 77, look at the curb usage there, up on 2 wheels. Awesome bit of footage there. And look, Bywater under pressure, Venier up the inside. Is there going to be contact? Mighty close. Bywater leaves some racing room and gets a great exit with that wider line and manages to hold on, but only just. Venier is there. Venier is right there. So Bywater started behind Venier in this race, but made the better start through the initial launch and took the position through turns 1 and 2, and has held 3rd place since then. But now he has the 44 right on his tail. I don't think Nilsson quite has the pace to match them at this stage, so he's slightly dropped back in the Napa Auto Parts sponsored Excel in 5th position. The margin 0.8 of a second as they cross the line that time through. Venier's missed the apex, but at least a Hyundai Excel's width That means he runs wide there as well through turn number 2, and putting a little bit of a wheel through the dirt and dust on the outside of the corner. Bit of a moment there as well. Had to catch the slide at turn number 3. Bywater slides his XL around for fun. He's a spectacular driver to watch.
He certainly is, and we're seeing some fantastic camera angles looking into the cockpits of the XLs, and normally you'd want to see one smooth motion in and one smooth motion out with the steering wheel, but we're seeing a lot of back and forth, just trying to wrangle those cars around the corners and keep that momentum up.
Yeah, really jostling with the wheel, as you say, particularly Adam Bywater. I think this lead margin's come down again, nose to tail. Mackenzie, Musgrave as they come on to the back straight. After this one, there will be just 3 remaining, 3 laps in the Victorian XL Masters Series for 2023. Who's going to be crowned the champion? It's been a brilliant weekend from Musgrave, that is for certain. And the 2 title contenders did come to blows in the race earlier today. Mackenzie was there to pick up the pieces. Don't rule Mackenzie out just yet. This is all still to play for. 3 laps remaining as they cross the line. Let's have a look at the lap times this time through. Fastest lap of the race for Mackenzie, a 1:43.1. Musgrave's fastest to this point, 1:43.2, but on that occasion was nearly in the 1:43.4s, so lost to 2.5 tenths on that lap. The margin out to 5 seconds. Can I say out to 5 seconds? Sorry, not 5 seconds, half a second. Half a second is the biggest the margin's been almost all race long.
That's true. He's just vanished, Mackenzie. I know the Mackenzie and Musgrave are on our screen now. Mackenzie's just holding ahead, but it doesn't look like Musgrave is really making any progress on catching and then making a pass. And as we see at the bottom of our screen, Glenn Mackenzie, the fastest lap of a 1:43.122.
Indeed it is, as we see this battle a little bit further back down the field. Featherstone from Jeffs. I can hear a lock-up from one of them. I think it might have been Featherstone. So Jeffs and then Kennedy in position number 12. 10, 11 and 12. So yeah, a top 10 finish up for grabs in the final laps of this race. Great to see some cars and campers camped out the back section of this Winton circuit. One of the few tracks in Australia these days, of course, where you can still camp at the circuit. Gives it a real family vibe here at Winton.
It certainly does. I think it's an experience for all motorsport fans to be able to set up their camper or their tent alongside the circuit and wake up to some race car noises.
Absolutely. We've been staying here this weekend, haven't we? And it's awesome to hear the cars roar by from where you are. But Mackenzie holding on just. He's going to come under real pressure in these last couple of laps. That's for certain. He's not going to have it easy. 34 continues to show the nose at almost every corner. I'm here. Any mistake you make, I will pounce. Mackenzie looks really good through this section, I think. It means that he's not vulnerable down into turn number 7. Musgrave still has a little bit of a look. Real high quality race from these two. Once again, I said it earlier on today, but it's proven to be the case again. High quality racing in Hyundai XLs.
Absolutely, it's what we want to see. This is the last race of the weekend for the Masters, so it'll be interesting to see if Musgrave puts it all on the line, win or bin, or if he settles for second when we come to the final lap.
There is one more XL race, and that's the XL Trophy Series final race. Race number 4 for them. 15 laps, so a longer race in duration to what these guys, the Masters competitors, have. That'll be the final race in the precursor to the Winton 300. So that's at 2 o'clock local time, as I say, the final race before the big one, the one a majority of us are here for, the Winton 300. A lot of people also here for the trucks. They've got their penultimate race straight after this one. We saw them starting up over on the outside of turns number 1 and 2. and they will be out very, very shortly. They've certainly thrown some action out onto the Winton circuit. That's what a majority of the dust is around turn number 2, all caused by the trucks. They'll certainly put on a show, that's for sure. But these guys are putting on a show on the final lap of this motor race. Musgrave is closed up once again. The margin was 4/10 across the line. It's not 4/10 anymore. He's closed in around the first couple of corners. Look at this. There's only really one Hyundai's width between them, or length, I should say. He closes up. He's going to have a look. No, doesn't have a look this time. So it'll mean he'll have a nice line through this corner into the sequence of hairpin bends. Turn number 8 and then turn number 9. Mackenzie, as I've said before, looks good around this section, of course, this middle sector. If he can get a good exit out of here, which he has done, that's a big tick in the box on this lap on the road home. It's very tight between Bywater and Venier behind for third. I caught at the back of the screen there, exiting the hairpin. But at the moment, we are focused on this titanic battle for the race victory between Mackenzie and Musgrave. Musgrave closing in under brakes. Look at that. Really closing in on the rear bumper, but it's not quite going to be enough. It shows the nose, but no, not quite going to prevail on this occasion. Mackenzie, a real mature drive, is going to hold on and take victory in race 4 of the Victorian XL Masters. The margin in the end, just 0.2 of a second. Bywater holds on to position number 3 by just 0.3 from Venier. And then a very lonely 5th position for Barton, who was playing catch-up from bad qualifying early on in the weekend, finishing in position number 5 in the end in that final race. Mernjevac finishes in 6th, but the 5-second penalty will drop him at least 2 positions behind Hazler and Christie. The field continues to come through. That's Featherstone, Kennedy. Here we see Jeffs and Narkowitz. And you're pointing to the screen, a late retirement there for Nilsson in the number 86 machine.
Yeah, we didn't see what happened to the Napa Auto Parts XL, where he was battling for 4th and 5th position there with Bywater, but had some issues and has dropped down the back.
That's right, sat just behind Venier, didn't he? It was Bywater, Venier and Nilsson. So not sure what's happened to the 86 XL, but came into the lane with just 2 laps remaining. So clearly a mechanical issue, which is a real shame for the 86 car and the driver Nilsson. So yeah, very good race there in XLs. The last of the competitors has crossed the line, and there she is, Emma Clark, of course, recovering from her spin down at the final corner. Yeah, great race that one. Results as follows as we get ready for the trucks. It's I'll let you take it away, Lisa.
Thank you. So we had Glenn Mackenzie cross the line in first, a great win, holding off David Musgrave by the smallest of margins. Adam Bywater had to settle for 3rd position ahead of Tony Vernier, and those guys were battling all race. Mick Barton in 5th position, Donovan Makovac in 6th, Neil Hazier in 7th, Craig Christie 8th, Craig Featherstone 9th, and Lee Kennedy rounding out the top 10.
Absolutely. 33 seconds separating them, and Kennedy said his fastest lap on the final lap of the race. So that concludes XL Masters for the weekend. Penultimate race of Super Trucks. If you missed their race earlier on this morning, well, you missed a treat. Make sure in this break you go back and watch the coverage this morning of the truck race, and then make sure you flick back in 15 minutes time for the penultimate Super Truck race of the weekend. We're just going to convert the track back to the shorter layout. We've got a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back with the trucks very shortly.
So we're all fans of big black round things here at the Winton 300. We are, of course, talking about tyres. Yokohama, Hankook, Nankang, MRF, Dunlop, Michelin, Pirelli. I think I've covered off most of the brands that we see up and down here in the lane at the Winton 300. So tyres are one of the talking points for the Winton 300, Callum, because the rules are so open. You can use slicks, you can use high-performance road tyres, you can use tarmac rally tyres, you can use track day or what we call semi-slick tyres. For instance, the 791 Mazda MX-5 we've got here was one of the front runners looking at the timing sheets. They're actually going to be, one brand I forgot, Callum, Kumo Extra Slicks. So no tread whatsoever, or no tread pattern, I should say, on either of those, on any of the tyres on this car. Doesn't look like it's going to be wet today, which of course would mean you'd want to have some form of tread pattern to squeegee the water out of the way. But the tyre that we're always concerned about here at Winton is the left front tyre. You spend so much time turning right, loading up that left front tyre, particularly as we add more and more negative camber. We start to wear both the inside shoulder and also the outside shoulder of the tyre as well. So very small, very low profile slick tyres here on this Mazda MX-5. Not quite as big as we'd see on some of the sports cars from the Evolve Technic Sports Car Championship a little bit further down the lane. Now, because the technical regulations are fairly open for the Winton 300, we get cars from all sorts of different categories from around Australia. This Mazda MX-5, for instance, has been built for production sports car racing, so it's got the vents in the bonnet, it's got the vents in the guards, it's got the big rear wing, carbon fibre hardtop, very expensive but very schmick and also helpful in the aerodynamic profile of the car. In order to improve front downforce, we've got the front splitter on the front of the car to, direct air through the radiator and split the air as it goes over the car. Those all work in concert to make the MX-5 one of the very most balanced platforms we see in the Winton 300. We've seen plenty of cars in the past, turbocharged and normally aspirated varieties, be very successful in iterations of Winton 300. Callum, you've seen plenty of Winton 300s in your time. Did you have a favourite moment that you've got from years past?
Well, I've got several moments, but I've also lined up the driver of the Spy Optics Mazda MX-5, and it's Andrew Boydell, who's very kindly lent us some time to chat about the warm-up session, and we'll have a brief overview about what the team's currently doing as well. But firstly, how was the warm-up?
Warm-up for us was just a bit of a shakedown. There was nothing we really need to achieve. We practiced Friday, we ran hard yesterday and got a great quali, so we're confident everything's where it needs to be. So this morning was just run it, make sure it's all working, and everything's good.
And what's the team currently up to? You can see they're very busy at the moment with the fuel rig. What exactly what's the process that they're currently running through in readiness for the 300 later this afternoon?
We're just testing all the fuel rigs, making sure they all work. We're having a problem with ours. It won't prime, so we're going with alternate plan 2. We're borrowing one, so we're going with our teammates' one. So we're just working on the swap section of how long it takes to swap them over between tanks.
And what's the camaraderie like amongst competitors? Obviously, everyone helps each other off field, but when it's on field, it's a little bit different. But in this case, has someone come to the rescue for you?
Oh, absolutely. We're working with this team next to us very closely. We're sharing pit crews. We're staying together. We're doing everything together. So it's all, the more help you have here on the spot, the easier it is to manage.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And I think I've spotted the other side of the camp here. We've got Nick Agar, who is fresh out of the car. Now, was it a spectacular top 10 shootout yesterday, making up a couple of positions? You must be thrilled.
That was all Simon. But yes, he did the top 10 shootout. So it was a really, really good result.
It was his name on the thing, but it was me driving. So it was just a little bit of a clerical error.
How was the lap from your point of view, Simon?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I've never done a top 10 shootout before, so doing it in one lap was a bit daunting, but I got it done, so yeah, I was happy.
And how was the warm-up for you guys? How are you looking in terms of preserving tyres, making sure fuel windows work for the race?
Yeah, good. So everything was wearing very well except for the passenger front. So we realigned that yesterday, and it looks like it's good, handling well. So now we just got to hope that we finish, mate.
Cool, so we're running out of time down here in the pit lane, so if we catch back up with Dave Stillwell, he's looking over the fuel rig change with the 791 Spy Optics car, getting ready for the race, and this is the best time. It's preparation, isn't it, Dave?
proper preparation prevents very poor performance. I think I've thrown an extra letter in there somewhere. These rotary hand pumps, it's basically like a giant straw that sucks the fuel out of the drum, then spits it down that hose into a normal trigger nozzle like you'd find at a petrol station. Unfortunately, they can be finicky sometimes and be difficult to prime to get the fuel up out of the drum. So the team making sure that that's all sorted before the Winton 300.
Trucks rolling out onto the racetrack here at Winton Motor Raceway. Round 4 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championship, and of course the Winton 300 later on this afternoon. Look at them, the big trucks rolling out onto the racetrack. Crowds have aligned the fences. There's a big crowd here today. It's really, really cool to see. The Noonan truck taking off a little bit slowly there, the 42, but it looks like it's okay now. So, if you missed the race earlier on this morning, this is now a direct reverse grid of that. So that means that Frank Amoroso, who crashed at turn number 2 and didn't finish the race, limped across the line to finish in 10th, will start from first position. And the race winner, Smith, will come out of the back in 10th position. So a complete inverted grid. It'll mean that this race will be incredibly exciting. It was a disaster for the reigning champion and the championship leader. Zamet, the reigning champion, ran off the circuit when leading all by himself and finished down in 8th. And Barry Botwell in the bright red Mack truck, the championship leaders, had problems all weekend long and crossed the line in 7th, just sort of staying out of trouble. So it'll be interesting to see if they've rectified the problems with that machine. They're trying to get themselves all into formation. It's a short sprint race, this one, just 4 laps. So at the moment, it's the 231 truck of Riley Fern that leads them. Then alongside each other is Butwell and Amoroso. Then we've got Riley Fern, Schutz, Noonan, Lachlan Fern, Pruitts and Smith. So plenty of trucks. We're about to get racing, and we do. Zamet, a flying start for the reigning champion, splits the pair on row 2 and goes around the outside of the lightweight truck. Fern, and Botwell follows him through as well. So the top 2 in the race, I was saying they had a disaster earlier on. Well, they've bolted straight to the front. As we see the action on the back of the course, well, if you can, through all the smoke, a move between the lightweight trucks. Schutz has made significant contact with the 231, who just about keeps it on the road. 2 wheels through the grass, keeps it facing in the right direction. The lightweight trucks, the Isuzu's going at it. Schutz is now being shown the gravel on the outside of the circuit, and the big trucks are going. These two fight for sheep stations as Schutz makes the place. He'll be followed through by the 23 of Fern and potentially Amoroso as well. And he does so. The 231 is dropping back quite significantly and quickly early on. See the trucks exit the turn and head towards the shortened Winton layout. So instead of turning left just there, they turn right, flick it through the chicane, 90 degree right, 90 degree left, 90 degree right once more. And that is 1 lap, 1/4 of the way through the race already. And how was the action on that lap? Pretty good to me. So they cross the line. Shannon Smith having a look on the tail of the 23 truck down into turn number 1. Can't make any move there, wasn't quite close enough. Although in truck racing, they generally just give it the big send and fire up the inside anyway when they're close enough, because of the force and the big nature of these. You don't want to turn across. Whoa, Pruitts is miles off the circuit, completely missing the sweeper there. We've just seen that now on the Blendline TV coverage. That looks smoky. That looks more than a lockup or anything. I'm not sure if an engine's let go. That's smoking out the front of that machine. Yeah, that looks a bit more than a lockup to me. That's come to a halt. Lots of smoke from underneath the truck as well. I think that has just expired out there in the middle of the race circuit. Oh, sideways, getting really sideways there. That's the race winner earlier on today, the race 2 winner. As they head towards the final sequence of turns, Noonan hasn't made as much progress as I expected in this one. He's currently sitting in 8th position on the tail of Fern. That's Lachlan Fern in the 32 machine. Oh, using all the road on the exit. Brave man, our cameraman down there at turn number 1. As he flicks it round the sequence of turns down at the bottom end of the circuit. That camera angle just shows how hazy and smoky it is around the Winton layout at the moment, as Robert Fern is trying to hold on from Shannon Smith as they go through the flip-flop and into turn number 7. I can hear brake lock-up. Shannon Smith forcing Fern to defend. Oh, got all sideways. Keeps it together just about, but that's cost him any momentum. He had we're losing the rear end again. Good save once more. And Amoroso's coming under pressure from Schutz in the lightweight truck. It's closing up here. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. All nose to tail, line astern, down the back straight. Here comes Robert Fern pulling out in the big heavyweight truck, looking up the inside of Schutz. Yeah, there are 2 classes. The rear wings, the smaller trucks are lightweight. Oh, contact. Smith and Robert Fern. Smith wanted the inside for the left-hander, but he wasn't given the room there. He's got a nice run. He'll look up the inside into turn number 1 on the final lap. He's got it locked up, the rears, trying to keep it under control, using all the grass on the inside of the course to great effect, but he's not kept the momentum. And Robert Fern holds on down into turn number 2. Awesome racing. Zammit, the reigning champion, fastest lap of the race. He's pulled ahead at the front of the field. And great to see the championship leader has resolved those issues that he had earlier on in the weekend, because this has been a Champions League-like performance in position number 2, but it's still on further back, sideways once again for the number 60 truck. So they go around the hairpins side by side between the white and blue trucks, sideways for Schutz, as we see on the screen once again, and that's going to cost him all the momentum. Here we are, the reigning champion Zammit rounds the final corner and takes the victory in race number 3 of the Super Trucks Championship. Barry Butwell coming home in position number 2. And I think it's going to remain the same for 3rd onwards as well. Amoroso, Schutz wins the lightweight class. Robert Fern holds on to 5th. And Shannon Smith, well, he threw everything at it, but he came home in 6th ahead of Lachlan Fern and the ever-consistent Mark Noonan. Still got one more truck to come, I believe. Oh, that's the Pruitt's machine, as well as Riley Fern. So through comes Riley, and then Pruitt's an engine failure out there on the racetrack. So that's being recovered at the centre of the course. We need a big truck to recover these vehicles. Of course, the Holden Ute won't quite cut the mustard to take one of these multiple-ton trucks back to the paddock. Here's the results then. We've got Stephen Zammit, who took the race victory ahead of Barry Butwell in the number 13 Mack truck. Frank Amoroso, after the accident earlier on, great recovery to finish in 3rd, holding off the charge of lightweight class Mark Schutz, Robert Fern, Shannon Smith, Lachlan Fern, Mark Noonan and Riley Fern rounding out the finishers. I will pass now to Steve Stillwell, who is down in the race control.
So keep our voices down, but I thought I'd take this opportunity to show you through race control here at Winton Motor Raceway, the nation's action track. We've got Richard Weston, our clerk, of course, who's overseeing all of our trackside officials. But from here, we can see basically the entire short track and almost the entirety of the long track. And for those areas that are a bit difficult to see, we've got constantly running and recording CCTV monitors across the top of the window there. We've also got timing information. We've got multiple communication channels. We've got our emergency controller who's talking to the safety crews and the medics and the recovery people here. Don't mind him, he doesn't bite. We've got Kev talking to all of our hardy trackside officials and the safety car and all of our observers. We've got everything's logged here to make sure that we keep track of everything that happens, whether someone needs a portaloo filled up with toilet paper or whether someone needs an extra lunch or if someone's dealing with a major incident. If I pan over to the left here, this is a piece of technology I use when I'm off the commentary. I'm actually working for the Victorian Sports Car Championship presented by Evolve Technic. This is where I can talk directly to the teams and the drivers on this console here. So we'll go for a little bit more of a wander through the upstairs of race control. Up here, we've got our stewards who are making sure that the event's carried out according with all of the supplementary regulations. And of course, one of our driving observers from the Hyundai Excels does quite a good job up here. And then we'll come back through here into the final room that's up here in race control. It's empty at the moment, but this is where Lisa and Richard from the timing team take care of all the timing on the national circuit. Now at the moment, because we're running on the short track, they're using a different timing system this weekend. So it's the AIM system. So it's they're using an AIM transponder on all of the cars running on the short track. Whereas down here, from our control line, we can see straight down to the control line there. So all of the cars have got a timing transponder on them, which marries up with the signal as they cross that control line. So you heard me talk about earlier when we had cars that were making sure they didn't overtake or overlap before the control line. So this is the nerve centre where all of that happens. All of the timing is streamed out live via natsoft.com.au. So another handy trick if you want to follow Australian motorsport both domestically and from afar, natsoft.com.au. Click on the racing results archive. Almost any event can be followed live or very shortly thereafter. Multiple laptops, all feeding into the data loops all around the circuit, running software presented by the Dorian team, the team that kept behind Natsoft and the Dorian timing system. If we get our camera down a little bit lower, from here, the amazing thing at Winton, it's the nation's action track, but also it's the officials track, because from here you can do basically everything. You know, we can see all the way through to the gum tree in the old Penrite corner at turn 7. If we pan our camera around to the right, we can see all the way down to turn 11 and turn 12 on the national circuit. So there's a huge amount that you can do from up here in race control, but all of the stuff that happens out on track, the flag marshals, the volunteer recovery people, the medical crews, the safety intervention people, and it doesn't happen without volunteer officials. So if you're interested in motorsport but being behind the wheel isn't quite your thing, get in touch with your local car club or your local motorsport fraternity and you'll find a way to get involved. We'll throw back to commentary, who I believe has got something a little bit special lined up for us. So down here in the under 2 litre sports sedan paddock with a very ecstatic Linda Devlin. Linda, P1 in that race. How was that one for you?
That felt fantastic. Car felt great. Didn't have a great start, but we managed to pick my way back through and catch up to lead car. And then he just had a bit of a whoopsie, so I was able to manage to get through. And then sort of just drive away. It was great, good fun.
Now, you were telling us before we started the interview that you weren't originally planning to be here for this round of the under 2 litre sports sedan series. What's the change? How have you been able to manage this?
So I've been really fortunate and appreciative that I've got a sponsor for the weekend, so Clean Break Rural Maintenance. I did really well at Caldar, and I'm a new mum, so my daughter's only 4 months old tomorrow. So back in the car, but being on mat leave and one income, you sort of have to put the racing away. So Clean Break came on board and was like, yep, we'll sponsor you for the weekend. So I'm very grateful. They do a fantastic job, family business, lots of rural maintenance for all farm properties. So they're just fantastic.
Well, on that note, we'll just get our camera to pan around to the left. So not only do we have Brodie from Clean Break here, give us a wave, we've also got an amazing bevy of female supporters. Linda, you mentioned that you've brought a lot of the female competitors down to this end of the paddock. It almost looks like you're running a little bit of a creche here. How are you managing that work, life, racing, kids balance? How's that working out?
funny you should say that. I'm an assistant director at a childcare centre, so we have the experience. So yeah, we've got friends and family, and obviously my daughter's here, and we just decided that we'd like to sort of bunch them all together. We know where they all are, and it's a bit less noisy down here and a bit more fresh air down here. So yeah, the ladies yesterday dropped the spot for me here, so we're all bunked together, and it's good. It's good fun.
Well, it just goes to show that at grassroots level of racing, it's all about having that family, that friends connection. Who do you got to thank for this? We did notice there's a couple of shark bites in the car. I think you've got a bit of a thank you to say to someone else in the family.
I have to say thank you to Dad. He's already fixed some of the panel beating that we needed from the previous race. He is #1 mechanic. He's amazing. He does all my work on the car. If it wasn't for him, I would definitely not be racing. I'm following in his footsteps. He used to race for over 25 years, minis as well. So yeah, he's just fantastic. He's my rock. He's my hero. And I'm very privileged to be able to do this with him and bond with him and yeah, follow in his footsteps. And it's a good family bonding trips away from us from the weekend. So and we love being at the racetracks.
Absolutely. Well, once again, congratulations on the race. Looking forward to seeing what you can do tomorrow. And, of course, a huge shout-out to all of the family and friends that help make Grassroots Motorsport possible.
Dave Stillwell, our man on the ground. He's everywhere at the moment. The start line gantry, he's down in race control, he's in the garage, he's interviewing competitors, and that was him talking earlier on today to Linda Devlin, who again starts from pole position, and will start alongside Damien Hunter in the Renault Clio. After that, the always fast starting Ricketts, and then we've got Harris, McNair, Pinkerton, Sclater, Talbot, Gibson, Stipkovich, Howard Seymour and Baldwin, and then at the back we see the Pulsars coming into position. So we've got Dan Smith in the 313, we've got alongside him 71, that's Kirkham, then we've got Butters, Devonish, Butterfield, Maynard and Nuttall rounding out the field. So lots of cars out there, lots to watch out for. There'll be a staggered start. The Sports Sedans first. The Pulsars will start a few seconds later. Can hear the engines revving. Watch for the fast starting Pulsar. I think I've jinxed it. It's been fast starting all weekend until now. As we see the Clio lead. And will the Bluebird go around the outside? Certainly giving it a crack around the outside of Devlin, but not quite on this occasion. Ricketts takes the third position as a result. So rather than gaining one position, the Bluebird has fallen one position. So Harris retains that fourth position. And here come the Pulsars. Good start from Kirkham, but not good enough. It's going to be Dan Smith that holds the lead. Butters will hold third position ahead of the 96 of Butterfield. So good start from Butterfield. Made the move on Devonish there straight away. So good racing in the Pulsars, as we see at 96 of Butterfield. Now got the 23 in his sights, all slightly sideways through the sweeper. Going to have a look, but no. Butters very heavily defends that one. Knew that move was coming from a mile away. Oh, around goes Damien Hunter in the 2-litre Sports Sedans, the race leader. Not sure if there was contact there. There was certainly three of them going nose to tail down into the turn together, and Hunter goes around. So lots of action early. He's shaking his head, disappointed with what happened there, crossing the line. Down in 8th position, got a lot of work to do now. And bizarrely, it's the Nissan Bluebird that leads, so it's all happened in that corner. So it's the Bluebird that leads that was 4th. Devlin's retained 2nd position, Ricketts has moved up a place, and of course the Clio shuffled down to 8th. Look at Devlin having a look all over the tail. Can you find two more different machines on the racetrack? A Mini and a glorious Nissan Bluebird. How cool to see this car. And of course, it's raced in the early 80s at Winton Motor Raceway in the Supercars era. This is what happened then. Into the turn, Devlin, she has a look down the inside, but Hunter all by himself loops it around, locks the rear brakes. The other two run wide in sympathy, unsure where the Clio's going to go. And Harris takes up the running. And speaking of taking up the running, now it's the Mini in the lead, Devlin. And through as well comes Ricketts. It's changing by the corner. We've had 3 different race leaders already in this race. Brilliant stuff. Really good action. This is what we've seen all weekend long. These top 4 have battled it out, as well as the number 97 machine as well. That's been in contention throughout, driven by Pinkerton. The number 97 out there on the racetrack, lapping very, very competitively once again in this one. The Datsun 1600. So that's out there in 4th position at the moment, but over a second behind the other sports sedans. Back on again, Butters has moved up into 2nd position in Pulsar class. No, the lead. What's happened to Dan Smith? That's changed while we've been away. So while I've been looking at the action in 2-litre sports sedans, it's all happened in the Pulsars as well. So there's Dan Smith, won every race, dominated each race so far in the Pulsars, finds himself in 4th position. So he's now only got 8 laps to make up places, try and make his way back to the front of the field. With the pace he's shown this weekend, I wouldn't put it past him. He's already having a look at Butterfield towards the final sequence of turns. Oh, Butterfield's got it all wrong, all locked up. Manages to keep it on the road, brilliant car control, but obviously loses the position there. So Butterfield down to 4th position. Dan Smith makes up a place. Next on his checklist is Butterfield Kirkham in position number 2. You can hear his tyres protesting. Oh, another big moment. Throwing everything at it. Oh, we've gone safety car. We have gone safety car. Not sure the reasoning for it. I cannot see a car stationary out there on the circuit, but there is no doubt we can see the safety car lights flashing at the back end of the circuit. I don't see safety car boards out anywhere else apart from at that corner. So it looks like other than that we are still racing, but that safety car board is definitely flashing. We continue to race away. Any idea on that one? Any idea? Devlin continues to lead. Margin now at to 3.6 seconds. I'm just trying to find out what that yellow light was for, but it's all gone back to a green flag now. And Smith hounding the back of the Kirkham machine. Here we go. The recovering Clio of Hunter. Going around the outside. Trying to make the move stick, but he's trying to look in front as well as behind is Damien Hunter. All over the tail of the 13 car. That's Steve Howard in his Toyota Corolla, old school Corolla, but it's only really a body shell. It's got a 6-speed sequential gearbox these days. Far cry from what it had when that first came out, and here comes the Clio. Not going to do it this time. Settles back into 2nd place. Into the position behind, so 6th position for Hunter out there on the racetrack. Howard, former champion of the series many times over, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2012 as well, so 4-time champion, knows this category well, veteran of the series, and still performing in the top 5 here today. As you can see, 2-litre sports sedans, final race, race number 4, and here comes Hunter around the outside, hunting his prey, not able to do it there. It's such an awkward point, the exit of that hairpin, has to settle back in behind the 69 on the tail as well. That's Vin McNair in his very heavily modified Honda Prelude. Good exit. What can he do up the inside? Not quite able to do so on this occasion. They remain in formation. 5, 6, 7. We look at Ricketts, who is simply no match for Devlin out front. But Ricketts trying to take 2nd position from Harris, both setting PBs last time through. Harris a 106.09 and Ricketts a 106.20. So 1/10 between them. We've seen this one before. The outside from Hunter leaves him vulnerable though to the 69 machine of McNair, but McNair machine doesn't quite have the straight line speed. Really good. Oh, deep under brakes though. Great move. Sent it up the inside, made it stick. And yeah, very nice, well executed dive bomb up the inside to take 6th position back from Hunter. Hunter doesn't like it. He's going to try back on the inside again. To no avail. Thinks better of it. Wasn't close enough, but he's got a good run around turn 1. Looks again at turn number 2. Can't make it work there either. Surely it's not going to be another attempt around the outside of the hairpin at turn number 7, is it? Well, we're going to find out in a few corners' time. McNair all over the tail of Howard. He's trying the long way at the hairpins now. This is a great battle. We've got Datsun. Corolla. We've got Toyota Corolla, Nissan SR20 and a Renault Clio. Awesome to see these different brands going at it on the racetrack. But yeah, the 69 doesn't seem to have the straight line speed of Howard, that's for sure. That little Toyota Corolla, brilliant power to weight ratio, pulls away on the straights. Certainly doesn't have the speed in the corners, and that's where the 69 has again honed in on the tail. But here comes the 89, does he? Not quite. Had a thought, had a look. He looked there last time. Looked down at turn 2 last time as well, but nowhere near close enough this time through. Laps are tumbling by. We're on lap number 9 now. And Smith, we're looking at, is beginning to catch Butters. But is it going to be enough? I think it'll still be enough for the round, whatever happens. But he wants the 4th race victory. He wants a clean sweep of the round. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? And that's the thing about racing drivers. They don't settle for second. They want every position they can possibly get, even if they're fighting for 18th. They will give everything to finish in that position. Of course, it's extra championship points. And Smith rounds it through the sweeper. Gaining. Fastest lap, PB lap last time through. Staggering 0.8 of a second, nearly 0.9 of a second. Faster than Butters, the margin down to 1.2 seconds. And I reckon it's going to be down below half a second. At the end of this lap, it's going to be a real photo finish potentially with 2 racing laps to go. And they are catching the Seymour Escort just ahead as well. So the Seymour Escort is in the 2-litre sports sedans class, running in 10th position, doing a really nice job out there. But could be caught. Oh, Butters using all the road. That was close to the wall. That cost him crucial momentum. Look, Smith even having a look down at turn number 1. That lead margin has gone. This is the lead battle in the Pulsars between the 23 of Butters and the 313. That's Smith. Nicely through the sweep. Will Smith have a go into turn number 5? No, Butters is aware of that one. Defends that move. He knew that one was coming. We saw him defend there on lap number 1. It wasn't from, yes, it was from Smith as well. So they're really fighting these two. Cocking up a wheel again is Butters. Smith going for a wide line and a nice late apex, but it never really came. Couldn't get the car turned back down. It kept understeering wider and wider. Just looking for a nice late apex to get a great run down into here. He's got a good run anyway. Butters has to defend, and I've just seen in the front windscreen Butter Chicken. Good sense of humour down there in the paddock, and a lot of them do. They've got little stickers, little nods to different things. Nice exit from Smith over the curbing. Nicely judged. And look, the race leader is behind them, commencing the final lap of the race. These two will be lapped on this lap. So they are now also going to be on the last lap, I think, unless they're not lapped. Dan Smith's going to go the outside at the sweeper. That's not an overtaking opportunity. Will the race leader play a factor in who's going to win the Pulsar battle? Very well may happen, because Smith had to turn out of the sweeper to let the Mini go. Devlin lapping the 313 machine, and Smith's missed the braking points as a result. He's lost crucial ground. Meanwhile, for Butters, Devlin's just swept around the outside. He hasn't lost a single tenth of a second, not even a thousandth of a second. No time at all, but Smith certainly did. And there's a few Pulsar lengths between them now. Devlin also makes light work of the escort of Seymour. And I think that, as they say, will be that brilliant performances from Linda Devlin this weekend in 2-litre sports sedan. She takes yet another victory. Race number 4, she takes the round as well. Great performance from Harris in the Nissan Bluebird, fastest lap of the race as well, finishing on a high in 2nd position. Ricketts coming home in 3rd in the severely modified Nissan Pulsar that's competing in 2-litre sports sedans. And the rest of the field comes through. Pinkerton's happy with that, coming home in 4th ahead of McNair and Hunter. Hunter PB on the final lap, but will be terribly disappointed with that mistake. The lock rear brakes and sliding off the circuit when in the race lead on the opening lap. Here is the Howard machine. I think lost a bit of ground there late on in that race, and then it'll be Sclater and Talbot. And it was indeed Butters that held on to the win in Nissan Pulsars from Smith. So Smith couldn't quite do the clean sweep, but 3 firsts and a second will comfortably be enough to take the round victory in the Nissan Pulsar class. Brilliant action all weekend long from 2-litre sports sedans. It's been that way all season long, and here are the results of that one. Linda Devlin taking the win by 4.9 seconds in the end. Michael Ricketts 9.1 off the race victory. Then we had Andrew Pinkerton rounding out the top 4 ahead of Vincent McNair and Damien Hunter. A great scrap there for the 4th place position. Then we had Steve Howard, Ryan Tomsit, Lauren Talbot and John Seymour ending out the top 10, and the top 3 in Pulsars, Butters, Smith and Kirkham. I believe once again we have Dave Stilwell down there in the lane.
Well, actually, Dan, I've jumped out of the lane because one of the unique things about Winton when they run short track here is it gives us a chance to actually stand out on the racetrack while there's cars out racing. So during the changeovers between the short and long track, we have these giant tyre bundles that are lifted into place with this tractor, handily provided by Mahindra. So they use that to block off the short track when we go back to long track racing. These are all set at a mandated size by the FIA in terms of their height and their construction. So they're all chained and wired together and moved in position by this tractor. Now, we talked about the starter's box, we talked about race control. So these are some of the resources that the race meeting has to play with. We've got our lift tow towing tray here, in case cars had a reasonably severe accident or can't be towed back on a flat tow. We've got our hard-working race-safe safety crew here. These guys look after the fire intervention. They'll also hook up and take the cars, if it's possible, to flat tow them back to the pits. This is if someone's had an engine failure or an electrical issue, something that means the car can't continue under its own power, but it can roll back to the lane. And of course, I can't do an event without saying a big shout out to the hard-working medical volunteers from Event Medical Team. These are the folks that attend an incident if it's determined that a driver's sustained an injury or suspected of sustaining an injury, but they are also here to look after our officials and crews as well. If we pan to the right, we've got the hyper racers heading out on their formation lap. So this is how close to the action you can get if you volunteer as a motorsport official. So the hyper racers are heading out from the national pit lane. So they're going to head out, they're going to catch up behind the safety car as the safety truck moves off behind us to follow the field on their chase lap. So the safety car now has the field, the Hyundai Konas, exiting what would normally be turn 3, but on the short track is turn 1. So it's got the Hyper Racer X1s behind it. They'll warm up their tyres. There's the other race safe safety crew. Huge army of volunteer officials help make these motorsport events possible. So the hyper racers are warming up their tyres behind the safety car. The safety car will go lights out in a different position because, of course, we're on the short track. And then once those lights go out, the leader has to maintain the start procedure requirements. So they'll head towards the control line in a 2x2 formation. Dan, I'll throw to you to talk us through the field that's going to take the start.
Thanks very much, Dave. That's awesome insight. And yeah, thanks so much to all our volunteer officials doing all the different jobs, not just marshals out there on the racetrack, but as you say, driving the recovery vehicles and the rescue vehicles and all sorts of things down there. So really good insight, and what a spectacular shot that is of the cars as they came out of the national pit lane exit. So here are the 10 vehicles for Hyper Racer, the final race of the weekend. I believe, Dave, you got a bit more to add.
So I figured if we've got the opportunity, let's make the most of it. So we're down here behind the multi-ton concrete retaining wall that blocks off the short track and the long track. The field's going to come down for the start, going to go past all the moved out of the way tyre barriers. They're in a 2x2 formation. What an incredible sight. They're going to maintain that 2x2 formation through what would be the last corner on the short track lap. Wait for the red lights. They're still on. They're still on. And they're out of racing.
We are underway, and it is going to be 2x2. They're going to continue that formation down into turns 1 and maybe even potentially turn number 2 as well. But it is at the head of the field, Dean Crook, who leads the way ahead of Damon Sterling. It's a bit tighter further back down the field. There's the top 777 machine of Bond with Treptel directly behind in the 27 car. And Bond might have a look here at the inside of Leighton. He does, but not quite able to really make it a real overtaking opportunity. But the bright green machine now going around the outside. That's the inside for the next one. Not going to get it there either. But certainly looking quick on this opening lap is Bond. So very tight between the top 3 in the championship. Top 3, Crook, Sterling and Claver on the road, are top 3 in the championship. They're all separated by a point. Where they finish in this one is how they're going to leave in the championship order at the end of this round. So it's Crook, Sterling and Claver. Nico French has moved up ahead of Leighton on that lap, and we are looking at the fight between Leighton and Bond out there on the racetrack. Really good battling through the field as we see them come around the sweeper on lap number 2 of this motor race. True ground effects, these cars. You can see the rear diffusers, something to behold, something that you'd see on a sort of time attack car, really. The rear diffuser is something quite unique, particularly on an open wheeler, the way it sticks out the back of the car. Have a look if you're at Winton on the sides. You can see the way it sticks out the tail, or if you're watching on Blendline, of course, you can see it right now as it swings past the camera. Awesome looking machines these are, aren't they? I'm sure you agree with me at home and around the racetrack, and they sound good too with their Suzuki Hayabusa motorcycle engines. Swing it into turn number 5. Got Formula 1 style or open wheel style steering wheels as well, more rectangle of course than circle. They are really high tech in that sense, modern race cars, and they look modern as well, and they lap so very, very quickly. Oh, a bit of a twitch there on turning for Sterling, gathered it up very quickly and has continued on with no problem at all, but maybe a couple of tenths lost there as they cross the line to complete the lap. Yeah, a couple of tenths lost on that lap. I reckon a little bit was at that very point. So the margin out to just over a second. Crook with the fastest lap of the race that time through, a 56 flat. Compare that to Sterling, a 56.3. Then Claver, I think, made a mistake, a 59.3 for the current championship leader. Not sure that's going to stay the same for much longer. As I say, where they finish this one is where they're going to be in the championship. It's that close, 1 point separating the top 3 drivers. And Claver is coming under attack from French. Claver dominated this championship in the early rounds, had a retirement at Calder, and maybe limping in this one, because that is not performing in a straight line. French just breezes by as if he's standing still. Swings it through, turns what are normally 1 and 2, but the final sequence on the short and late, yeah, that sounds off. That car does not sound right as it blasts by the Blendline TV cameras. That is a sick sounding Hyper Racer X1, that is for sure. What can he do? He's just got to limit the damage in this race. His title rivals have bolted. He's not even thinking about them right now. He's just got to maximise the situation because he is in an ailing machine. Still lapping around the same times as the drivers around him. Obviously, we've just seen Nico French make the move and take 3rd. Leighton was 6 tenths faster than he was last time through. Bond was a couple of tenths faster, as was Treptow. So he will have at least 3 cars catching him come the end of this motor race. He's got to limit the damage. He's 4th at the moment. 4th's the best he can do, I think. But how many can he keep behind? The good news for him is on track there are a few battles. Oh, it sounds awful as it comes past commentary. Really, really bad. Losing another 3 tenths to Leighton despite the sound and the sound and everything of the car. He actually said his PB that time through, but it's certainly ailing. Of that there is no doubt. Losing more and more time out there on the racetrack. Treptow though is keeping Bond honest in this one. The 27 all over the tail of 77. Yeah, you can hear almost at every turn the Claver machine sounding rough around Winton. What a glorious day. We couldn't have had more glorious conditions at Winton this weekend. Oh, off the road. That's the 2nd place driver. So the championship contenders are making life hard for themselves in this one. Is he going to lose any positions? I think he might. They're coming through the final sequence of corners. He is. He's going to lose out at least 1 position. Sterling threw it off the road, and through goes French. Nico French is enjoying this race at the moment. He really is up to position number 2, inheriting places left, right, and centre. But he's 16 seconds behind the runaway leader of Dean Crook out there on the track, who set another fastest lap of the race last time through, a 59.597. We've seen them lap in the low 55s throughout the weekend, yet to break into the 54, so 55.0, fastest lap of the weekend so far in race trim. But Crook 5 tenths off as he laps once again, so taking another 4 tenths out of that. So we're now into the 55.5s, and it seems to me, as each race has happened, that these cars get faster and faster as the race goes on. Claver's car sounds horrific, but he's back on the tail of Leighton. He's sort of driving around the situation. He's a sitting duck in a straight line. He's got no straight line performance at all, but his talent is enabling him to stay with Leighton ahead. But look at Leighton just pulls ahead as we look for the fight further up the field. This is now for 2nd position, of course, and he fires up the inside. Sterling, great move. Unforced error just a few moments ago, but he's got his head back into gear, really focused, and reclaims 2nd as quickly as he lost it. Sterling reclaims 2nd as quickly as he lost it. And this now the fight, Leighton and Claver, 4th and 5th. So Crook continues to extend the margin. Margin now 17 seconds ahead of these two. Make that 19 as they cross the line once again. 19 seconds to Sterling and French. And then these guys, Leighton and Claver, are a further 5 seconds back from the 2nd and 3rd place drivers. And there's been a change. Treptow has managed to overtake Bond. So change for 6th position. Leighton's starting to gap Claver. And in fact, Treptow and Bond are catching him now. There were 1 second faster, both of them on that lap, than Claver, and the margin 2.4 seconds. But I think they might run out of time because the leader is on his final lap. He's miles in the distance. It's him, Daylight, and second place Sterling, who exits the final corner to commence his final lap of the race. So his PB there, 55.6. Only a couple of hundredths off what Crook's done. It's a little bit too late. The margin's 17 seconds, and there's less than a lap to go. You can see the marshal getting ready with the checkered flag. We are moments away from seeing Crook take the championship lead. Race victory, and with it, as I say, will be the series lead. He'll be delighted. Great momentum from Calder. He's brought it to Winton, and he's taken the round and final race victory. Well done to Dean Crook. Truly dominant. No other word to describe it. We're still awaiting the second place car to exit the final turn. Sterling is coming through the final sequence now. What a dominant victory. Sterling crosses the line in second. Third for Nico French. He'll be pretty pleased with that, I reckon. Ahead of Leighton and the ailing Claver, who loses the championship lead. Doesn't just lose the championship lead, but because of how tight it is, falls to third in the series. Then we have Treptow, Bond, Smith, Crook, and the final runner, the number 38 machine of Kern. And through they come, the final couple of cars. Smith and Crook line astern. And then the final runner, Kern, rounding out the field. I'll just talk you through those results once again. So it's Crook from Sterling. Sterling, fast lap of the race on the final lap, and we finally broke into the 54s with a 54.97 on the final lap, fastest lap of the weekend. Then we had Nico French in third, Hamish Leighton in fourth, Claver in fifth, Bastian Treptow in sixth, Brad Bond in seventh, eighth for Bradley Smith, John Crook in position number 9, and Kern in position number 10. Those two names at the bottom aren't quite correct, but other than that, all is right. 4 out of 4 for Dean Crook. Up next, we have yet more scintillating action. If I have a look at the schedule, it's the Victorian sports cars, so yet more fast machines, but this time tin tops with GT cars. We've got Porsches, we've got Lamborghinis, and we've got some Nissans and Mercedes in there as well. That's all to look forward to in just a few moments' time.
Down here in sports car land, this is Robin Bailey, and we're used to seeing him racing or behind the wheel of an MG, but this weekend he's behind something a little bit different, which is
Nissan 370Z, 2009 Nismo manufacture. Been building it up as a prod sports car for 6 years, and this is effectively its debut meeting. We ran it a month ago at Phillip Island at a PIARC Access one-day job. So we're just figuring out what it likes, what it doesn't like, and I'm having fun.
So what was the catalyst? What was the decision that led to you stepping out of the MG and behind the wheel of this?
The MG is overdeveloped for what it is. I mean, it is manifestly overdeveloped. So it's lost a bit of reliability, so I'm going to dial it back a little bit. It'll come out for MG historic events, Sandown historic, etc. But this is the new toy.
So in terms of comparing this car versus the MG, what are some of the immediate differences? I'm thinking power might be the most immediate difference between the two.
The MG's got a shed load more power. This is relatively standard, although hatching a plot to correct that a bit, but it won't be anywhere near as developed as the MG is. But as a platform, this is nothing short of brilliant. Wheelbase track ratio, brakes are superb. It's got a sequential gearbox in it, which makes life easier for the driver. But other than that, there's a fair bit of Nissan stuff in this. Played with the induction a bit, but it's just an all-round much easier car to drive.
Robin Bailey, thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
Great chat there, Robin Bailey with our own Callum Brannigan. Really cool to see that he's changed to that Nissan and clearly enjoying life in said car. This is a bit different. Sports cars, you might be saying that's not different. Still, they're often racing here at Winton, but very different in the sense of they're on the short track. For the first time this weekend, they've done 3 races so far, all on the long track. We've thrown a cat amongst the pigeons, as they say, and thrown them to the short track for this final race, Callum. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one.
Indeed, Dan. Hello. Hello, everybody tuning in at home around the track. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. This is a phenomenal day. Round 4 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championship here at a picturesque Winton Motor Raceway.
Oh, he's gone the wrong way. Love it.
It's caught out Lovett. The short track has caught out Lovett. He's turned left where he should have turned right. So he's going to have to rejoin here. It looks like it might be behind Sunil Vora. Even Rob Bailey. We've even got Stephen Baker making his way through there. And, Robin Bailey, ever the gentleman. He was so polite down in the pit lane earlier this weekend. And it looks like we've been sent around for another sighting lap as well. So, yes, short track has caught out Jamie Lovett. He's been unstoppable all weekend. We saw a phenomenal battle between himself and Andrew Hall in the race earlier, where the pair actually came together. Now, we can see Jamie Lovett is starting to make his way back through the field and to the front of the queue behind the Hyundai Kona N safety car. Big shout out to all of the officials, marshals out there in the heat. It's baking hot at the moment. It's about 25 degrees, which is a welcome change from the long, hard winter that we usually experience in Victoria. And it's a big thanks to all of the officials around the nation's action track for all of their efforts in ensuring that the motorsport that we are enjoying today stays on schedule, it stays safe. They all play a key role and they absolutely nail it. And it's without these people we would not have motorsport. So it's a big thank you to them all. And now we can see Jamie Lovett has made his way indeed back to the front of the queue, and he'll be sure to turn right instead of left. So he'll learn that lesson very quickly. But yes, indeed, this is the short track, and we're very much looking forward to this one, Dan.
Well, he made me doubt myself. I'd just been talking about the short track, and then he turned left. I thought I saw her on the short track, and we are indeed. So we see the final couple of corners. It's Lovett, Hall, second row, Burkhardt, and Sluger, third row. The next Porsche is Reynolds. Then we've got a couple of Mercedes on the outside. Those red machines are about to go green though. And we do a roaring start. Great start from Vora up the inside of Reynolds. Not sure he's going to make that one stick.
Stephen Sluger around the outside of Daniel Reynolds as well. The battle resumes as they come through what is now known as turn 2, but a nice clean start there for the Evolve Technic Victorian sports car for their 4th and final race of the weekend, making their way through turn 3 and 4, and then deep under brakes into turn 5. So a much shorter track configuration, 1 kilometre docked off per lap, and this is of course 12 laps in duration. It's a bit shorter than according to the schedule, as the hard-working team at the Winton Motor Raceway worked tirelessly to get us back on track after a few delays this morning. And of course, we have the big event, the main event, scheduled to be 2:30 Australian Eastern Standard Times. Obviously, schedules permitting, that'll be coming up your way very shortly. But for now, the sports cars are raging on. We love the car of Sven Burkhardt's. That's the number 90 machine, silver, black, and blue in hot pursuit of Andrew Hall. Don't they sound spectacular, screaming past the Blendline TV camera there? Sven Burkhardt's has definitely pulled up his socks between sessions. We saw him chasing down Andrew Hall after that coming together from Andrew Hall and Jamie Lovett in the race earlier. And the fire that's spurting out the back of the number 90 machine, it's a hot favourite, literally, around the track for fans and spectators alike. This is a fantastic spectacle, though. Sun shining down on the Winton Motor Raceway. Epic sports car action. It's all Porsche, though, at the moment. Porsche doing a fantastic job. They are currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... and I dare say 7, so we just had a few timing issues. Apologies for that one. Getting that back up and running. Thank you to Race Control. But the battle rages on. Jamie Lovett is very well suited to this shorter track. He has pulled out a gap of about 1.7 seconds back to Andrew Hall in P2, the number 130 machine. So this is just an added that these drivers face here this weekend. They have to completely readjust their braking point and braking markers coming down the old main straight and then to a sudden right-hand turn instead of turning left. They have to readjust and it's not ideal preparation considering they've done so many laps at the Winton Motor Raceway, so many this weekend at round 4 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships. They've done so many laps on the 3 kilometre layout, and they have to readjust very quickly around the 2 kilometre club layout. Sven Burkhardt's all over the back of Andrew Hall. Yes, they're both Porsches, but they're completely different. Andrew Hall is driving a 991.1 Cup car. Burkhardt's is behind the wheel of a FIA GT3 specification Cup S car. So that's from the late noughties and was debuted around the same time in the Australian GT Championship back in the day. You might recall David Wall behind the wheel of such a vehicle. It just looks like a beefed up car, really. It's got more aerodynamics, bigger tyres, more power. And of course, Sven Burkhardt's is driving it to great effect. He's made some very handsome starts so far this weekend, most notably the start from the race yesterday afternoon where he went from the second row from 4th position straight up into 2nd, catching Andrew Hall off guard.
Yeah, it's quite funny, isn't it? I remember that Porsche driven by David Wall. It looked so modern at the time, but Porsche continues to alter the look of their cars, and you look at it now and it almost looks old-fashioned, doesn't it?
Evolution.
Exactly, evolution indeed. But love it. He likes this layout, as you say. He's pulled away. Such a bizarre, unique way to go about it. Yes, you say that they're not just they're relearning the track almost, lap on lap, improving, fine-tuning that braking point, of course, approaching it from the left, swinging it around, and that changes the line as well for these corners. Because of course you're not to the far right hand side as you approach the left-hander. You're over to the left a bit more, and that'll affect the run through those corners, and it can even affect turn number 1 because you'll be approaching that at a different speed. Might be only changing a couple of corners, but it affects a lot more than that. The
Rob
27
Love.
car having a look at the Lambo.
Rob Love having a look up the inside of Baker there. So Baker's driving the Lamborghini Gallardo GT3 specification. Doesn't it look sensation? And it sounds even better, that V10. A beautiful harmony screaming around the Winton Motor Raceway, and I love that livery. A plain black livery or a plain white livery is always a big tick in my book when you're looking at a race car, as well as a roof scoop as well. Anything that's got a roof scoop just looks particularly exotic, but as far as exotic race cars go, it's amongst the most exotic here this weekend. Of course, these pair of Porsches on screen, beautifully presented by the teams working extremely hard behind the scenes. As beautiful as possible. A little bit of work required to get these cars as good as looking and performing as well as they do between sessions. So there's a few considerations. Obviously, they've got to refuel cars between races and events, as well as qualifying earlier in the weekend. They're also making continual small tweaks, changes, depending on driver feel. And you can see the overrun, the flames shooting out the back of the Sven Burkhardt's car, the number 90. Just starting to lose touch with Andrew Hall now. And if we look at the timing screen, Jamie Lovett has checked out. He's on a 59 flat. That compares to Andrew Hall, who's lowered his fastest time of the race to a 59.6. 3 seconds the gap between P1 and P2. Jamie Lovett from Andrew Hall from Sven Burkhardt's. Daniel Reynolds is currently showing in P4. Now this is Rob Love in the number 27 red AMG GT4 Mercedes, and doesn't it look an absolute treat? Taking it nice and easily, building up his confidence as he continues to lap the Winton Motor Raceway, but this is indeed the perfect platform to learn your racecraft and insert yourself and really immerse yourself into the experience and unlock pace as you continue to practice and learn more about the car. Practice is key for everything in life, but especially in motorsport. The more testing miles you get, it's just the key rule to motorsport and progressing further in your motorsport career. And Rob Love is learning that right now behind the Baker Lamborghini Gallardo. This is the battle for position 8. And they're just gently guiding it through onto the main straight. It's great to see the elevation changes brought to us by these wonderful pictures from Blendline TV. If you are tuning in from home or around the track, you can tune into the live action on your smartphone device, whatever your preferred provider is, if it's Android or iPhone or iOS. You can go to blendline.tv or head to the social channels or the YouTube channel to tune in live. And if your friends and family are at home wanting some extra motorsport action this weekend, we highly encourage you to encourage them to tune in because it's live and free. And if you want to support Grassroots Motorsport, this is certainly the best way to do so. Have a go at the heat haze, Dan. It's really hot out there at the moment, it must be said.
Yeah, but the actual temperature doesn't appear that way. It's just, yeah, as you say, feels really warm. A bite in the sun, that's for certain. Particularly at this time of year, it's positively balmy. Winton in September to have the conditions that we have had. And Burkhart is trying to keep the heat on Hall ahead, and he's certainly doing that with his exhaust, that's for certain, but doesn't seem to be kicking up the flames at the moment as it did earlier on. This is probably my favourite car, a V10 Lambo. There's nothing like a V10. Awesome sound. How good is that? Again, growing up in an era of V10 Formula One cars.
I was waiting for the V10 Formula One reference, Dan, and there we go. Number one for the day, but we do love V10s wherever we see them, but that's part of what GT Racing offers. You've got flat sixes under the at the back of the Porsche cohort. You've got a mid-mounted V10 in this Baker car. You can see number 63 coming towards turn 5, and then just behind that, the AMG GT4, and I believe that is a turbocharged V8, a lot closer to the production car engine that you see in the current AMG GTs. That's in stark comparison to the old 6.3 litre thumping V8 that you see in the GT3 models still to this very day. Now, that was a bit of a brake lock up there from Daniel Reynolds. Oh, and that's Rob Love, who's rotated. It's swapped ends on him. Looks like it's turn 5. It is turn 5 indeed, so local yellow flags there. Stephen Slugar is in a hot pursuit of the Reynolds car, the number 1 Porsche, just ahead of him, but they've negotiated that nice and carefully. And this race has ticked down rather quickly. There's Rob Love up, and Slugar had a bit of a look too, but the door was firmly shut. Daniel Reynolds there, getting the power down nicely, squaring off the exit, trying to make as much pace as possible in a straight line, given the fact that they are on the short track, which we've made reference to several times so far in this race. So here is a replay of Rob Love. He comes into turn 5 and he loops it. So I'm not too sure if he just had a bit of brake locking there or going down too many gears. Not too sure. Either way, the car rotated ends and he's able to get back out onto the circuit. This battle rages on. Meanwhile, this is the battle for P4, Dan. And Daniel Reynolds, so far, has been running nice and cleanly, but it has been a bit of an up and down weekend for him, unfortunately, so it'll be great to see if he can consolidate and round out the weekend with just knocking on the door of a P3 position. But Slugar's having a look around the outside. Not this time around. He's going to have another look coming around the old gum tree. And the door is shut this time around. This is lap 10 of 12.
It's interesting, Reynolds had an up and down weekend. He's made several mistakes at turn number 11. Well, good news for Daniel Reynolds. We're not using turn number 11 in this race. So he's had a faultless run as a result so far. And he's about to start the penultimate lap of the race, sitting in a weekend high of 4th position, just trying to keep Slugar at bay. He's got his work cut out with 4 kilometres left of this motor race. Turns it in, no lock-up this time, nice and cleanly through. Not using all of the curb on the exit as Slugar is. Slugar using every inch he can on the outside of the circuit. Another off for one of the Mercedes I just saw at the commentary box window. Got back on the track, no problem though. Not sure which one of the Loves it was. It was the 27 again. So just can't keep pace with the Lamborghini and has made a few unforced errors. Slugar back, hounding the tail of Reynolds, looking left, looking right, inside, outside, and that Reynolds Porsche is understeering a bit like a pig at the moment. Look at it, it's just not able to keep to an apex. Turns in all right and just washes out the front, just has no grip at the moment. Those tyres are gone, I reckon, on that Porsche. He's locked up, he's run wide. He's going to really have to fight hard if he wants to hold on to this 4th position, because that car looks a nightmare to drive at the moment. Let's see into turn number 1. A bit of a lock-up again. I think I saw a bit of smoke on the inside. That's probably why he doesn't want to use all the road, because he knows if he pushes the limits, he'll end up off if the car bites him in a way he's not expecting. So Slugar once again closing in on the tail of the light pink machine, the number 1 in the window, and he's defending Reynolds, defending hard down into turn number 5 and under the gum tree, turn number 6. Slugar, though, running out of opportunities as we see the race leader exit the final corner, and it's another dominant display for Lovett. Yet another victory. That's 16 in car 16. 16 victories this season ahead of Andrew Hall. Sven Burkhardt should cross the line in position number 3, but we continue to watch this battle for 4th, and I think Reynolds is just about going to hold on. He does, but boy oh boy did he have to fight for that one in the closing laps. That car looked awful to drive at the end there, Callum.
And track evolution at Winton is a huge aspect of pace. We've seen that with the XLs, they can lose up to a second in terms of overall lap time, and I'm sure that it's a similar time difference versus a cool track in the morning and the track that we see right now, where you've got the sun out, high UV levels, it brings all of the oil up to the track surface, and even though there is a huge amount of rubber being laid down, there's a lot of different rubber, so that can't be conducive to trying to get a nice groove in the track, but the driver's doing a brilliant job to negotiate 12 laps of the club circuit. Here comes Bailey Love across the line there, the number 17 AMG GT4, followed by the gentleman Robin Bailey, loving life behind the wheel of the Nissan 370Z. Very handy little versatile Nissan, rocking a fully fledged sequential gearbox. He must be having a time of his life out here at Winton under the beautiful weather. So that was race 4 of the Evolve Technic Victorian Sports Cars Championship. 12 laps in total of the club circuit. Jamie Lovett, your winner, ahead of Andrew Hall. Sven Burkhardt's home in position 3 with Daniel Reynolds just hanging on to position 4 ahead of Stephen Sluger in P5. Sunil Vora in 6th position, making it yet another Porsche within the top 6. So very quickly back into pit lane as ever, because we do have a very tight schedule and a huge amount of motorsport to squeeze in before the main event, the Winton 300, coming up later on this afternoon, scheduled at 2:30, but schedules permitting, we'll have to just wait and see how that plays out. Coming up next, though, we've got 10 laps of the short track with the Australian Super Trucks Championship. A huge draw card here this weekend. The fans absolutely love seeing the trucks absolutely barrel their way through Winton Motor Raceway. It's a spectacle to behold. It's almost shocking to see in real life. There's just nothing quite like experiencing motorsport live and in 4D at the track side. So we're going to take a break up here in the commentary box. We'll be back with 10 laps of the Australian Super Trucks Championship very shortly. Down here in Australian Super Trucks land, this is Steve Zammit, and he is the custodian of this Kenworth sitting behind us. Now, firstly, for viewers who are unfamiliar with Australian Super Truck Racing, could you just give us a brief technical overview of perhaps starting with the engine, like horsepower figures, torque figures, things like that?
Yep, so they all start out as a normal road-going truck, and then we soup them up. So this has got an old big cam Cummins in it. So standard, this engine's probably about 400 odd horsepower. So we get about 1,500 out of this now with 2 turbochargers, about 80 pound of PSI boost, lots of fuel, and yeah, we just go racing with it and have a bit of fun.
What about gearbox configuration? Is there much changed from a road-going truck to a racing one?
Yeah, so this is actually like a normal truck on the highway. I'll probably run an 18-speed Road Ranger or something like that, whereas we're running a 5-speed automatic Allison. There are some guys in our field that still run the Road Rangers, but yeah, we just basically play with a little bit of mains pressure, and so it bangs into gear nice and hard, and yeah, it just keeps going. So yes, there's nothing much really standard out on the trucks other than the shape and the look of it. So yeah.
So Blendline TV viewers at home will be familiar with the tyre squeal of these massive tyres as you're chucking it into the turns. What sort of tyre? Is it a control spec tyre for the series?
Yeah, we do actually have race tyres. So a long time ago they used to make a tyre called a Continental, which they stopped making. They've got another couple of different brands like a Goodyear, but currently we're using a tyre that was developed with our series. Now it's used all over the world, which is a GT tyre. And so far that I've done all the lap records on this track with that tyre on it, and mate, it's fantastic. It doesn't go off. It's got a good hard sidewall on it, mate. And they are a purpose-built race tyre for racing, so you feel pretty safe with them. They last a long time. I'll get nearly a whole season out of back ones, probably 2 race meetings out of a steer, and as long as you don't go a little bit too deep and lock them up, they go all right.
So finally as well, for viewers at home again, and probably myself more interested, what's the spectacle like driving one of these trucks around a racetrack? Because driving a race car around a racetrack is hard enough, let alone something as big as this truck. Could you just describe what that feeling is like?
Okay, so a little bit of my history. I've only ever raced this, so it doesn't feel any different to me. But a lot of guys, I've taken a lot of people for passenger rides in the truck that have raced Porsches and stuff, and they're absolutely blown away at the cornering, the braking, the acceleration. Apart from the sheer factor that our cornering speed might be a little bit slower, because we're handling 5.5 to 6 tonne here. So you can imagine trying to push an elephant around a China store. You know, you don't want to fall off and cause a big mayhem out there, but mate, once you get them handling quite well, the old days in Oran Park, we used to go...
Sorry, we had to cut away there. Race start is upon us. But well, great start. Series leader already getting through on the lightweight machine. Prilwitz through on the Fern truck as well. So we don't see them head into turn number 2. You can't see anything. Remarkable. Oh, somebody's out wide. I think that was Riley Fern, and he's now side by side with his brother Lachlan Fern as they head into the sweeper. Lachlan takes the position, and Smith's going to try and sweep around the outside as well on Riley Fern, and does so. Next up on the list, off the track goes Smith, gets it back on, trying to get it slowed down. Lots and lots of momentum in the big truck, and does so, and somehow manages to hit the apex as well. Very nicely done. So Riley Fern already shuffled to the tail of the field. Amoroso's under pressure from the reigning champion Zammit, and up the inside he comes. There's a bit of contact. Zammit locking up the rears, and Noonan's going to be up the inside. He's now touching Zammit. Lots of contact early doors in this Super Truck race as they head down towards the final sequence of corners, or I believe they are anyway. Yes, there they are. They emerge through the smoke. And a change of position nearly there into the final sequence of turns. I had to look out the commentary box window because I couldn't see on the Bloodline TV images. There's that much smoke. Lachlan Fern up the inside of Shoots. That's for the lead in the lightweight class. Nice pass there. And here comes the number 60 machine. Won the race early this morning and did pretty well again in the race a couple of hours ago. And he's making progress pretty quickly at the moment is Smith. But well, the championship leader, I don't think he's going to seal it in this race. He had a chance if things went his way to seal it this weekend, but it is going to go to the final round of the season at Winton in a couple of months' time. So make sure you keep your eye on the Australian Super Truck socials if you want to watch all of this action in person at Winton very, very soon for the 4th and final round of the 2023 season. Here comes Shoots back up the inside of Lachlan Fern, not quite going to make it stick on that occasion, and Shoots always hangs out the tail exiting that turn as they head down towards the final sequence of corners. Hit through comes Smith, and Zammit might follow through as well on the little lightweight truck. Botwell's pulled away, pulled clear, 3 seconds, and I think he's further extended that margin on this lap ahead of Pruitt's crossing the line in second. I can't believe that truck has been repaired and it's back out there after the issues earlier on today. Zammit had a look, couldn't do it that time. Oh, they're nearly making contact down into turn number 2. For truck racing though, so far this has been a relatively tame and clean affair out there on the racetrack. Not sure how much longer that though is going to last. Zammit's looking around the sweeper, gonna try and swing it to the inside into turn number 5. Nope, not close enough on this occasion. These two always front runners in the truck racing series. 1 and 2 in the championship last year. The number 60 finishing in second, and Zammit the winner of last year's championship, a 6-time champion in the Australian Truck Series, tying, I believe, last year with 6 titles with the late, great Rodney Crick, of course.
This is incredible racing. There's no such thing as track limits when you look up the regulations in Super Truck Racing Australia, especially around the Winton Motor Raceway. If there's not room up the inside, you just simply make the room by driving slightly off the track and over the grass. Hardly an issue for these massive units. And look at the size, the sheer volume and the weight of these machines and the incredible amount of speed that they do carry. And the fact that they're side by side for most of the track. Winton's quite a thin track in terms of scale compared to other tracks around Australia, but they're doing a masterful job there. Now that looked like a move for position. If we look through the diesel permeate the dust, and that looks like it was
Amoroso getting through on Shoots. So Shoots in the lightweight class dropping a position, and just behind that he's got Robert Fern and Noonan. They are line astern as well. Here's Zammit in that continual battle for position. This for fourth on the road. Zammit going the long way. He'll have the inside. He's got the truck up there. Is it going to be any contact? Nope. Nicely done. Nice clean move from the reigning champion. No, there isn't on the exit. He opened up the steering and there was certainly a fair bit of contact there, but he does make the move. The number one machine up into fourth position. And now he's got the lightweight truck. Oh, big lock up for Smith. He's going off for sure, and he is. Four wheels through the grass, gets it back on. That's cost him a lot of momentum and could leave him vulnerable through to Amoroso behind. Here comes Zammit now up the inside of Lachlan Fern. The lightweight truck. Oh, that was tight. Very, very, very close. So head into turn number 2.
And he's made that position well there. So he had the inside line. He stuck it there. Lachlan Fern, ever the gentleman, just giving him the room that he requires, realising that he's in a slightly different class, a slightly smaller truck in comparison to the truck of Zammit, who's all over the back of Pruitt's now. He's firming for a move. He's looking around the outside, so he's going to send it the long way around. Trucks are used to travelling massive distances, and it usually yields results, especially when you're just trying to find a window of space that doesn't exist. Pruitt's doing a brilliant job, and he's having a look around the outside once again. Lachlan Fern is looming large in the background. Once again out of turn 5. He's got a run on him. Now, are they going to be side by side coming down the old back straight? They will indeed. So this is going to be a case of who can outbrake one another. Pruitt is on the outside in the 31 truck, and he gives him the space that he needs. So that is a masterful move there from the number 1 of Zammit. That is a class move. And look at him, he's still pressing on. He's got his sights firmly set on the number 13 of Butwell at the front, at the head of the field. He's checked out just a little bit. He's 8 seconds, or now 10 seconds clear of the field. We've got 3 laps remaining in this slightly shortened 8-lap race, Dan.
Absolutely, but double the distance of the 2 races we've had earlier today. 2 4-lappers to start. And this a lengthy, in Super Truck terms, 8-lapper. Oh, look at the speed difference towards the end of that small straight between the lightweight truck of Lachlan Fern and Smith directly behind. Smith can see third. He can see Pruitt's just ahead of Lachlan Fern, and he wants that position. I think Fern might let him go here. I think he's put up the white flag. No, not quite. Certainly left him plenty of room down there into turn number 5. But Smith could not follow through with the move and make it stick. If he can stay close out of this hairpin, should just drag by in the straight line on the old back straight. But no, gets sideways. But even still, the momentum of the big truck should easily make it through, as we can see just about, and does so. So now the fight is on for third. Butwell, the championship leader, miles out in the distance. Zammit cannot touch him barring any mechanical issue. He's 10 seconds in arrears. And then it's a fight for third now between Pruitt and between Smith as well. And they're mighty close coming across the line now. Here comes Noonan on the very slow Robert Fern. So something's happened there to the 23 machine, and he's dropped to the tail of the field. Noonan picking up a place, and so is Shoots. So not quite sure what the issue is there with Robert Fern, but it seems to be all right again now, but has lost a couple of positions there very, very quickly. as they head around the back section of the course. Shoots is always great to watch, even when he's by himself. Watch sideways through there, sideways using the curb. He pushes 100% all of the time, always sideways out of the hairpins. Look at that control, sideways on the exit, just giving it 110%. Callum's shaking his head next to me.
In disbelief, Dan. It's just unbelievable the skill of these drivers to chuck these literal trucks around. The Winton Motor Raceway had a little window of opportunity there, and that was Noonan slamming the door firmly shut. It's going to take a huge ask to get around Noonan, but it's even harder to defend from him. Meanwhile, at the head, this is Smith all over the back of Prilwitz. So this is the battle for the final step of the podium. Smith, the last time around, was a little bit quicker in terms of lap pace than the Prilwitz truck just ahead, but he's pressing on nonetheless. So he's running out of time. This is the final lap of the race to be able to try and negotiate his way through. So he's going to have to do something, pull a rabbit out of the hat and just try and find some extra pace around that sweeping left-hander at turn 3. Looking through the soot and the coal roll, the number 31 on screen. It's the best sounding truck, in my opinion, around the Winton Motor Raceway. It's certainly the loudest, and it looks incredible as well. I do love a flat nose where you see one. Look at this. Incredible stuff there from Smith, and there's just a class act for this 8-lap race. But it's Butwell at the head of the field, Dan, who's going to bring this one home.
Yeah, just a couple more corners to negotiate, but at the moment we keep our eye on this battle. Prilwitz understeering a little bit there. It'll leave him vulnerable, but should have the preferred line into that corner. As we cut to the race leader, bit of smoke up ahead. He's not too far away from lapping Riley Fern. But it's been a difficult weekend, but it ends on a high. Barry Butwell will lead the series going into the final round at this very track, Winton, in a few weeks' time. Takes the victory in the final race, race number 4. Second for Zammit, Steve Zammit, the reigning champion. And then just about, Prilwitz will hold on. The margin in the end, just 0.4 of a second. And then it's class victory for Lachlan Fern in the 32 machine, ahead of Amoroso, Noonan, Shoots, Robert Fern, and then we await quite a few seconds further back, Riley Fern to round out the field. For uninterrupted coverage, make sure you visit blendline.tv/live if you are on Facebook. Make sure you do that to see continued uninterrupted coverage of all the action. Make sure you head to that very same website. If you enjoyed the truck racing today and you want to catch up on yesterday's action, go to blendline.tv/live and check out the action from yesterday as part of the Blendline premium package. Make sure you have a look, because the action yesterday was red hot in the trucks. A truly unique spectacle in Australian motorsport, of that there is no doubt. And here we are rounding the final corner, the 231 truck of Riley Fern rounding out the 10 driver field, and he set his PB on the final lap at 1:27.0. Nice way to end his weekend, and here he is, the race winner Barry Butwell, circulating one more time, waving to the crowd as he passes us in the commentary box. Great race there. And we will have a look at the results, the 10 trucks out there on the circuit. Barry Butwell taking his win, the first race win for the weekend for him. He goes into the title decider in the series lead ahead of Stephen Zammit. Then we have Marcus Prilwitz in third. He held off Shannon Smith with a late race battle there. Lachlan Fern, the winner of the lightweight class, ahead of Frank Amoroso. Mark Noonan, Mark Shoots, Robert Fern, and Riley Fern. Callum, Super Trucks turned it on again here at Winton, didn't they?
Once again, they have delivered, as trucks tend to do in their domestic service. The lifeblood of Australia, making deliveries and ensuring that the logistics side of getting everything around from point A to point B in Australia. But not just that, they deliver action and on the racing track. So very happy to see Australian Super Trucks. This is my first time witnessing them in real life, and I'm absolutely blown away, almost flabbergasted. It is incredible to see. It's a sight to behold. So we do have a break coming up very shortly. We've got a track change coming up very shortly. We've got the Legends cars for their 5th race of the weekend.
Down here with Mia Bolton, who races in Legend Cars Australia. Mia, tell us how you got involved in the series.
Well, it started in go-karts. I was about 14, decided that I was ready for something more than go-karts, and Dad and I were just having a look at the different categories, and we had a friend in this category in Legend Cars, and he was highly recommended it, and had a look, and everything's standardised with the category, which was something that we really wanted because it just really shows who is the best driver. And yeah, I was about, I think, 15 when I decided to purchase a Legend car, and yeah, been on the journey ever since.
The racing's superb, isn't it? Up and down the field, wherever you are, you're always involved in a battle.
Absolutely, and I personally have been towards the front, towards the back. Doesn't matter where you're on the field, everyone's just pushing to do the best they can and to be the best driver, and that's most of the fun of this category.
Get to race at some awesome circuits around the nation, some that, of course, the supercars use.
Yeah, my personal favourite so far has been Eastern Creek. Just that long downhill straight leading into that sweeper has been absolutely amazing. I love Winton here as well, and Wakefield. They're all just such amazing tracks that are so different.
You were telling us just before you got a custom-made seat. It's quite an effort that you've had to go to just to get that sorted.
Yes, it is. So in here we've got it is a children's speedway seat because I'm quite short. We also have a pedal box which sits under the pedals to prop my feet up because my feet aren't very big, and we've got pedal extensions as well. So yeah, quite a lot of adjustments in this car, but it's doable, which is amazing. So it doesn't limit anyone to race, yeah.
Such a family atmosphere in this category. Everyone helps each other up and down the lane. Anybody you'd like to thank?
Oh, so many people. First of all, everyone in the category is just amazing. It's all hard racing, fair racing. Troy Bolton, who funnily enough is no relation to me, from Goodyear Fish Week for just providing us with all the help and assistance we need. Gordon from Mechanical Care in Belconnen. We've gotten this thing up on the jig and just done so many interesting things to it, especially after we've had collisions. Yeah, my parents, obviously, Robbie Bolton, who is my father, and of course Enhanced Healthcare. We've been doing some really interesting things with blades pods and reaction times, which is obviously absolutely pivotal for this sport because of the speed and you've just got to make snap decisions. Yeah, thank you.
No, all good, and best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
I'm here with Tony Ward of Legend Cars Australia. He's the category manager. So Tony, tell us a bit about the series.
Oh mate, awesome series, really fun little car. In case people haven't seen a Legend car before, they're a little motorbike engine in a 3/4 size car. There's two engines here today. We've got the new water-cooled MT09, FZ09 engine, and then we've got the old Yamaha air-cooled engine. Look, it's a fun category. It's on the cheaper side of motorsport. It's very cost effective. I mean, this particular car here has probably run the same tyres, I'd say, for about 5 rounds. We try and keep it cost effective. A great bunch of drivers. Everybody helps each other out. And it's a good, family weekend.
Really close. All the cars are close, and the racing's always fantastic. So it's as you say, it's a category really for anyone, and you can have your own battle if you get involved up and down the field.
Yeah, look, we try and keep it fair. You do have to be careful, obviously it's racing, so the boys in this category and girls will probably yield a little bit quicker than most other categories, just so we're not hitting each other and having a bit of fun. If you're fast, you're going to catch them on the next straight,
Tell us a bit about the history, because these cars run over in Europe, over in America, and then how as well they came to be in Australia as well.
Yeah, look, they came to Australia several years ago. Somebody else imported them in. I believe they started at Calder Park on the Thunderdome there. They've grown in Australia into the asphalt was only started on Speedway. The asphalt was not a thing. About 5 or 6 years ago, we started on the asphalt. It's grown dramatically. We're up to over 20 cars now on the asphalt.
There's a few different body shells. Talk me through those. You know, the different configurations.
All based off the old style cars from the 30s and having a bit of fun. There's the main ones are the 34 Fords. You've got Chevy 37 Chevs. They come in sedans and coupes. There was Pontiac front ends and all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff. We in Australia stick to mainly on the asphalt. We're mainly doing the 34 coupe, the 37 Chev, fiberglass body over a roll cage. Built in the States. The body panels at the moment we're getting made in Australia because they're obviously expensive to ship over. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, mate. Enjoy the day.
Big thank you to Dan McCarthy. Finding out more information about the Australian Legends Cars, Legend Cars Australia, a fantastic chat down there in the paddock, and we love this category so much because it offers thrills, spills, incredibly close racing, and we are extremely thrilled to be witnessing what's going to be a fantastic fifth and final race for round 4 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championship. This is going to be 10 laps in duration around the long 3 kilometre configuration of the Winton Motor Raceway. But Dan McCarthy, huge amount of anticipation for this final race. The racing's been sensational so far this weekend. We're very much in for a treat, aren't we?
Oh, certainly are. 4 different winners in the 4 races so far. God, hard to believe, really. And it's going to be Pring that comes out of position number 1 in the 333 car for this one, ahead of Brendan Hourigan, who took the championship lead earlier on today. He came in equal on points into today with Scott Morgan, and after this morning's results, Morgan shuffled back to position number 7. It's Brendan Hourigan that now leads the series. So pretty tight at that end of the field. But yeah, 333 will lead them away from Brendan Hourigan. Look at all the cars. So many legends exiting the pit lane. They just keep coming and keep coming. And then a crowd favourite, the Weet-Bix car, car number 39, goes through at the tail of the field.
How many Weet-Bix do you do, Dan?
Not as many as I probably should do. A great breakfast meal are Weet-Bix, but no, I'm a lazy person and generally just have lunch instead, a bigger lunch. What about you?
I do 2 Weet-Bix every morning, Dan.
Only 2?
Yeah, only
very
2.
Poor, very poor. I'd at least do 3.
Oh, okay.
As we see them head around the back section of the course. Great to see the volunteer officials there. I'm sure they are getting themselves ready and prepared for the Winton 300, not too far away now. Scheduled originally for 2:30. We are running about half an hour behind schedule, so I expect that to be around 3 o'clock start. So 3 o'clock till around 6 o'clock. They'll be racing late into the evening now, won't they, in the Winton 300?
Yeah, we saw yesterday with dusk conditions about that time with the sun setting between about 5:30 to 6:30. Should make for some spectacular pictures on the Blendline TV stream if you're tuning in from home or if you're tuning in from the trackside as well. Sincerely hope that you are enjoying yourselves and enjoying all of the racing action. So they're lining up behind the Hyundai Kona N safety car, or pace car, I guess you'd call it in these circles. And you can see back onto the turn 10 configuration. So Ryan Pring starting from pole position. He's starting alongside the number 28 of Hourigan, starting or sharing the front row with him behind them. Billy Finnegan in the 86 machine, BF Motors. Number 6 is Ben Goodridge from Morgan Motorsport. He is starting out of row 2.
Indeed, he is just behind Cody McKay, Scott Melville, Scott Morgan, as we say, lost the series lead earlier on, and Bruce Duckworth. The grid continues to come through. Scott O'Keefe, Shane Tate, Justin Mitchell, Mia Bolton, Mark Duckworth, Matt Bond, Darren Bradley, Chris Spicer, and Stuart Bond. And that rounds out the 18 driver field as they come across the start line. We're underway. roaring down towards turn number 1. Great start from Hourigan. Is he going to lead? No. Later on the brakes is Pring. That's close. Oh, off to the side. 68. Can he slow it down before coming back on? Nicely done. That could have been a hell of a lot worse. He spins it around. He might be a little bit bogged, but that'll be the least of concerns. It could have been an awful lot worse than what it was. Just one car involved in that in the end. As they head down the back towards the sweeper, we can see they're all line astern. Oh, the 333, the race leader, runs wide, and we can hear a car spun further back in the background. But a change of the lead. Hourigan goes to the top, and the 333 slots into second position. The 06 Goodridge has made a move on Finnegan, so they've switched as well. So second's overtaken third and fourth is overtaken third. But Finnegan doesn't like that. He's quick to retaliate up the inside of Goodridge, but not able to get him back. These top 4 looking pretty speedy on this opening lap. 333 sideways under brakes. Pring trying to get it nicely settled down into the corner and has done so. We've lost one already by the looks of it, already in the lane, bonded. Oh, 68 second off-track excursion.
It's Justin Mitchell again, so he had a big off there. It looks like the back of that car is out of all sorts. It's wagging its tail considerably more than we're used to seeing with the Legends cars coming down the main straight once again. This is a beautiful sounding race car, a wonderful little technical unit, and as Mia Bolton was explaining before, caters for all sorts of drivers, and she's stepping up, highly credentialed go-kart racer herself, stepping behind the wheel of one of these Legends cars and doing a sterling job so far this weekend. She's currently in 10th position as they come screaming down towards turn 3, and that is Ryan Pring up the inside in the 333 car, who puts Brendan Hourigan back into position 2. But we suspect this battle's going to continue to switch positions as it continues to unfold, although they've got a pretty handsome gap back to position 3, so they might be able to work together here, try not to hold each other up all that much and try and scamper away from the following field. Plenty of use of the curb as well, and as we've learned also, the tyres are extremely durable. They can last several race meetings, so it's not too much of a consideration in terms of trying to make the tyre last throughout an entire weekend, because they'll probably last most of the season. And you can see that just tipping it in nicely into turn 9. It's a bit of an issue trying to get the power down in these things too, because they do skate around, so they look like they're on the edge, because they are, but that is the fastest way to steer one of these cars around Winton.
Exactly, yeah, it's almost driving from the rear. Exit in the corner, nice move there from Scott Morgan, former championship leader, up the inside of the 160. Oh, this is a slow car on the exit, great evasive action. That's the 26 machine of McKay. It's been a real roller coaster weekend for Cody, and unfortunately it's going to end up, I think, with a DNF unless he can reset it or find a gear or something. But that looks like it's got no drive to me down the back of the course. Fingers crossed he can limp that into the lane and not cause safety car, but real shame. Been a roller coaster weekend to say, up and down the field in almost every race, and not the way he'd have liked to have concluded his round. And what a round it is, his first round in the series this season, and he came out the blocks firing with the second in race number 1 yesterday.
Billy Finnegan on screen in the number 86 entry. What is he up to? He's slowly closing the gap to Hourigan for position 2. So he's starting to gap away from Goodridge, who's following in position 4. And he's just trying to do all that he possibly can to close that gap. But obviously there's a long way to go in this race. 10 laps in duration according to the timing screen. But Ryan Pring, unsurprisingly, fastest person on the circuit, a 1 minute 37.7. And you can see he's just got a little gap, handy few car lengths up his sleeve. There's not too much length with these cars to use them as a literal measuring stick. But he's doing a marvellous job nonetheless, and very smart green wheels, it should be said, on that 333 entry. So fastest person on the circuit, Hourigan in hot pursuit as well, but he's not as quick as Billy Finnegan just behind him. So obviously early stages, still getting those tyres up to temperature, trying to get the brakes up into their operational window, as well as just pressing ahead and making sure they're focused on the job at hand. Getting nice and hot. It's about 25 degrees out here, which is a bit of a rude shock, a bit of a change from the winter conditions we've seen coming out of a long, cold winter. So it's nice to be rather warm here at the Winton Motor Raceway. Everyone's relishing the sunlight. They just love the good vibes around the paddock as well. And coming onto the main straight here is the number 22 So that's O'Keefe in hot pursuit of Shane Tate, the number 1 machine. He's got a run on him as they come down towards turn 1. What can he do? He pulls out of the slipstream. He's going to brake just ever so slightly later, and he takes that position away from the corner from Shane Tate. But Shane Tate has got right of reply here. He's going to try and nail that corner exit and drive back alongside up the inside going into turn 3. What can he do? Number 1 versus 22. Thinks better of that one that time around. So that's Shane Tate relegated back to position 10.
These two race like this all race earlier on today. And they've already exchanged positions on multiple occasions in this race. Oh, who's that? That's one of the contenders of. It's the number 6 of Goodrich, and someone else is around. It's the race leader. It is. It's Pring. Pring's around. So we've lost 2 of the top 4 in the space of 2 corners. So a big reset. It's now Hourigan who's leading by just a matter of metres ahead of Finnegan, I believe, that is now in 2nd position. Morgan inherits 3rd, and another car is off. That's the 33 machine, I believe that was, of Spicer. So we've lost 3 cars in the space of a lap, making an off-track excursion. Morgan's up to 3rd, and he's a man on a charge. Fastest lap of the race last time through, and he's quickly catching up to these leaders. There he is in the number 16 machine. Well, this is very interesting. He's come out of nowhere. He was 5th at the start of the lap, now sits 3rd and right behind the leading duo. This is all to play for in the final 6 laps of this motor race as they come to the line. Can't split them as a move for the lead. Up the inside goes Finnegan, and he takes it, sliding it in on the rears. He gets it turned in nicely, nice exit. And in fact, I think our former race leader Hourigan will be vulnerable to the 333 machine down into turn 3.
I suspect Scott Morgan was going to capitalise on that move as well. Still raging on slightly behind, a little bit further down the field. So that's Melville in hot pursuit of the 160 of Duckworth, who took out a race victory during yesterday's opening set of races. So no matter where you look, as Dan has alluded to before, no matter where you look throughout the Legend Cars Australia field, you will find a battle. These competitors will absolutely adore racing in this series. They're having so much fun out there.
Oh, another one off.
We've got another one off. There's a few with the off-track excursion there.
That's Mia.
Someone's very deep off, so that is indeed the 23 of Mia Bolton. She's going to rejoin at turn 5, but we've actually got someone further off to the far right-hand side who's going to rejoin at turn 10. So that's a Mario Kart style shortcut if I've ever seen one, and there you can see on screen. So they're going to wait patiently before they can rejoin the track. Very smart decision, very wise driving, and we didn't quite catch what happened there, so we'll just have to find out as this race unfolds. 6 laps remaining.
Morgan briefly had the lead, so gained 2 positions while we've seen Mia take an off-track excursion, but I think he's going to lose it again now. In fact, he's going to lose them both again, is he? The 86 car now leads. Finnegan, slow, X'd in the corner. What's happened to Hourigan? Almost ground to complete halt. In fact, I think he has ground to complete halt. So the new championship leader is going to see that zapped, taken away before his eyes. Finnegan now in 2nd behind Morgan, so Morgan looks likely to reclaim the series lead. It's drama at every turn in this final Legend Car Australia race, and there he is. The former race leader has come to a halt. Brendan Hourigan, what a shame. It's been a great weekend for him, but it's ended. I don't know, I think he's lost all drive there, Callum.
Yeah, that's unfortunate as well. And I'm just having a look further down the sheets. Cody Mackay is indeed in the pit lane, and Scott Bond is also showing in the pit lane as well, having not taken too much part in this race. The battle for the lead rages on, and after that slight issue there for the number 160, I believe it was, I was able to get the power back up and running. I think it was just slightly spooked by a fast stopping Finnegan just ahead of him, with Morgan, Finnegan and Duckworth absolutely duking it out. So that's the top 3 just breezing past your screen now. This is Ben Goodrich in P4, followed by Melville in position 5. So that's the top 5. Number 12 coming through your screen, sweeping from right to left. That is Bond as well. And Ryan Pring is showing in position 7. So after spinning at turn 7, the 333 machine is back in hot pursuit. Now, what sort of times is he doing as well? So the last time was a 37.7. So he's on the same pace as the race leader. So if he can keep it clean and keep it straight on the track, we dare say he'll be making up considerable more positions as this race continues to tick down just past the halfway point.
How good does that sound as they roar down pit straight from our pit straight camera? These are pretty noisy machines. They might be small, but they make a great noise, and a loud one at that. And Duckworth, well, he's had quite a big day. So started had a spin in the race earlier on today after winning yesterday afternoon's race, spun on the opening lap, fell right to the back of the field, and has been playing catch-up since then. Made a reasonable recovery in the race earlier on today and has marched through the field in this one, and has made his way back up to third. A really, really impressive drive from Bruce Duckworth with just a couple of laps to go. We're going to go a little bit time shorter, so it was originally scheduled to be 10 laps. That's been cut back to 8, so the same duration as the other Legends races this weekend. But Morgan looks set to reclaim the series lead out front at the moment. But there's plenty of action going on further down the field. We look at the number 72 machine. This is Bradley. He is at the tail of the top 10. Really nicely presented car, but we can see these are the top 3 on the circuit, nose to tail, all just about within a second. 1.2 last time round. I'd arguably say they're closer this time around as well. Duckworth did an incredible job to catch these guys, but now he is having a go at overtaking. He's on the tail of Finnegan as they sweep around turn number 12 for the final time. Sorry, penultimate time. One more to go. Who's it going to be? Is he going to have a run down at turn number 1? He's going to. He's going to have a look. Going to send it through up the inside. Finnegan holds it around the outside really nicely. They leave each other some room. Maybe slight bit of contact. Good clean racing on the exit of turn number 2. They roar down towards turn number 3. And the 86 car maybe running slightly wide on the exit, but not wide enough for Bruce Duckworth to sling one up the inside into turn number 4. So it stays as it was. It's still Finnegan from Duckworth, but this has allowed Morgan now to bolt away. Duckworth PB on the last lap, and that's why he's in the position he is, closing that margin down to the 86 machine of Finnegan. And in fact, they've both really caught up with Morgan on this final lap. What's happened here is Morgan made a mistake, a mechanical issue. That lead margin that had eked out to very nearly a second has diminished entirely. And we can see it's going to be a photo finish to the line potentially. As we roar towards turn number 10, what can the 86 machine do of Finnegan? He's gone from looking in his mirrors, now his eyes are wide open. There's the race victory, just meters away in the distance. So they come around the final couple of corners. We've had 4 different winners so far this weekend. Scott Morgan took the victory in race number 2. And despite falling back to 7th, started 7th in this one. It's been a really good performance, making his way through the field to take victory in the final race of the weekend. The 5th and final race for the Legend Cars Australia Championship. Brilliant, brilliant race there. Finnegan did hold on from Duckworth. The margin in the end, 1/10 of a second, and a change of position on that final lap. Pring overtaking Bond for 6th position. The field continues to stream through, nose to tail. Awesome action again there, Callum.
Always awesome action, and I really thought Scott Morgan had that locked up until the commencement of the final lap, so that was quite a dramatic final lap, it must be said. So the fact that Billy Finnegan, sporting the Clover, the proud Irish heritage there displayed on the car, driving absolutely brilliantly as well to defend from Bruce Duckworth, but of course making their way back through. So now a car is off at, looks like turn 11 there in the distance there. So we've got some crews on the scene.
It's the other Duckworth, the number 10 Duckworth, off there on the out there on the outside of the circuit, I believe. Yeah, quick recovery by the looks of it, though.
They've gone straight on, and they'll be instructed to go into pit lane as soon as possible. So superb work from the safety team here at the Winton Motor Raceway. They work tirelessly all weekend in all sorts of conditions. You can see the fireproof overalls that they're currently sporting as well will be feeling very toasty under the hot sun. And it's not too much of an issue trying to drag one of these out. And that's also the 28 that we saw off earlier. So here's confirmation on the screen. Scott Morgan taking out the race victory. Half a tenth over Billy Finnegan, Bruce Duckworth, Ben Goodridge, Scott Melville from Ryan Pring, who was the race leader, dropping down to P6. Matt Bond, Shane Tate in the number 1 machine, Scott O'Keefe and Darren Bradley rounding out the top 10.
What an entertaining race that was, and that was much the same in all 4 Legend Cars Australia races. If you want to get involved in Legend Cars, it's a great entry-level series into motor racing. Cheap for motorsport anyway, that's for sure. Make sure you check out the Legend Cars Australia website and social media platforms if you want to get involved in the series, because the racing is like that every single time they are on the racetrack. We've got 3 cars to recover out there at the moment, but the XL Trophy Series is already lined up, Callum, out there on the out-grid.
And brilliant live pictures brought to us down there in the pit lane. It's Jason in the high-vis holding the camera, working alongside Dave Stillwell this weekend to bring you all of the updates, observations, all of the news coming up from the pit lane for the upcoming Winton 300. We're very much looking forward to the Enduro coming up very shortly. And it's a good vibes around the paddock. Sensational weather, and there's a lot of anticipation building towards what will be the final event of the weekend. But we have just one more support race, as Dan spoke about earlier. We've got the Hyundai XL Trophy coming up for their 5th and final race of the weekend. And you can see Dave Stillwell just in conversation with Jason down there in the pit lane. We look forward to the updates as they come to hand.
Yeah, really cool to see the Legends just entering the lane, and I believe Dave's actually down there ready for us.
Well, thank you very much for that, guys. It's such an amazing atmosphere this weekend at the VMRC with the Winton 300. Normally, it's trade practice in this profession. When you are doing pieces to camera, you take your sunglasses off. I can't do that because my eyeballs would be frying right now. Have a look. Not a single cloud in the sky. You could fire a rocket up into this atmosphere. You could, get your private plane out, go all sorts of atmospheres without any sort of weather interruption today. It's throwing havoc with some of the teams who might have been expecting a little bit cooler conditions for what their tyre strategy is and what their engine is. But we've got the final race for the XLs with one of the Adam Macro Racing Motorsport cars up the front. As we tend to see, a lot of the AMR cars up the front. The XLs, now this one, if we cast our eyes down to the front wheels, this car's running on the Federal tyres, which will be phasing out by the end of this year. A lot of discussion going on in the XL paddock about what that transition period's like. They have basically run out of Federals, so they are getting ready to switch over to Dunlops a little bit earlier than they anticipated. But a mixture of tyres throughout the paddock. Great vibes down here in pit lane, getting set for the final support race before we kick off another great instalment of the Winton 300.
Indeed we are. Thanks very much, Dave, for that. Really cool, the access that he has been given so far this weekend, and I expect that to be much the same when the Winton 300 commences. This is the final race before the big one, the main event, the draw card, the Winton 300. Here is the grid for the XL Series Trophy Race, 4th and final race of their weekend. Bradley James will start from position number 1 alongside Toby Waghorn. Waghorn had to come from 4th earlier on today. Made his way past Kadich and Jet Murray to finish in 2nd, and he was matching Bradley James late on in that race on lap time. So interesting to see who will finish top of this final race. Kadich came home in 3rd ahead of the youngster Jet Murray in the Lodge Bros 158 XL. Following that, we have Harry Tompkins in the battery stop car, William Sala in the roadworthy shop machine, Jake Harwood, number 95, and then Caleb Hefferin in the SmartFix Auto Electrics Hyundai. Then we got Chris Harris, Matthew Bink, Mia Bongiorno, Lachlan Harvey, who had a little bit of an off-track excursion in that last race, but finished nicely in 12th. Then we got Keenan Jones, Jack Carpenter, and Clinton Purdy, who as well had a eventful previous race. But we see all 15 of them are lined up on the grid and heading out there As I say, race number 4, there's been plenty of action in the first 3, and Lisa Titani, I expect that'll be the same in this one.
Absolutely, really keen to see this battle now between Bradley James and Waghorn and Kadich, see if they can keep the pace for the whole race and who will come out on top. James has been dominant all event, but it's the last race. Who knows what everyone's going to put on the line?
Absolutely, you never know with XL Racing. It changes almost at every turn, as we saw in that Legends car race just before, as the cars head out there weaving tyres, trying to get some heat into the tyres. Dave, I believe you have something to add.
Well, yes, we are on Blendline TV, and of course one of the other things we're watching very closely is the blend line. Of course, with the compulsory pit stop requirement for the Winton 300, it's very important. If you have a look further down the shot, you can just start to see the yellow line on the right-hand side of pit exit as it moves out onto the main straight. Very critical that cars do not cross that blend line, either when they're going out to start their sprint race, like the XLs are now, or whether they're completing their compulsory pit stop during the Winton 300. The officials will be watching that line like a hawk.
Thanks very much, Dave. Yeah, great point to make. Yeah, officials will be looking at that one. We've seen penalties. It's caught people out in the past in the Bathurst 1000 and all sorts of major endurance races, not only in Australia but around the world. It's a world thing. It's just for safety, of course. When leaving the pitch, you don't want to cut somebody off who's already on the racing line. So very much a safety initiative that's been made many years ago now in motorsport. But yeah, very key part of an endurance race. Make sure you stay on the right side, or the left side in this case, of the blend line, as we see the cars come around the final corner, and they will make their way onto the grid. Standing start for these. We've seen rolling starts from some categories, trucks, hyper racers and legends, just to name a few, but standing starts always for Hyundai XLs. Lisa, you race XLs. What do they like to get off the line?
I would say they're pretty easy. The clutch isn't too heavy. I've driven other things where the clutch is very heavy to drop. Some people like to hold the handbrake. Others, just as soon as they see the lights go out, drop the clutch and away they go.
You make it sound very easy. I'm sure it isn't that easy.
Helps if you know how to drive a manual to start with.
Yes, yes, I imagine it does exactly. These are old school in that sense. Manual gearbox, no sequential or flappy pedals like a majority of race cars have. These are old school XLs, manual gearbox. And we are looking for the start. There it is. Even jump from the first row. Very good start from the first row. They've gapped the second row cars already heading down to turn number 1, and it's James that leads. Waghorn side by side between Murray and Kadich, and Murray will have the inside at turn 2. Does he have the momentum to stay there for turn number 3? We are about to find out. No is the answer. Kadich holds on, and Sala sticks one up the inside of Tompkins for 5th position. Oh, wheel out wide there for Kadich, but just about keeps control of the XL and holds on to 3rd position. Here we go, Tompkins and Sala still going at it into the long sweeping corner. That Tompkins car all weekend has had that little bit of smoke. It's still there, but it's not causing any issues, which is good news for the Victorian, as he swings it in to turn number 7, around underneath the gum tree at turn 8. There it is, the legendary gum tree. So we see the field stream through. Sala, Tompkins, and then behind that we have Harewood and Heffron. And then the 147 machine of Chris Harris as well. Of course, we were on the short track earlier. Now we're turning left to the newer version, 1997. Of course, the extension was made 26 years ago. Incredible to think it is that long ago now. As we see Kadich tip it in. He's made a good start up to 3rd position, but he's unfortunately seen these top 2 just steadily creep ahead on this opening lap. They've gapped, both he and Murray have gapped this trio of Sala, Tompkins and the 95 of Harewood as they cross the line. So the margin, top 2, half a second at the end of lap number 1, and you can see for yourself what the situation is, as Murray Walker famously said.
track, and like you mentioned earlier, we've seen Murray just get better and better this whole event, and this will be a real test for him and even a learning exercise to stay on the back of Kadich and right on the edge of podium position.
Absolutely. Sala, Tompkins, you cannot separate them. All weekend they've been nose to tail, either Tompkins in front or Sala in front. This time it was Sala that made the better start, but it seems like Tompkins has the better car pace at this stage of the weekend. They turn it to the right, turn it back to the left. The Road Worthy Shop sponsored machine just ahead of the battery stop car. They are nose to tail as we go into turn number 10.
Seeing the cars make their way into turn 11 and 12, the corners that tighten up aren't quite 90-degree left-handers. We still have Bradley James leading ahead of Toby Waghorn and Katic. As they make their way onto the front straight, that gap is about half a second. It's what we've seen for most of the event, hold steady. Neither of them have been able to get away from either, and they've been following each other's racing lines. Bit of a slide there from Bradley James as he makes his way into turn 3. This gap's still at half a second. The cars are running in pairs at the moment.
Certainly are. Top 4, as you say, in pairs, Noah's Ark style, 2x2. Hurrah, hurrah, as they head around the back section of the circuit. Once more, we can see Kadich on the screen, just ahead of Murray. Murray running a little bit wide there down at turn number 7. But again, it's been a really good performance from Murray this weekend, taking it to the veterans of the series in what is his first season of car racing. So head out of the turn. Look at that line astern, these guys going with each other. Sarlett, Tompkins and Harewood. Harewood himself has had a bit of a up and down weekend.
He certainly has. We didn't quite understand or see what happened, but he did have a mechanical failure in one of the races yesterday. But it's great to see him back out and fighting in that top 10.
Absolutely, and looking at a potential top 5 as well, particularly if these two come to blows. End of lap number 3. And across the line, James, fastest lap of the race, that time through 8 tenths faster than Waghorn. Kadich, 1.3 seconds behind Waghorn in third. And then a big gap, 3.5 seconds to Murray. Here we go, up the inside. Tompkins has been patient. This is his first real move. Can't quite do it on that corner, but he is there. He's the closest he has ever been in this fight for 5th position. Brilliant, brilliant racing all weekend long in both the Hyundai XL classes. And these guys have really turned on a clinic, particularly in this trophy series. Such high quality racing from these youngsters, and some of them really are youngsters.
Absolutely. From the age of 15 or 16, you can get your provisional race license as such, or differences between whatever category you run in. And then from there, you have your Ps, as you see on the back of some of the cars, and once you do a certain number of events, you can take those Ps off the car. And from here, XLs, as you said earlier, has been such a breeding ground for people to go on and do bigger and better things.
Absolutely, it has. I was saying, coming into this weekend, a man that's competing in the Sedan 500 sits third, Jay Robotham, but of course he's got a supercars drive instead this weekend, so not on the racetrack, but I'm sure he'll be back later on in the year in some sort of XL. He's always in an XL somewhere around the nation, whether that be Queensland or in Victoria. He loves his XL racing.
That is very true. And speaking of Jay Robotham, he's been one of the competitors in the Super Series, which has been running. The High Tech Oils Super Series. It's a 3-round national event for the XLs, and they've already had round 1 up in Queensland, and we're going to see round 2 at Sydney Motorsport Park and finishing at Calder Raceway here in Melbourne, Victoria, in November. So it'll be great to see a few of these competitors fight out for national XL title.
Absolutely, there will be a lot of these guys out there for that is for sure. And yeah, great that it'll finish at Calder. How good is it to have Calder back on the national racing program? Really, really cool that we have many championships heading down there. The XLs were there a few weeks ago, and a few of these guys were racing there at Calder, but not around of this particular club series. But Sala really fighting hard to keep Tompkins behind, and Tompkins had a real look there. Sala just leaving him a car's width up the inside, but Tompkins couldn't take advantage of it. I think they're slightly gapping Harewood despite battling between themselves. I think they are slightly extending that margin, gapping the 95 car. I thought I could hear a car on the rev limiter. I possibly could, as they change up through the gears and then back down into this very tight turn number 11.
One thing I've been learning, and a lot of cars seem to do it not just in XLs, but as they disconnect the speedo, so you don't know what speed you're doing. Some people have digital dashes as well that give you your lap time and your sector times, and then other people just rely on their hearing of when they've reached the rev limiter of the car to change gear.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Very good point you raised there. And it's something that, of course, these guys have to learn, you know, manual gearbox. See it in a few grassroots racing categories. Oh, real look there for Tompkins. Couldn't quite pull it off. You can hear tyres protesting in the background. Not quite sure where that is. I can see a bit of dust being kicked up, but the cars ahead are still on the racetrack. The top 4, James, Waghorn, Kadich and Murray. And Tompkins is mighty close again here. Up the inside in turn number 7. This is the closest, best look he's had so far, forcing Sala to run wide. But again, to no avail, trying everything he possibly can. But Sala is not cracking under pressure. Here he is again. This is brilliant racing, but Sala really holding his own at the moment.
He is. We saw him go a bit wide there, but he was able to stay ahead of Tompkins, and this has just brought Harewood right back into the fight. So the longer that these two up ahead keep dicing, the more chance it will give Harewood to make a move as well.
On the last lap, despite this fighting, all of them set their PBs. 44.06 for Sala, 44.01 for Tompkins, 44.06 for Harewood. Awesome stuff, despite them compromising each other's line and everything. But they are losing half a second to those in front. Jet Murray, for example, further down the road. There they are a long way in the distance now, as we've just notched over the halfway point of this XL race. 6 laps down, 6 laps to go. Just 18 kilometres left of XL racing this season in the Victorian Motor Racing XL Series Trophy Championship. And it's been hard fought throughout. Again, we go back to the point we made during the Masters race. They do drop around. Their worst round, they do drop. And this is quite a complicated point system, so make sure you tune in to or make sure you visit their social media channels and their website, Victorian XLs, to find out who is the eventual champion, because there's several in contention and they are all at the pointy end of this field coming into this race. Bink, I see, has entered the lane in the 38 machine. Been in there for quite some time.
Yeah, we didn't quite get a view of what happened, but he made his own way to the pit lane, and that's an unfortunate end for him. He was in the fight quite a few times with the other competitors, but that's a sad end to the weekend if that's a mechanical failure.
Yeah, certainly is, and continues to turn around, continues to lap everybody else. So just the one car, Bink, in the lane. All the other 14 continue to lap around the race circuit. And at the moment, Kadich is catching Waghorn. And this is what we are, Kadich is catching Waghorn, and Waghorn is chipping into James. He took 7/10 out of his race lead on that last lap. So these top three closing up. Oh, the front nose has collapsed on the 51 machine. I'm not sure if that's a result of contact or if it's just failed, but Bongiorno, that is not a preferred look on a Hyundai XL. Hearing in my ear that he's had an incident out there on the race circuit, but continues to lap around the circuit. I think that's mainly cosmetic out there. Yeah, just cosmetic. No mechanical issues, I don't think, there.
No, but this has happened before, that if it gets caught at the wrong time and space, it will get caught under the front wheels, and we won't like to see that.
No, and then it's, there's a move up the inside. I was going to say it's like trying to steer a canoe down a waterfall. You got no steering at all if that falls underneath the front tyres, and no drive as well, of course, because these are front wheel drive. Tompkins, we saw there, have yet another look on the pink and white machine. If Sala thought about it there as well, thought better of it. I'm not sure if that was a lock-up. I think that was just a tyre sort of rubbing against the tarmac as that rear wheel lifts into the air. Quite a unique characteristic of Hyundai XL racing. We do see it a bit in Pulsar racing as well, and there it is, just being shown by Tompkins. Look, the front wheel just almost touching the tarmac very occasionally there. How does that feel when you're in the car? Can you feel that wheel lifting?
I personally can't as an amateur, but it's great to see on the footage and photos afterwards. Or you might feel a bit of understeer as well on the corner if you do have the three-wheel running and you don't have the four-wheel traction.
Good run from Tompkins, but not as good as the man behind him, number 95. That's Harewood, who continues to be in this fight for 5th position in this motor race. This has been a brilliant battle on track, not just in this race, but throughout the weekend so far. And Sala doing everything he can in his power to hold on, but he's not blocking vigorously or harshly. It's all by the rules. He's not doing anything. He's hardly even blocking, frankly. And here comes Tompkins up the inside, lock up for the number 33. He holds on to the position, does Sala. Tompkins looking left, looking right. A little bit of a nudge there as he tries to get to the inside for turn number 9. He's there. Oh, Sala nearly closes the door. There's very nearly contact, but room left in the end, and Sala holds on as they head down towards turn number 10 into the tight left-hander. Just a couple of laps to go now. 3 laps when the leaders cross the line, and they're still continuing to close up at the head of the field, but we'll continue to stick with this battle for 5th position out there on the racetrack. And see out the commentary box window, they're going into the last couple of corners. And they roar down the pit straight. It's Sala, Tompkins, and the number 95 of Harewood all line astern. Action up and down the field. Can see some more fighting down at turn 10.
Interesting to see. The top 3 are all within a second and a half now, so they have closed in on each other. And we see Waghorn has got right up to the back of Bradley James.
Certainly has. Really good up the pointy end, and really good in the battle for 5th. The lone ranger in that sense is Murray. He's right in the middle of the 2-3 car battles. Finds himself, yes, very lonely in 4th position as the cars head around the tight, twisty section of the course. You could throw, I've said a picnic blanket throughout the weekend. They're that close you could throw a flannel over them as they head around turn number 9 and down the straight towards turn number 10. Pink Machine continues to hold on. Only 2 laps to go after this one, Lisa.
Yeah, that's right. We're just watching the times here tumble. And the gap to the lead, half a second at the moment. So with 2 laps remaining, we wait to see if a pass for the lead will be made.
The other 3 rounding the final turn. So tight. And here they are, crossing the line to begin the penultimate lap of the motor race. Oh, Tompkins is ahead. Tompkins is ahead.
We see Sala has lost out 2 positions here, with Harwood making his way ahead of him as well.
Absolutely. As they roar into turn number 3. So now Tompkins is in front. I'd expect him to pull away, but Harewood is sticking with him at this point in time, and this is on for second. Waghorn goes defensive, really defensive on Kadic, who's closed the margin down considerably the last couple of laps. Fastest lap time, very much the same, just 100th between them. But last time through, 6/10 faster was Kadic, and he is all over the rear end of the 84 machine as they exit turn number 9, and head now into turn number 10. This has allowed James to slightly edge away. We were saying that Waghorn was closing in on James, but unfortunately that's no longer the case. Half a second faster was James that time through. The margin increased to 9/10 of a second. And this is the battle on the racetrack at the moment. Second position between Waghorn and Kadic, with just 3 kilometres left of their season, the club series for the Victorian XLs. As they roar into the first turn, the chicane. All about keeping momentum through here. You want to run quite close to the wall, but it's a heavy price to pay if you hit that wall. Kadic feints to the inside. Waghorn's wise to that one, not falling for that dummy. Didn't leave him any room, didn't alter his line. He knew what the 13 was doing, just trying to put pressure on him. Weave around in his rear vision mirrors, distract him, try and force the 84 machine into a mistake. But Waghorn's been racing these machines for quite some time. He knows all the tricks of the trade, and he goes defensive. He knows when Kadic is going to have a go, and defends down into turn number 7. Kadic can't do anything with it there, and files around turn number 8. Can he look to the inside at 9? Nope. Nope, not on this occasion. The last occasion, just 3 corners to decide this one. Kadic might have to swing one up the inside because he's quickly running out of opportunities. It's here, and then it's turns 11 and 12. 12 can be an overtaking opportunity, but you have to force the driver in front to defend at turn number 11 to make that one possible, to dive back up, do the cutback, and make it on the inside into that final corner. He's not close enough. Waghorn has things his own way and comes out the final corner in second position. It's going to be James that will hold on and take the race victory. It is a race victory for the number 61 machine and the round win as well. Waghorn crossing the line in second, 4/10 head of Kadic in the end. And then we await to see the victor in the Tompkins-Harewood-Sala battle. And it is going to be Tompkins from Harewood and Sala. But in the end, just 8/10 separating those 3 competitors. The 33, the 95 and the 36 in what was a weekend-long battle, particularly between Tompkins and Sala. But Harewood was in that as well. And what happened to Jet Murray right towards the end of that race? We didn't see that, but he's fallen behind those 3 because he was in a very lonely 4th until right towards the end.
He was. We said that he might have a chance at a podium position, but those 3, 5th, 6th and 7th, 4th, 5th and 6th were able to get ahead, and we didn't see what happened to him.
No, not quite sure there, but lost over 5 seconds on that final lap to his fellow competitors, and I think lost more than that prior. So that's happened out of shot from our eyes anyway. Real shame for Jet Murray, but nevertheless still quite a positive weekend for him. Hefferin, Harris and Harvey round out the top 10, and we can see the rest of the field come through. That's the 13 car field that finished. Bongiorno and Bink failing to cross the line. So Lisa, I'll let you talk us through those results at the end of the weekend.
Certainly. So Bradley James clean sweeping the trophy series up ahead of Toby Waghorn. Kadich has to settle for third, and a good result by Harry Tompkins finishing in fourth. It's been a battle all weekend for him. Harwood in fifth ahead of William Sala in sixth, and we were expecting a little more from him throughout the weekend. Murray in seventh, he had a chance to finish on the podium there ahead of Heffron, Harris, Lachlan Harvey in 10th.
Absolutely, and then following that we had Purdy, Carpenter and Jones. So not too far away from the big one now, the Winton 300. That's all the supports done and out of the way. The next one, the big one, the Winton 300. Thank you very much, Lisa, for your help with all the Excel racing this weekend. And I'm sure you'll be helping us throughout the broadcast in the Winton 300 down there in the lane with Dave.
Absolutely. It's been a great pleasure sharing the Combox with you, and as we've seen some great racing in both the Trophy and the Masters. So looking forward to the Winton 300. Exciting racing coming up.
Absolutely. And as we say, if you want to find out the victor in both the Trophy and the Masters Championships, head onto the Victorian Hyundai XL Series website and social media channels. We'll be back after this short break.
Back here at Winton Motor Raceway, the nation's action track. The main event coming out of the dummy grid and onto the track. It is indeed the Winton 300, the 2023 edition. Coming your way very shortly, albeit after a slight delay, but we have cars on track, getting nice and warmed up, ready for this 100 lap endurance race around the 3 kilometre Winton Motor Raceway. We are very excited. The anticipation has been building all day, and we've got a set field. Qualifying's been run and won all of yesterday, including the qualifying race, but it's now time to focus on endurance mode. My name is Callum Brannigan, joined alongside by Dan McCarthy with Dave Stilwell down in the pit lane as well. So we're very much looking forward to bringing you all of the action and all of the enjoyment that will be coming your way very shortly. But all the teams have had all their opportunities to get their cars set, tuned in, dialed into the Winton Motor Raceway and be as best prepared as they possibly can. And there is your pole sitter. It is the McGuinness entry, the number 333 Subaru WRX STI, and taking pole position in a surprising top 10 shootout yesterday with an absolutely stellar lap. So we're going to get ready as the cars are gridding up on the start-finish line. We are going to throw down to Dave Stilwell, who is on standby to bring you some more information.
Well, thank you so much, Callum, for throwing down to me here on what has been a most glorious weekend of weather. We shot the camera into the sky before, but not a cloud in the sky. Some clouds in the distance. We've got the Hyundai safety car here that we're hoping we're not going to see here at Winton Motor Raceway, because that may impact on a couple of the strategies of our competitors for the Winton 300 coming up. Let's go have a look at our front row, and we'll have a special guest joining us shortly. So our front row is... We saw this battle in the 90s and the 2000s, an epic duel between Mitsubishi and Subaru on the stages of the World Rally Championship. And now we see it on the front row for the Winton 300. On pole position, the McGuinness family aboard their Subaru WRX STI. They're running on Michelin slick tyres today. Will that play to their advantage? Pole position was decided by less than 0.02 of a second, and it was the Burgess Evo running on semi-slick Hancooks today out of position 2. Now, our front row here, we look further back, we've got the Trans Civic, we've got MX-5s. While we don't have a huge quantity in the field, by reducing the number of competitors, hopefully going to reduce the amount of chances we're going to see that safety car in, so we're likely to see a quality motor race. Now, the event doesn't happen without the work of a huge army of volunteer motorsport officials, but of course, we can't go racing without the facility that we're on. Now, Winton Motor Raceway has been around since the 1960s. We've raced on the short track this weekend as it started out. It got extended in the 1990s onto the national circuit that we run today. So we're going to go for a chat with a gentleman who's got a massive association with this place. I speak of none other than Stephen White, who's the general manager of the Benalla Auto Club Group. Stephen, thank you so much for hosting us this weekend. Tell us, what can we look forward to today?
Oh, look, what a fantastic race this is. It's so good to have it back at Winton, and obviously we believe and hope that it'll grow. Winton is synonymous with long distance races and those that allow people a fair chance to compete. Obviously this event does that, and we just hope that today, beautiful weather that we've turned on, we're going to have a fantastic race. Looking at the field, you're right, and we're going to call it quality rather than quantity. But I tell you what, there'll be a fierce battle at the front, but gee, that's going to be a busy battle in Class E. You know, all those cars are pretty even. So fantastic. It's going to be some great viewing, and I hope a great race.
Well, you've got a lot on your plate at the moment as General Manager of the Benalla Auto Club Group. You've got the High-Tech Oil Super Series occupying your time. AASA also does a lot of work in tarmac rallying. And, of course, here at Winton Motor Raceway, you've got a huge slew of events coming up from the grassroots right through the professional ranks. What's next on your calendar here?
So next for us is an Enduro, Hyundai Enduro in October. And then we'll finish up with the HQ4 Hour in December. But right across that, we've got VMRC in November, final round of that, and as you can see, it's been a fantastically attended event. Final round for most of those categories in November. But the track's very busy. We're back now after the dreaded bug, and with the place is firing on all cylinders. Fantastic team with us, and we're growing. And I've got to say that motorsport is alive and well in country Victoria. And certainly now with the advent of things like Calder opening and other things that are happening now, it's an exciting time for motorsport in Victoria.
Well, definitely. We saw that VMRC was the first to go back with state-level circuit racing to Calder Park, the home of motorsport in Melbourne, in Melbourne's northwest. Tell us, what's the next step for the Benalla Auto Club Group? What's next on the horizon?
Well, I think we're solidifying our business. I mean, AASA's been really punches above its weight. It's been a fantastic, if you like, competitor in the sport. It's allowing people to have that opportunity to grow and grow their events and get competitors at the grassroots level and right across state and national level to have the ability to get to events. It's an exciting business, AASA, and it's growing at the rate of knots that I don't think anyone really envisaged. But it was all about people from the past that did that. So that was fantastic. Benalla Auto Club itself's a very strong, wonderful club. The track, Building 61, we're very excited. In fact, Barry Stylo, the president here that built the track, is here today. So, look, steeped in history. We recognise that. We love it. And we obviously want to continue to facilitate and improve Winton Motor Raceway.
Well, thank you very much, Steve. And, of course, a thank you once again to all of the volunteer motorsport officials that are around this ground that make motorsport happen here at Winton Motor Raceway and around the country. We'll throw back from the grid and get ready to get underway with another amazing instalment of the Winton 300.
Thank you very much, Dave Stilwell. Down on the grid for the Winton 300 there, you can see them lined up, ready for action. 300 Ks of racing endurance coming your way very shortly. Dan McCarthy, we've been waiting all weekend. We've been counting down. We've been through qualifying practice, warm-up this morning, but the time has finally arrived. The Endurance 300 is about to get underway, and it's fantastic to hear from the Winton Motor Raceway's very own Stephen White with David Stilwell down in the pit lane, expressing his enthusiasm for this race and his wishes for it to expand and grow bigger and better for season 2024.
Absolutely, and I don't see why it wouldn't. We've seen such great, really tight qualifying. I mean, can you believe it? The top two separated by 1,000th of a second, and the guy starting from third position, just 1/10 further behind that as well. It's going to be a really interesting race. Tyres are going to be a talking point. There is so much to play out over the next near 3 hours of racing. The race record, 2 hours and 50 minutes. That was set last year, and a few laps are in the rain, so that can be very much beaten here today. But yeah, look at the top 5, even 6 cars. Such variety. Preza, Evo, Honda Integra. You got Mazda MX-5. Callum, I'll let you talk us through the grid.
Starting from pole position, the 333 Subaru with the McGuinness pairing, Lee Burgess, Shah starting at a position 3. We've got Boydell at a position 4, Heiniger at a position 5, Matthew Butters behind the wheel starting at a position 6, alongside Simon Agar at a position 7. We saw him make up some positions after the top 10 shootout. That was definitely throwing a cat amongst the pigeons, as you say, Dan. Definitely pulling out a big wooden spoon, stirring the pot and mixing up the results. We're very happy to see quite a strong performance. As we head further down, he's joined alongside by Tim Maynard, starting out of position 8. Going down to position 9, we've got the Ricketts and Josh Haynes pairing. Haynes, of course, is a TA2 competitor starting out of position 9. Alongside the Hyundai Veloster, the number 1 car, starting out of position 10 with showing Brad Gardner behind the wheel. He shares that with Jackson Rice in this race. Further back, we've got Thewlis in position 11 alongside Chapman in the Proton, starting out of position 12. Nicholas Kerr showing his position 13 with Phillips in 14th, but the 14th car, the Falcon Ute, was unfortunately an early withdrawal from this weekend with some mechanical issues that they're unable to repair trackside. So they'll take that back to the Wodonga TAFE facility and get that repaired and back out for future race meetings very hopefully. So it is a rolling start, this race. Obviously under control under the safety car at the moment. We're counting down to the start of the Winton 300 2023. 3 hours is on the clock, but obviously that can finish just under 3 hours given the based on lap times, and we're going to wait and see. Huge amount of enthusiasm, Dan.
Absolutely. At this point, if you've had a 3 in your number, you've had a good weekend. 333 and 33 on the front row of the grid. The cars behind 818, which are starting. We'll be hoping that the numbers 8 and 1 are the ones you want on the side of the car come the end of the 100-lap motor race. There is so many unknowns, and in that respect, we are going into the great unknown. This race has been around since 1985. It ran for 11 years and then it was reborn when the AASA took on the Benalla Rider Club, took this circuit on, and it's been a great success since then. We are about to go racing, 100 laps, 300 kilometers ahead of us. Subaru and Evo Mitsubishi on the front row, and we are off, and it's the Impreza with a lightning start, and Charles followed through down towards turn number 1. He's taken second position, and the Evo immediately shuffled back to third. The Mazda remains in fourth with Boydell behind the wheel, and here comes Shah again. He's already made up one place. Make that 2 or not quite. The Subaru 333 McGuinness holding it around the outside. He says, no, I'm not letting you through just yet, mate. You're going to have to work a little bit harder than that. As they take off around the back section of the course. There we go, Subaru from Honda, from Mitsubishi, Japanese manufacturers at the front of the field, and Mazda just behind as well. The Evo fighting back. That's Burgess going for it, but not quite able to pull it off. But yes, some real variance and variety at the pointy end of the field, Callum.
Absolutely. It's looking like a sprint race start, similar to the qualifying race that we saw yesterday, let alone the fact that we've got 100 laps remaining in this race. 791 in the background. There's a little bit of smoke coming out the back of the Spy Optics Mazda MX-5. Was that something flying off the rear of that car? Of course, this weekend it's on a set of Kumo slick tyres, so it's very handy in the handling department, is the 791. And they had a few issues with the refueling rig between sessions, which I discovered up the inside. There is Burgess in the Evo, having a good look at the BYP Honda Integra, shared by Andrew Shah and Jimmy Tran this weekend. Now, this is a very close battle for the top 3, so I hazard a guess they want to lead the race and control their own pace. A lot of these teams will be driving to a specific number, a lap time, because they want to maximise their fuel window. They want to go as long as possible into this race before pulling into the pit lane. But here is a run from Shah up the inside. He's got the line, and he's going to take it nice and easily, so that is discretion. The better part of Valor shown from the McGuinness Subaru, giving him plenty of space because this is a very long race. There is such a long way to go. So many permutations which will bring you as the race unfolds. Now, Burgess is lurking in the background there in the Evo. He's firming up for a move. He fancies his chance up the inside, potentially, of the WRX coming into turn 7. He sends it there. Plenty of room for him, but he's on the wrong side of the road. Actually serves him just a little bit wide there. So the 333, a brief off-track excursion there. No harm, no foul, giving each other plenty of room. And they're starting to gap back the Boyden 791 Mazda MX-5 back in position 4. So he's 3.6 seconds adrift, but he's doing a good job controlling the field. Meanwhile, Mick Ricketts, I think it might have been Mick Ricketts who's doing the second half of this race. The number 41 Nissan Pulsar down in 5th position. They're just going to be driving to a number, as they discussed with Dave Stilwell earlier this afternoon. So they've got Jordan Cox working extremely hard, making the calculations and ensuring that the car can make the distance on fuel. So they're trying to drive to a specific number, and they want to pull in as late as possible, but they also want to maximise the amount of time behind the wheel for the lead driver. So Ricketts will be stepping in a bit later on this afternoon as this race unfolds. So Tran in front of the Burgess entry, position 1 from position 2, with McGuinness currently down in position 3. So Josh Haynes there, we believe, is behind the wheel of the number 41. He's dropped behind now the car of Butters. So Butters in the number 23, driving in an N15 Pulsar, gets an advantage over the N14 Pulsar, so you can see there coming through the screen. Meanwhile, the 86, that's in Class D this weekend. He's going around the outside, or coming under attack, I should say, from the number 45 of Bernardi. N14 Pulsar up the inside of the 86 in Class D. Now, we should point out there's only one car in this field currently in Class B. That is the Tran entry. So it's no surprise that they've shot out of the blocks, absolutely trying to maximise their pace early on, because they've got a 2.5 minute deficit compared to the rest of the field in terms of compulsory pit stops. The entire field, except for the Tran car, has a compulsory pit stop, minimum stop time of 5 minutes for the whole race. However, because the Tran car is in Class B, they have to stop for an extra 2.5 minutes. So that culminates in 7.5 minutes of stoppage time in the pit lane. So they're trying to make up as much pace as possible early on and just see where this race goes. Now, speaking with a few competitors up and down the pit lane as well, they don't anticipate many safety cars, if any, in this race, save for a few mechanical mishaps. Everyone's driving to a time. They're taking it nice and easily. As you can see, the Maynard car there, the number 9 getting up the inside of the Agar car. This is a great little battle between an N14 and N15 Pulsar as well. They're just behind the 86 Class D entry of Heinegger. The 5th gear entry, possibly one of the best presented cars here this weekend, although running just a little bit wide coming onto the main straight there. So early days, and it's interesting to see who is settling into a certain pace and how are they going to dictate, or how is the Tran car driven by Shah at the moment going to dictate the pace as the race progresses, Dan?
Absolutely. We can see that, the Pulsar's taking it to the 86 early on, and here we go, the Maynard Pulsar up the inside. We've seen this very car race in the Pulsars this weekend, and same with the Buttersmobile as well, a little bit further up the field. So really cool to see that they're racing in not one but two categories, and to go from the sort of sprint race style stuff that the Pulsars produce to a 300-kilometre endurance race. It's something very different and requires a very different technique. You know, you can bash out a few quick lap times, but to do it over an hour and a half stint is a different feat in itself. So out there on the racetrack, we see that Hyundai Veloster a little bit further back, started from position number 10, dropped 1 position. There it is at the back of the shot in position number 11. Fastest lap of the race last time through for Burgess, cutting the margin down. Oh, and just to say that Shah responds with the fastest lap of the race. So half a second Burgess took the lap before. Shah extends it by 0.6 of a second, so back out to 1.6 seconds. Very evenly matched early on is Shah and Lee Burgess out there in the Mitsubishi Evo. McGuinness rounding out the top 3 at this point in time. Early on, doesn't quite seem to have the pace to match those two, but we are focused on this battle at the moment between the 86 and the number 9. This is for 8th position on the road, and although they are in different classes, they will have the same amount of pit stop time, both the 1 compulsory pit stop of 5 minutes. The only one that has additional time is that race leading machine. It's got an additional 2.5 minutes when it comes in for that compulsory stop. But the big question is, will they only need 1 stop? Tyres are going to be a big talking point, and with the weather the way it is at the moment, it's warm, it's hot, a lot hotter than what you normally expect at Winton in September. They're going to be nursing these tyres come the end of the race unless they have that additional pit stop. See them swing it around the flip-flop. The Thrulis doing a good job at the moment in that blue Nissan Pulsar, holding back the Toyota 86. Such a popular car, isn't it, the 86? You know, you've got the Toyota 86 or Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia 86 series, and that's been a breeding ground for so many hot talents in Australian racing, as Maynard swings one up the inside. Good move. Little bit of a lock-up, cocking up a wheel. The 86 responding, back up the inside. That's tight. Maynard closes the door and around the outside. Great move from Agar. Real opportunistic, took advantage of the opportunity. Hardly lifted at all, went right around the outside of the 86 and takes that position. So he moves himself up into position number 9.
And it's a great move around the outside from Agar, as you say, very opportunistic. We should point out that the compulsory stop window opens at lap 20 and closes on lap 70. No one driver can complete more than 70% of the race distance as well. So there's a lot of considerations for the teams. Obviously, they'll be aware of which of the pairings, which of the 2 drivers will be a little bit faster in outright pace in comparison to the other. What does that mean? It means that both drivers have to take part in the race. then there's a minimum running time of 30% of the race distance. So that's 30 laps in total. But of course, an added complication on top of that is the fact that you want to maximise the fuel window and go as long as possible. So as fuel loads come down, obviously they're brimmed with fuel prior to this race. And we're going to find out a lot more information from Dave Stillwell, the very capable man down in the pit lane, doing a wonderful job of articulating these uncommon concepts to common people, breaking down these fantastic various bits of technology up and down pit lane. Up the inside here is Maynard, so he's about to make contact there with Bernardi, so that's the number 9. A little bit unsettled going across the turn 10 curb. Had a look up the inside, but there just wasn't the room or the opportunity. And that allows Agar now in the 288 N15 Pulsar to take the place, who's now in hot pursuit of Bernardi. So this is the battle for position 7. And look how close they are coming onto the main straight. We've now got a battle between the Class D entrants as well. So the Hyundai Veloster, the number 1 car there, just behind the Toyota 86, the 5th gear motorsport entry. With that, they're the 2 Class D combatants, but they're behind a gaggle of Class E cars. So you got 1, 2, 3 on screen, Class E, Class E, Class E, and then a pair of Class D entries with the 86 and the number 1. Obviously completely different cars in terms of technical configuration, but they make their speed in very similar ways. Pulsars, obviously with the Australian Pulsar Racing Association, a very handy, very versatile racing car no matter what series you throw it at. And as it turns out, through an endurance race, is a very capable car. So Bernardi now coming under fire from Maynard through the sweep up, the left-hander, starting to lose touch with Agar, who capitalised at turn 12 on that last time around. So this is great as well. So with lap 20 in mind, that is when the compulsory pit stop window opens. That's when you can expect to start seeing planned pit stops from the teams up and down the field, and it'll be interesting to see who blinks first. Who is the first team to pull the trigger and bring the car in? Whether it's fuel-related, tyre-related. Oh, there's a moment there for the 8.6 as well. Massively unsettled on quarter exit, and that is the car of Gartner, who is through in the number 1 to lead Class D. So we've got 2 cars in Class D duking it out on screen, on the track at the moment, but on screen this battle rages on between Bernardi and Maynard. 45 from 9. Coming up into the last sequence of turns and onto the main straight. But Dan, as I was saying before, it's going to be so interesting to see who's going to pull the trigger and come into the pit lane first for the first planned pit stop. And we'll be making notes and trying to keep across all sorts of things. Is that Bernardi moving slowly?
It is. Very slowly on the exit of the final turn. He's lost 1, 2, 3 positions already on the run down towards turn number 1. That's a real shame, for the 45 machine was running so strongly as the leading or second place Pulsar competitor, but no more. Let's listen to it. Very quiet. Not much sound coming out of that machine at all as it turns around the third corner. This is not what they wanted, and as you say, it's before lap number 20. You might be able to get away with it during your 5-minute compulsory pit stop. If there's an issue, you can check it over, but in the first 20 laps, you're going to have to make an unscheduled, non-compulsory pit stop. That window is between lap number 20 and lap number 70. So everybody has to complete their pit stop by the end of the 70th lap. 70% is also 70 is also a number in terms of race distance. If you've got a 2-driver combination, the most a single driver can do is 70 laps, 70-30. Any more than that and you will be hit with a very, very hefty penalty.
And that's exactly what you do not need in an endurance race. You need everything to go as smoothly as possible. Now we'll start to get an idea of the pace of these cars in endurance trim. So if we look at the Brad Gartner car on screen, number 1, it's coming under fire now from the Toyota 86. Up the inside there is Heinegger. A very clinical move, but they're circulating in the 1 minute 44s, 1 minute 45 region. So you dare say that this is the race pace for these cars. They're happily driving to a number, and they want to nurse these cars because they want to make sure it gets to the end of this race. So, yeah, confirmation there that Heinegger up into position 9. So this is a great battle for the Class D honours, and they're starting to reel in the car of Maynard as well. So he's just ahead in 9th position outright. Meanwhile, at the head of the field, if we just look up the timing tower, the Tran entry driven by Andrew Shah at the moment is 3 seconds clear of the Burgess Evo. Now, the Burgess Evo will be rubbing their hands with glee at this prospect because they know that there's a 2.5 minutes in extra pit stop time for the Tran car just ahead of them. So with the Tran car, driven by Sharp, the 818 entry, they'll be trying as hard as possible. That's a close moment there for the Rice Gardner entry. It looked like the 86 was a little bit out of sorts and unsettled by the turn 6 curb, running a little bit too far to the left-hand side, or driver's left, coming up to turn 6, but they were able to gather it back up, back through turns 7 and 8. And that Hyundai entry proudly supported by Motorsports Training Australia this weekend, from 2 entries down to 1 entry after the unfortunate withdrawal of the Falcon Ute. And Rice and Gardner are circulating out there. So they've certainly got a massive army of students down in the garage as well. And it's a perfect training ground for them to go through procedures as pit stop practice, as well as all the other going-ons within the garage to make sure that these cars are mechanically sound. Now, here is the Bernardi car on screen in pit lane. So this is very much an unscheduled pit stop. The SR20 engine underneath the bonnet there. They're having a careful look just to make sure that it is whether or not it is a quick fix or if it's something that needs a lot more attention by bringing it into the garage. 2-litre inline 4-cylinder Nissan SR20, very versatile engine, very robust, so it's unusual to see it pulled into pit lane with the team tinkering away, and it looks like they're having a look at the fuel delivery system there with a couple, or is that around the throttle body as well? So they're supplying some zip ties. And here on screen now is Andrew Shah in the 818.
Personal best the previous lap, not the last one, but the previous lap for McGuinness in the 333 Subaru, closing the margin down to within a second to the Evo. So the C-Class cars are performing very nicely out there at the moment, and I believe Stillwell has an update for us in the lane.
Yes, it was unfortunate. Nothing wrong with the Nissan SR20 engine in that car. Unfortunately, the throttle cable broke off, so a quick application of some cable ties got that car back in the race nice and quickly. So great job by the team down here in Garage 6.
Thank you, Dave, down there in the pit lane. He's all over it. He is walking up and down the pit lane, shaking trees and finding all of the news. So it's a big thanks to Dave down there. So confirmation, zip ties on the throttle body with the cable coming off. That's exactly what you don't want early on in the endurance race. So yes, that is a setback. They will have to come back into pit lane as that was an unscheduled stop. But Dan, you were alluding to earlier this battle here between the 333 of Burgess and the McGuinness entry, the 333 car, closing the gap now. So this is going to be a bit spicy as this unfolds.
Certainly is. That gap under a second. Well, exactly 1 second, as you can see on the timing screen on the left-hand side. These two in Class C out there on the racetrack, and Boydell in the MX-5 setting his PB last time through, but he's a good 25 seconds behind these two. The Evo keeping to the left-hand side of the road as they head down into the first two corners. Good racing between these two early on. The fight between Subaru and Mitsubishi. Reborn, of course, rallying in the early noughties and late 90s. These two manufacturers, hammer and tongs, fighting away. And yeah, we can see that out there on the racetrack at the moment. But the number 818, 4.5 seconds down the road, gonna have to continue to extend that lead out there on the racetrack. Dave, I believe you've got someone down there in the lane.
Yes, I have, guys. I've managed to find my old mate Declan Kirkham. Now, you and I are a bit of an old hand here at the production car endurance racing. Now, you're not in the Winton 300 today, but you've been doing some great things in Pulsar racing.
Yeah, unfortunately not this weekend. I don't have a co-driver, so we couldn't run, but we've been running in the APRA series and we had a breakthrough podium round, so we're slowly finding our feet in that one, a bit of a new challenge, and yeah, been a pretty busy one, that's for sure.
Now, the big news that came out in APRA land, in Pulsar land in the last week or so, has been the announcement of the control tyre for 2024 and beyond. I take it that you've got the MRF hat on at the moment. A lot of the teams using up their MRF tyres this weekend before they make the change to Yokohama in 2024.
Definitely. Happy to see Yokohama come on board. We've got some pretty good trackside support and whatnot through that deal. So, yeah, the MRF sort of run its course. We've sort of figured it out just as everyone's got their head around it. Of course, they moved the goalposts, but still got to wear the hat, unfortunately. And we'll use the last of them up this year. We've got one more round to go. We'll see how we go.
Well, if we've learned nothing from the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6-hour over the years, is that the MRF tyre is remarkably consistent and it will last forever and ever and ever. Will the team get through, the team in this garage, the Bernardi team, do you reckon they'll get through on a single set, particularly a single left-hand front through the course of the 300?
Yeah, look, I did about 70 laps here testing a few weeks ago on some old rubber. I could have used it this weekend. So luckily they're a pretty hardy, not the super fast tyre, but very forgiving and will last all day. I reckon they'll be fine. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for sharing a word with us. Back to you guys in central commentary. Keep an eye out on those left front tyres on some of those Winton 300 cars.
And we are indeed, Dave. Thank you very much for that update with Declan Kirkham down in the pit lane. And yeah, it's a hot topic is the front left tyre. It is the loaded side of the car around the tight, twisty Winton Motor Raceway. So we'll be keeping an eye on who does what during their pit stops. Will teams be planning on changing out of tyre in readiness of high tyre degradation as the 300 ticks down? So Burgess up into position 2 now. A phenomenal effort for him to charge past the McGuinness Subaru. And they're keeping it nice and tidy as well, but they're staying in touch of the Andrew Shah entry shared with Jimmy Tran, the 818. They're 5.3 seconds further down the road, but with all-wheel drive grip, they are definitely driving to a number as they're starting to encounter lap traffic already. So we've got 7 cars on the lead lap, and it's Nick Agar, who was the last of the leaders, the last of drivers on the lead lap at the moment. So expect to see the order mixed up as they charge through, or the front runners charging through the back markers. But Burgess definitely driving extremely well. So what was that last lap there? That was a 35.2 for Burgess, but McGuinness with a 34.8 has just got a little bit more pace, or he's just pressing on ever so slightly more, and they're coming up to more Class D and Class E combatants as well. Now, the Burgess and McGuinness cars are in Class C, which means they have one single compulsory pit stop, timed at 5 minutes. Now, that's timed from the start of the pit entry all the way to the pit exit as well. And as we're seeing already, we've had a glimpse. Oh, there's a bit of a moment there. A bit of tight space there for the Burgess car trying to get past the 86, and he locks up a brake once again. Now, we saw them locking brakes yesterday, warming up for the top 10 shootout, so they might just want to dial in the brake balance. Just be careful with those tyres as well, because you really need them to last as long as possible. And it doesn't take too much to upset the tyre surface either, so you want to keep those absolutely to a minimum. So the 333 coming back down the main straight. That car looks absolutely brilliant under the sunshine here at Winton Motor Raceway, and that was a great example of the gap to Burgess. Now, the car at Burgess has been impressive all weekend because it's seemingly making its pace nice and easily, driving not 10/10 all the time. Oh, he's run wide. As I say that was a hairy moment running wide, coming out of turn 2. Almost tagging the wall there. Did it lose a mirror?
Yes.
Did it lose a left-hand side mirror with a glance with the wall? And what that means is that he's lost the lead of Class C with McGuinness back up the inside. An opportunistic moment there. That was a hairy moment, Dan.
That started at turn number 1. He missed the apex at turn 1, just ran a metre wide, and then tried to carry that same corner speed as he normally would around turn 2, and that threw him out wide. I believe we've got a replay of the moment there, a hairy moment. So yeah, runs wide there, tries to carry the same corner speed, but gets in the dirty stuff on the outside, and crikey, that was close. So lucky to only lose the mirror. That could have been so much worse. And now they find themselves navigating the lap traffic, but of course he's not going to have much clue where the cars are on the left hand side, exactly like now. This is exactly where he needs that left the left mirror on the side. It's really hard to judge where those cars are on the inside without it, but he's got to go for the rest of the race now. Another 85 laps without a left mirror, unless they can sort something out in the pit stop, but I doubt that they'll have a spare mirror on hand in the lane.
Unless they've got one of those little beauty mirrors from the bathroom, rush that out to the driver so he can just have a peek around. But no, in all seriousness, that is just what you don't want. And unfortunately, it's a rather early mistake, but it's not too bad. He's still in position 3. He's gathered his thoughts and he's pressing on, and he's got his sights firmly set on the 333 just ahead of him. So back through that same part of the circuit where he had that hairy moment. He's now got Josh Haynes, or the Josh Haynes car that's shared with Mick Ricketts, the number 41. That's in Class E. That's about to be lapped by the 2 leaders in Class C. So an update from the lead as well. So Andrew Shah in the 818 BYP Performance Honda Integra. Fastest person on track, a 1 minute 34.6, which is a very fast pace, it must be said, for the endurance race so far. But it's 8.7 seconds between himself and McGuinness, as we've touched on. The car of Andrew Shah and Jimmy Tran is the only the only car in Class B. Of course, this was all decided during qualifying. Throughout the various qualifying sessions, that was the determining factor on what class they sat in within a set of certain windows based on lap time. So as the Shah Tran entry, 818 is the fastest outright. It's the it's in Class B based on its lap time throughout the weekend. Now, it looked like we've got the 288. And hearing, we've also got Dave Stilwell with another interview down in the lane. Over to you, Dave.
Thank you, guys. Well, as the action's unfolding out on the track here at the Winton 300, I thought I'd take an opportunity to check in with some of the unsung heroes on the team side. I've got Kim Bessel here, who's the team manager for Fifth Gear Motoring. Now, Kim, you've got your Toyota 86 out there running at the moment, but how the race has come on in over 30 years. We used to have to do things with chalkboards and whiteboards. You're getting the timing on your iPad.
Yeah, look, that's exactly right. It's fantastic having the NatSoft software, because then what we can do is that we can actually monitor not only the times that we're doing without having to use a stopwatch the whole time, which is excellent, but then we're also getting the gap to the car in front, the gap to the leader in our class. We can also, between this and visual, give our drivers warning about when the overall leaders are coming up. So if they're going to be lapped by the overall leader, that they're fully aware of what's going on. So there's no concern to them. This is not your fight.
We've come a long way from clipboards and stopwatches and blackboards and chalkboards. Now, one of the things that's going to factor into your race, so you're running in Division D, one of 2 cars running in Division D at the moment, until someone perhaps breaks out of Division E. Now, that means you'll have to do a single compulsory pit stop. Now, a lot of the teams don't run endurance racing all that much, so they've only got the handheld sort of pump rigs. Now, if we have a look in the background a shot, this amazing piece of machinery, this is what you've run recently at the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour.
Yeah, that's correct. So this fuel rig is an endurance fuel rig, and what we're able to do is basically it's just a very fast gravity feed, and we're able to plunge the connectors into the rear of the car, and it dumps the fuel very, very quickly. It's also very safe because it seals really well. You've got both a line where the fuel actually goes into the car, but you've also got the breather line coming out. So it becomes a sealed system. So if there is any excess that comes out of the breather, it actually comes back into the system.
Well, as we see around here, so we've got the dry brake, the Siamese probe that we've seen. Now, supercars has recently moved away from a system like this. They use a very expensive, like a coaxial coupling that we see on the new Gen 3 cars. But you've got a lot of experience with these. Now, in the Bathurst 6 Hour and a lot of production car races, they make you run a restrictor in the fuel fill here. Now, in theory, you could take that out to get a really fast fill, but I guess with the compulsory pit stop 5 minutes, there's no real energy or emphasis on doing that.
Yeah, look, that's correct, and you are right about the 5 minutes. So it does make it for a very simple pit stop as far as we're concerned. It's quite relaxed. We can do the driver change, we can do the fuel, we can have a nice, calm look over the tyres, look over the car, and make any changes that we need. But the advantage of using this system is it actually gives us that time. It buys us time to be able to go through the car, take everything nice and relaxed. And you mentioned about the restrictor, and although we don't, strictly speaking, need a restrictor in here, because it's a production car and we are using a production tank, it's really important that we allow enough time for the tank to be able to breathe. And so the restrictor helps because it's not just dumping 60 litres of fuel in a couple of seconds.
Well, fantastic. Kim, thank you so much for talking us through your magnificent piece of fabrication here. Just one of the other things that sets Winton 300 apart from some of the other Grassroots events.
Thank you very much, Dave, for that in the lane. Really great insight into the refuelling. Absolutely, we want to make sure everything's safe. It's not like a supercars operation where everyone's all kitted up. They do this on a weekly basis. The teams and crews are given 5 minutes just to make sure everything's perfect. They don't want to rush them and force them into a mistake. It's a good safety feature, I suppose you'd say, in this race. It gives everyone a bit of a breather, and just to limit the potential risk of a pit stop. Of course, fires in the lane is a real nightmare amongst pit crew and of course drivers as well. As we see the 791 Mazda, it's been a quiet achiever so far in this race, still very much on the lead lap, 41 seconds away from the leader, and now half a minute behind Lee Burgess in the Evo ahead, but continues to navigate the lap traffic, and that's a key role in this race, the lap traffic. Of course, in years gone by, we've seen classes, different classes, find the same piece of tarmac and find themselves in the gravel as a result. There will always be lap cars around you, and there is another one, the Mazda around the outside of the Toyota 86. Nicely done. So puts the 86 down a lap. At the moment, Shah is extending that lead, just extending it ever so slightly, lap on lap. Just a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there. And for the first time in this race, that race lead is over 10 seconds. 10.1 to the 333 Subaru Impreza that started on pole position. And here is the race leader, the Shah and Tran combination. I spoke to Benny Tran in the lead up to this event. He won the race here last year, and he's decided to step aside and let his brother Jimmy jump behind the wheel of this race-winning machine last year. And yeah, so this year it's Jimmy behind the wheel, and he's going to jump behind the wheel at the second half of this race after Shah has vacated the seat. And we can see on our screens in front of us, the timing screen, that the pit window is open. We have reached the commencement and the start of lap 20, so the pit window is officially open. But of course, at this stage, you wouldn't come in, I don't believe, at least for another 10 laps, because, as I say, it's a minimum of maximum of 70 laps for each driver. So if you come in now, the other driver with 80 laps to go won't be allowed to do that. You'd have to do another driver change. You don't want to be doing 2 driver changes. You're certainly better off doing the 1. So everyone will leave it at least 10 more laps. That's for certain. I can guarantee that one. That's about the only strategy that's an obvious one in this one. There's so many different strategy plays and theories that can come out and play a factor late on in the race. What we do know is this machine on screen will have an additional 2.5 minute pit stop. As I said, I spoke to Benny leading into this one. I said to him, couldn't you just do a slow lap in qualifying, make yourself a Class C and do one less compulsory pit stop? He says, yeah, but we don't want to be known as people who just sandbag. We don't want to be known as sandbaggers. We want to win this race on legitimate pace. And that's what the 818 machine is doing at the moment with Shah at the wheel. So they are in Class B, as I say. An extra 2.5 minutes in the pits. They want to win it on pace. And they are extending the margin lap on lap at the moment on this machine currently on screen. The Subaru Impreza, of course. The different body shell, the later model Imprezas, of course. Colin McRae made this machine so famous in the mid-90s, taking the WRC title in 1995, but in the mid-noughties, around 2008, it changed to this body shell with the more round rear end.
Yeah, Chris Atkinson was behind the wheel, if I believe, when it was in the hands of Pro Drive, when they were at the helm of Subaru's WRC campaign back in the day. On the other side of the fence from the Mitsubishi clan, it was Tommy Mäkinen, and early on it was Richard Burns as well, who controversially defected to Subaru at a later stage. And here's a good segue to that beautiful Mitsubishi, the York Developments entry, the number 33 of Lee Burgess, the Evo 9, currently second place in Class C. And I should correct myself from earlier, we actually have 3 cars in Class C. So the Andrew Boydell entry, the Mazda MX-5, supported by Spy Optics. We encourage you to Google Spy Optics if you want to find out more information about some very handsome eyewear and style, and that car is looking absolutely resplendent under the sun here at Winton Motor Raceway. But the York Developments car of Lee Burgess currently in position 3 overall, with Boydell behind. There he is on screen there with the green stripes up the middle and a vented bonnet as well. So he's actually just done his fastest lap of the race so far. So he's turning up the wick ever so slightly, a 1 minute 35.5. He is 30 seconds or half a minute further back down the road from the Andrew Shah, Jimmy Tran entries, currently leading the race outright and as well as Class B, albeit it's the only car in Class B. But there's the 791, rocking a set of slick tyres, an incredibly light and nimble package as well. Fair amount of downforce as well, so you can see the front air dam. That'll be driving the front of that car into these crucial corners where you really want the front of the car to dig in. So you see them quite violent under brakes where they're just trying to press those tyres in, maximise corner entry and stay as close as possible to the apex on the right-hand side. It's also about maintaining the corner exits as well. So coming through turn 10, for example, as we can see on screen, you want to keep the wheel spin to an absolute minimum, given it is an endurance race and we need to maximise the tyres through this race. But doesn't that car look fantastic with the hard top as well, and overcoming some fuel rig issues between the warm-up session and the race as well. So crucial warm-up session for so many teams, unearthing a few issues along the way and giving them plenty of time to overcome them just prior to the 300 endurance race, which we're currently in the process of enjoying.
Absolutely, just over the 1/5 mark of the way through the race, 21 laps down, 79 still to go, and it's already starting to take shape. This has been my standout for the race so far. A Class D competitor, but right up there at the moment, this is Butters, the number 23 machine, making his way through the tight section of the circuit. Yeah, really punching above its weight in this car is Butters. This also has been competing in Pulsar competition and finished on the podium in, I think, all of the races in the Pulsars this weekend. So great performance from the man behind the wheel currently. That is Matthew Butters, and that's his co-driver, the name above. Chick will get behind the wheel later on this afternoon. But yes, it's going to play very much into the dark, is this race. Just hearing that car number 9 has got the meatball flag. That's Maynard, another Pulsar, in position number 9 at the moment. Meatball flag, not quite sure what that's for. We've got it on the screen at the moment. Callum, can you spy any reason why that would have?
Yeah, I believe it's the bonnet pin there, Dan, so you can see the front left of the car. It's been flapping for a while now, so it's taken a little while for one of the sector marshals to report that. Obviously, there'll be a few judges of fact as well having a keen look at that, but it looks like the bonnet pin's come off ever so slightly, whether it hasn't been coupled properly prior to the race or whether or not there was some contact as well that's caused the issue. Regardless, he's copped a mechanical black flag, so the meatball flag being shown to the driver this time around, and Maynard in that number 9 car coming through turns 11 and 12, and he will receive those orders from race control vicariously through the start-finish controller as well. So we'll see that in just a few moments. Now, Maynard will have to come into the pits, but that's not the end of the world as we know now, because we've got Dan Smith on screen as well, so it's great to have him here this weekend, getting ready. And he's ready to go with the gaffer tape as well, so he's going to throw that onto the car when he does have to come into the pit lane. And Dan Smith looking after his teammate. This is very much a team effort as well. These guys working very hard behind the wheel, but also off track. They'll do whatever they can at any time to ensure that the car is in pristine or under suitable condition as judged by race control.
Just before this car enters the lane, Shah set the fastest lap of the race at 34.2, and it looks like the Subaru is unable to match that at the moment. He's pulled out 7 seconds in the last couple of laps alone. So to me, it looks like the Honda is able to punch out 34s like there's like they're going out of fashion, and the Subaru towards this middle stage of the stint is beginning to not slow, I think that's not the right word, but it can't keep up the consistent pace that Honda is at the pointy end of the field. It's a 4-second margin between the 333 and the 33 at the moment. The Subaru and the Evo, they are still incredibly evenly matched, and Boydell seems to be matching them as well at the moment in the Mazda MX-5. Chapman's also come in the lane. I can see car number 37, Chapman, has entered the lane. That's a surprising one, and I'm sure Maynard will follow suit. So we got not one, but two machines down there in the lane. Oh, he's nearly run wide and into the tyre barrier. It's an awkward little pit entry here at Winton. It's a really tight final corner as you come into the lane, and then that chicane as well. Here we go, our first driver change in the Proton. The little Proton, a late entry to the race, just 24 hours before the weekend commenced, but great to have them with us, the Proton Satria GTI. They've got 3 drivers. They are the only 3-driver combination here this weekend. So the first change there is occurred. So all the other combos are 2 drivers. That is the 3-driver combo in the Proton Satria. So that's Chapman that's going to jump out. Not sure who it was there that was jumping in, but that'll be either Shelby Lambrick or Stephen Lambrick. I can tell you one thing, Callum, it will be a Lambrick as we see the Maynard car back out there. Tape has been put on and back underway. Hardly any time lost on the racetrack there, so that's good news for the Maynard machine, but it has relinquished 1 or 2 positions, at least to Gardner in the unique looking, or for this race anyway, unique Hyundai Veloster. Really nicely presented car has now moved up to position number 9, and there goes the Proton. So we saw the first driver change. You may be saying, well, that wasn't a 5-minute pit stop. Well, no, you only have to do 1 compulsory 5-minute pit stop. The other pit stops, you can have as many as you like. They can be 2 seconds, they can be 5 seconds. So that was not the compulsory 5 minutes. Dave, I believe you're down there with someone in the lane.
Well, we were expecting 1 car in with a mechanical black flag, but we weren't expecting 2. I'm here with Steve, who's the team manager, owner, bus driver, truck driver, catering supervisor for the number 37 Proton. Steve, that was an unexpected stop for us, but you mentioned that you're running 3 drivers in the race.
We're running 3 drivers in the car, so we knew that we had to run a different strategy to everyone else. So we brought him in a bit earlier, topped up the oil. Shelby goes out now, he'll run. We'll see how far he'll go, then I'll jump in, do the final stint in the car.
So you'll be the one bringing the car home today?
That's the plan.
So, of course, the other driver's been told they have to bring it back to you in pristine condition, ready for you to spank the living daylights out of it on the way home.
Yep, that's exactly right, mate. That's the way we're going to do it. So we'll see how we go. Everything goes to plan, we'll be right.
So will you make the whole way through on just a single fuel stop in the middle of the race?
Yeah, we'll have to do 1 fuel stop, and we believe that's all we'll need to do, so we'll be pretty good.
And from a tyre wear perspective, are you going to have to throw a left front tyre at the car, or you reckon you'll make all 4?
We've got our Nankangs on, and mate, we'll go the whole distance on that set. We've got 2 there in case we pick up something, but other than that, we'll go the whole way through, just on that 1 set of tyres.
Fantastic, thanks Steve. So that explains why we saw not 1 but 2 cars making an early pit stop in the Winton 300.
Thank you, Dave. Down there in the pit lane with the Proton team, and on screen you can see getting one of their first of 2 driver changes out of the way. So they've got an added driver in comparison to the rest of the field, and excellently well explained by Dave and the team down there in the pit lane. Carefully allowing the Agar 288 entry through to lap them once again, closely followed by the Class D86 car, closely followed by Andrew Shah into 818, so 3 wide going into turn 1, but very gentlemanly amongst all competitors, giving each other more than enough room, realising that there's still about just 73 laps remaining in this race. Sorry, some quick math in my brain there. Having a bit of a brain fade.
Very
the
good,
BYP
Callum. Very
performance car there, the 818, doing a splendid job. And he's closing in quickly onto the back of Agar, who very wisely keeps well and truly out of the way to the left-hand side. Now, when are they going to pull the trigger and pull in the pit lane? You'd hazard a guess they're probably using a lot more fuel than the Class D and Class E entrants, given that it's a much bigger engine, it's a higher revving, using a lot more fuel. So be curious to see what their pit window looks like. But it's equally as interesting looking at Class C to see just how far into the race they can go. And we, of course, have met the threshold for the 2-driver combinations that they have completed 30% of the race. So at 30 laps, then we'll then be able to pull the trigger and pull one of the drivers out and install somebody else, or the co-driver, I should say more specifically. So the Nankang supported Proton on screen now. Nankang, a very versatile tyre for Grassroots Motorsport, very well suited to these light, nimble hatchbacks. And they're quite affordable as well. So for Grassroots competitors and enthusiasts alike, certainly worth a look. And it's part of the variety that we see and we have touched on throughout this weekend, but the open tyre rules as well as the open technical rules, whether it's relating to tyres or refueling rigs, fuel tanks, there's no set of regulations for this field. So it's interesting that the technical variance and the variation between the different cars and just how that also mixes up the result. But it also enables crews to maximise and try and optimise their race distance. So they know exactly the package that they've got under their at their hands and feet, and it's up to them to try and drive as smoothly as possible, as fast as possible, but more crucially to a time and maximising the fuel. Now on screen right now, that's the Brad Gardner entry shared with Jackson Rice, a pair of them, well, they're both TA2 competitors, stepping behind the wheel of that number 1 Hyundai Veloster. Doesn't it look sensational coming through up to turn 6? And they're keeping it nice and under control. Now, they've been lapping very consistently in the 44s for the last 10 laps or so. Fastest lap of the race was a 1 minute 42.3, Dan.
Yes, absolutely. And a personal best coming in for the 51 Mazda with Nick Kerr behind the wheel. And that's a good time. 2 Formula V drivers in that machine here, and they're in 11th, running nicely at the moment in Class E. Now, there is a fight on the racetrack between 288 and 86, and that is what we are looking at on the screen right now. The 86 certainly didn't have the pace early on in the stint, but it's coming on strong at the moment. He's really caught up to the 288 machine, pulls to the right-hand side, and will make the move stick well before they get to turn number 1, so that's a change of position. Heiniger overtaking Agar in the 288 Pulsar. Heiniger, of course, in Class D. All of the Pulsars out there on the track, bar Butters, is in Class E. Yes, the Butters, number 23, doing such a good job in qualifying. Actually qualified for Class D and sits in 5th position at the moment. Pulling away from Haynes, but Haynes himself a very good steerer of TA2 competition machines. But at the moment, out front, 24.8 seconds, very nearly 25 seconds now the margin. Shah over McGuinness from Burgess. Class D leader, as I say, Butters. Class E leader is Haynes, ahead of Agar, and then this machine, Heiniger and then Agar, because we've just seen that change on this very lap. But there are battles up and down the field. Wherever you look at the moment, there are some really, really tight battles. Despite being over 45 minutes into this race, we're quickly getting to the 1/3 race distance, and pit window I'm seeing open once again. We have importantly hit the 30% race distance, which means one driver, the next driver, can now make it to the end of the race. And I believe Dave is back down there in the lane with somebody else.
Well, thank you, guys. I'm down here at the Fifth Gear Motoring Garage again. I've done a bit of scrounging, and I've found a couple of props to help illustrate just the technical diversity that goes on in the Winton 300. We'll get my cameraman to pan his camera down here. So I've arranged a couple of different tyres. Now, the tyre regulations for the event are completely free. So this is what's going to be the control tyre in the APRA series, the Pulsar Racing Series in 2024 and beyond. It's a Yokohama Advan 8009, so it's actually a high-performance road tyre, not a semi-slick. It's got these 2 circumferential bands that help to squeegee a lot of the water out of the way. we were having a chat with the team in the garage that's using them, basically getting a whole bunch of testing underway before they move to the tyre on their Pulsars in next season. You'll see it's starting to scallop a little bit on this edge here, so maybe a couple of flat spots, a little bit too aggressive with no ABS in the Pulsars. From the high-performance road tyre, we step up to what we call our semi-slicks. This is one of the hand hooks off one of the Burgess Evo. Now, we'll notice no circumferential bands on this one, so it is a step up in terms of performance, but very large tread blocks on the outside wall of the tyre. Now, you'll notice this is a left-hand front, the tread direction going this way, so the rotation goes this way. We've got our tread depth indicators here, so this one's actually doing quite well, and it's very good consistency in terms of the tread wear across the tyre. It's not chewed out on a shoulder, so the cambers that they're running on that car, very, very finely tuned into the vagaries of the Winton Motor Raceway 3-kilometre national circuit. Now, from a semi-slick tyre, you then make a step up into the full slicks. This is what the fifth gear motoring team's running. They made a change at the Sydney 300 recently where they had been running on semi-slicks. They made the step up to full slicks to get a bit more consistency in the dry conditions. Now, this does give you more pace and they're actually quite consistent over a long-term run, but you'll notice no tread blocks whatsoever. It does have a tread. That's what these small holes are here, which allow you to measure the tread depth available, because of course once that's gone away you're into the carcass of the tyre. This is what a brand new one looks like, shiny and glassy. It's what we call a green or a sticker tyre, and this is one that's been on the car for a bit as they start to be run on for a short period of time. Now, this does give you more pace, but it does limit your strategic options, because if it rains, which we're not expecting today, that's when you have to switch to a tyre like this or like this with some tread on it to get the water out from between your tyres. Just one of the things that makes the Winton 300 a unique experience in grassroots racing.
Thank you, Dave. Very well articulated. Meanwhile, the number one Hyundai Veloster, driven by Brad Gartner, moving very slowly on track. It's picked up some pace now, but he's elected to pull it into pit lane regardless. So this may be an unscheduled stop based on the fact of how slowly he was going around the track. So he barely made it through turns 8, 9 and 10. It looked like it refired, or the fire in the belly reignited as he came up to turn 11, but he's elected to pull into the pit lane anyway, and that's a good time for him to do so. So just behind the Hyundai Kona N, and he's actually going to step out of the car, and in steps Jackson Rice. So this is a driver change, and you can see now the Motorsports Training Australia team hard at work, and it looks like they're going to change tyres, the front left tyre, indeed.
Importantly, only 28 laps are being completed. But I assume they think they'll go a couple more laps down towards the end, and that means that Rice will not exceed the maximum lap count of 70. So 28 laps done, while the leaders have already done 32 laps. So they find themselves 3 laps down at the one-third race distance. So I don't think they're too concerned. I think Rice can go to the end in this machine. Look at them, hard at work. Not just a single wheel nut like you see in so many championships. Even NASCAR, of course, now have just the single wheel nut, not the 5 lug nuts that were so famous in the American competition. And you can see jacking up on the right-hand side. They will then get the nuts off the Veloster. Question is, will they make this their 5-minute compulsory pit stop? We're having a tyre change right front. The left front that is the loaded tyre, though, of course, around the Winton Motor Raceway. But really swift work from the team down in the lane, and then they can have a bit of a look over, if they've got spare seconds, which they certainly will, and have a look over the rest of the vehicle.
Yeah, this is a crucial part of the pit stop as well. It's up to the teams to ensure that they put a torque wrench on each of the nuts to make sure that they are up to proper tightness. So it's written into the regulations, and it looks like they're going to refuel the car as well. So they've got a pair of jerry cans, they've earthed the car, and they've also got a blanket over the left rear, which is, as is outlined in the regulations, part of the refueling process. So, and appropriately attired as well, so they've got a fireproof suit, and they're just working through, slowly pouring fuel into the car. So you dare say this is a CPS. They've got 5 minutes for this stop to take place. So as soon as they're finished topping up the fuel, they'll be able to get going again. But as Dave outlined before, with the fuel tower earlier, that whole refueling process is a lot easier. But then in stark contrast to something like this, where you've just got a bunch of jerry cans at the back of the garage, perfectly sound solution to refueling the car as well, and 2 front tyres changed on this car. So with Jackson Rice strapped in, he'll be waiting, ready to go. Car controllers keeping a keen eye on the pit stop procedure as well. Everything looks cool, calm and collected, and it's great to see the fuel cap as well, the old-fashioned fuel cap just dangling down off to the left-hand side. But this is great effort from the young men and women from Motorsports Training Australia.
They're putting their training to good work out there in the pit lane at the moment. This is a very rehearsed pit stop. You can tell the way they're doing this very professionally. As he's watching the fuel go in, watching the fuel go in. We'll know how much to put in. This should be the last Jerry. It's been in the lane now for 3.5 minutes. Hopefully the gremlin that brought the car into the lane in the first place has been fixed. Hopefully a Control-Alt-Delete. You see that with lots of production cars in this day and age. A Control-Alt-Delete seems to fix the problem. And there is one tiny little Jerry still to go. So 4 minutes now in the lane. But it's right at the end of the pit lane, so as soon as this has been fueled, the car can go straight out. It'll be basically straight onto the racetrack. Of course, we now have Rice behind the wheel, not Gardner, who is behind the wheel at the moment. As I say, both TA2 competitors and front-running competitors in that as well, but 2 very different machines. The Mustangs that they drive in that series, rear-wheel drive, high-powered. This a much more nimble front-wheel drive machine, a bit like a production TCR car, I suppose you'd say. Something that, of course, is also on that same program of racing. I think that is just about complete. We've got 4 minutes 48, 4 minutes 49. This is going to be pretty much bang on the 5 minutes, I reckon. They might even lose a couple of seconds as we put the fuel cap on. It's 5 minutes now, so they've done the compulsory amount of time. It's just a couple of few extra seconds, no problem. Away goes Rice, and the final time at the duration of the stop, 5 minutes 12 seconds. Of course, the 5 minutes does take into account the run up and down pit lane as well. So it's from pit lane entry to pit lane exit, and that was 5 minutes 12 seconds. So only 12 seconds lost there. Pretty much perfect from the team fielding the Hyundai in the lane.
And wonderfully it's a wonderful budget-conscious approach as well. So that's a wonderful regulation, 5 minutes, allowing them to facilitate the pit stop nice and safely. And of course, if they finish refueling prior to that pit stop minimum time, I should say, they're perfectly well within their rights to wait in the pit lane until such time the driver controller in the pit lane elects to let them go and traverse back down to pit exit. So 5 minutes 12 for that stop, and we have Dave Stilwell, who's actually down at the garage at the moment.
Thank you, guys. Well, I'm down here at the Motorsports Training Australia garage with Hunter, who's the team manager for car number 1. Hunter, we don't normally expect to see cars stop that early, but I take it that was actually part of the strategy.
Yes, that was part of the strategy. We've been having some troubles with fuel surge, anything under 15 litres, so we're trying to work out how much fuel burn and worked out roughly what lap to come in. So that was our rough estimate of fuel burn for that, as it did surge on that last lap. So we've topped it up now, and hopefully we will pit later on again and finish the race.
Fantastic. Now, because you've completed your 5-minute CPS for running in your division, it means that you'll only have to be stationary or in the pit lane from pit entry to pit exit for 2.5 minutes at your next stop. I take it that one probably won't take as long as that one.
No, yeah, that one won't take as long. So we do have the mandatory 2.5 minute pit stop, and that would just be a top up of fuel, driver change if drivers need a break, and then we'll just send it back out again and hopefully get home. And if a safety car occurs, then that also gives us a chance to top up on fuel again and hopefully make it home.
Now, we saw a tyre change, one of the Yokohamas being swapped over on the right-hand front. Was that just precautionary?
No, our car's front wheel drive, so we wear the fronts more. So we had 6 tyres, so we had 2 new ones, or fairly reasonable ones, to put on the front. Hopefully they'll get us to the end of the race, and the rears were in pretty good condition.
Fantastic. Well, once again, thank you very much, Hunter, for your work. And, of course, a huge thank you to all of the students here at Motorsports Training Australia for helping out up and down the lane.
Thanks, Dave, for the update. So yeah, fuel surge. That's not great. So under 15 litres, they begin to kangaroo hop around the racetrack. But lucky to get that back then to the lane. But already taking fuel on board at just the 1/3 race distance. So yeah, absolutely not going to make it on fuel to the end. Although they won't have to. They don't necessarily have to stop for too much longer. They will have to make another stop. Here we are, Burgess on the racetrack. This is a fight for second. He is closed up on this machine, the 333. So closing up second and third, and importantly, that is the lead fight in Class C out there on the racetrack. As we see the McGuinness car come back through to complete another lap and put another lap on the Proton, which actually set its PB lap on the previous lap through, a 1:48.63. Compare that to these cars. These are in fastest lap 1:34, 1:35s. So both of them in the high 1:35s at the moment. But yeah, a good 13 seconds faster than that Proton out there on the racetrack, and that's why they've lapped it on a number of occasions. But in that pit stop sequence, the Proton has gained a place. Of course, they have taken a pit stop earlier on, but that was not a timed pit stop. They did not elect to take the compulsory stop. They've got to make a further driver change as part of a three-driver car combination. So they've made up a position on that Hyundai Veloster that we saw in the lane. The first one to tick off a mandatory 5-minute pit stop. And we see the Subaru and the Evo continue not only their race-long battle, but their weekend-long battle. These two have hardly ever been separated throughout the qualifying race, and then 1,000th between them in the top 10 shootout. It's been a weekend-long battle between these two in Class C for Class C honours. And Boydell just before that Hyundai pit stop set his personal best lap of the race, and he sits around that 30 seconds behind still, and he's pretty much matching these two now. So his consistency has been really good in the 791 machine. And he is a couple of laps ahead of Butters in the 23 Pulsar, the leader in D-Class. Two cars in that one, the Pulsar 23 and also the Toyota 86. In car, of course, number 86. It would be strange to have a Toyota 86 in this race that wouldn't support the number 86 on the side. Now that car there, the Maynard car, had to make a, not a scheduled pit stop by any stretch of the imagination. The bonnet now taped down and has not been an issue since. So that's good for the Maynard machine. Maynard, you can see the hands waving. He's saying, come on through. Don't want to hold you up, Burgess. And that's exactly what has occurred. Burgess thanking him very much. Saw the hand being raised. Very gentlemanly between those guys on the racetrack. The number 33 car that we are looking at on the screen, the best returning duo from the race last year. Lee Burgess and Jerry Burgess returning, and they finished 5th here last year. It was a really, really strong performance from them. Just finished the one lap down, and they were always in and around that top 5, top 6 all day long, and it was a strong finish for them in the end, as I say. Finishing in 5th, best of the returning duos. There's a few returning duos. The number 45 machine, the other Pulsar, who's again just set a PB lap as I'm talking about them, 42.279. They're a returning duo as well. So good to see some names returning. But this was a very late entry list, wasn't it, Callum? Very late to the entry list. But what a fine addition it has been, the 333 McGuinness Impreza.
A very fine addition indeed. Now he's maintaining his pace at about, as you say, Dan, with a 35.6 that last time around. We have seen that car good for a 34.8, which is actually 0.6 of a lap slower than the fastest we've seen so far with Andrew Shah behind the wheel of the 818 Honda Integra. Now, with McGuinness doing a 35.6, he is just about half a second per lap quicker than Burgess at the moment on current pace, but they are trading blows in terms of overall race pace. Now, they'll be driving to different fuel numbers, different considerations to take into account for two completely different cars, two completely different sets of drivers and teams. So there's a lot of permutations between the teams in terms of what they can actually achieve in terms of outright pace without hurting the car too much. Now, Burgess has slowly been closing the gap on an average for the last 10 laps or so after that minor mishap at turns 1 and 2 where he ran wide, glanced the wall and lost the left-hand side mirror, but he seems to have pressed on, regained his composure after that scary moment, and he's beginning to reel the Subaru back in. Now, it's a wonderful looking car, the Evo 9. Of course, it was an Australian production car back in the day, and great to see it revived and still out there circulating around the Winton Motor Raceway as part of the Winton 300 2023 edition. Now, we've just ticked over, and I think we missed the point, Dan, that an hour and 5 minutes has elapsed in this race. So that's an hour gone almost immediately. This race has gone extremely quickly, and they're definitely pressing on. The pace is fast at the head of the field. The sole car in Class B, driven by Andrew Shah, 36.5 seconds clear of McGuinness in position 2, with Lee Burgess just about a second adrift in position 3 with Boydell, the last driver on the lead lap in the Spy Optics Mazda MX-5, the number 791 car in position 4, and Matt Butters is leading the way in Class D in his N15 Pulsar. On screen at the moment, we have the number 41 entry, driven by Josh Haynes, a TA2 competitor, and spends a lot of time with Mick Ricketts. They've got a good association and supported by Young Car Wash as well, down from New South Wales here competing at the Winton Motor Raceway. And it's making some space, making ground onto the back of the 86 car of Heiniger. And Heiniger at the moment is trailing Butters in the Class D honours. So the gap between Heiniger and Butters is just about 21 seconds. So obviously as the pit stops unfold, assuming there's no issues with their pit stops, then there could be some time made up between the two. But there's a lot of variables still to unfold with about 59 laps remaining. 59 laps remaining in this race.
Yeah, certainly flying by at this stage of proceedings, and that margin is coming down. The margin 0.7 of a second. The Evo is mighty fast through this section of the track, as we saw using all the road just before, and really performing nicely at the moment. He's really come back into its own. The Subaru pulled away a few laps ago, but no more. That margin has been eradicated. The Evo is back on his tail, and this is the fight for lead honours in Class C, second overall, as we keep saying. And here they are tipping it into the turn. Now, the last time a Mitsubishi won this race was way back in 1987. The first 3 races, the first 3 Winton 300s were all won in Mitsubishi Starions. But never has an Evo taken a win for Mitsubishi in this race. And incredibly, Subaru has never taken a victory in this race. So a couple of firsts could be on the cards here today, but at the moment it's the 818 of Tran that leads the race. Of course, the race-winning car from last year. That's Shah, sorry, at the wheel, not Tran. Shah is at the wheel of the 818 machine. As they round the final corner, Subaru looks to have slightly extended the margin a little late on in that lap. And the Evo pulling over to the left-hand side. Surely not looking for clean air at this stage of the race. Fingers crossed anyway, as the sun is really beginning to set now around Winton. It's 4:09 local time. So we're going to be very much racing into dusk. Of that, there is no doubt. The sun will play a factor, I think. Potentially, it'll certainly be a contributor, and they'll have to be aware of it in the closing stages. The sun will certainly be in their eyes around certain points of the track. And we can see the cars come into the turn. Double three is closed right in. hearing reports that a few marshals are saying that there's an oily smell coming from one of these two machines. Not sure which one it is. They're so close. It's very hard to decipher with your nose which one it could possibly be. But at this stage, it doesn't look like there's any oil remnants or anything at the tail end of these machines. That's often what you see. If there's leaking fluid, you might see it at the tail, or see a brown sort of sludgy line. But that looks white, crystal clear, and the Subaru looks nice as well. Two immaculately presented machines. This one, the York Developments 33 Evo, and he's right on the tail of the 333. Jumping on through for one more lap. What's the margin now? 35.54 for McGuinness. 35.8 that time through for Burgess. That's the first time in a while that the Subaru has been faster, and the gap has been ever so slightly extended to 1.2 seconds out there on the racetrack. So yes, very interesting how this battle is playing out. They're both losing out though to Shah continually. Shah is only half a second, just over half a second from his best and the best race lap so far. So yeah, he's flying at the moment, comfortably well over half second faster than the next two. This is a little bit of a battle on the racetrack. There are the last lap times, the fastest lap times on the screen. So you can see that the 818 machine, 1:34.267, that's the fastest lap of the race. 0.6 faster than anybody else out there on the track. And Dave's ready for us down there in the lane.
So we're down here in the Motorsports Training Australia garage, and we're with the AASA trophy presentation section. So we've got an amazing smorgasbord of trophies. We've got first, second and third places for all of our divisions. Some wonderful Bowden Zone Racer mini packs to take home. Great to have the support of Bowden Zone in support of the Winton 300 this year. And of course we've got first, second and third outright trophies for both the single and twin drivers. But the trophy taking centre stage is the Michael J. Ronk Memorial Trophy. 2023 marks 10 years since the passing of Michael J. Ronk, affectionately known as Mick. And I'm here with the president of the Benalla Auto Club, the custodians of the Winton 300 here at Winton Motor Raceway. Barry, can you tell us, what does this event mean to Winton?
Oh, it obviously means a lot. There's a lot of people put a lot of work into it all, and to see it come out like this, it's good to see the participation and the enthusiasm. It's good. It means that we're probably doing something right because of the people, and it's just really good for the club and the participants and all the members, the genuine members. It's all good.
Well, it's been 10 years, since Mick departed the mortal coil, as they say, rather abruptly. Can you tell us just a little bit about, Mick's involvement with the club and, the legacy he's left behind?
Well, that's probably, no, there's no doubt that Mick did a good job here. He put it all here. There's no denying that at all. He's done a very, very good job. I know from time to time we had a few run-ins, but then there's a lot of people that had a lot of run-ins with Mick. But at the end of the day, it was all good. It's all right, and he's done a lot for the club. Make no mistake about that. He's well worth Mick's. What do you call it? The accolades and all that go to him, because nobody wanted to see him disappear or anything like that. That's really sad. But we've just tried to pick up the pieces and do the best we can with what we got.
Well, if the legacy that comes from Mick's time here is having really strong grassroots endurance racing, I think that's a legacy we can both be proud of.
I think so, yes. I don't have no doubts about that at all. We're just trying to keep on and trying to give everybody that we can as best we can, and hope everybody enjoys it.
Well, that's what we're all about down here at the Winton 300. Maximum opportunity for people to enjoy themselves on track. What a great thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us, Barry.
That's all right. You're quite welcome. Anytime you want, anytime anybody wants to come and talk to me, they can. Anytime we can go back through a lot of things at times, and sometimes when you start talking about things, other things crop up that you'd forgotten, but that's what happens when you get old.
We'll let you enjoy the race, Barry. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Dave, for that. Yeah, the Michael J. Ronk Memorial Trophy. 2013, the first time that was awarded, and that race went to Rob Hay and Nick Kansian in their Mazda MX-5. That was just a couple of years after the race was reborn in 2011. And you know, Callum, since 2011, the pole sitter has not won the race. It's a bit of a curse of the Winton 300, and we can see the 333 machine heading down into turn number 1 and turn number 2. And that was the pole-sitting car for the start of this one.
And we're getting reports from around the track that there was a bit of smoke coming out of the 333 during that interview. We suspect it might have been slowing down ever so slightly, but that's definitely not the case at this stage. So still the 1.3 second gap between the McGuinness 333 entry, just followed by Lee Burgess, who's pursuing still after that mistake earlier in the race. Now we're coming up on the... we were suspecting that the fuel windows for a lot of these front-running cars is coming up to about the lap 45 to lap 55 mark. So we're anticipating some pit stops coming up within the next 10 to 20 laps or thereabouts, depending on how far they can make the brimmed fuel tank last into this race. Now the 333 coming through turn 9 now. It's looking like if there is a bit of smoke, yeah, there's just a little bit as it's coming through the right-hander there. Wasn't too sure if it was coming from underneath the car, the exhaust, or if there is indeed a bit of a rubbing guard on the back of the tyre, but we'll have another look as it comes through turn 10. It's looking not too shabby, Dan, so hopefully fingers crossed for the McGuinness car, obviously starting from pole position. You've mentioned the curse. Let's sincerely hope that's definitely not the case, but statistically the pole sitter has not won the race.
Absolutely, and as I said before as well, no Subaru has ever won the race, so stats are against them, but it's had the pace this weekend. We heard reports about some oil smell from marshals, either from the 333 and the 33. Well, I'm putting 2 and 2 together. That smoke and a possible oil smell, I reckon that is probably from the 333 machine as it blasts past up the inside of the 288 car with Agar still behind the wheel and running very nicely in Class E, just 6 seconds behind the class leader of Haynes. So it's really tight actually between Heiniger, Haynes and Agar, despite the fact that we are well over an hour into this race. An hour and 16 minutes is just clocked over. The fight for 6th, 6th, 7th and 8th separated by just 8.5 seconds out there on the racetrack. So mighty close at this point in time. And these two are so very evenly matched out there at the moment. But continuing to extend the margin is Shah. 34s consistently coming in lap after lap after lap. The gap now out to 42.5 seconds. Another PB for Nick Kerr in the number 51 machine, and a pit stop for Maynard. I can hear tyres protesting. I think that's the 45 machine of Thulis heading down into turn number 3, but we have a look at the defending race winning car. 2 different drivers behind the wheel this time around. Of course, Jimmy Tran led the race last year until the penultimate lap. It was taken from him. It was looking so good in his Honda Civic, but a throttle sensor issue meant that he had basically no drive on the final 4 laps, and his brother in this car, Benny Tran, overhauled him on the penultimate lap and went on to take the victory. It was a bit bittersweet, I think, for Benny at the time, because he felt that his brother deserved to take the win, but at the same time, of course, he did win the race himself, so he'd have been delighted about that. And a driver change in car number 9. So Maynard out.
Dan Smith in.
Yes, Dan Smith in, absolutely. Thank you for that, Callum. As we see them fiddling around the tail end of the car. We haven't seen this with the machine yet. Now this is an important factor. We've seen tyre changes for a large majority of the cars so far. All of the Pulsar competitors are saying, no, we don't need any tyre changes. We'll be absolutely fine all the way to the finish. And we saw with the Veloster It was 5 minutes and 12 seconds. 12 seconds they didn't need to be in the lane, and that's because they were changing tyres and getting all the fuel on. These guys only really need to focus on the fuel, and that's one less worry. And it's very unlikely with just fuel that you will go over the 5-minute compulsory pit stop time. And that could play a factor with some of the leading competitors in some of the tight battles. 12 seconds, like what the Hyundai lost, could play a factor come late in the race, as we are very, very quickly approaching half race distance. We are on lap 50 of 100 out there at the moment, so we're very nearly at the halfway stage of this race, and a large majority of cars are yet to pit. This one's actually in its second pit stop. Had to come in to have the bonnet taped down early on in the race. I think it was about lap 22. There was a bit of fuel. Don't like to see that in the lane. Leaking. They've got fire extinguishers at the ready, so don't stress everyone. You can see right there, just in case there is a fire extinguisher at the ready. Fuel has all gone in. It's not fuel that's leaking, it's just fuel that's never entered the vehicle. So nothing to worry about in that sense. You can see the safety team, they are all on top of it, and they are just tightening up the wheel nuts, just making sure that they're not going to come loose. And we can see the mechanic at the front. They're all doing a great job, their own jobs. And you can see Maynard now jumping to the front. This is really good work from everyone. The officials just hanging around. They're all aware that there is a little bit of petrol on the floor, but no stress. And the exhaust is over the other side as well, the very hot exhaust.
There's a prime example of putting down some oil soak, or in this case fuel soak. So it's standard procedure for the officials to put this down whenever you get some oil-based, some dinosaur-based lubricants, whether it's fuel or oil, on the track surface. Put that down, it soaks it up, it does its thing, and it ensures that it's nice and safe and will remove that flammable hazard. So the number 9 car, it's coming up on 4 minutes as part of its standard CPS, and it's pitted in at lap 43, or it's on lap 43. Now, it pitted from 3rd position in Class E, and what that means is that Nicholas Kerr, behind the wheel of the number 51 Mazda 323, has jumped up into 3rd position in Class E. That is position 4, I should say, with Josh Haynes leading the way in the number 41 car that he's sharing with Michael Ricketts. So he's got 45 seconds to wait in pit lane. This must be absolutely agonising for a driver to sit still and wait until he's told to leave. The time is ticking by. You can hear the cars screaming past, but he's got it fired up and he's just waiting for that call. Now, of course, the fire extinguisher operator at the back of the car, that's their one and only role. They are not allowed to do anything else other than keep an eye on the refueling process and stand by in case they need to be enacted. So you saw before with the car being earthed during the refueling process, the tethers were still attached to the car, and even if you can see that they're still attached, there's nothing you can do about it. He can't deviate from what he's currently doing as Dan Smith in the Maynard entry now departs pit lane. We know his skills with a set of race tape, and we can now see him behind the wheel of the number 9. Now, Nicholas Kerr has actually pulled into pit lane now, as we were talking about him just before in the number 51 Mazda 323. Now, Smith's taking it very easily as he pulls out of the pit lane. Right on cue, there is the Nicholas Kerr, Nicholas Jones entry, theartshop.com.au, a very smartly presented car. And they are also sharing a garage with the Proton, the number 37 car. So, stablemates here for the Winton 300 this weekend, both supported by Nankang tyres, and Butters has also pulled into the pit lane as well. So, second position in Class D. Butters in the number 23 N15 Pulsar has pulled into the pit lane to commence their compulsory, or we guess it is their compulsory pit stop, given it's lap 47 of 100. So there's a hype of activity down there in the pit lane. You can see several drivers up and down the pit straight just outside the garages, awaiting the cars to come in. And here is Nicholas Jones being strapped in to the Mazda 323. All calm and collected, as we said before. A huge amount of practice has gone into ensuring that these pit stops are executed perfectly, and they want to minimise. Now, that's a Fantastic solution, Dan. I think that's solution of the day for covering up the hot brakes and hot wheel arches during a refueling process. So that is a bespoke bit of metal that's been fabricated for the sole purpose of protecting the entire crew during a refuel process. So they actually have to go into the car to pop the fuel cap, as is the case as a converted road car into what it is at the moment, a 323 Protégé race car, and in goes the fuel hose. So curious to see the solution here. You can see the fuel rushing up out of the reservoir and into the car. We've got an extra rag just for an extra precaution as well in case there is some extra spillage during the refuel process. But Dan, that is an amazing solution that I've seen so far. A little bit better than the regular tarp, however, they're just as effective as one another. But this is looking like a very well executed pit stop so far.
Certainly is. It's great to see all the different ideas and solutions. As we've said before, it's a real grassroots level racing, but it means that there is different ideas, different ways of going about things. It's not a heavily regulated race like a lot are, and here is the first of the Class C competitors coming into the lane at the back of the shot now. So this is the 791 machine. So Boydell will jump out, and in his place will jump Jason Walsh in the Spy Optic Mazda MX-5. There it is, pulls into the lane. Time has already started, 20 seconds when he came to a stop. So 4 minutes and 40 seconds remain for that machine. As we say, everyone is 5 minutes except for car 818. That's got 5 minutes and an additional 2.5. Now, in years gone by, we've seen a lot of these pit stops take place under safety car. Obviously, when the field's going slower, you'll only lose probably 1 lap rather than 2 or 3 laps with a 5-minute compulsory pit stop. Of course, the way this race is played out, it's been green from the word go, and that means that all of these stops are having to take place under green flag conditions. Now with Shah, with that additional 2.5 minutes, they need a safety car, I think, to keep them in contention in this race. They are not gapping the Class C cars fast enough for them to gain 2.5 minutes come the end of this race. It's 54 seconds now, and we are well over now the halfway distance, lap number 54 of the motor race. They are going to need a safety car in the second half of the race to serve that, either whether it's under safety car or after they've served it, to get them back into contention. So a safety car is vital, I think, for the victory of the race-leading Shah machine at the moment. And we can see the car, the second driver, being buckled in. So Jason getting himself all fitted. Steering wheel is on.
Have you got a copy, Carl?
And you can hear him talking on the radio as well.
You're not plugged in, mate.
Carl cannot hear him, or he cannot hear Carl. He's got to get that radio in. You see a cable dangling down the front of his chest. I think that needs to be plugged in somewhere. But brilliant vision supplied by Blendline TV out there at the moment. And we've still got 2 more cars. Here is the Kerr and Jones Mazda. They are heading out there. 5 minutes 6, 5 minutes 7, 5 minutes 9 as he crosses the line. So that ticks their compulsory box, that is for sure. Nick Jones heading out there for his first laps of the race. Nick Jones, brilliant front runner in Formula V, second in the Victorian Series. At the moment he's having a great year. And this, though, is something very, very different, something he's very much not used to. This looks like a different approach again. I think it's just the angle, I think, that the fuel is going into the 791. You can see him winding away, making sure that fuel is pumped into the Mazda. And the Mazda has already been in there 3 minutes. It's a bit different to the Jerry's all lined up in a row. And the P-plate on the back of the car as well. So this is where the strategies now are all going to play out. This is where the race can and probably will be won or lost, particularly for the B-class machine, the race leader of the 818. If we look, obviously this machine is in the C-class battle, but he was about 30 seconds behind the McGuinness and Burgess fight. Those two split now by 3.4 seconds. I think it's between those two at this stage, the halfway stage of the race. My reading is it's between the Subaru and the Mitsubishi for the race victory. But as I say, a safety car will bring the race-leading Honda Integra right back into the race.
It's a wonderful set of regulations, and it brings the classes of different cars that make different speeds around the Winton Motor Raceway. It brings them right back into the action for outright contention. Just putting the cap back on this Spy Optics car, the 791 entry, and Burgess is in the pits now. Now, there's still a lot of gesticulation going on there between the drivers. They've realised that they haven't quite plugged him in yet, so he's finally going to establish radio communications with the car controller and the rest of the team. And there is Andrew Boydell putting this safety net back up as well. Now, there is indeed the York Developments Mitsubishi Evo 9. Burgess has brought it in, and it looks like they've already executed the driver change. Meanwhile, the 791 Spy Optics Mazda MX-5 departs the pit lane, and they're coming up on 58.59. 5 minutes to an absolute T. So the time that very fine margins.
5 minutes,
time that
0.9.
Absolutely nailed that timing, didn't they? 5 minutes, 0.9. 9/10 of a second over the minimum stop time. So talk about fine margins. They are absolutely calculating and nailing those calculations down there in the Spy Optics entry. The 288 entry now, the N15 Pulsar, driven by Nick Agar, pulls into pit lane. We suspect, or we will assume, that this will be a driver change where Simon Agar, who actually qualified the car, made up 3 positions during yesterday's top 10 shootout. He will jump behind the wheel of the 288. They're currently second position in Class E. Now, what's happening with the Burgess car? They're a minute and a half into their pit stop. Now, that's a very fancy looking fuel rig. So they've got the twin nozzle solution that Dave Stillwell pointed out, just a garage further ahead that you can see. That's a very smart solution, because as well as throwing fuel as fast as it possibly can, albeit with some restrictors throwing it into the tank, it also enables the oxygen to escape, so the fuel can actually go in, and for reasons of physics, it just enables the whole process to go through very quickly. So the Evo 9 looking rather calm and collected, and they are indeed changing a tyre on the front left-hand side. You can see Dave Stillwell on the scene. He's actually pointing that out. So they've got the rattle gun out, pulling off the lug nuts. They're going to take off the front left-hand tyre. Once they put it back on as well, keep an eye. You can actually see the torque wrench down the bottom there. So as soon as they throw another wheel at it, a road spec R-spec tyre, as wonderfully explained by Dave Stillwell earlier. They're going to carefully put these nuts on as well, because they've got nothing but time. They are 2.5 minutes into their minimum 5 minute stop for their compulsory pit stop.
There's a couple of things I'd take from this. This is the first pit stop I've seen where they've done the fuel first before the driver change and the tyres. All the other ones have done it the other way around. But I've just looked in the regulations for this race. Section A of penalties. Failure to complete CPS correctly, which the Mazda did by 0.9 of a second. If he was 0.9 of a second faster, he would have been under the compulsory pit stop time of 5 minutes, and that would have been a 5-lap penalty. A very severe penalty for not serving your pit stop correctly, and they got it right by 9/10. That's such a fine line, such fine margins for what would have been a 5-lap penalty. 5 laps at the moment would drop that machine well down the order. So yeah, really fine margins, and we can see all the lug nuts are on. So because of the refueling strategy that these guys have used, they're just sitting in the lane now, being patient for probably another minute before they need to start making their way down the lane. This is, you can see the stopwatch at the ready. They've probably already rehearsed this, already timed this, and they know what number they're waiting for and how long it'll take them to get to the exit of the pit lane from here. That might be 18 seconds, might be 15 seconds, but they will know that number. You can see him fiddling, adjusting the center mirror, and that's an important one because he's missing the one on the left-hand side of the vehicle. You can see where it's plucked from the car down at turn 2. That mirror will be somewhere down there at the exit of turn number 2. You can can see now Jerry Burgess behind the wheel, and actually see scratches all up the left-hand side of the vehicle where it scraped that tyre barrier. So lucky early on in the race. That could have been a hell of a lot worse. The rear tyres are looking pretty good on that machine, particularly the inside right front, right rear tyres. But yeah, I think those tyres are all looking pretty good. But they elected to change the left front on the Evo. That is the hardest working tyre at this this clockwise Winton circuit. This car heads out 502, 503, 505. So no problem there. That is another ticked car off the list. And now the 288 machine of Agar is in lane. In fact, Agar doesn't have too long himself. It won't be Agar, though, when that machine rejoins the circuit. That will be the other Agar. So from Simon Agar to, looking at my timing, Nicholas Agar, of course, as we see.
So on track, I was just going to point out down the 818 BYP Racing Developments Honda Integra is pressing on. Andrew Shah behind the wheel. The last lap was a 1 minute 34.3. That's just 0.3 of a second per lap slower than his best of the race, which happens to be the fastest lap of the race as well. So while the rest of his main rivals have been pulling into the pit lane for their compulsory pit stops, he's been pressing on and thoroughly impressed by the ability of that team to stretch the fuel window as far as possible. So we're on lap 59 at the moment, or sorry, lap 60 I should say. And we have Dave Stilwell down in the pit lane with a piece on tyres.
So we're down here in the Burgess garage. So we talked about how tyre wear is something fairly critical in the Winton 300. So we saw that Burgess pit stop. Nice, cool, calm, collected, and well in control of where they're sitting in the race. They used the Siamese dry brake coupling, so that helped to cut down the risk on their refueling section. But they did do a precautionary change on the left front tyre, and it was good that they did. This is the tyre that came off the left front. This is effectively close to brand new Hankook semi-slick. Most of the tyre's fairly good. It's worn a little bit in the middle, indicating it may have run slightly over pressure. But the biggest thing that would have been a concern to the driver is just how much wear there is here, just on the edge of the tyre. Compare it to the shoulder of a close to new tyre. You can see it's loaded up very heavily on this outside edge. So, geez, it's still pretty hot. I'm not going to burn myself, but you could fry an egg on that if you felt so inclined. But really good strategy by the Burgesses. They made their way through to the halfway point of the race that they needed to for their fuel strategy. And, of course, putting a brand new tyre on for the rest of the race for Dad to bring the car home, not a bad way to finish off your Sunday afternoon.
Thank you, Dave, down there in the pit lane. That's a fantastic side-by-side comparison of those tyres. Well worn indeed. So we knew that the front left was going to be a talking point throughout the race, and we're hearing that there's going to be a mechanical black flag. The leader is slow, 818 on the track on the screen right now. That is driven by Andrew Shah, dramatically slower than we've seen in previous laps. It's currently on lap 61. It's made it this far, and it's dramatically slower than we've seen. It has absolutely dominated the race up until this point. Fastest car on the track, and with the prime position at the front, we were waiting to see how far into the fuel window it could go, and it's made it to lap 61. Now, is he going to pull into the pit lane? Is there fire back in the belly of the Honda Integra? No, it's into the pits. So this is a good time for the team. They've got 5 minutes up their sleeve to assess the car. They can have a look under the bonnet and double check and just give it a nut and bolt after completing the compulsory components of the pit stop. So whether that's a tyre change or refueling it, you want to get that all out the way as fast as possible to begin with, as well as a driver change during the pit stop. Then you can pop the pins and have a gander underneath the bonnet. So a lot slower on pit entry. Now, what does that mean for Burgess, who's currently in third position, and McGuinness, who's still circulating out there, having not made a pit stop as of yet? McGuinness is a minute 12 behind the car of Shah. Pulls into pit lane, and they immediately throw some air cooling systems at the front air dam, a massive front splitter. And out of the car comes Andrew Shah. They're going to take out the seat insert, just give it a little assessment. And is that Jimmy Tran at the back left-hand corner? They've taken the fuel cap off. and there's hands in the air at the moment, so there's just a little bit of speculation going on as to the current condition of the car. Nevertheless, they're going to press on with trying to refuel the car. Doesn't look like there's a tyre change for the 818 PYB entry. Door is still ajar as well. Now, we saw Jimmy Tran, who's actually suited up to hop into the car. He was part of the practice fuel stop in the warm-up earlier this morning. That was a 15-minute session, and you can see that the manual process with the hand pump and the fire extinguisher on standby as well. So car 9 has a mechanical black flag. So that is once again the Maynard entry, currently driven by Dan Smith. So that's the second meatball flag for that car after the bonnet pins came loose earlier in the endurance race, and the tape might have given way, but we haven't seen the car as of yet to establish the reason why it's received a mechanical black flag. But that is the second one issued from race control to the Maynard Smith entry. Now, behind the 818 is the number 1 Hyundai Veloster, currently being driven by Jackson Rice. He also pulls into the pit lane, so it's still a flurry of activity, Dan McCarthy. And of course, the about 62 laps completed in this race. We're approaching the CPS window being closed at lap 70. So if they haven't completed their compulsory pit stop just yet, I'm thinking about the McGuinness car as I'm talking about this. They'd want to think about bringing the car in sooner rather than later. But of course, they've got within the 70 lap window to be able to do that. So here is Jimmy Tran, hops into the car. You can see a conventional handbrake on the inside of the vehicle as well. So you know that this has been a converted road car into its current race specification. One of the first things they do is plug in the radio so they can establish clear communications with the driver and the team. Car fires up nicely, no issues starting a hot race car with the Tran entry. And they are looking cool as a cucumber as they strap in Jimmy Tran. He's been extremely fast all weekend, and he actually does pop the bonnet as well, so they're going to have a look under the lid and just make sure that everything is as good, pristine as possibly can be. It's a wonderful sounding car as well. It is checking the coil packs, having a look at some of the fuel delivery and air delivery systems as well. And there's a bit of a sneeze there as they're trying to rev it. So they're manually revving it with the using the hand to operate the throttle body. It sounded like there was a slight sneeze there trying to rev through the rev range there, Dan, and they're just playing around with the coil packs there. So that's ignition and air delivery. Beautiful pictures brought to us down in the pit lane by Blendline TV. You can't get this close without being Dave Stillwell himself down there in the pit lane observing. So these are fantastic pictures. There's a bit of a shake of the head there as well. So as this drama unfolds, Dan, we'll find out more information as it comes to hand, but its bonnet's still up on the car.
I thought originally it was a fuel issue, a kangaroo hopping like we saw with a couple of cars earlier on in this race. But with the bonnet up and some real head shakes and hand signals, this is looking really bad for the defending race-winning machine.
And the impact driver comes out.
Yeah, this is really, really not good. We could see this car has already been in the lane 4 minutes and 15 seconds. I don't see this getting out in another 45 seconds.
It could. That's a very quick coil changeover. So he's, as fast as he pulled it out, he's got a fresh one to place back in there, and they suspect it's... I suspect that's the 4th cylinder on the far right-hand side. So they're firing up the car to verify that change. Still not quite there. Still sounds like it's got a bit of a sneeze. So they're still assessing. Andrew Shah in the background there, seeing if he can lend a hand. We'll just keep a keen eye on it as well. The 818 still in the pit lane. And as Dan alluded to before, 15 seconds until their minimum 5-minute stop has been completed. And it looks like they're going to put the net up and send him out regardless.
I think what they're going to do is send him out. He's got to come in again in the next 10 laps anyway to do the second. He's got to do an additional 2.5 minutes. So why not send it out now, do 10 laps, and then you've got 2.5 minutes to solve the problem in 10 laps time. That way you'll lose less time, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Just see how the car is for 10 laps and see what they can get. See if they can solve the issue in 10 laps time when they have to serve their second 2.5 minute pit stop. So everybody else has 1 5-minute pit stop. They have an additional 2.5. Oh, that sounds rough. See what they can do. See how we go. But you're just pointing on the screen. Yes, new race leader, the 333 machine, the Subaru Preza out there on the track. That sounds horrific. That sounds a lot worse than I thought it did on its in-lap. This is not good for the defending race-winning car. No car has gone back-to-back since... ever actually. No actual direct car. We've had a couple of Ford Falcons go back-to-back, but not the very same Ford Falcon, and this is not good. Dave, I believe you've got an update for us.
Thank you, guys. So I just had a quick chat with Benny Tran in conversations with Shah, who obviously got out of the 818 entry. Report back, car dropped onto 3 cylinders. You saw Benny there taking care of a change of ignition coil. One of the things that does tend to be a little bit finicky on some of the Honda B and K series engines. They've swapped another coil in, didn't seem to make too much of a difference. Still got that hesitation on throttle, might still be on 3 cylinders. As you mentioned, they've still got to do that 2.5 minute compulsory pit stop. So get it out there, put another driver in, see if they can learn a bit more, a little bit of diagnostic from the driver's seat and get it back in. What we also saw while that pit stop was being undertaken for the 818 was the second of the 2 pit stops for the number 1 Motorsports Training Australia Hyundai Veloster. So of course that one, even though they're only required to make a single compulsory pit stop, they've made a change to their fuel strategy based on the different driving habits of the 2 different drivers and trying to make sure they can make it to the end just with a 2.5 minute pit stop, obviously for putting a little bit of extra fuel in that number 1 Hyundai.
Thank you, Dave, down there in the pit lane. There is the 818 still circulating. So as confirmed by Benny Tran and Jimmy Tran down in the team talking to Dave Stillwell, that car was running on 3 cylinders. It sounds like it's back. We are back. It's on song, back up to full power, and it's great to see it back up and running again. They've worked very hard this weekend, and Andrew Shah's first weekend behind the wheel of this very car. That would have been heartbreaking stuff. So it's great to hear that it's fired back into life. Ignition coils can be a little bit temperamental at the best of times, as Dave mentioned. So it sounds like there might have just been a bit of a ghost in the system. Replacing it in the pit stops certainly would have contributed to getting the car back out there and running on 4 cylinders. So that Integra sounding wonderful once again. The BYP Performance 818 entry. Now, Jimmy Tran behind the wheel, he's done a 48.1 on his outlap, obviously trying to get settled into the car, establish exactly what he has underneath him in terms of outright pace, but he is behind the car of McGuinness, so they haven't made their pit stop yet in the number 333 Subaru Impreza on screen right on cue. So we anticipate this car is going to pull in the pit lane very shortly, given that we've got just under 5 laps before the pit stop window closes. And the Impreza WRX STI circulating like clockwork, albeit with a little bit of smoke coming out the back of the Impreza. But they have done extremely well to make it 65 laps of Winton Motor Raceway at race pace, as well as defending from the Burgess Evo. Doesn't come in once again, so they're going to circulate the 3 kilometre Winton layout for another lap. Now they've got 2.8 laps up their sleeve according to the timing monitor from Jimmy Tran in position 2. Now you'd hazard a guess that's probably just under the 5 minute limit. So given the gap that Andrew Shah was able to open over the Impreza during the opening stint, he's still going to come out in front, still going to come out behind the Tran vehicle once the McGuinness car pulls in. So that STI WRX looking resplendent under the sun here at Winton Motor Raceway. Now here's 3rd place as well. So Burgess behind the wheel, or Burgess Senior we should say. And we've got Dave Stillwell in the pit lane with Mick Ricketts.
Thanks, guys. I am down here with Mick Ricketts. Now, he's done the very professional thing. He's knocked his Gucci sunglasses off so we can have a proper chat with his full face. I promise you will look good on YouTube. And if nothing else, you've had a wonderful weekend at Winton. I believe you finished 2nd or 3rd outright overall for the under 2 litre sports sedans?
Yeah, 3rd overall, so I was pretty happy with that, yep.
Now, that was in your improved production specification Nissan Pulsar, which has got a few more trick bits on it than the APRA-spec Pulsar that you're running in the Winton 300.
Yeah, correct. The only thing that to run, we were the leading treaded tyre car in that particular race. The other cars all had slicks on them, so we had treaded. But yeah, we've got the same tyres on this car, just slightly smaller tyre. Yeah, so we're going pretty good.
So we've got a very camera-shy Jordan Cox. Not something usually we experience. He's on the cans to your co-driver at the moment. How soon before the 70-lap window ends are they going to stick you in?
Well, when the leaders, we've got to come in and before the leaders do the 70 laps, so we're very comfortable with our pit window with that, so we can go right to that.
So I think based on how hot it's been out there today and the fact you've done so much racing in the sport categories, you'll be happy to do a slightly less than half a 300k race to finish off your weekend.
Oh, it's not the age thing, mate. It's experience. See, that's where I shine. You know, these young blokes, they run out of puff pretty quick, but us old blokes, we just keep going and going. You know, so yeah, no trouble at all, mate.
Well, Michael, we wish you the best of luck for your big afternoon stint. Make sure you're well hydrated and have a great time out there.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Thank you, folks.
Forming very strongly out there is the number 41 machine, with TA2 driver Hayes doing very nicely at the moment in 5th, but will drop a couple of laps down. Pit stops continuing to be played out, and I'm looking at the number 86 machine in the pits for, just pretty much on the bubble. Very, very tight there, out there on the pit lane. So you can see the machine continuing to circle around the course into the final sequence of corners. They don't want to push it too late, so we've completed 67 laps, or the race leader has. So they're both the 333 and the 41 on the screen at the moment. Here they are both together actually on the racetrack. They are pushing the 70 lap driver limit right to the limit, and they will go right to the end. So lap number 68 now being completed. Fastest lap from the Preza came very early on, lap number 9 of this motor race. You may be seeing that there's a major gap between first and second. Well, that's because the 333 has to make that compulsory pit stop still, so it's a lot closer than it looks. He was right nose to tail, slightly ahead of Walsh in the 791 sorry, not Walsh, the Burgess 33 machine, so 3.7 laps down. That will be pretty much dead equal. That's how long 5-minute compulsory pit stop takes.
Still guiding it through here. We anticipate a pit stop at any moment for the McGuinness entry. Charging down towards turn 10 now. The last lap for McGuinness was a 1 minute 38.3, so it's some way off the outright pace that we've seen, but crucially, it's 2.2 seconds quicker than Jimmy Tran on that last lap. So if Tran is got any hope, not any hope, but if he's trying to maintain the gap or maintain the lead after the order corrects itself with McGuinness pulling into pit lane, which he does right now, pulling into pit lane for what we predict will be its single CPS compulsory pit stop for the race. Taking it nice and carefully. The car looks in tip-top shape, and his pit crew is waiting to receive the 333 entry. So across the pit entry line, the time has started. So that's when they time the 5 minutes for each CPS. So as soon as it crosses that entry line, and then as soon as it exits that entry line, that has to be 5 minutes at an absolute minimum. So out of the car comes Scott McGuinness, and McGuinness Senior is about to step into the car. So a little driver insert change as well. Great to see modern racing technology throughout, all the way from the upper echelons all the way down to grassroots motorsport. It's great to see these solutions to accommodate different size drivers as well, and it's a tricky prospect trying to get in around the roll cage as well as he squeezes himself in. It's a little bit awkward getting in and out of race cars at the best of time, let alone during hot conditions when you pulled in for a hot pit stop. You've got the 6-point harness, the safety harness to take into account. You've got to plug in the radio. You've got to basically fold yourself into two to manoeuvre yourself in and around the awkward race seat and around the roll bars. So it's no easy task to complete what they are doing. Mind you, they are masters, and they make it look very easy through lots of pit stop practice. And it looks like they might have lost a belt somewhere on the inside there as well, but they've got plenty of time to sort that out. This driver change taking place at the moment. There they go, they've fished it out. Now, Tran is back into the pit lane as well. Jimmy Tran, the sole car in Class B, and up until lap 62, the outright race leader, you can see there, pulls into pit lane, the 818 just behind the Hyundai Kona N. So they're pulled in for their second stop. Of course, they had to make a second stop of at least 2.5 minutes based on their lap times, putting them into Class B. And as outlined in the regulations, if you're in Class A or B, it's a 5 minutes, it's Class A, it's 2 5-minute stops. In Class B, it's a 5-minute stop, followed by a second 2.5-minute stop. Andrew Shah very quickly changed out of the racing overalls and into his casual civil clothing there, as well as the number 41, driven by Josh Haynes, pulls into pit lane. This is lap 68 of 100. So they're leaving it to the very last minute before pulling in to complete their compulsory pit stops. Now the refueling, you can see it's a noticeable difference between a lot of the other cars in the 333 in the background, or the background of the shot there where Dave Stillwell is running feverishly from that car. They actually have to refuel the car on the opposite side of the pit lane because the fuel cap is on the opposite side of the car. So it's a little bit awkward in the sense that they have to take the fuel hoses, all of the rigs, everything to the other side of the car, which isn't optimal, but it is what it is, as they say. So the Subaru with the fuel cap on the right-hand side means that they have to facilitate this. Oil cap is coming off the K-Series Honda engine there. So Benny Tran just giving it more love and attention, just checking everything he possibly can. Obviously the car is sounding a lot better now, but they're just giving it a secondary check to ensure it is in tip-top mechanical shape. And given the fact that they had to stop for 2.5 minutes, it's not going to be such an issue in the grand scheme of things. There's still a long way to go in this race, just over 30 laps in duration. Andrew Shah is happy with proceedings as well. Just double checking with Jimmy Tran behind the wheel. And they are coming up on 2 minutes and 15 seconds into this pit stop. So they're going to be able to leave soon. I think that's a stopwatch going on Andrew's phone. He's just giving an indication to the team how long they have been stationary for.
And it's 2 minutes 25, 2 minutes 26. So they're going to be in the lane, I think, a little longer than what they wanted. It's not going to be much, though. They were 25 seconds longer than what they wanted to be in their first stop. And this time they are at 6 seconds, so not very much at all. So that second one was very, very good. But that first one, because they were really trying to work away, make sure that car was running smoothly, they did stay an extra 25 seconds in the lane than what they necessarily had to. This is the vital moment of the race so far. Will the Subaru Impreza come out of the lane ahead of the Evo? They were fighting tooth and nail with the other drivers earlier on in the race. Of course, Trevor McGuinness in the car now, but it was Scott McGuinness fighting very, very fiercely with Lee Burgess. Now it's Jerry Burgess and Trevor McGuinness that are going to see out the end of this 300-kilometre race. I think that is all of the compulsory pit stops done. Oh, I think maybe the MX-5, has that still got to pit, Callum, I believe?
I believe they pitted earlier in the race on lap 51 for its compulsory pit stop. So here comes Jerry Burgess. Burgess, senior behind the wheel. He's strapped in. He's ready to go. Tears out of pit lane, being mindful of the blend line. Doesn't want to cross that, otherwise he'll catch the attention of race control. Now, talk about fine margins, Dan. 5 minutes and 1/10 for the 333 entry. They are gunning for outright victory. That is a very fine margin. So that's executed to an absolute T and doing a beautiful job there, but there's a little bit of smoke pouring out the back of the car, so standing still, there's a lot of heat soak in these cars. There's a tremendous amount of heat and energy generated by the brakes, tyres and other mechanicals, and you can see it's a little bit worse than we've seen in recent laps. The smoke pouring out the back of the WRX, we don't want to speculate. There's also it looks like a bit of a bonnet pin up on the left-hand side, so Trevor McGuinness behind the wheel now has a little bit of there's smoke pouring out the back of the car, and it looks like it's coming from the front of the car. So if you look down the front there, it is pouring from the front through to the rear and being dispatched by the aero wake from that Impreza. So idling for a long time in the pit lane, collecting oil, and a lot of heat soak has contributed to the car being just a little bit off song. It's a little bit oily. We hope it corrects itself. We certainly hope that the pole position curse comes back to bite the McGuinness entry. However, with just under 2 hours elapsed in this race. We are indeed on lap 70. We're very keen to see how this washes out. With McGuinness coming across the control line, we'll get a fair indication or a clear indication about the gap between position 1 and position 2.
It's 37 seconds. We know that already, so it's the lead for this machine. During that pit stop phase on major lockup down into turn number 1. First time for Trevor getting on the brakes there down into turn number 1, and that was a big late brake lockup. Don't want to be doing that. Want to be nursing those tyres, particularly late on in this race. The good news is with this race starting a little later than originally expected, the track conditions are really cooling off now, and that means that it won't necessarily be as much of an issue as what they necessarily thought. I believe Dave Stillwell has Josh Hayes with him down there in the lane.
Well, yes, I do, guys. It was a very, very late pit stop for the number 41 Pulsar. Now, Josh, you're running in Division E, correct?
Correct, yeah. So we had a good run there. We just finished the stint. I think we did 65 laps or something. So, yeah, the old Pulsar did well.
Now, the fastest you can go in Division E is a 142.0000. Can you tell the folks at home what your fastest lap in that 65 laps was?
The fastest lap was a 142.0. I was absolutely ragging it out there, and then Coxie hopped on the radio and was like, mate, that's a 42 dead. Don't go any quicker. So, yeah, it was a good stint. Ricketts, the GOAT, he's just hopped in, so he's going to bring it home, and we'll see where we finish up.
How's the car running? Is it trucking along like a train at the moment?
Yeah, the young car wash Pulsar is an absolute rocket. Yeah, we've just been out there taking it easy, and as you can see on the bonnet, it says don't drive dirty. So I've been keeping on the black stuff, and yeah, we're doing well so far. So we'll see how we go.
So you're running on a Yokohama semi-slick today. Did you change a left front tyre precautionary in that stop?
We didn't, but I was just saying to Michael when he hopped in the car, be careful of the brakes. I got a long pedal at the end there, and then obviously the tyres are pretty red hot. So just same thing, you got to go round and round, bring it home, and yeah, hopefully we come home with some Tupperware.
Well, you've done the lion's share of the work today, so we put Mick in for the afternoon stint, rehydrate, and hopefully we'll see you for a couple of trophies in an hour or so.
Perfect, sounds good. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Dave, down there in the pit lane with Josh Haynes. Very smiley young lad, very polite. Love his colloquialisms as well, talking about Tupperware. Of course, he's talking in reference to the lovely set of trophies on offer to all of the entrants, all of the winners in classes and outright for this year's edition of the Winton 300. On screen right now, the 791 of Walsh, currently the outright leader, doing a splendid job in the Spy Optics Mazda MX-5. Now, they've just been looming in the shadows, haven't they, Dan? They very surreptitiously made their pit stop on lap 51. And they're just circulating out there nice and carefully. Now, they've just been flying under the radar, getting their stop done nice and early. And obviously, they're running slick tyres in comparison to into their other rivals in Class C. So leading Class C, and they are leading the outright pace as well. So Walsh behind the wheel of the car after Andrew hopped out earlier in this race, as I said, lap 51. Now, Burgess is currently in position 2 in the Evo 9. That's the number 33 entry. Now, in terms of lap time comparisons, Walsh is on a 1 minute 37.2, so he's lapping fairly consistently. Now, Burgess is currently in position 2 with in position 2, but he's lapping at about a 1 minute 40.4. So in terms of pace, the Walsh car at the head of the field is leading the way. Now, McGuinness showing him third position at 333.
It's I'm not sure he recorded a lap last time through because he's done a 3 minute 21 there, so I think he still is in the lead. I think he did 2 laps in that time. I don't think he registered the first one, so not quite sure there, because 1 minute 40 and 1 minute 40 equals 3 minutes 20 if my maths are correct.
That's my bad. Apologies to the viewers at home for getting caught up in that mistake. So Walsh not indeed leading the race, so the 333 should still be at the head of the field. And it's a good segue to the co-driver of the 791. He's currently with Dave down in the pit lane.
Thanks, guys. I am down here in the garage of the 791 MX-5. Andy, you're looking a little bit moist. It was hard work out there in the MX-5 today.
It was. It's quite warm. Sitting around waiting for the start was even worse. But it's going well, and it's a little box, and it warms up and has a bit of fun.
Now, you did your stop just after the halfway point in the race. Did you change any tyres through the course of that stop?
No, we're running used slicks and they all go quite a while on our car.
Yep, they're black, they're round, they've got a hole in either side. So everything running okay with the car, running like a train? Anything you got to worry about at the end of the race?
Clutch is probably the only thing I'm worried about, but I think it's all good.
Flat shifting and just dropping it down to gears never stopped anyone's race?
Yeah, well, the gearbox broke last race, so we fixed that, and, next week link, but, maybe I'm the weak link, I'm not sure.
Well, now, we're having a chat before we went on air. You've got the cans around your neck, but it turns out you've got a very interesting communication setup right at this moment. I believe you can tell your driver what to do, but he can't talk back to you right now.
Yeah, right now he can hear me, but he can't say nothing. He says I can understand anyway, so I don't listen too hard.
Well, it sounds like you've got everything under control just the way you like it. Back to you guys in Central Commentary.
Thank you, Dave, down there in the pit lane. On screen, the co-driver of that very car with Walsh behind the wheel at the moment. So still circulating in the 1 minute 35s. It's just about 0.7 per second off the best lap of the race so far for that entry. So it's been running like clockwork, as to be expected from a Mazda MX-5. A very reliable, very capable race car, wonderfully light and nimble, and I just love the fact that it's got the hard top on it. So unfortunately, as Andrew made reference to gearbox issues in previous editions or previous endurance races, which they've certainly overcome for this race. Now, this is Tran in close proximity with the McGuinness entry with Trevor behind the wheel. That was a pass for position. So we believe that could be a pass for position 3. We're just trying to clear up a few things with the timing screen as well, which will come out in the wash, but nevertheless, that was Tran up the inside in the 818. Geez, that would have been a hard stopping moment for the BYP Performance car, obviously running on 3 cylinders and a quick coil ignition pack replacement during the pit stops, and thankfully the issue sorting itself out, although running just a little bit wide going into turn 1. Has it collected? The front wheel drive Integra driving through the problem. So reliability on side for the Honda. Here is Trevor McGuinness behind the wheel, so he's just a little bit off the pace. And here is the gap from the leader. Sorry, so you've got Walsh ranging in onto the back of McGuinness, and with Tran streaking ahead. And all of these cars, the top 3, the top 4, in fact, most of the field have all completed their compulsory pit stops, I should say, given that we're on lap 74 of lap 70. And gesturing to the right-hand side, that's Trevor McGuinness, easily allowing the car of Walsh, the 791 Spy Optics car, up the inside, going through turn 7. So now we're in a bit of a holding pattern, Dan. Lap 74, or lap 75, I should say. 25 laps remaining in the Winton 300.
Now we can really see how this race is playing out. The 333 machine, the Subaru not quite got the pace and is dropping back. So at the moment it is this Mazda that leads. Burgess steadily creeping in, or in fact losing a little bit of time that last lap. So the Mazda at the moment looks like it's in the box seat, coming out of nowhere, 4th position prior to the pits. Dave is down there in the lane.
Do a switch.
Thank you, folks. So I'm down here with Lee Burgess, who did an amazing first stint in the number 33 Evo. Now, Lee, you've put your dad Jerry in for the run of the flag?
That's right, yeah. I had a good run in that first stint there, and Dad's now in the car to bring it home.
Now, you've got a pretty good solid second position at the moment, about 45 seconds in hand to the 3rd and 4th place cars, which are on the same lap, so it's playing out quite well. But you've also got the battle with the McGuinness in the WRX. We've swapped the sons for the dads for the run home.
Yeah, look, it was a good battle in my first stint this morning. The car's pretty even. We're a bit wounded today. We've got a few issues with our tune, so we're only actually pulling 4th gear down the straight here today. Missing out on 5th gear is a bit of a wound for us, but otherwise than that, we're going well.
So talk us through your pit stop. I noticed you changed a left-hand front tyre in that stop. We did a piece to camera while you were out the back swapping out shirts. You were a bit sweaty. Looks like that left front tyre had done its job for the 50 or 60 odd laps that had been on.
Yeah, just run the Hankook's this weekend. They're a reasonably hardy tyre, although during the heat of the afternoon, I was struggling there. After about 10-15 laps, the hand clips do start to struggle, so I was just trying to save the tyres in the last sort of 30 odd laps, so trying to save the fronts, but with new front left on, the other three, touch wood, should bring us home.
Well, hopefully your dad has as much fun behind the wheel as you did as he brings it home in the Winton 300 this year.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Dave, down there in the pit lane with Lee Burgess. Very happy with the performance so far in the number 33 York Developments Evo 9 on screen right now. Now you can see that they've got the headlights ablaze on the older modelled Evo. The sun is beginning to get low in the sky and the shadows are getting a lot longer. So as this race started half an hour later than scheduled, we do anticipate it'll finish under slight dusk conditions, which will make for phenomenal pictures brought to you by Blendline TV. They've done a phenomenal job all throughout this weekend, and it's wonderful to be part of round 4 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships. Fantastic weather, a huge appetite for motorsport and a massive variety of support categories as well. So it's hats off to the AASA for putting it on. Now coming in the pit lane is Trevor McGuinness behind the wheel of the 333. Dan, this is not a planned pit stop at this stage of the race.
Being waved into the garage by one of his mechanics. What a shame. Leading the race prior to the pit stops, but no more. Oh, what a shame for the 333 machine. And this is not the way they wanted to end their day. They at least look set for an outright podium at worst, but this Subaru is not running on song. We have a feeling that it actually did complete a lap of 3 minutes and 21 seconds because it was certainly slow in those last few laps before it has come into this lane. A lap off the pace, and this is going to ruin their run. So the first of the Class C runners has fallen by the wayside, and it's the Mazda MX-5 now that's in the box seat, the 791. The car that was third in Class C prior to the pit stops played the pit stop strategy really nicely, and Walsh has just been pounding in the laps since he took over on lap number 51. He's just been setting personal bests lap after lap, and it's been a really, really impressive run. And they now lead the race by 57 seconds, and this is another Class C contender. Oh, we were saying all day it's between Subaru and Mitsubishi, and within the space of a lap, it looks like they are both out of contention here. What has happened to the number 33 machine? The Burgess car of Jerry Burgess at the moment behind the wheel. 5th outright last year, looking set for at least a podium. Again, was running a few slow laps prior to this, about 5 seconds off the pace of the leader and a few seconds slower than Jimmy Tran as well. But this is a hell of a lot slower than that. Is he going to bring it straight into the lane? No. Goes around again. Does have a 30-second gap back to the 818 machine behind. But this is changing quickly late on in the piece here. Across the line, hand gestures, waving, articulating something behind the wheel, but a Mitsubishi Evo would not normally be expected to be overtaken by a Nissan Pulsar. That is quite something, and look at this, the 333 car in the lane. We spoke about the pole position curse, and unfortunately it has struck again in the Winton 300. The 333 machine in the lane once again. Looks like they're spraying something, trying to cool it down. So is it overheated? I'm not a mechanic, that is for certain, but they're blowing some air in there, just trying to keep it cool. I reckon that machine is overheated, and it's such a long endurance race. And that's one of the things about this race. It's an old school endurance race. You can't just go flat out for 300 kilometers. These cars aren't built for that. These are production cars that have been essentially converted into race cars. They're not built for racing. They're built for the road, and they are not able to do 300 kilometers easily like we see in sports car racing, supercars, Formula One and the like. Back in the 80s, Formula One cars would brake very, very easily, and mechanics have really tuned up the cars in recent years. And here we go. The 33 machine is going to go down a lap. That is quite remarkable how this race has changed so quickly for the fortunes of not only the 333 but the 333 as well. So Burgess down a lap as they come across the line. This now means, incredibly, that the Mazda MX-5 is leading this motor race with 22 laps by an entire lap, leading the race by over 3 kilometres as he chucks it into turns 1 and 2. And that margin continues to grow to the Jimmy Tran Honda Integra, the defending race-winning machine. Now, the Mazda has had success in this race in the past, but it's been a few years between drinks for this particular machine, this particular model of car. As I look back at the record books, the MX-5 has won here twice before. When the race relaunched back in 2011, a Mazda MX-5 took the win, David Radatz and Shane Otten, and then as well in 2013 Rob Hay and Nick Kansian in their MX-5. But it's been a decade since a Mazda MX-5 has taken victory in this race, and if a Mazda wins this race, it'll be the most successful make of in the Winton 300 as well, because the Mazda RX-7 won in 1988. Coming into this one, Mitsubishi and Mazda were tied on 3 victories apiece, and it looks at the moment like it's going the way of the Mazda. But as we've seen in the last few laps, anything can happen in motor racing, and we certainly don't want to jinx the MX-5 duo out there on the track with Walsh behind the wheel at the moment and catching the 23 machine. And crikey, the Class D cars finding themselves just on the fringes of the podium now. And that's the thing, the Burgess car, although it's not performing out there, it's certainly slow, a good 12 seconds slower than what it would normally be. He's still 3 laps ahead of the Toyota 86 and the 23 Pulsar that's just gone down a lap for the leader. So he's 3 laps ahead of them with, there's another Pulsar overtaking it in front of the commentary box. So if they could just nurse it to the finish, do the remaining 20 laps, it should still be on the podium. But as we say, there's still much more to play out, Carl.
Still a long way to go, and I was looking at the timing screens before to establish what Jimmy Tran needs to do to close down the gap from position 2 to position 1. Keeping in mind all of the pit stops have been completed, and through the wash, it is Walsh in the lead at the moment by 1 minute 30 seconds. Tran made a little bit of time to the back of Walsh on that last lap, but he's lost ever so much. They are evenly matched for pace based on the last lap time as well. So they're settling well and truly into their grooves. Obviously, Tran's going to be trying everything he possibly can to close down the 1 minute 30 second gap to the lead. Now, hearing we've got Dave down, Dave Stillwell down in the pit lane.
Thank you, guys. As we head into the closing stages of the 2023 edition of Winton 300, turns out we had a little bit of a commentator's curse going on. We went and did that interview with Lee Burgess from the number 33 Evo, and then surprisingly, they've developed what appears to be a clutch issue. And then simultaneously, while that's happening, we've had the 333, the WRX STI of the McGuinness family. We were down there looking to do an interview with the co-driver who jumped out of the car, but it turned out that the car's developed some sort of electrical gremlin, so it's parked in the garage with the team cooling down the car on the intercools and the radiator. But I thought we'd better follow up with Matt Thulis from the 45. Matt, we saw the car come in for the first of our pit stops. Unfortunately, it wasn't a scheduled pit stop. Talk us through what happened there.
No, it certainly wasn't scheduled for us. There's no doubt about that. We had a throttle cable issue. It broke off at the clip. And I noticed I was trying to manage it for probably a lap or 2 as best as we could, but I had to come in. I had basically no throttle and had to get it fixed, unfortunately, which was really disappointing because we had a great start to the race and pushed on through the field pretty quickly there, and we're going to try to chase down the Ricketts and Haynes car, but unfortunately it wasn't to be, and now we're battling back through, and I think we're sitting P3 at the moment in our class, so it's not the worst comeback of all time, but anyway, we'll see how we go. There's still plenty of laps to go, and we're having a lot of fun.
It's been quite extraordinary the way that the division breakdown has worked in this 2023 edition. It turns out Division E is the one to be in if you want to have people to play with. Talk us through your pit stop. Did you have to make any tyre changes, any adjustments to the car in the stop?
No adjustments, which was good. No tyre change either, but we absolutely nailed our pit stop. We got in and out of the lane in 5 minutes, 0.3. So we had a great crew that helped us out with the MTA guys from the Wodonga TAFE. They've done an awesome job, along with our normal crew that help us out at these events. So we're very grateful for the effort they put in, and they aced the pit stop. So we're really, really happy with that, and it's probably given us a little bit of a gain in the race, and we'll see what happens at the end of it.
Well, we'll leave you to it. We don't want it. We won't linger and leave more commentators' curse lying around, crueling the rest of your race. Back to the commentary box up at the other end of the circuit.
Thanks, Dave, down there in the pit lane with Matt Fuelless. Just to touch on our point before about the gap between the positions 1 and 2, that's Walsh from Tran. The gap has remained the same for the last 3 laps, so there's a huge task ahead for Tran and Andrew Shah if they are to chase down the gap. Now, Dan McCarthy, you actually called it earlier. You suspected that the fact that those cars were in Class C and that didn't have to make a secondary 2.5-minute pit stop would play out in their favour, and that is indeed what has occurred with the 791 Mazda MX-5. They've got 1:30 up their sleeve to the second, and we're also hearing, as Dave Stillwell accurately pointed out before, the number 33 Evo 9 with Jerry Burgess behind the wheel. It's still out there and circulating, although it had a big pace drop off. They are indeed nursing a clutch issue, but they will try their utmost to get the car home. They're still on track for a podium position, and they are second position in Class C. Leaders of Class D is the 86 Toyota 86, driven by Daniel Flanagan. It's currently in 4th position overall, ahead of Chick in position 5 in the N15 Pulsar. He's also 2nd position in Class D. Mick Ricketts is still leading the way in Class E, having taken over. Is that a car off in the distance? A lot of dust down there at turn 7. It's not too bad. It might have been a car that's just running slightly wider, throwing up a bit of dust at the late stage of the race. But with Josh Haynes stepping out from behind the wheel of the number 41, and Mick Ricketts, the GOAT, as Josh Haynes would describe him as. He's currently showing in position 6 and leading Class E ahead of Nick Agar, who's behind the wheel of the 288, sharing that car with his brother Simon Agar. They've had a sensational weekend. Double front locked brakes for the number 1. That is Brad Gardner behind the wheel at the moment, so he's taken over from his teammate Jackson Rice. The pair of them are TA2 competitors, and stepping behind the wheel of this very svelte-looking Hyundai Veloster, beautifully turned out and prepared by the Motorsports Training Australia team. They've got an absolute army of students down there, as we've talked about several times throughout this weekend. About 15 people at their disposal to be able to lend a hand at any point. If anything, with endurance racing, the more hands and feet you've got around a car, the better it is, the more help you can get. It is absolutely the way to go, endurance racing. So not too sure what caused that that lock-up. Obviously, the pair of drivers in the number 1 are still coming to terms with this car. It's a completely different technical package in comparison to a TA2 entry. And with a bag tyre, a bag Hoosier tyre, big V8 engine, rear-wheel drive in a TA2 versus a Hyundai Veloster that's front-wheel drive on road radial tyres, various bits and pieces. All of those differences make up a huge challenge for the drivers, but they've done extremely well with the team at hand.
Certainly have. You just talking about Ricketts through staying out of trouble last year. He finished the race in position number 10. And this year, sitting in position number 6 at the moment and leading the Class E field, and it's a competitive one at this stage of the race. He leads that one at the moment by 33 seconds from the 288 machine, with Agar behind the wheel of that one at the moment. This race, over the years, we've talked about its history dating back to 1985. There's been some legendary names take part in this race. Mark Larkham, Neil Crompton and Marks gave most of the commentary team, I suppose you'd say, but many other names as well. Brad Jones, Jason Bargwana, The list goes on and on and on. It really has been a great race in that sense over the years, and a few notable race winners as well, including Alan Grice, who won this race many moons ago. I think it was back in 1987 it was that Alan Grice took victory in a Mitsubishi Starion alongside Peter Fitzgerald. Peter Fitzgerald winning the race 3 times, the most successful driver in this race. So won the inaugural race with Barry Jones in 1985, won with Grice in 1987, both of those wins in Mitsubishi Starions, and then he jumped to the Toyota Supra and won with Peter Dane in 1989 as well. So 3-time winner, got a couple of 2-time winners as well, Ken Douglas and Mark Gibbs. And more recently, since the AASA has taken over, Nathan Jess has won it twice as well. The only duo to win the race twice, Mark Gibbs and Ken Douglas doing so in 1988 and 1991. But a real steeped history that this race has. And this is looking like a real issue. The margins coming down. It was 3 laps a couple of laps ago that he had the margin. Now it's only 2.5 laps. We're hearing reports that this machine is stuck in 3rd gear. That's what the problem is. So if we listen, it will not be changing gear. Let's have a listen through the sweeper in the technical section. We'll get a real clear indication to we can hear it there just in the background. Let's listen down into turn number 7. It'll have no power coming out of this tight corner.
Yeah, the problem's amplified by the fact he's stuck in 3rd gear, so it's so low in the rev range in the slow parts of Winton Motor Raceway that the turbo takes an age to spool up and deliver full power in that 2-litre Evo 9 4-cylinder power plant. So you can see here it's just lagging, it's just waiting for that turbo to spool up, and then it really goes, and then it reaches the rev limiter and you can't go any further, unfortunately. Runs out of puff. So it's a frustrating issue for the Burgess camp, the number 33 York Developments Evo 9. They're just nursing that car home, but they're still in 3rd position, so they're on track for a podium position in outright contention. The last lap was a 1:43. That's in comparison to a 1:35. That was the fastest lap that it's done so far in this race. Now here's Tran up the inside of Nicholas Jones, who's behind the wheel of that 51 Mazda 323. And it's got its stablemate, the 37 Proton Satria GTI, just behind it. Both sporting Nankang tyres this weekend at Winton. And they are helping each other out, preparing these cars. Stablemates, as we said, sharing a garage, a lot of advice, knowledge, and also on-hands experience getting these cars onto the track. It's looking a little bit dishevelled at this stage and might have had a little run-in during the race, but it's great to see a great variety of cars. And here comes the outright leader behind to lap them. So that's going to put Lambrick behind the wheel of the number 37 Proton, 13 laps down. So that's a good example and comparison between the Class C cars and the Class E cars in terms of outright pace. 13 laps is a huge amount of time around. Oh, that was a bit of a moment coming out of turn 2, running slightly wide on the left-hand side. There's a big ripple strip on that left-hand side coming out of turn 2, and it's not quite like the Vallelunga curbing that you've got on the aprons on the left-hand side, the various exits around Winton. It's basically a series of speed bumps. It can only be described. So that would have been a bit of a teeth-chattering moment there for the 791. Just running ever so slightly wide, but they're able to resume. No harm, no foul. But you don't want to be doing that too much. You want to do as much as possible, as Dan McCarthy alluded to earlier, to nurse these cars home. They are not thoroughbred race cars. They are converted production cars into race cars. And they suit this class absolutely to a T. And I just love that single rear exhaust at the middle of the car. It just looks an absolute peach out there in the setting sun here just outside of Benalla.
Notice that the race car has come into the lane, so that's the Veloster. We've seen that that's had real fuel mileage issues in this race, pitting every 30 laps or so. So this one seems particularly short. So I'm sure that our man down the lane, Dave Stillwell, will be on hand to find out exactly what's happened there. And as a result, it's lost the position to the number 51 Mazda, which said its PB lap on that very last lap. And we can see yet more fuel going in. I wouldn't have said prior to this race that a Hyundai Veloster would be a fuel guzzler, but it certainly is in this occasion. And I can also see on the screens +3 and +5. I can only imagine that's 3 lap and 5 lap penalties for pit stop infringements. That's what I can assume. I sort of pointed out to you, I wasn't sure if the 86 car was under the minimum pit stop time. It was 4 minutes and 58 seconds when it left the lane, and I immediately pointed that out to you, and I think that's what the 3-minute penalty is for the 86 car. I am not so sure on the 288 because I thought that was over the 5 minute, unless it's a penalty for a fuel spillage or something like that. And off goes the Hyundai, wheel spinning away. But yeah, the only thing I can think of is maybe a fuel spillage. It's a 5-lap penalty for a fuel spillage of any sort. So maybe that's the case for the 288. But it's going to rule the 86 car, if it is a 3-lap penalty, well and truly out of contention in Class D, because Chick is only 30 seconds behind in the Pulsar. Not 3 laps, 30 seconds. So the D-Class leader, the Toyota 86 in car number 86, may plummet down the order late on in this race. And the same can be said for the 288, 7th outright and 2nd in Class E. Expect those two to fall, I think, come the closing stages of this race. We're on lap number 90. We've only got a 10th of the race to go. The sun is very much in the driver's eyes, particularly around certain parts of this course. I think turn 10 is a particularly, sorry, not turn 10, turn 11 on the run to turn 12. And is this car running slowly? This is the class leader in Class E. No, it's the 23 car, the Butters and Chick machine. That didn't look like it was running particularly quickly there. I want to see it on pit straight. Next in the turn, looking down at the dash. That looks all right now.
Yeah, he's pressing on, so it doesn't sound too bad, but late stages in the race, it's even got us on the edge of our seats. Imagine being a driver or even a mechanic down in the pit lane, just willing these cars home to make the 300-kilometre journey around the Winton Motor Raceway to complete the 2023 edition. And it's been a race of attrition. It's had its ups and downs, and once again, driver changes and strategies. Compulsory pit stops has thrown a huge amount of thrown the established order into the air and thrown up a few surprises. So thoroughly chuffed with this race so far. Now Ricketts, I was thoroughly impressed as well by his efforts behind the wheel of the number 41. He's just 9/10 of a second on that last lap off the fastest lap set by his teammate Josh Haynes. So he's definitely pressing on, and he's well experienced around Winton Motor Raceway, especially this weekend, doing double duties in not only the 2-litre sports sedans behind the wheel of his N14 Pulsar, but he also steps behind the wheel of his APRA-spec N14 Pulsar in endurance trim. However, 2 Pulsars, plenty of laps around the Winton Motor Raceway, and he's certainly showing a lot of speed there, so he's living up to his nickname of the GOAT. Now, the number 23 machine of Chick behind the wheel, currently 2nd position in Class D.
But a chicken on the windscreen.
So we just noticed it.
That's a great show personality out there on the racetrack. But yeah, I apologise if I gave that team a heart attack on the last lap, because it looks like it's okay now, running smoothly. I think it was just exiting turn number 10 when I happened to glance down at the screen. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, and why wouldn't you? It's been quite an entertaining race. There's been action throughout. You can take part in this event next year. Lots of vehicles are eligible to take part. Super TT cars, production sports cars, improved production, BMW E30s, Porsche 944s. As we can see, the race leader, Mazda MX-5s, XLs, Pulsars, all of those are eligible. Basically, as long as it's not a supercar or a GT car, you are all right. And it looks like this might be a penalty being served. Something is occurring. It's the 288 car in the lane and taking on fuel. So yeah, fuel being pumped into the 288 machine. This is going to rob them of a potential class victory in this race. It was right there for the taking, but it's slipping away, slipping out of their grasp. They've been in the lane now for 1 minute, and I believe it's 5 minutes, but would that be 5 minutes without fuel? The fact they're taking fuel on says to me that maybe it's not the penalty that's being served. I'm sure Dave will be all over that down in the lane as we see the second place machine, Jimmy Tran, navigating through traffic. Does that sound off to you again, Callum?
Yeah, it might be something on 3 cylinders. Not sure if it's a Honda Integra. Not sure if it's an N14 Pulsar just behind. That's the Dan Smith machine just in the background. But in the foreground, it's the Jimmy Tran Integra. Doesn't sound too bad from a distance. So it's got us on the edge of our seats. Mechanical reliability. Can these cars make the 300-kilometre journey? It's still 1:30 between Jimmy Tran in this number 181 Honda Integra to Walsh, the race leader in the 791 Spy Optics Mazda MX-5. That gap has been the same for the last 15 laps, so they're settling into a groove and they are matching each other on outright pace. Now that's Chick that's actually pulled into the pit lane as well, according to our timing screen. So the number 23 machine, that orangey red N15 Pulsar, back into the pit lane for an unscheduled stop. And here we can see they're actually pouring fuel into the SR20 oil into the SR20 power plant. Just giving it a bit of a top up to make sure it can make it home on the distance. So they're just burning a little bit more oil than they'd prefer, but well and truly keeping an eye on it is the team. Monitoring the car at all times, and also the driver input as well would be feeding back to the team in the garages about the car health, and rather pragmatically pulling it into the pit lane to give it a drink of oil, a well-deserved drink of oil, it must be said. And the fact that they are currently, they were in P5 overall, they're now down into P6 overall. That'll elevates the car of Mick Ricketts behind the wheel of the number 41 Pulsar up into position 5. So that's a fantastic result for that team. They've been fast, they've been consistent, and they have executed their plan to a T. So the Ricketts car that he shares this weekend with Josh Haynes, doing a fantastic job to beat P5. Meanwhile, at the head of the field, the 791 machine is coming up behind the 33 Evo 9 Mitsubishi, driven by Burgess. Now we know that the Burgess car is nursing a clutch issue, just desperate to get it home across the line. And there you can see there's the speed difference between the MX-5 and the Evo. We can hear the aero that's actually hitting the rev limiter at the end of the pit straight, and even on the old-fashioned pit straight as well. So it's obviously stuck in third gear. They're unable to advance or even make up any time. So luckily, they've got just over 2 laps up their sleeve from the Class D car, the number 86, Toyota 86, showing in 4th position overall. But Burgess would be thrilled. The Burgess camp would be absolutely thrilled with taking 3rd position overall, as well as 2nd position in Class C.
Absolutely, we see that MX-5 round turns 3 and 4 once again. Lap number 94 of the race now, and it looks like it's game over for the early race leading Apreza. Been in the lane now for 27 minutes at the bottom of the field, unfortunately. Real shame for the 333 Subaru, the pole sitting machine. But it is the MX-5 out front at the moment and leading by 1:32, and only about 5 seconds away from lapping potentially the 2nd place car. The last time the race leader won by a lap was in 2012. and it will be the biggest winning margin since then if it stays the way it is at the moment. And on that day, the race was won by not 1 but 2 laps, so a very dominant victory that day for the Davey and Cotton combination well back in 2012, so over a decade ago. Every iteration since then, the first and second place cars have finished on the lead lap. As we look at the number 41 machine, this is the Ricketts car that now, with a couple of late race pit stops of others around it, has moved up to position number 5 on the road. And a minute 23 behind the Toyota 86 of Flanagan, with that +3 still next to the name. Could a potential 4th place be on the cards with 6 laps to go. There's still, I think, a little bit to play out here. It's going to be interesting. We've seen a few surprise pit stops. Chick, that was a real surprise. The Butters-Chick combo in the D-Class Pulsar. That was a surprise. You didn't expect to see that one in. We've seen a couple of other pit stops late in this one. I believe we have an update on the Subaru Impreza I was just talking about. The early race leader and the pole sitter is down there with Dave Stillwell.
So we're down here in the garage of the number 333 McGuinness WRX STI. It was going so well, Scott. You were dicing it out there with Lee Burgess in the Evo, putting in giant killing effort. Car was running like a train, and then we had the pit stop. What have we got to talk about?
Yeah, I think just in the pit stop there, just cooked either a coil pack or something, and it's just developed a miss. So well, the car was running good. It was a bit hot out there, but yeah, it's heartbreaking, this motorsport game, isn't it?
Absolutely. I've just got my producer in here saying that our cameras were picking up a bit of smoke coming from out the back. Did you get any reports on that from the team, or was that anything you noticed in the lead up to the pit stop?
No, I didn't actually. No, probably lock brakes every now and then maybe, because I did lock a few. The tyres were bloody screaming for mercy, but nah, look, the team did a good job. We yeah, I just heartbroken, I suppose. I don't know what to say.
Well, look, I don't know you well enough to hug you and wish you that it's all better, but look, any day that you can roll a car back onto the trailer with the wheels pointing the right direction with basically an immaculate car and go away and do some development, can we count on seeing you again here at the Winton 300 for the 2024 edition?
Oh yeah, we'll definitely be back. Yeah, we had a ball out there, especially with battling with Lee, just pacing us. But yeah, no, we'll definitely be back.
Well, we absolutely look forward to it, guys. I think you can count on seeing the 333 back here in 2024 for another edition of the Winton 300.
Thank you, Dave. We sincerely hope we do see the 333 back for the 2024 edition. Wonderful candid chat down there with Scott McGuinness, wearing his heart on his sleeve, and you can see the emotional input from the drivers, just how much effort and time they put into their motorsport, and it's heartbreaking stuff for it to all fall over after they're looking so strong this weekend, taking pole position and in the lead of the race, dropping out due to mechanical dramas. So heartbreaking stuff there for Scott McGuinness, and thank you so much to him for giving his time and talking to Dave Stillwell down in the pit lane.
You can see the Toyota 86 fourth on the road out there on the racetrack. These are the two cars with the asterisks next to their name, the little tabs, the +3 and the +5. So they may be post-race penalties in the end here, but we'll leave the stewards to implement those penalties. We do know the top 3, there's no doubt about those, and although the 86 car continues to catch the 33, the ailing 33 Evo of Burgess, it's not going to be enough unless something catastrophic happens late in this race. 2 laps still between them, with just 5 laps remaining in the 2023 edition of the Winton 300. It's certainly been an interesting affair. There's been some exciting battles, particularly early on. The strategy that unfolded in the mid part of the race, and then we saw this Mazda MX-5 emerge almost out of nowhere to be leading at the end of the pit stop cycle. And then since then, the attrition that has taken over. We've lost the Impreza as we saw the heartbreak down there in the 333 camp. The McGuinnesses devastated with the outcome of this race. And then we've seen as well the Burgess car limping to the end. We've seen some unscheduled pit stops late on as well. And at this stage, it's this machine that is out there out front, while several others around have either fallen by the wayside or struck problems that have halted their progress. Lap times have completely been buttoned off now. Early in this race, this Mazda is doing 34s quite comfortably. Now in the 37s and 38s. The lap prior to this was even a 1 minute 40, but of course there's still lap traffic to negotiate, so you might see a poor lap time. It doesn't mean there's necessarily a problem. They may just be negotiating lapped traffic. So C-Class leader is this car, and the outright leader, the sole B-Class entrant, that's the 818 machine, sits in position number 2. B-Class. The leader of D-Class is the 86, the Toyota 86 of Flanagan in position number 4. In position number 5, the leader in E-Class. So lots of variety of classes. We've got B, C, D and E all in the top 5 outright in the Winton 300, and that's what makes this race so interesting to watch. That you may be a lower class car, but you can still be right in contention come the end of the race. That is for certain, and we've seen that play out today, Callum.
Exactly right, Dan. And like you spoke to Betty Tran during the week in the lead up to it, and he made his intentions clear. He did not want to sandbag and be in Class C. They wanted to do it on merit and go as fast as they could, and they've ended up in Class B. With full credit to them, they've dealt with the cards that have been played to them, and they've played with them beautifully. We're coming just short. Minute 30 over a 3-hour race is not a huge margin, but to put into comparison, you can see the gap. That's actually the gap between the leader and second place, with the leader closing down that 7-second margin to Jimmy Tran behind the wheel of the 818. So Jason Walsh behind the wheel. He knows what he has to do. Just has to guide the car home. He can easily button off the pace. Drivers often don't want to button off the pace, however, because it can ruin the rhythm, take away the cadence that they've established with themselves and the car and the pace of the race. So all he has to do is just guide it home, do what he has done so for the past close to 50 laps. Just lap Winton Motor Raceway as cleanly as possible. Keep it on the line. You can see there's a lot of marbles, a lot of muck off the, what we call the grey part of the circuit when you go offline, but there's a lot of marbles and dirt that's been thrown off the tyres, as well as a few off-track excursions here and there, making the track just a little bit more dirty than it was at the start of this race. Now this is lap 99, I believe. We'll be keeping a keen eye on the start-finish line to see if he's been given the final lap board from race control. But this has been a clinical effort from the Spy Optics Mazda MX-5.
The Evo.
Beautiful hard top as well. Beautifully presented, and as it turns out, the Kumo slick tyres have been the choice for this light and nimble Mazda MX-5. And as Dan alluded to before, he's had a huge pile of stats throughout this race, and he wags the tail actually as he comes across the start-finish line to commence the last lap, as confirmed by our hard-working official, waving flags at the start-finish straight. He's got just over 3 kilometres remaining in the 2023 edition of the Winton 300.
Been a remarkable performance from the 791 team. They qualified well in the top 10 shooter. Didn't quite go their way, but they were still towards the front of the field. Played a sublime strategy to find themselves at the head of the field in this one. No safety cars, incredibly, throughout this 300-kilometre race. Hard to believe. I can't recall the last time that has happened in Winton 300 history. We've gone green all the way through, and the 791 machine with Walsh at the wheel. Jason Walsh and Andrew Boydell, they are set for victory. Just a few more corners to go. The sun is certainly setting, looks glorious over the Country Victoria venue, and he turns the Mazda MX-5 into the final couple of corners. As we say, it's been quite a number of years since a Mazda won here. 10 years ago, 2013 the last time a Mazda won, and that was an MX-5 on that occasion as well. And the Spy Plus machine exits the final corner. Brilliant drive from this combination. Andrew Boydell and Jason Walsh are your 2023 Winton 300 winners. A great performance. What a drive. And 90 seconds the margin at this point. A dominant victory in the end. It was that margin at the end of the pit stop sequence, and he went toe-to-toe with Jimmy Tran, kept the margin at that lengthy time difference. And here we go, coming out the final corner, albeit 2 laps down. It's going to be second in class, but more importantly, third outright for the ailing, only third geared Mitsubishi Evo. They'd have been wanting more this year, would Jerry and Lee Burgess. Unfortunately, crossing the line for them in third this time around. But nevertheless, on the outright podium, their best result in the Winton 300. Great performance from them, improving on their top 5 finish here in 2022. The cars continue to come around the final corner and cross the line. There is the Proton finishing 12th overall. And here is the car in second place, the winning car last year. Jimmy Tran behind the wheel this time around. Finished as runner-up last year. And unfortunately for him, it's going to be runner-up again in 2023. 2 second place in a row for Jimmy Tran. This time, he has a different co-driver alongside him. Of course, this time around it was Shah and Andrew Shah and Jimmy Tran coming home in second position. In the end, the margin 1 minute and 29 seconds. The biggest winning margin in the Winton 300 since 2012. A very dominant performance, that one, from the Mazda MX-5 duo that took the victory. 791 machines of Andrew Boydell and Jason Walsh. And here they are coming into the lane. They'll be so happy, delighted, almost lost for words, I imagine. It was a bit of an unexpected win, that one. We didn't see that one coming. We thought early on it was between Subaru and Evo, and they fell by the wayside. We can see the MX-5 pulling up just in front of the officials. He's been directed where to park the race-winning machine. I believe, Dave, you're down there.
Down here, it's a wonderful atmosphere down here at the end of the Winton 300 pit lane. What an amazing 100 laps of this 3-kilometre national circuit. What great sportsmanship from all of the competitors as the 791 MX-5 pulls up in the lane. Boydell and Walsh, they did an amazing job. He's there to congratulate him, and we've got the Michael J. Ronk Trophy in pole position on the victory lane, ready to hand over. The Spy Plus hat on the roof, ready to go. They might need a bit of a crowbar or a shoehorn to get the driver out. He is a big unit in a very small car, but great job by the 2 co-drivers as they embrace each other. A lot of respect in this paddock. Look at that, there's Andrew Shah and Tran there. So we're just waiting for our third and second place getters to arrive at the end of pit lane. But we'll see if we can get the helmet off from the gentleman who brought the number 791 home, Jason Walsh. There we go. There he embraces the third place man, Lee Burgess, who's waiting for his dad to rock up. You need to get your dad down the end. Oh, he's got no clutch. So we might be waiting a while. Actually, they're going to go. Actually, here we go. How's this for sportsmanship? They're going to push the number 33 down to victory lane. How's that? So we've got the number 818 coming to position 2. Great job to get this car sorted up. Another round of applause for the 818. You see, already got the belts off, wants to get out of there. It's been hard work aboard the Honda Integra from BYP Racing. So now that we've almost got the 33 in the lane, we'll go to our winners of the 2023 edition of the Winton 300. It's the Spy Plus 791 MX-5. Guys, talk to us. How was the end of that race for you?
Mate, I've got to thank this guy. Built the car, sponsored me. Mate, awesome. I can't tell you, had no clutch, but hey, had to keep going. Just had to manage to drop the times and just try and keep rhythm going, and yeah, it's great.
It just goes to show that reliability is the name of the game in this amateur endurance racing, isn't it?
Absolutely. That was our only hope. Strategy was long term. We couldn't keep the pace of the guys at the start, but we went, we'll wait. It'll come back to us.
Slow and steady wins the race, but you certainly weren't slow, but you were definitely steady. Looking forward to seeing your names turn up on the Michael J. Ronk Trophy. Let's go to second place, the 818 BYP Racing Honda Integra. We've got a very sweaty co-driver here. How was that, Mr. Tran?
Yeah, it was all right. We didn't go exactly to plan, but yeah, second's still better than, not finishing. Yeah.
Well, you went 2 better than you went in Sydney a few months ago. So, what does the future hold for the BYP racing team? Have we got more development underway for this car?
Yeah, we'll try and make this car a bit quicker, another second quicker to get in the top division 2. So yeah, just drop it away. So that's the plan for it. But we've got a few more cars we'll bring next year.
Definitely. We've seen plenty of fast machines from the BYP stable. Now, a gentleman who's brought home an ailing Mitsubishi Evo with no clutch had to get pushed into victory lane. We'll let him get his balaclava off and his earplugs off, his Hans device off. So much safety equipment the drivers have got to wear these days. They had all the gear and they had most of the idea of how to get the car home. Jerry, you look absolutely spent. Talk us through the end of that race.
Actually, we lost the hydraulics, still had a clutch, fortunately. I think I had two chances of getting into gear, so I grabbed third and then the pedals on the floor, so there was nothing left, so it was home in third or bring it in. And down the straights, just green light, a few times I went over in the red and hit the over rev limiter. But it was a bit of a new exercise learning how to drive it just in third. You can go a lot deeper into the end corner. We got back to the 50 metre mark only in third, so there are some places you can pick up time.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see where your brake markers move to when you don't hit 4th and 5th gear around here. Now, I think we had a chat yesterday about your strategy and how you'd built the car, what your strategy was. I don't think the strategy was for the young bloke to hand you over a smouldering pile of bits. He's driving an Evo, not an Alpha.
Yeah, no, I was just happy to see him out there. What a great first 50 laps, hammer and tong with the Subaru. There was nothing in it, as they saw, so I reckon both drivers would have thoroughly enjoyed that. And I must admit, when I jumped in the car, it was still okay, so it'll probably be, hopefully with the hydraulics, it's just something to plane out that neither of us made a mistake.
Well, will we see you two back next year for the 2024 instalment, maybe with a car with a bit more clutch, a bit more hydraulic and a little bit more speed to win outright?
Definitely. Yeah, we love the 300s. We'll be back at Winton next year for give it another run, and with the hydraulics working, we'll see how we go.
Fantastic, thank you so much. A great job there by the 33 team with unfortunate mechanical maladies in entering into the end of their race there. So we talked about it during the coverage. This is what it's all about, the Michael J. Ronk Memorial Trophy. And this is what we're going to be awarding to the winners of the 2023 edition of the Winton 300. On behalf of everyone who's been part of the broadcast and bringing you this 2023 edition of this fantastic event, to all of our volunteer motorsport officials, to all of the staff from the Benalla Auto Club for making this a possibility, to all the competitors and crews for putting in the time and the effort and the energy and the resources to get so many cars to the end of what has been an amazing 2 days of racing here at Winton Motor Raceway. They call it the nation's action track, and we look forward to you enjoying the action into the future.